Chapter 85, Journey to Wudong Mountain. In the square, a group of Zi Yang Sect disciples stood frozen in place. This individual, appearing to be older than them, is their little junior disciple? Yet, when did this little junior disciple join, and why does no one have any recollection of him? In front of the Zi Yang Sect disciples, Ning Haoran and others were equally speechless. Yin Nanfei let out a light laugh. Esteemed brothers, I have just accompanied the sect leader, Zhenren Haoran, up the mountain. It is only natural that you do not know me. Subsequently, Yin Nanfei turned his gaze towards Ning Haoran. Ning Haoran could only manage a wry smile and then play mediator for Yin Nanfei. Indeed, Mu Jian, this is my newly brought little disciple to Ziyang Mountain. He is exceptionally gifted, and I brought him to Wudong Mountain for a visit. However, despite saying this, Ning Haoran felt somewhat helpless within. How could his master, at such an advanced age, still be so mischievous? Mu Jian sensed that something was still amiss. Normally speaking, how could a newcomer enjoy such treatment, accompanying the sect leader to Wudong Mountain for this Taoist assembly? Even with extraordinary talent and being favored by the sect leader and elders, such privileges would be unlikely. Nevertheless, the disciples did not inquire further. Their feelings towards this little junior disciple, Yin Xiaofei, were not particularly good, yet not entirely bad either. The disciples of Zi Yang Sect were not known for malice. They were straightforward and direct in their speech. After a brief exchange, Ning Haoran and Yun Linger led several Zi Yang Sect disciples towards Wudong Mountain. It must be said that the lineup of Zi Yang Sect this time is likely the most formidable in the entire Taoist community. After all, both Ning Haoran and Yun Linger are already formidable beings at the Tianqi realm. However, while the world knows of Ning Haoran's transcendent cultivation and his remarkable sect leader, few are aware that Yun Linger has also reached the Tianqi realm. If the other sects were to learn of this, the world would surely be taken aback once more. Within Zi Yang Sect, there are already Elder Tianyang and Ning Haoran as publicly acknowledged experts of the Tianqi realm. If another, Yun Linger, were to join them, the presence of 3 Tianqi powerhouses would be unprecedented, even among the 5 major super sects. Moreover, this time at the Taoist Assembly, Zi Yang Sect is sending 2 representatives. It is likely that this journey to Wudong will ensure Zi Yang Sect's renown echoes throughout the land. Earlier, due to the emergence of Yin Nanfei, the Peerless Sword Immortal, Zi Yang Sect prestige had already soared. People believe Zi Yang Sect merely rode on the coattails of the Sword Immortal's fame, wielding borrowed power. Yet, who could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, news would spread of Elder Tianyang stepping into the Tianqi realm, and that 10 years prior, Ning Haoran had also entered the Tianqi realm while vanquishing demons, unleashing a formidable sword energy that was unstoppable. By this time, Zi Yang had undoubtedly become the 6th great super sect, and it was widely acknowledged as such. Furthermore, with the presence of the Sword Immortal, its prestige had nearly equaled that of Shushan's sword sect. Along the way, the disciples of Zi Yang experienced no delays whatsoever. Currently, with the impending battle between immortals and demons, although the Taoist sect has significantly strengthened, the atmosphere remains tense, and no one dares to show the slightest negligence. The strength of the Demon Sect remains an enigma to this day. Wudong Mountain, with its majestic aura and profound heritage, stands tall. Since its establishment, it has gained a resounding reputation, being one of the most esteemed sects among all Taoist sects in the world. The fact that it ranks among the top 5 within the 10 Taoist sects, qualifying as a super sect, is sufficient to illustrate the extraordinary nature of Wudong Mountain. Moreover, there are countless mysterious legends surrounding Wudong Mountain. At this moment, the blazing sun blazes down, and the entire Wudong Mountain is enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, radiating an ethereal aura, making it appear even more enigmatic than usual. The mountain gate of Wudong. Above the towering stone gate, numerous lifelike stone carvings adorn its surface, and at the very top hangs a plaque whose age is unknown, inscribed with the 4 characters Zhishir Xianyu. This mountain gate has weathered countless storms, eternally exuding an air of ancient antiquity. Beneath the mountain gate, 2 disciples of Wudong stand calmly, welcoming the masters and disciples of various Taoist sects arriving from all directions. Given the exceptional circumstances, although the scale of the Taoist Council is unprecedented, every sect's disciples are diligently preparing to confront the Demon Sect. Therefore, all arriving sects must ascend the mountain independently. Nevertheless, no one perceives Wudong's approach as lacking in courtesy. After all, Wudong has always been devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, refraining from seeking to curry favor with any sect, a fact well known across the land. At this moment, Ning Haoran leads a group of disciples from Zi Yang, appearing at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Yin Nanfei mingles among the disciples of Zi Yang Sect, deliberately lowering his presence. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, he seems to have no connection whatsoever to the demeanor of a sword immortal. We pay our respects to real person Howren. The disciples guarding Wudong Mountain respectfully bow. The disciples of Zi Yang Sect return the gesture, displaying great courtesy. Real person Howren, the head of Wudong Mountain, is already awaiting you above. Due to the special circumstances, you must ascend the mountain on your own. Please do not take offense. Ning Howren smiled faintly and replied, "No problem. I shall lead my disciples up the mountain." With the impending battle between immortals and demons, there is an abundance of preparations to be made. As the host, Wudong Mountain undoubtedly has numerous matters to attend to, necessitating the mobilization of a significant number of Wudong disciples. Thus, under Ning Howren's guidance, the disciples of Zi Yang Sect began their ascent of Wudong Mountain. Yin Nanfei surveyed his surroundings, the verdant mountains and lush trees evoking a sense of joy within him. The entrance to Wudong Mountain is indeed a significant place, and the inscription above the gate holds considerable importance. Moreover, the gate serves as the facade of the sect. Given this, I shall first sign in at the entrance. I wonder what rewards I might receive, Yin Nanfei pondered. With this thought in mind, Yin Nanfei spoke directly in his heart. System, I wish to sign in at the entrance of Wudong Mountain. Chapter 86. Sign in at Wudong Mountain. The mechanical electronic voice of the system echoed in Yin Nanfei's mind. Ding! Sign in at the gate of Wudong Mountain successful. You have obtained the supreme martial art, Pure Yang Ultimate Skill. Yin Nanfei was profoundly astonished. The Pure Yang Ultimate Skill is a vital secret classic of Wudong Mountain, significantly enhancing one's offensive capabilities. When mastered to perfection, it dispels evil and upholds righteousness, allowing the wielder to obliterate all malevolent forces with the purest and most vigorous spiritual energy, rendering them incredibly formidable. To acquire such an exalted skill merely at the mountain gate speaks volumes of Wudong Mountain's esteemed status in Taoism. Indeed, opportunities abound. Yin Nanfei mused to himself. Soon after, he ascended Wudong Mountain, accompanied by numerous disciples of Zi Yang. Upon reaching the summit, he observed a flurry of activity throughout the entire mountain. An elder from Wudong emerged to greet them, the venerable Grand Elder of Wudong Mountain, Li Tianshi. This elder holds considerable prestige across the land of Shenzhou, regarded as a paragon of virtue among the older generation. Although news of the enigmatic Tianshi has been scarce in recent decades, his legends resonate throughout the martial world. It is said that Tianshi only joined Wudong at the age of 40, originally perceived as somewhat dull-witted, and he was merely an ordinary disciple, the oldest yet least favored among his peers. For a decade, he made no progress beyond the spirit-gathering stage, his cultivation stagnant and steadfast as a rock. However, at the age of 60, he unexpectedly broke through to the spirit-gathering stage. By then, no one held any hope for him. Having reached such an advanced age, what could be achieved even if he did progress? Yet thereafter, Tianshi experienced a remarkable awakening, advancing his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Within 3 years, he entered the dream realm, followed by 7 years to reach the returning ruins. A decade later, he ascended to the enlightenment stage. From being extraordinary to achieving enlightenment, he accomplished this in merely 20 years. Now, Tianshi has nearly reached the venerable age of 150, and even the elder Tianyang of Zi Yang Sect appears as a junior in his presence. However, after entering the enlightenment stage, Tianchi's cultivation progress slowed considerably, advancing roughly 1 level every decade. Presently, he possesses the cultivation of the 6th level of enlightenment. Upon seeing Tianshi, Yin Nanfei instinctively lowered his head. When Tianshi assumed the role of elder, Yin Nanfei, a young prodigy of the sword from Zi Yang Sect, had briefly crossed paths with him. However, due to Yin Nanfei's rather ordinary attire at present, Tianshi did not recognize him and instead smiled warmly at Ning Howren. It is the esteemed Howren who has brought your disciples here. Please forgive any shortcomings from Wudong Mountain, Tianshi said with a smile. Ning Howren respectfully returned the greeting. Elder Tianshi, you flatter us. Tianshi nodded, having entered the Tianchi realm, which granted him a lifespan of at least 200 years. Thus, he was indeed at a vigorous age. The headmaster of Wudong Mountain had been awaiting him in the hall, inviting Howren Jinren to accompany him. The disciples of your esteemed sect may roam freely here. The scenery of Wudong Mountain is no less splendid than that of Zi Yang Mountain. Tianshi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He held the sect master of Zi Yang in high regard, at such a young age, achieving the Tianqi realm. His future accomplishments were boundless. Ninghao nodded and followed Tianshi Zhenren to the assembly hall of Wudong Mountain. After entering the newly established deliberation hall, Yin Nanfeng parted ways with several disciples of Zi Yang Sect, choosing to wander about leisurely. Prior to this, disciples from Wudong had guided them to arrange accommodations for the Zi Yang disciples. This visit to Wudong Mountain would likely extend over a considerable period, especially with numerous sects still en route. Consequently, Yin Nanfeng found himself largely separated from Mu Jian and others throughout the day. His senior brothers were equally unconcerned, for Wudong Mountain was a bastion of martial prowess. What mischief could possibly arise? Indeed, the mountain was teeming with capable disciples. Although Wudong disciples appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, they possessed formidable skills, often overshadowing those of the Zi Yang Sect. In this realm, where the orthodox Taoism thrived, danger was unlikely to present itself. This afforded Yin Nanfeng numerous opportunities, for his primary purpose in visiting Wudong Mountain was merely to check in. Over the past few days, he stealthily traversed various halls of Wudong Mountain to complete his sign-ins. Ding. Sign-in successful at Zixiao Palace. Reward. Taiji Divine Sword Technique. Ding. Sign-in successful at Taihe Palace. Reward. Tai Carefree Palm. Ding. Sign-in successful at Yushu Palace. Reward. Sherman 13 Swords. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Universe and Sleeve. With each successful sign-in, Yin Nanfeng increasingly appreciated the profound heritage of Wudong Mountain. This sect, seemingly uncontentious, had persevered through the tumultuous eras of chaos in the land of Shenzhou, a testament to its enduring legacy. According to Qingzi, Wudong Mountain harbored secret texts detailing the extraordinary experiences of several ancestors in the world's 3 peerless realms. He pondered whether he might have the chance to peruse them during his stay. Yin Nanfeng's curiosity about these 3 peerless realms had grown ever more intense. Chapter 87. The Provocation of Shenshu Zhenren. In recent days, prestigious Taoist sects from across the Shenzhou land have been arriving in succession at Wudong Mountain to partake in this grand Taoist assembly. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet, Yin Nanfeng remained unfazed, leisurely wandering the grounds of Wudong Mountain, continuing his sign-ins. Though his senior brothers seldom caught sight of their junior disciple, Yin Nanfeng, they were reassured by his punctual return each evening. After all, they spent their days exploring the scenic wonders of Wudong Mountain, and their master, the venerable Howren Zhenren, had brought them here with the intention of broadening their horizons amidst the orthodox Taoist teachings of Wudong. On one particular day, Yin Nanfeng meandered to the rear mountain of Wudong. It is said that Wudong Mountain has long been a sanctuary for celestial sects, producing what the mundane world deems as lofty immortals and preserving legends of transcending into the divine for thousands of years. Furthermore, rumors abound that the rear mountain harbors many esteemed predecessors of various sects, making it the most frequented locale for encounters with extraordinary beings. However, Yin Nanfeng found it rather unremarkable. Aside from the rich spiritual energy, there was nothing particularly special about it. After all, he had already attained the status of a terrestrial immortal, and perceiving the surroundings of the rear mountain revealed no signs of extraordinary figures, unless such beings surpassed his own cultivation, which seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, this place proved highly beneficial for practitioners, well suited for cultivation, akin to the peach grove beneath the thought-reflecting cliff of the Zi Yang Sect. Yin Nanfeng marveled at the abundant resources available to large sects, understanding why they maintained their positions among the superlative sections. Meanwhile, on the square of Wudong Mountain, the esteemed Tianshi Zhenren and Li Daosheng, the headmaster of Wudong, stood in the company of several sect leaders, including Ninghao. Each of these individuals was a prominent figure in the Taoist community, and more sects were arriving, engaging in amiable discussions. Although the gathering was ostensibly to deliberate on the celestial demonic conflict, these dignitaries exhibited a remarkable composure, akin to a mountain that remains unmoved in the face of calamity. Why has the illustrious ancestor of your esteemed sect, who has ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortality, not joined us at Wudong today? Inquired the headmaster of Qingqing Mountain with keen interest. At that moment, all practitioners regarded the terrestrial immortal of the Zi Yang Sect as the famed ancestor rumored to have reached the Tianqi realm 50 years ago, oblivious to the fact that the legendary swordsman was none other than Yin Nanfeng himself. Moreover, aside from the leaders and elders of various sects, few would recall that name. The other sect leaders turned their gaze toward Ninghao, who merely smiled faintly. It was well known that he was the disciple of the Zi Yang Sect's ancestor. His master preferred solitude and shunned such gatherings. Yet, as Ning Haoran spoke, a hint of awkwardness lingered. His thoughts were not of the legendary swordsman's reclusive demeanor, but rather of his own master, Yin Xiaofei, who had once again wandered off to some corner of Wudong Mountain, causing him no small amount of concern. Among the 10 sects of the Taoist school, the 6th-ranked sect, the Sushan Sect, is represented by its leader, the true man of the divine ruins. He let out a cold snort. The esteemed elder Feng Qingzi of the Shushan Sword Sect has devoted his life to slaying demons and protecting the common people, embodying the noble spirit of a true celestial being. Yet, why does the esteemed member of your Zi Yang Sect spend each day in frivolity and indifference to worldly matters? Is it perhaps a fear of the demonic forces that lurk in the shadows, a trepidation that hinders action? Ning Haoran furrowed his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, my master has repeatedly acted for the benefit of the world, and while he may shun conflict, your remarks seem rather unworthy. Ning Haoran retorted. Li Daosheng and others intended to intervene and smooth over the situation. The Sushan Sect, originally not among the top 10 sects, is a rising force. However, its members have long been arrogant and unpopular. Nevertheless, their power has surged impressively over the past decade, making them formidable indeed. Additionally, the Sushan Sect shares a history with the Xuanxian Sect, while the Zi Yang Sect harbors deep-seated enmity towards them. Previously, the white-clad sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect had annihilated the Xuanxian Sect in a fit of rage, likely inciting the Sushan Sect's discontent. The true man of the divine ruins scoffed derisively, his words dripping with sarcasm and provocation. Acting for the benefit of the world? Is that so? Destroying one's fellow cultivators? You. Ning Haoran gritted his teeth, and a surge of sword intent emerged, thickening the tension in the air. The leaders of the various sects exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they felt the unparalleled aura of Ning Haoran's Haoran sword chi, which further validated his prowess. The true man of the divine ruins, however, was determined not to show any signs of weakness in front of the world's cultivators. He refused to believe that Ning Haoran was such a reckless individual as to cause a scene on Wudong Mountain. Thus, he continued to sneer, convinced that since the Sushan Sect had already secured its place among the 10 sects of the Taoist school, it was on equal footing with the Zi Yang Sect and had no reason to fear Ning Haoran. Frustrated? I address the issues at hand, not the individuals. I hold immense admiration for the prowess of the white-clad sword immortal. However, his manner of conduct leaves much to be desired. Is this Haoran sword chi something that sword immortal taught you? TSK. I have often heard of the extraordinary nature of this Haoran sword chi, but it seems to be nothing more than a grandiose exaggeration, lacking substance. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ning Haoran's eyes. In his heart, Yin Nanfei was undoubtedly the person he respected the most. Insulting Ning Haoran himself, he could tolerate, but to demean Yin Nanfei was utterly intolerable. His master was a person of clarity and equanimity, yet Ning Haoran was not. Speak another word, and I shall demonstrate to you what Haoran sword chi truly is. Chapter 88. Is Haoran sword chi merely a hollow name? In an instant, a wave of dark energy spread forth, causing all present to draw in sharp breath. It is said that the Haoran sword chi validates its path through slaying, almost indistinguishable from the demonic arts. Today, witnessing it firsthand, the rumors prove true. The true man of the divine ruins shouted sternly, "You, a true man of the Tao, dare to employ demonic methods. Do you intend to stray from the righteous path?" Ning Haoran sneered. Demonic methods? It seems that the hands of the demonic sect are cleaner than yours. The Seeking Immortals sect dances with the devil, secretly colluding, while your Sushan sect dares to call them brothers. As one of the 10 sects of the Tao, how can you be so blind to right and wrong? The esteemed Sushan laughed arrogantly. Your ability to distort black and white is quite remarkable. The righteous sword energy is unparalleled in the world. Do you truly believe I, Sushan, would fear you? In an instant, the aura of Sushan surged dramatically. With a flick of his finger, a fierce wind swept through the plaza, prompting disciples from various sects to retreat hastily, the atmosphere tense with impending conflict. As Sushan took action, a great battle was on the verge of erupting. A single finger, inscribed with a myriad of incantations, radiated an ethereal golden light, piercing through the air with violent force. Aimed directly at Ning Haoran, Ning Haoran merely scoffet disdainfully. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, he conjured a tempest, his momentum unwavering. To deal with someone like Su Shan did not even require the personal intervention of Yin Nanfei. Ning Haoran could easily teach him a lesson himself. A stream of dark energy, akin to a sharp sword, surged forth. This was the righteous sword energy, brimming with murderous intent. Even Ning Haoran's eyes turned crimson. His heart ignited with a desire to kill, as if he were on the brink of straying into the path of darkness. Yet, the brilliance of the righteous sword energy lay precisely in this. Ning Haoran skillfully maintained balance, appearing frenzied while his heart remained pure, merely amplifying his murderous will. Nonetheless, every spectator in the plaza could distinctly sense this aura of slaughter, causing them to tremble in fear. As the black sword energy clashed with Su Shan's finger, Su Shan, originally a master at the Celestial Enlightenment stage, inexplicably found himself utterly defenseless against Ning Haoran's righteous sword energy. The righteous sword energy sliced through Su Shan's celestial finger with the ease of cutting through tofu, effortlessly vanquishing inequity in the world. Suddenly, the onlookers witnessed a flash before their eyes, followed by a resounding thud. Blood splattered as Ning Haoran's righteous sword energy cleaved through Su Shan's finger, severing it completely. Su Shan was left dumbfounded, letting out a wretched scream, while Ning Haoran coldly huffed, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling backward. Su Shan's face turned ashen, completely unprepared for Ning Haoran's decisive action. He had merely intended to mock the Zi Yang Sect, yet this righteous man had acted with such resolve. However, this was far from over. In the next moment, Ning Haoran unsheathed his righteous sword and leaped into the air, raising it high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Su Shan was nearly paralyzed with fear, devoid of the imposing presence expected of a Taoist master. "Righteous one, spare me," he pleaded. Yet, Ning Haoran remained unmoved, his strike akin to a force of nature. "You have insulted my sect. I shall take your life in retribution for my master." Ning Haoran's expression remained calm and resolute. As if he had slain a celestial being, to him, it was merely an inconsequential matter. Just as Ning Haoran was about to bring down his sword, a figure swiftly darted into the scene, soaring through the air with remarkable agility, employing the unparalleled martial art of Wudong, the cloud ladder. This individual, with an unassuming stature, boldly intercepted Ning Haoran's strike. Strangely, as Ning Haoran's blade descended, the figure clad in a flowing white robe seemed to emanate a surge of spiritual energy from within, exuding an essence both radiant and resolute. Despite the individual's intention to restrain their power, Ning Haoran could still perceive the extraordinary nature of this energy. It was the supreme technique of Wudong Mountain, the pure, yang, ultimate skill. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Li Daosheng, the headmaster of Wudong Mountain. "Haoran Jinren, Shinshu Jinren has come to Wudong Mountain to discuss important matters together. In light of the rampant activities of the demonic sect, we should unite against our common foe. Any grievances can be settled afterward," Li Daosheng remarked with a calm smile. Then, Li Daosheng swiftly turned, employing a deft maneuver to sheath Ning Haoran's sword, placing a hand gently on Ning Haoran's shoulder to dispel his murderous intent. Ning Haoran did not resist Li Daosheng, for he harbored a deep respect for the headmaster of Wudong Mountain. Moreover, being on Wudong Mountain, Li Daosheng would undoubtedly prevent such a tragedy from unfolding before the eyes of the martial world. Otherwise, the upcoming Taoist conference would become a farce. Upon hearing Li Daosheng's words, Ning Haoran cast a disdainful glance at Shinshu Jinren, yet in truth his reverence for Li Daosheng only deepened. Although Li Daosheng's public remarks diffused the immediate conflict without offending anyone, Ning Haoran discerned an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in Li Daosheng's tone toward Shinshu Jinren. However, this was Wudong Mountain, a sanctuary of Taoist cultivation. Any enmity could be addressed after departing its grounds, allowing one the freedom to confront whomever they wished. Shinshu Jinren was merely a newly ascended practitioner of the heavenly enlightenment realm. While formidable, could he truly surpass Ning Haoran? It was evident to any discerning observer. Ning Haoran cast a cold glance at the prostrate Shinshu Jinren. "You must already have the answer to whether the Haoran sword energy is merely a name without substance," he thought. Shinshu Jinren's face was pale, swallowing hard, still reeling from the near-death experience. Li Daosheng expressed his gratitude to Ning Haoran with a gesture of respect and then assisted Shinshu Jinren to his feet. The latter, being a powerful figure of the heavenly enlightenment realm, had merely suffered a severed finger, a pain that, while acute, could be remedied in time. For those of the heavenly enlightenment realm, as long as their primordial spirit endured and their head remained intact. Even severe injuries would not be immediately fatal and could be recuperated through nurturing. Nevertheless, despite this, the expression on Shin Shuzhenren's face as he regarded Ning Haoren was filled with trepidation. However, as for whether he harbored any nefarious intentions, only he could truly know. Following this, the remaining sects hastened to arrive, and all present performed their respectful greetings before entering the Grand Hall of Wudong Mountain to commence the Taoist conference. Thus, the assembly officially began, with the leaders of each sect freely expressing their thoughts and collaboratively strategizing for the impending conflict between immortals and demons. Yet, as the night deepened, a wave of chaos suddenly engulfed Wudong Mountain. An unsettling chill gripped the hearts of all present. In the darkness, faint glimmers of white light could be discerned, a reflection of moonlight upon blades, casting a deadly shimmer that heralded increasing peril. The disciples of Wudong Mountain rushed forth. Even the sect leaders convened in the Grand Hall were stirred by the overwhelming aura of impending slaughter. At this moment, Yin Nanfei, seated quietly on the back mountain of Wudong, listening to the night as chirping insects and the gentle flow of water, suddenly opened his eyes. This aura was all too familiar to him. It was the unmistakable presence of overwhelming malice. The Killing God Temple had audaciously chosen this moment, with the mightiest practitioners of the realm gathered at Wudong Mountain to launch an assault. Yet, in the next instant, even Yin Nanfei found himself intrigued. The intensity of the murderous intent was unprecedented, indicating that this assassination attempt was of monumental scale. Chapter 89. The Arrival of the Killing God Temple. Disciples of the elders at various halls of Wudong Mountain surged forth, drawing their swords and collectively gazing towards the heavens. The elders of Wudong also rushed to the scene. The overwhelming aura of slaughter descending from the night sky was indeed alarming. The Killing God Temple was known for its covert operations, yet now they approached with such brazen audacity to commit murder. Surely, there must be a reason behind this. Li Daosheng and the Grand Elder Tianshi arrived. Accompanied by the leaders and disciples of other Taoist sections, Li Daosheng's expression was grave as he gazed skyward, lost in thought. The night sky had turned ominous, heralding an extraordinary evening. On the far side of the night sky, countless elite assassins from the Killing God Temple lay in wait, their murderous intent suffusing the entire expanse of the night. Even the previously dark clouds seemed to have been stained a deep crimson by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. The night was profound, and a chilling atmosphere surged forth. The rats of the Killing God Temple dare to come to Wudong Mountain to meet their demise. An elder of Wudong bellowed, drawing his sword with formidable presence. Each elder of Wudong possessed a minimum of the 8th or even 9th level of the returning ruins realm, with a few among them being terrifying figures on the brink of ascension. The entirety of Wudong Mountain is guarded by 2 formidable experts at the Enlightenment realm, complemented by a cadre of powerful elders, sufficient to command respect across the world. However, amidst the night sky, no one responded. The Hall of Killing has always exuded an air of profound mystery, leaving the cultivators of the world in a state of unease. The elders exchanged disdainful snorts. Though the Hall of Killing has endured through the ages, it has done so out of trepidation, reluctant to reveal itself. Otherwise, it would have long been obliterated by countless peers. How dare they wreak havoc upon the orthodox Taoist stronghold of Wudong Mountain? The headmaster of Qingcheng Mountain scoffed dismissively, entirely disregarding the so-called Hall of Killing. The earlier figure, known as the Master of Divine Ruins, could not help but smirk, convinced that the Hall of Killing's actions tonight were nothing short of a death wish. With a sinister smile, he turned to Li Daosheng, proclaiming, "Do not fear, Master Li. Today, the Taoist sects of the world are gathered here. How could these mere rats dare to turn the tide?" Li Daosheng cast a glance at the Master of Divine Ruins. Although he managed a grateful smile, inwardly he was rolling his eyes in exasperation. Had the Master of Divine Ruins forgotten his previous humiliating demeanor? Ning Haoren let out a cold laugh, showing no regard for the Master of Divine Ruins. If a confrontation with the Hall of Killing ensues, it would be commendable if you do not flee first. You, the Master of Divine Ruins, glared. But upon recalling Ning Haoren's terrifying sword energy from earlier, his words were swiftly swallowed. Naturally, I stand in solidarity with all of you against this Hall of Killing, sharing a profound enmity towards them. How could I possibly retreat in the face of battle? The Master of Divine Ruins forced a smile, attempting to maintain an air of superiority. At that moment, A chilling blade of energy sliced through the sky. A sharp dagger, imbued with profound spiritual power, descended rapidly. Though it was merely a basic technique, it harbored an overwhelming aura of death. This dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, racing downward, illuminating a portion of the darkness in the night sky. Following the dagger, a ferocious energy tore through the fabric of space, as if it could carve a deep rift in the air. The blade of killing intent. Someone exclaimed in alarm. Yet, before the eminent figures of the Tao could respond, this blade of intent appeared almost trivial. Its target was none other than the master of divine ruins, who stood transfixed, hastily channeling his energy. Regardless, he was a formidable expert of the Enlightenment realm. However, this blade of killing intent was evidently unleashed by another expert of the same realm, one whose cultivation likely surpassed that of the master of divine ruins. In mere moments, the dagger had surged to the master of divine ruins. He barely managed to parry the dagger, yet its power was extraordinary, forcing him to retreat steadily. The Wudong headmaster, Li Daosheng, let out a cold snort, without much effort. Merely waving his sleeve, he effortlessly dispelled the blade of killing intent. The expression of the true man of the divine ruins was one of astonishment. The assassins dispatched by the Temple of Killing possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. A sense of bewilderment enveloped everyone present. What was the true objective of the Temple of Killing this time, and why such an unusual display? Li Daosheng, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the heavenly revelation, could likely stand unrivaled in a one-on-one confrontation within the Temple of Killing. Were it not for this, the true man of the divine ruins, who had attained the heavenly revelation realm, would have undoubtedly suffered severe injury from the menacing dagger of intent. However, soon after, the atmosphere underwent a drastic transformation. Throughout the expanse of Wudong Mountain, whether in the night sky or the depths of its dense forests, dark currents surged ominously. In an instant, a more intense aura of death enveloped the entire mountain. "Thieves, reveal yourselves," shouted an elder, taking the initiative to strike. With a hand forming a sword gesture, a beam of sword energy soared into the heavens. He then commanded, "Fellow practitioners, join me in vanquishing these malevolent beings." As his words echoed, the entire Wudong Mountain resonated with the sounds of unsheathing swords. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the aura of death descended. From all directions, numerous figures clad in black surged forth from the shadows. The hearts of all within the Taoist sects trembled. Wudong Mountain had, unbeknownst to them, been encircled by the Temple of Killing. Was this a full-scale assault from the Temple of Killing? Surrounding Wudong Mountain, the black-clad assassins surged like a tide, each displaying eyes filled with an unyielding resolve, devoid of fear, fixated solely on slaughter. The assassins of the Temple of Killing were stripped of emotion, functioning merely as relentless machines of death. The moonlight cascaded down, reflecting a cold glimmer from countless daggers that could nearly illuminate the sky. At that moment, the assassins darted swiftly towards their targets. The air was filled with the sound of blades slicing through the atmosphere. Wudong Mountain was now dominated by 3 distinct sounds: the rapid encirclement of the assassins, the piercing whoosh of daggers, and the anguished cries of the Taoist disciples, accompanied by the ominous thud of severed heads hitting the ground. The Temple of Killing acted without motive, save for the singular purpose of murder. What the world condemned as brutal tactics was, in the eyes of the Temple of Killing, entirely justified. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped the area. Legends spoke of thousands of assassins within the temple, each having undergone rigorous selection. Each cohort emerged from a sea of corpses, with only one surviving from 100. Consequently, nearly every individual was a rare and extraordinary talent within the realm of cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, they willingly served the Temple of Killing. Now, even the strongest disciples of Wudong Mountain could scarcely withstand the might of the assassins. If the Temple of Killing claimed the second position in terms of disciple strength among all factions, who would dare to assert the first? These thousands of assassins were true prodigies, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of the extraordinary realm. This is merely the most basic level. Within the Hall of Assassins, there exists a plethora of formidable warriors from the realms of dream and desolation. Moreover, when these assassins spring into action, their resolve in the art of killing is resolute and unyielding. It is said that within the Hall of Assassins, there exists a rigorous training regimen wherein a killer must not blink while eliminating 10 adversaries. Those who falter and blink during the process are cast aside, doomed to become mere specters within the Hall. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the Hall of Assassins. Yet, despite the scorn it garners from the world, who truly dares to claim they can obliterate the Hall of Assassins? Figures like the true man of divine ruins are merely indulging in transient verbal bravado. Chapter 90. The world acknowledges the goodness of immortals in the dead of night on Wudong Mountain. Panic ensues. Blood pervades the atmosphere, and severed heads soar through the air. However, as Wudong Mountain represents the orthodox Taoist teachings, it is not to be underestimated. Soon, the less capable disciples will retreat to the rear. Most of these disciples possess mediocre talents or are merely novices in their cultivation, lacking profound skills. Meanwhile, the more formidable disciples form a perimeter, fending off the onslaught of assassins. Mu Jian and the other disciples of the Taoist sect join the fray. However, this is merely the commencement of the chaos. The assassins from the hall arrive in 2 waves, and another contingent undoubtedly represents the true backbone of the hall. A thunderous shout echoes from the heavens. Countless streaks of blade light flash by, rendering everything indistinct. Gazing upward reveals a pitch-black sky. Yet amidst this darkness, innumerable blades of murderous intent descend. Li Daosheng can effortlessly deflect a single blade of murderous intent. Yet what of the thousands? This is no longer a mere blade. It resembles a torrential downpour. As the rain falls, it rends and obliterates all. This deluge is not composed of water, but rather an array of sharp daggers infused with formidable energy. The pupils of several Taoist masters dilate in shock. This technique is indeed ruthless, should this rain of blades descend. The assassins of the hall would surely be reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Such is the consistent style of the Hall of Assassins. Assassins are but tools, whether for the Hall or their employers. Who could have commissioned the Hall of Assassins to execute such grand designs? Ning Haoran furrows his brow in concern. However, time is of the essence. With his sword, the Haoran sword drawn, he prepares to intercept countless blades of murderous intent. At this moment, Wudong Mountain has descended into utter chaos, with countless disciples of the Taoist sect, alongside the assassins, being reduced to mere fragments of flesh beneath the rain of blades. Elder Tian Shi forms several seals with his hands, followed by a resounding call. A beam of golden light emanates from Elder Tian Shi, expanding outward. This golden light resembles a thin barrier, yet in reality, it is unyielding and indestructible, intercepting all blades of murderous intent. Consequently, the disciples of the Zi Yang Sect are spared from the harm of the murderous blades. However, with each lethal strike, the spiritual energy of Elder Tian Shi diminished a fraction. The dark clouds surged, and yet more assassins from the Hall of the Killing God descended from the sky, many of whom were formidable beings at the pinnacle of the return to Ruin's realm. There were even supreme experts from the Apocalypse realm among them. Indeed, this time, the Hall of the Killing God had mobilized its entire force. As the assassins charged forward, the experts from the Dao sect responded with cold disdain, each invoking their magical treasures to confront the encroaching threat. In truth, the true prowess of the Hall of the Killing God lay in assassination. While it was unsurprising to target ordinary disciples, when faced with these Dao sect masters, even the top assassins of the Hall appeared somewhat lacking. Ning Haoran and the others unleashed their respective abilities. If not for the urgency of countering the Hall's ambush, one might have marveled at the breathtaking spectacle of Wudong Mountain. After all, those present were the true luminaries of the Dao sect, showcasing extraordinary skills. On Wudong Mountain, the overwhelming sword energy surged forth, embodying the pure yang and supreme rigidity of the Wudong's Wuji technique, alongside the Ziyang true energy and the innate powers of the complete reality school, all erupting with magnificent force. Countless elite assassins perished at the hands of these Dao masters. Ning Haoran, in particular, was frenzied in his killing, nearly blinded by rage, the black sword energy roiling ominously. Yet at that moment, a similarly astonishing aura erupted above Wudong Mountain. Li Daosheng and the others were taken aback. This was demonic energy. It seemed that even the Demon Sect had sent powerful figures to participate in this conflict. Soon, silhouettes of formidable beings from the Demon Sect appeared in the void, their laughter resonating with malevolence. Dao Sect's old dogs, today Wudong Mountain shall be your burial ground. Li Daosheng was profoundly shocked. Had the Demon Sect truly allied with the Hall of the Killing God? It appeared that the rumors circulating across the land about the Hall's actions were indeed backed by the Demon Sect's commission. I never expected that the Hall of the Killing God was genuinely acting under the Demon Sect's orders. The Tao masters gritted their teeth. Initially, they believed they could handle the elite assassins, but with the Demon Sect's involvement, the situation now appeared dire. Several powerful figures from the Demon Sect laughed heartily, their arrogance reverberating through the heavens. Compared to your methods, we of the Demon Sect are but minor players. We have endured for a decade, merely following the directives of our Dark Lord, and have only recently allied with the Hall of the Killing God. The prior assassinations by the Hall were never our concern. They were merely the hypocritical tasks exchanged among you Taoists, leading to your mutual destruction. Everyone was astonished. Did this imply that the Hall's previous actions were merely a squabble among the Tao sect? The true man of the divine ruins snorted disdainfully. Demon Sect scoundrels, cease your nonsensical babble. If what you claim is true, why then do you and the Hall of the Killing God attack the Tao sect together today? I see you are merely trying to deceive the masses. Just as the true man of the divine ruins finished speaking, a figure from the Demon Sect sneered mockingly. In the realm of the divine ruins, an old dog of the sect, upon reflection, recalled that 5 years prior, the Ming Dao sect among the 10 sects of the Tao was obliterated by the temple of the Killing God. Who, one might ponder, was behind such a sinister task? The real man of divine ruins was momentarily taken aback, stuttering in his response. How could I possibly know? You demon, do not attempt to sway the hearts of men. The formidable presence from the demonic sect dismissed him with disdain. Everyone knows the allure of celestial beings. Yet who comprehends that even those exalted immortals are not immune to the allure of worldly gains? Li Daosheng fixed his gaze upon the real man of divine ruins, his heart already enlightened to the truth. The Ming Dao sect, once positioned at the bottom of the 10 sects, had been eradicated, allowing the Su Shun sect to ascend. However, recalling the conditions under which the Temple of the Killing God accepted their task, Li Daosheng felt no lingering affection for the esteemed real man of divine ruins. A pinnacle powerhouse of the heavenly awakening realm. With a cold snort, the demonic figure swiftly departed. Atop Wudong Mountain, spiritual energy, murderous intent, and demonic aura intertwined. It is feudal old dogs of the Tao. Today you are fated to perish here. The demon's aura surged, and the grand scale of slaughter aimed to transform the righteous Wudong Mountain into a graveyard. Yet at that very moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the distant horizon. Demonic fiends perish. Chapter 91. The hand of the god of killing, the intent of the slaughtering sword. A mighty voice resonated from afar, wielding profound spiritual power that was awe-inspiring. Everyone on Wudong Mountain felt a surge of joy. Within that voice lay an immense energy, and one could distinctly perceive a powerful wave radiating outward. Many of the weaker assassins from the Temple of the Killing God perished instantly under the force of that sound wave. This presence, without a doubt, belonged to an earthly immortal. Li Daosheng's countenance brightened. Although the Taoist conference was initially called by the Shushan sect, the disciples of Shushan had yet to make their appearance. It seemed likely that they had finally arrived, and not only that, the esteemed earthly immortal Feng Qingzi from the Shushan sword sect must have also descended upon Wudong. Given the gravity of this Taoist assembly, Feng Qingzi, being compassionate towards the populace, would naturally seek to oversee the situation. Indeed, as Li Daosheng and the others sensed the overwhelming aura in the atmosphere, it was unmistakably that of Feng Qingzi. The demons quivered in fear. The legendary earthly immortal Feng Qingzi, renowned for his might, commanded sufficient authority to instill dread. However, moments later, several immensely powerful demons snorted coldly, steadying their resolve. Though the sword immortal Feng Qingzi possessed terrifying prowess, the demonic sect had its own formidable deities. Why should they feel alarmed? Moreover, if the demonic sect and the Temple of the Killing God lacked a backup plan, they would not dare to launch an assault on Wudong Mountain. What a sword immortal! You old dog Feng Qing have merely just stepped into the realm of earthly immortals, while our Lord Demon God of the demonic sect wields unparalleled power. Sooner or later, you shall become a mere pawn of our demonic sect. The demon lord exuded an overwhelming arrogance, his malevolent aura seemingly unperturbed by Feng Qingzi. Yet, from afar, the sound of Feng Qingzi's laughter echoed. In my lifetime atop Mount Shu, I have guarded against demons and vanquished countless fiends. However, I have yet to slay a demon god. Nevertheless, I harbor a modicum of interest in the prospect of dispatching such a wretched deity. The assembled fiends erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous jest. With your limited prowess, you are hardly a match for the esteemed demon god, let alone slay him, came the dismissive retort. Feng Qingzi's calm voice, imbued with an air of nonchalance, resonated once more. If I cannot slay the demon god, then how might I fail to vanquish you? With that proclamation, silence enveloped him. The fiends exchanged glances, a sudden and ominous feeling stirring within their hearts. In the next moment, atop Wudong Mountain, both the demon lords and the Taoists gazed in astonishment towards the heavens. There, an overwhelming presence surged forth, as wild energy erupted, transforming the night into day. The very fabric of space appeared to tremble in response. Then, Feng Qingzi's thunderous voice rang out. Shu Mountain's divine sword, sky-splitting slash. With that utterance, a colossal radiant sword cleaved through the air, annihilating everything in its path and leaving only desolation in its wake. The sky-splitting slash, an unparalleled technique of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, wielded such might that it could even rend the heavens asunder. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, and several demon lords let out anguished cries as they were bisected by the razor-sharp light, blood gushing forth like a torrential rain. The cries of despair echoed, and the blood of demons fell like a crimson deluge. The remaining fiends, slightly more formidable, narrowly evaded the onslaught, yet most were severely weakened, hastily fleeing. No one would be foolish enough to confront a terrestrial immortal directly. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Moreover, Feng Qingzi's sky-splitting slash spared even many of the assassins from the Temple of Killing. Thus, the assassins began to withdraw. However, Li Daosheng and others initially believed that the assassins and the demonic followers were merely attempting to escape, contemplating a pursuit. Feng Qingzi, wielding his sword, had just traversed halfway when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically, causing Li Daosheng, Ning Haoren, and the others to feel a jolt of apprehension. As the assassins retreated, an astonishing aura erupted from behind Wudong Mountain. This presence, imbued with a killing intent, was even more pure and terrifying, surpassing the celestial realm entirely. It was the realm of the terrestrial immortals. At present, there were only 3 terrestrial immortals on the vast expanse of the divine land: the white-clad sword immortal, Feng Qingzi, and the demon god. Yet, this chilling aura did not seem to belong to any of these 3. The white-clad sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect, who specialized in sword qi, left behind profound remnants of sword intent wherever he traversed. The demonic presence exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, while Feng Qingzi, despite being at the pinnacle of sword immortality, remained anchored to the Taoist path, his essence suffused with the tranquility of Taoist principles, starkly contrasting the chilling bloodlust surrounding him. Yet, apart from these 3, who among them could be deemed a terrestrial immortal? In that moment, the crowd could not help but recall a legend surrounding the Hall of the God of Death. Though formidable, the hall often found itself in a state of disarray, lacking a true leader. Only by ascending to the rank of a terrestrial immortal and becoming the God of Death could one truly claim dominion over the hall, commanding the most elite assassins across the realm. When the God of Death presided over the hall, its operations became unrestrained, for even in the absence of commissioned tasks, the mere utterance of the god's command would prompt the assassins of the hall to heed the call, regardless of the peril, be it to slay any individual or attack any sect. Within the hall of the God of Death, strength was the only genuine faith. Was it possible that a true God of Death had emerged from within its ranks? A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The simultaneous emergence of 4 terrestrial immortals signaled an impending upheaval across the realm. However, many sect leaders within the Taoist community wore grave expressions. Historically, the Hall of the God of Death had occupied an ambiguous position, oscillating between righteousness and wickedness. And the manifestation of a God of Death was an enigma fraught with peril for the realm. With a God of Death at the helm, the Hall transcended its role as merely an organization executing assassination tasks, evolving into a formidable force rivaling both the Taoist and demonic sects, establishing a triadic equilibrium of power. In terms of martial prowess, it was arduous to discern a distinct hierarchy between the Tao and the demonic sections. Yet, when it came to the art of killing, one might ponder if any force could rival the Hall of the God of Death in expertise. It was once recorded in ancient texts that the tenets of the Hall, articulated by the first God of Death, proclaimed that the paths of the Tao and the demonic sect, though divergent, ultimately converged upon the same aspirations: immortality ambition, self-interest, and the welfare of the masses. The sole purpose of the god of death's cultivation was simply to slay. As this thought lingered in the minds of the onlookers, they were engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Yet, in the next instant, the overwhelming intent to kill erupted anew. A vast wave of sword energy surged forth from the heart of the dense malevolence. Li Daosheng's pupils dilated in shock. The hand of the god of death wielded the essence of slaying, the sword intent of death. This sword energy, born from the very essence of murder, raced toward its target. It was whispered that such a formidable skill could only be comprehended by those who had borne the title of god of death through the ages. This sword bore no ulterior motives. Its sole purpose was to extinguish life. Should one deem this sword intent excessively contrary to the natural order, excessively cruel, one must acknowledge that when the god of death sought to take a life, no justification was ever required. Chapter 92. The sword energy emerges, the killing intent revealed. A scarlet sword energy surged forth with relentless ferocity. As the sword energy manifested, so too did the murderous intent. Rather than merely being a sword energy, it was an embodiment of pure, unadulterated bloodlust. The sword energy resembled a massive scythe, drenched in copious blood. This exemplified the notion of killing as one would uproot weeds. A single strike could fell many. According to legend, centuries ago, the god of slaughter, in a fit of rage, directly attacked a formidable sect of that time. Under the onslaught of his murderous sword energy, heads flew as if severing watermelons, a truly horrifying spectacle. However, upon Mount Wudong, the most formidable masters of the Taoist sects were present, each deploying their extraordinary abilities to withstand this wave of lethal sword energy. Several formidable experts struggled against the assault. It was only when Ning Haoran unleashed a surge of righteous sword energy that the god of slaughter's attack was finally quelled. The crowd was astonished, for both the righteous and murderous sword energies were rooted in the same principle of proving one's path through slaughter, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains. Had Ning Haoran faced any adversary other than the god of slaughter, he might have truly contended single-handedly. Yet, in comparison to the god of slaughter, he still fell short. The god of slaughter, stationed several miles away, unleashed a sword energy that left the defenders utterly exhausted. Indeed, the legendary god of slaughter was formidable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, the second wave of killing sword energy was released, even more potent than the first. The Taoist cultivators lamented their plight. Powerful figures such as Li Daosheng once again braced themselves against the impending doom, sweat trickling down their brows. But they were still pushed back by the overwhelming force of the sword energy. Ultimately, they could not withstand it. The sword energy surged forth, and the esteemed Master Shinshu was cleaved in two beneath its wrath. His anguished scream echoed as blood gushed forth like a crimson pillar, an utterly shocking sight. Li Daosheng and the others were engulfed in despair, fearing that they were destined for calamity that day. Yet at that moment, Feng Qingzi finally arrived. Practicing the secret arts of Mount Shu, he forged a celestial sword body, mastering the art of swordplay to unite with his weapon, transforming into a streak of light. In this luminous form, his presence was obscured, revealing only the shape of a long sword, which embodied Feng Qingzi himself. As the long sword descended, it stirred up a tempest. The clash between the killing sword energy and the long sword sent tremors throughout Mount Wudong. The emergence of a land immortal brought forth cataclysmic upheaval. Such a level of conflict was not to be trifled with, even for those in the Enlightenment realm. Otherwise, they would be reduced to mere ashes beneath the overwhelming power. As the murderous sword energy dissipated, the radiant long sword transformed back into Feng Qingzi. His expression was grave as he gazed into the distance. The assassins and fiends, who had just surged back in, retreated once more. With a cold snort, Feng Qingzi took to the skies, his sword resonating as it surged toward the god of slaughter. The dismembered remains of Master Shinshu lay silent. A once great being of the Enlightenment realm, now erased by a single blow from the god of slaughter. Li Daosheng's heart burned with fury. If he allowed these assassins and fiends to escape, would Mount Wudong not become the subject of ridicule? Esteemed disciples and fellow practitioners, the temple of the killing god and the demonic sect have so shamelessly insulted our sacred order. With a sword in hand, Li Daosheng pointed resolutely ahead. Today I, Li Daosheng, the Grand Master of Wudong Mountain, earnestly beseech each of you to accompany me down from Wudong and eradicate the vile perpetrators of the temple of the killing god. As his words echoed, a wave of fervor surged among the crowd, all voices uniting in a single cry for vengeance. When has our order ever endured such humiliation? Cultivators from every sect have gathered at Wudong, and yet, despite this unity, a master-level figure has fallen victim to treachery. If we allow this to pass, what dignity will remain for Wudong Mountain? A throng of Taoists surged forth, pursuing the retreating assassins of the temple of the killing god. Meanwhile, high above them, Feng Qingzi stood upon his sword, nearly 10 miles away, gazing upon a figure clad in dark brocade, exuding an imposing presence. This individual, radiating a formidable power, could only be the killing god. With a cold chuckle, Feng Qingzi accelerated, declaring, "As a fellow Earth Immortal, do you truly think I would fear you?" He laughed heartily, for at their level of cultivation, true invincibility would render existence exceedingly tedious. The prospect of encountering a worthy adversary was a rare delight. Since time immemorial, heroes have always recognized one another. Among the 4 Earth Immortals of this generation, it must be said they are fortunate. They do not suffer the isolation that previous Earth Immortals of the Central Plains endured, facing the chill of their lofty heights alone. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, chaos reigned. The Taoists mobilized entirely, and the assassins of the Temple of the Killing God, along with the masters of the Demonic Sect, turned to engage once more. There was an unmistakable air of a celestial battle brewing. The ground was awash in blood, the lifeless bodies of Wudong Taoists and assassins strewn in a tragic entanglement. Li Daosheng and Ning Haoran joined forces to vanquish several fiends, relentlessly pursuing them for several miles. Yet, in the distance, the killing god evaded Feng Qingzi's strike, offering a chilling smile before vanishing like a wraith. On the back mountain of Wudong, Yin Nanfei finally rose. He had long sensed a powerful presence within Wudong's confines, aside from Feng Qingzi, but had hesitated to confirm it. Now that the killing god had revealed himself, Yin Nanfei knew he could no longer remain hidden. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, he stepped forth, causing the surrounding space to shimmer with subtle fluctuations as he entered the void. Much time passed. At the base of Wudong Mountain, within the dense forest, Li Daosheng and his companions stood poised for battle, their expressions grave as they stared ahead. In the midst of the air before them stood a solitary figure, clad in a long black robe, imposing yet enigmatic, his face obscured by an extraordinarily mysterious mask. Although he had yet to strike, the aura emanating from him was palpable, a force capable of annihilating all in its path. Beneath the mask, his eyes were profoundly deep, akin to an ancient well that seemed to plunge into the abyss, rendering his innermost thoughts utterly inscrutable. In his grasp, he held a longsword. For reasons unknown, Li Daosheng felt an unsettling familiarity with this blade whenever he gazed upon it, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Undoubtedly, this man was the embodiment of an exceedingly formidable deity of death. Ning Haoran stared intently at him. Both were practitioners of the path of slaying. Yet the deity had already achieved his goals, while Ning Haoran remained ensnared in his own pursuit of enlightenment. The deity of death stood in silence, exuding an indescribable aura of oppression that seemed to suspend the very flow of air, making it difficult to breathe. Li Daosheng and the others tightened their grips around their swords, while the deity merely stood with hands clasped behind his back, his silence imparting an air of profound mystery. Chapter 93, A Desire to Entune the World. As the atmosphere thickened with silence, the dread within Li Daosheng and his companions intensified. Despite their exalted status within the Taoist sect, they felt a tremendous weight when faced with such an existence. Unbeknownst to them, many were already drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the long-silent deity of death finally stirred. His movement was but a single action, yet seemed to herald calamity upon the land. Withdrawing the longsword from its sheath under the desolate moonlight, the chill emanating from it intensified. The deity then casually swept the sword through the air, unleashing a murderous aura that could rend space itself, sending fierce winds howling through the dense forest. Li Daosheng and Ning Haoran were struck with terror. If the deity truly unleashed his power here, how could they hope to escape the grasp of such a formidable being? Yet, the deity spoke suddenly, his voice raspy. "Hypocritical scoundrels of the Taoist sect, do you still remember this longsword?" As his words fell, he thrust the sword forward, Li Daoshin pundarat karafuli, recalling his earlier sense of familiarity with the weapon. The deity's action deepened his confusion, but after a prolonged contemplation, he was suddenly struck with realization. It was only upon seeing the inscription on the sword's sheath, Yin Nanfeng, that enlightenment dawned upon him. He could not help but recall the bloodshed that had shocked the world of Taoism 50 years prior, a calamity that could only be described as a sweeping massacre. Countless Taoist sects were drenched in blood, and the young swordsmanship prodigy Yin Nanfeng had descended into madness through his acts of murder. Behind this event lay the tragic fate of two unparalleled geniuses from the Zi Yang Sect, now lost to time, Yin Nanfeng and Shuechinga. Both were among the most distinguished disciples of the Zi Yang Sect, viewed by their master Xiangzi as having boundless potential, with Yin Nanfeng hailed as the most promising genius in a century destined for the realm of sword immortals. Li Daosheng had indeed encountered Yin Nanfeng before, and just as he was lamenting the emergence of a prodigious talent from the Zi Yang Sect, he was swept into a calamity that engulfed all Taoist sects across the land of Shenzhou. Countless lives perished by Yin Nanfeng's sword. The elite disciples of the foremost sects fell victim to his wrath, becoming mere souls claimed by his blade, severely wounding the foundations and overall strength of their sects, thus obliterating the meticulously charted paths of cultivation for their disciples. Weaker sects were assaulted with unparalleled ferocity by Yin Nanfeng, who single-handedly breached their gates and wreaked havoc. This name, shrouded in countless tales, represented far too much. He could not forget the pale visage of the maiden who shielded Yin Nanfeng from sword strike, nor the heart-wrenching wails of the youth cradling his beloved, consumed by despair. At that time, Li Daosheng had only recently assumed the role of the Wudong sect's leader, and he could not help but ponder the righteousness of the actions taken by the Taoist sections. He cast a peculiar glance at Ninghaoren, his eyes imbued with profound meaning. In a certain sense, Yin Nanfeng could be considered Ninghaoren's senior brother. However, while Ninghaoren was a rising star, Yin Nanfeng had long since retreated to the cliff of reflection, relinquishing his life and fading from the world's memory. Now, Ninghaoren had ascended to the position of Zi Yang Sect's leader. It was likely that the name Yin Nanfeng had never been uttered in his presence by Xiangzi and the others. Presently, those gathered were undoubtedly the foremost figures from various sections. Though the practitioners of the realm had largely forgotten Yin Nanfeng, they still bore his memory. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon realizing that this long sword appeared to be the very weapon wielded by Yin Nanfeng 50 years prior. Could this slayer truly be Yin Nanfeng himself? "You are Yin Nanfeng," a solemn voice declared from a leader of a sect. Many among them still harbored resentment towards Yin Nanfeng, for their own outstanding disciples had perished at his hands. It was only the 5 great super sects, transcending worldly concerns, that had evaded his ire. The slayer let out a cold laugh. "I am not Yin Nanfeng. I am the one who avenges him, Shuechinga, and I shall bring your demise. You have slain Shinga and harmed Nanfeng, and now, as the god of slaughter, I shall ensure that the entirety of this world accompanies them to their graves." As his words echoed, the aura surrounding the slayer surged, and he prepared to strike. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens behind Li Daosheng and the others. A voice from beyond. They exclaimed. Subsequently, they noticed that the air before them shimmered with spiraling spiritual energy. Turning to look, they beheld a colossal hand descending from the sky, its ethereal form enveloped in a myriad of clouds and mist. As the enormous hand approached, Li Daosheng and the others were filled with trepidation, as a boundless gale surged forth, forcing them to retreat in the face of such overwhelming power. Another terrestrial immortal had made their move. Chapter 94. The God of Slaughter. Moonshadow. The God of Slaughter gazed upon the night sky as a spectral hand descended, yet he remained silent, wielding his longsword to unleash a piercing aura of death. The crimson sword energy surged forth, commanding an imposing presence that was in no way diminished. As the sword energy struck the colossal phantom hand, spiritual power surged and ravaged the surroundings, threatening to obliterate vast swathes of forest. Meanwhile, at the foot of Wudong Mountain, the disciples of the Taoist sect engaged in a bloody battle alongside the assassins of the God of Slaughter and the masters of the demonic sect, all compelled to cease their attacks. The 2 terrestrial immortals unleashed their ultimate techniques, the spectacle of which was overwhelmingly grand. Some Taoist elders shouted desperately against the howling winds. "Dao Sheng Jinren, that hand is unmistakably your Wudong's Tai Xiaoyao palm. When did Wudong Mountain come to possess a terrestrial immortal?" Indeed, such a concealed power was utterly unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Li Daosheng was momentarily bewildered. Our Wudong Mountain has no terrestrial immortals. Currently, The realm of Shenzhou has already produced 4 terrestrial immortal powerhouses. If Wudong were to produce another, would it not upheave the entire land? Furthermore, when did terrestrial immortals become so common? Yet, this was undoubtedly the Tai Xiaoyao palm. Could it be that the venerable Feng Qingzi or that white-clad sword immortal had clandestinely mastered our esteemed sect's techniques? Amidst the tempest, the headmaster of Qingcheng Mountain bellowed, lamenting that the turbulent waves of energy made even their voices difficult to convey. How would I know? Li Daosheng retorted, rendered speechless. The Tai Xiaoyao palm was Wudong Mountain's supreme technique, notoriously challenging to cultivate. Since its inception, only a handful of practitioners had succeeded in mastering it. Presently, within the entire Wudong sect, there were no reports of anyone accomplishing this unparalleled skill. Even he, the headmaster, had merely grasped its surface. The other Taoist elders had only encountered records of the Tai Xiaoyao palm in texts. It was likely only someone like Zhenren Tianshi, who had lived for over a century and a half, could truly appreciate the might of such a technique. Yet now, these individuals had the opportunity to witness the grandeur of Wudong's Tai Xiaoyao palm firsthand. A stroke of fortune indeed. If Li Daosheng could master this technique and harness it with Wudong's supreme internal skill, Chunyang Wujigong, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply. After a prolonged struggle, the sword energy and the spectral hand shattered simultaneously, and the heavens rumbled with thunder, soon unleashing a torrential downpour. Li Daosheng and the others finally found a moment to breathe. This was the clash of terrestrial immortals. For those like them, mere fledglings in the realm of enlightenment, even the act of breathing had become a daunting task amidst such a confrontation. They could not help but indulge in self-deprecation. No one was exempt from yearning for a more profound realm, even if they had already stepped into the enlightenment stage and garnered the world attention atop Shenzhou. The god of slaughter stood indifferently, his gaze remaining as profound as ever. At that moment, the aura behind Li Daosheng and his companions seemed to draw ever closer, and in an instant, they were upon the group. Immediately after, a long sword pierced through the air. This was a sword radiating boundless celestial energy as it thrust forth. The morale of Li Daosheng and his company surged immensely. Following the sword was a bizarre figure, moving with astonishing speed. So swift that even the enlightened masters of the Tao sect could only perceive fleeting afterimages. Clad in purple robes, this individual thrust forth the sword, directly colliding with the blade of the god of death. In the next breath, a monumental clash between 2 terrestrial immortals erupted. Both figures retreated into the distance. And throughout the encounter, Li Daosheng and his companions could not discern the forms of the 2 combatants, only witnessing the flickering cold glimmers in the void. With each flash of cold light, a thunderous roar accompanied it. The ferocity of this battle was truly astounding. Onlookers observed that the cold light shone brighter than lightning and was sharper than divine thunder. The dark clouds were utterly torn apart. Those on the ground were genuinely alarmed, fearing that these 2 terrestrial immortals, emboldened by their conflict, might tear through the very heavens. After an indeterminate time, the tumult in the sky began to diminish. 2 streaks of light descended from the heavens, vanishing into the depths of the distant mountains. Yin Nanfei, donned in the Taoist robes of the Zi Yang Sect, regarded the god of death with a grave expression. Yet, beneath the mask of the god of death, his true emotions remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei could discern subtle changes in the god of death's intent through his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Yin Nanfei always sensed a strangely familiar aura emanating from the god of death, who appeared somewhat astonished. After prolonged silence, a chilling, sinister laugh resonated from beneath the mask of the god of death. So it is true. I never expected you to still be alive, he rasped, a sense of suspicion flooding Yin Nanfei's heart. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the god of death's laughter did not cease. Instead, it escalated into a frenzied cacophony. Yin Nanfei detected a hint of self-mockery within that laughter. Suddenly, the god of death ceased his maniacal laughter and turned his gaze toward Yin Nanfei, speaking coolly. I am a god of death, Moonshadow. He continued to fixate on Yin Nanfei, each word dripping with a palpable animosity, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Yin Nanfei, it turns out you are the one I truly despise, just as repugnant as those old bastards of the Tao sect. With that, the god of death struck, his sword whirling in his hand, drawing Yin Nanfei's attention to the blade. He immediately recognized it as the very sword he had wielded during his time as a disciple of the Zi Yang Sect. The sight of this sword only deepened his confusion. Yin Nanfeng formed a sword seal, summoning the extermination sword, its sword energy intertwining. At that moment, a resonant sound of swords echoed from afar, as Feng Qingzi also approached on his sword. "Brother Yin, I have come to assist you." With a mighty roar, Feng Qingzi unleashed a colossal sword of spiritual energy from the heavens, cleaving through all with unparalleled force, obliterating everything in its path. The god of death laughed maniacally. "Have you forgotten? Qing'e perished at the hands of the Taoist sect. You have not only caused her repeated sorrow, but have also failed to protect her. Now, you dare to conspire with the world." Yin Nanfei, as if recalling a distant memory, exclaimed in astonishment, "Yushue? Are you by Yushue?" The god of death's laughter became even more frenzied as he cast a chilling gaze upon Yin Nanfei. In this world, Bai Yushue no longer exists. Only the god of death, Moon Shadow, remains. Chapter 95. He was born with fervor, yet was compelled to become indifferent. The fierce wind howled, and leaves swirled through the air. The atmosphere here was astonishingly powerful. The god of death spoke no further, his laughter growing ever more deranged. At that moment, Feng Qingzi's strike as a sword immortal finally unleashed its fury. A surge of violent energy rippled through the air, threatening to engulf all. Moon Shadow, the god of death, laughed heartily as he invoked his own powers. The two forces clashed violently, causing the very ground to fracture, expanding outward in concentric circles, descending layer upon layer, ultimately transforming the landscape into a terrifying abyss, leaving nothing of the surrounding flora and soil. Yin Nanfei also chose to intervene, though his intent was primarily to halt the conflict between the god of death, Moon Shadow, and Feng Qingzi. The identity of Moon Shadow was far too dubious. Everything seemed to indicate that this god of death was none other than Yin Nanfei's former friend, Bai Yushue. Before Yin Nanfei joined the Zi Yang Sect, Bai Yushue had already departed from him and Qing'e. Yin Nanfei could vividly recall that day. The skies were vast, and heavy snow fell. Clad in white, he blended with the snow, appearing even more desolate. Yin Nanfei called out to him, even yearning to pursue him alongside Qing'e. Yet, the figure in white moved swiftly, never looking back or pausing, leaving only a silhouette behind. Before Bai Yushue stood several individuals clad in black robes and embroidered garments, their faces concealed by masks. Prominent figures from the god of death's temple. At that moment, Yin Nanfei sensed the presence of those figures before Bai Yushue, yet they seemed shrouded in darkness. Elusive and intangible. "Take care of Qing'e. If she suffers any harm, I shall ensure you are taught a lesson," Bai Yushue had said. "I will avenge my lady's grievance, and you and Qing'e must live well." In the midst of the storm, Bai Yushue's silhouette left Yin Nanfei with those two sentences. Afterward, all that remained was Yin Nanfei's increasingly hoarse voice, fading into the distance. Following that moment, Yin Nanfei never saw Bai Yushue again. In the years after joining the Zi Yang Sect, Yin Nanfei and Qing'e made remarkable progress in their cultivation, becoming celebrated prodigies. However, it was not long before they heard the tragic news of Bai Yushue's demise during a mission. Thus, Yin Nanfei removed the robe of the Zi Yang Sect, which he wore with immense pride, and donned a white garment identical to that of Bai Yushue. Amidst the tempest, Yin Nanfei struck. The laughter of the god of death, Moon Shadow, took on an odd timbre, hoarse and uncertain, wavering between weeping and mirth. Yet, even when confronting Yin Nanfei alone, he found himself unable to prevail, let alone contend with Feng Qingzi simultaneously. In this moment, Yin Nanfei held back, while Feng Qingzi unleashed lethal blows. The three engaged in a relentless struggle, as the heavens and earth shifted in hue. For a radius of 10 miles, not even those of the Tianqi realm could intrude, only able to behold from afar the unparalleled prowess of the terrestrial immortals. The clash of these three terrestrial immortals, a rare occurrence through the ages, was beyond the capacity of words to describe. Three streams of sword qi intertwined with fervor. Ultimately, the god of death, Moon Shadow, could not withstand the onslaught. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yin Nanfei released a sword qi that grazed the mask of Moon Shadow. With a sharp crack, despite the protective barrier of lethal sword qi, the mask shattered, achieving the very purpose of Yin Nanfei's strike. The mask broke but only half, revealing the scarred visage of Moon Shadow. Gazing intently at the half-revealed face, Yin Nanfei was taken aback. Beneath that mask lay a countenance marred by gruesome scars. Yet, from the very essence emanating between his brows, Yin Nanfei could ascertain that this person was undoubtedly Bai Yushue. With a cold huff, the god of death retreated, quickly obscuring his exposed half-face with his dark robe. At that moment, from afar, an aura of malevolence descended. In an instant, a black wooden coffin surged forth. Yin Nanfei and Feng Qingzi exerted their energies to resist as the coffin collided with them. A sense of perplexity washed over Yin Nanfei at the moment of impact. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, suggesting that the coffin had become unusually distinct from before. However, the clash unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, and in the next breath, the black coffin was withdrawn, while the god of death had already retreated to a distance. Yin Nanfei had no time to ponder the coffin's peculiarities. Yin Nanfei, you failed to protect Qing'e and have conspired with the Dao sect. One day, I shall honor the spirit of Qing'e with your blood and that of the world. The void echoed with the hoarse yet thunderous voice of the god of death. Feng Qingzi and Yin Nanfei stood in silence for a time, with Feng Qingzi standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Yin Nanfei. Do you share an old acquaintance with the god of death? After a brief silence, Yin Nanfei replied, one could consider an old acquaintance, or perhaps merely a recent acquaintance. With that, Yin Nanfei turned and departed, his figure exuding profound solitude. A once great sword immortal, destined for loneliness, as all those he once cherished had forsaken him, drifting ever farther, leaving behind an inevitable void. In this world, there was no longer by Ishua, only a god of death, a solitary shadow beneath the cold moon, standing against the world. It seems I indeed need to re-evaluate my perception of him, Yin Nanfei remarked bitterly, having walked a considerable distance, his silhouette diminishing steadily. He was born with a fervent spirit, yet was compelled to adopt a demeanor of indifference. In chapter 96, the name of the god of death, the world became aware. Following the retreat of the god of death, Moonshadow, aided by the demon god Tongyu, the members of the Demon Sect and the assassins of the god of death's hall withdrew like a receding tide. The disciples of the Tao pursued them for 10 miles, unaware of how many lives they had claimed, yet ultimately, they could not capture all the assassins. The deceased were merely a fraction of the assassins from the god of death's hall. Moreover, the god of death always had contingencies in place. This small portion would likely be swiftly replenished by various means. Subsequently, all returned to Wudong Mountain. Given the sudden assault from the Demon Sect and the god of death's hall, several leaders within the Tao decided to expedite the proceedings of the Tao assembly. For it would not be long before the celestial and demonic war was fully unleashed. After several days, news of the battle atop Wudong Mountain quickly spread throughout the realm. The name of the god of death, Moonshadow, resonated far and wide. Who could have anticipated that amidst such chaos, the god of death's hall would suddenly unveil another god of death? Previously, in the hearts of the Dao sects, the god of death was merely a legendary figure. The legacy of the god of death's hall was ancient, yet the number of known historical gods of death was scant. To achieve enlightenment through the act of killing is an arduous task. Nevertheless, the mere emergence of this god of death's name must surely evoke astonishment across the globe. For everyone would be wary of whether this god of death might unleash a wrathful rampage, unlike the past when the earthly immortals did not contend against one another. In former times, a single earthly immortal would have stood as the most distinguished figure for several centuries. Thus, at this moment, the image of the god of death, Moonshadow, clad in dark brocade and adorned with a mysterious mask, had indelibly etched itself into the collective consciousness. What was most alarming was the cataclysmic clash among the three earthly immortals. Behind Wudong Mountain, a vast chasm stretched for 10 miles, within which remnants of a terrifying sword intent lingered. No one could fathom the extent of horror that unfolded during the confrontation of these three earthly immortals. In the god of death's hall, the grand hall, though resplendently constructed, appeared exceedingly dim within. This was due to its location at the confluence of the valley and the earth, where no light could penetrate. The dim light within the hall emanated solely from flickering candles. At this moment, the god of death, Moonshadow, stood with hands clasped behind his back, donning a brand new mask that concealed his scarred and almost ghastly visage. Suddenly, an unfathomable aura of malevolence surged within the god of death's hall. Following this, several elite assassins simultaneously unsheathed their daggers. As they did so, a chilling snort echoed through the hall, yet the source of the sound remained elusive. A throng of insignificant ants, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. As the words fell, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, and several elite assassins perished instantaneously. unable to emit even a single cry of despair. Beneath the blade-like sharpness of that chilling radiance, their heads were severed from their bodies, blood gushing forth in torrents. Yet the god of death remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, indifferent to the carnage. To him, assassins were merely tools. Once a tool was rendered useless, it was only natural to replace it with a new one. The notion of assassins being lives of value was nothing more than a jest to the god of death. Having embraced his role, he had long since come to regard human life as inconsequential. The dark aura continued to swirl, and soon a figure eerily materialized beside the god of death. Though the hall was dimly lit, the figure, clad in pitch-black armor, still reflected a ghostly gleam. "You have revealed your identity," the demon god Tongyu remarked coldly. The god of death, Yue scoffed, "And what of it?" According to the rules of the Hall of Assassins, both the god of death and the assassins must not disclose their true identities. Otherwise, they shall face death for breaching the code, Tongyu said in a chilling tone. The god of death retorted icily, "That is the rule of the ancients, not mine." Unperturbed by the god of death's tone, Tongyu shifted the conversation, directly addressing the thin veil separating Yue from Yin Nanfei. Initially, Yin Nanfei had merely harbored suspicions, yet in the end, Yue had intentionally allowed his mask to shatter, revealing half of his visage. The god of death refrained from responding to Tongyu's remark. "I entrusted Chinga to him, yet he betrayed my expectations, thus he must die," he declared. Tongyu laughed heartily. "You once lingered at the gates of the underworld for decades, existing in a state of pseudo-death. Upon your revival, you swiftly ascended to the brink of becoming a god of death. However, upon learning of Yin Nanfei and Xue Qingga's demise, in a fit of rage, you sought to annihilate the entire Taoist sect. With that singular intent and grand ambition, you fully transitioned into the realm of terrestrial immortals, becoming a legendary god of death. Alas, fate can be most capricious," Tongyu mused. Reflecting on a recent observation, Tongyu expressed astonishment. "Yet, the true identity of that swordsman in white truly took me aback. Who would have thought that the white-clad sword immortal was none other than Yin Nanfei, the unparalleled genius of the Zi Yang Sect from your..." Indeed, everything unfolded with excessive drama. Tongyu had initially believed that the white-robed swordsman was merely the ancient ancestor of the Zi Yang Sect. After all, in the Taoist realm, there is a principle of returning to simplicity. Thus, it was not inconceivable for an elder to transform into a youthful form upon reaching the realm of terrestrial immortals. However, just as the god of death, Yue, resolved to commence his slaughter of the Taoist sects from Wudong Mountain, he suddenly discovered that Yin Nanfei was very much alive, having even become a celebrated sword immortal. With this realization, Yue felt an overwhelming tide of hatred swell within his heart. Yin Nanfei is still alive, and he finds himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Yin Nanfei is his brother by blood. If he is indeed alive, it should be a cause for celebration. Yet, despite his well-being, what has become of Chinga? A bitter pang gripped Yue's heart. Initially, he believed he was destined to traverse a life shrouded in darkness, which led him to entrust Xue Qingga, whom he had always regarded as a sister, to Yin Nanfei. However, today, circumstances have unfolded in a manner most undesirable. Perhaps this is the nature of life, relishing in tormenting an individual from within, only to spit in their face with brazen audacity. The god of slaughter turned his gaze towards the demon god Tongyu, exuding an aura of menace. "Do not assume that our temporary alliance can dissolve the enmity between us. In the war between immortals and demons, we have joined forces to eradicate the Tao sect. However, should you fail to fulfill your promises thereafter, I, the god of slaughter, will ensure your demise even at the cost of my own temple's ruin." Tongyu's reaction was one of indifference, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Ah, that little girl was gravely injured. There was naught I could do. Your anger serves no purpose. Whether she awakens in the future is beyond my control." The god of slaughter's gaze turned frigid. "This matter is yours. Should you dare to play tricks, I shall not hesitate to let you experience the true power of the god of slaughter temple." With that, Yue turned away, signaling that Tongyu could depart. Yet, after Yue's departure, Tongyu's expression darkened, revealing a fleeting malice. In an instant, he transformed into a swirl of dark demonic energy, vanishing enigmatically, leaving behind the solitary silhouette of Yue. Chapter 97. The War of Immortals and Demons commences. Soon, the Taoist conference at Wudong Mountain came to a close. Ning Haoran naturally led his disciples back to Zi Yang Sect. This journey proved to be a rare opportunity for each disciple of Zi Yang Sect to undergo valuable training. Initially, all believed their visit to Wudong Mountain would be a mere formality. Yet, who could have anticipated such upheaval during the Taoist conference? Even Mu Jian and others. The most gifted among the disciples of the world's Tao sects nearly lost their lives in the clash between the Tao sect and the god of slaughter, each step fraught with peril. However, this very danger sparked profound realizations among many disciples. In their eyes, the younger disciple, Yin Xiaofei, appeared rather naive, as even amidst the impending battle, Mu Jian affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder, imparting significant teachings, causing Ning Haoran's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. In contrast, Yin Nanfei remained unfazed. Regardless, he derived considerable gains from this experience. Moreover, he could almost ascertain that Bai Yishui was indeed the god of slaughter. Although they are now a world apart and can no longer call each other brothers, learning that Bai Yishui is still alive and has ascended to become a terrestrial immortal is far preferable to Yin Nanfei's solitary yearning for Shuechinge and Bai Yishui. With the conclusion of the Taoist Council, the various sects of the Tao have decisively resolved to take immediate action. It is unacceptable for the Taoists to remain passive. The end of this council symbolizes the commencement of a cataclysmic battle between the immortals and the demons. All Taoist sects have begun to mobilize, preparing to lead their disciples to once again converge upon the Western wilderness. Countless practitioners are resolute in their vow to eradicate the demons and uphold the righteous path. A palpable tension has enveloped the entirety of the divine land. The last battle between the immortals and the demons occurred over a century ago. Now, everyone yearns for a resounding victory, hoping to annihilate the demonic faction entirely. Yet, in the eyes of Yin Nanfei, such a root cannot be entirely severed. As long as the desires and ambitions within the human heart persist, there will always be those who tread the path of darkness. The wildfires of malevolence cannot be extinguished. They will invariably be reborn with the spring breeze. Nevertheless, numerous righteous individuals stand united against this common foe, regardless of the reasons that lead one to embrace darkness. The insidious and treacherous nature of their cultivation methods remains intolerable. The suffering of countless innocents cannot be justified by the fall of a single individual into darkness. In a moment of fervor, the 10 major Taoist sects have issued a rallying call, prompting an overwhelming response as elders and disciples from various sects mobilize. The battle between the immortals and the demons has officially commenced. Within the depths of the Demon Mountain in the western wilderness, turbulent currents flow, and countless powerful demons stealthily emerge from their hidden lairs. The Demon Lord stands proudly atop the mountain peak, the fierce winds swirling around him, while below, an army of demons numbering in the tens of thousands gathers. The entire mountain is shrouded in a dense, oppressive darkness. However, prior to this moment, the Demon Lord had already dispatched numerous formidable demon practitioners to fulfill their respective missions. During the last conflict between the immortals and the demons, the Demon Lord wielded the demon sword, commanding the forces of darkness in a display of grandeur. Yet now, that sword has been seized by the Sword Immortal of the Zi Yang Sect and has yet to be returned, a lingering source of anxiety among the ranks of the demons. Even the Demon Lord, in a moment of frustration, could not suppress his ire. Unlike the Zongshi coffin, which, although more powerful than the demon sword, is solely a personal artifact of the Demon Lord. The demon sword is the legacy of the demonic sects and their very faith. For reasons unknown, the Demon Lord feels an emptiness in his grasp without the sword, uncertain of where to place his hand. Compared to the leaders of previous generations, he appears diminished. In exasperation, the Demon Lord lets out a cold snort, feigning an imposing demeanor, and places a hand upon the massive black coffin, issuing commands to slay the demons in a rather unceremonious manner. Fellow demons, our century-long endeavor is nearing completion. Soon, we shall face the Taoist sects in a final battle to eradicate them and unify the divine land. As his words echo, fervor ignites among the demon followers below the mountain peak. The Demon Lord's might is unparalleled. His legacy shall echo through the ages. The Demon Lord, with a hearty laugh, revels in the moment. Many formidable warriors have been dispatched by this seat, and as the Taoists approach the western wilderness, their sects lie in disarray, leading them to launch direct assaults on their ancestral homes. The first batch to arrive here, undoubtedly, is merely overestimating their own capabilities, marching towards their demise. Anyone who dares to come shall meet their end here. The demon god's gaze is frigid, with the western wilderness shielded by the barrier of gale winds. One wonders why the Demon Sect, having resurfaced for an extended period, has yet to proactively instigate a war between the celestial and demonic realms. This is precisely the reason. The demon god requires the Taoists to come uninvited. As long as the battlefield of the celestial demonic war is within the confines of the western wilderness, amidst the demon mountain, the demon god can harness the power of the gale wind barrier to vanquish the enemies in one fell swoop. Such power has remained untouchable throughout the ages. While cultivators may be formidable, they ultimately cannot surpass the divine powers of heaven and earth. The followers of the Demon Sect shout exuberantly, their spirits soaring high. In the distance, it seems one can glimpse a colossal formation shimmering over the land of the western wilderness. Each flicker of the formation reveals ethereal turquoise gales appearing and disappearing intermittently. Chapter 98, Journey to the Temple of Heavenly Sound. Upon returning to the Zi Yang Sect, Yin Nanfei went directly to the Cliff of Reflection, where he was greeted by Xiaotian Dog, wagging its tail in joy at the sight of its master. Yin Nanfei, with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffled the fur of Xiaotian Dog, which by now had attained a level of enlightenment, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely shine in the impending celestial demonic war. Meanwhile, the entire Zi Yang Sect had already begun preparations in earnest. At this moment, many Taoist sects had commenced their mobilization. However, just as Ning Haoran was preparing to lead the disciples of Zi Yang Sect down the mountain towards the western wilderness, an urgent plea for help arrived from the Temple of Heavenly Sound. On this day, at the Cliff of Reflection, Ning Haoran cast a solemn glance at Yin Nanfei. Whether in this or the previous celestial demonic war, it had merely been a clash between the Taoists and the Demon Sect, while the Buddhist sect chose to remain aloof, refraining from involvement. In truth, it is often said that when one is not directly affected, they keep their distance. Yin Nanfei had long held disdain for such opportunistic behavior during times of peace and retreating in times of chaos. However, today, a small monk from the Temple of Heavenly Sound sought out Ning Haoran. This young monk, bloodied and weary from his journey, arrived at the Zi Yang Sect on the brink of collapse. He spoke only of being sent by the esteemed monk Wangchen from the Temple of Heavenly Sound. Originally, Master Wangchen had no intention of remaining a passive observer, for every upheaval upon the land of Shenzhou compelled the Buddhist sect to retreat, cloaking their inaction in the guise of the natural order, claiming that all things are bound by fate and should not be recklessly disrupted. The monk Wangchen abhorred such notions. This time, he intended to lead a group of monks to the western wilderness to lend their support to the Taoists in the name of the Buddhist sect. After all, in the realm of Shenzhou, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects are regarded as the righteous paths of humanity. Naturally, it is their duty to uphold justice and eradicate evil. However, the monk Wangchen and his companions were ambushed, resulting in the tragic demise of many monks. Fortunately, Wangchen's profound cultivation allowed him to endure for a while, albeit at an immense cost. Presently, the Tianyin Temple found itself besieged by unknown adversaries, rendering escape impossible. It seemed the intent of this force was to annihilate the temple, undoubtedly marking yet another catastrophe. In this critical moment, Wangchen recalled his slight acquaintance with the white-clad Sword Immortal of the Zi Yang Sect. He did not seek the Sword Immortal's personal intervention. Rather, he hoped that the sect would dispatch a formidable expert to relieve their plight. Master, shall I lead a group to investigate? At the thought-reflecting cliff, Ning Haoran's expression was solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Nanfei. The Buddhist sects originally comprised three major schools. While the Chan Temple stood as the leader of the Buddhist faith, it had long chosen to remain in seclusion. The Prajna Palace had already been extinguished by his own master. Among the three, Ning Haoran held the highest regard for Tianyin Temple, for in his eyes, amidst countless eminent monks, it was Wangchen who truly embodied the essence of an enlightened sage. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly, reminiscing about his previous decision to refrain from bloodshed at Tianyin Temple, largely due to Wangchen being a rare and rational monk and their budding camaraderie. Moreover, Wangchen's current resolve to vanquish evil filled Yin Nanfei with admiration, though he could not shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface. I am somewhat acquainted with Wangchen. Thus, I shall personally pay a visit, Yin Nanfei declared. Hearing this, Ning Haoran nodded in agreement. I shall lead my disciples down the mountain tomorrow, master. You may find yourself in combat against the demon god. Yin Nanfei acknowledged with a hum, aware that a confrontation with the demon god was inevitable, and that after the battle between celestial and demonic forces, only one of them would likely survive. However, Yin Nanfei remained unfazed, realizing that assessing the situation at Tianyin Temple was of utmost priority. With this thought, Yin Nanfei swiftly formed a sword gesture with his hand and soared into the air. At this moment, within Tianyin Temple, the sacred grounds of the Buddhist faith had long lost their sanctity. The entire temple was stained crimson with blood. Outside, a formidable aura loomed ominously. Wang Chun's expression was as calm as an ancient well. It was merely a facade to bolster the morale of the temple's monks. Despite being a venerable monk, his heart was in turmoil. Above the temple, the laughter of enemies echoed with arrogance. To his astonishment, one of them was also a monk. Wang Chun, heed the old monk's counsel. Do not meddle in the chaos of the celestial demonic conflict. Focus on what you must do. Wang Chun gazed skyward, his expression tinged with sorrow. You despicable bald head. As a high monk of the Chan Temple, it is one thing to shut the doors to avoid calamity. But why must you harm your fellow practitioners and seek to eradicate my Tianyin Temple? Chapter 99. Well executed. Wang Chun's eyes were bloodshot. After days of siege, he had lost count of how many monks had perished. It was only today that he comprehended the truth behind the Buddha's words of universal salvation. It was merely a jest. The Taoists cultivate their laws, the demonic sects hone their bodies, while the Buddhists cultivate their hearts. Some disciples of the Buddhist faith cultivate kindness and tranquility. However, there are still those who nurture selfish desires and harbor murderous intentions. If this is the case, what purpose does Buddhist practice serve? In the sky, a monk clad in moon-white robes appeared, unmistakably a high-ranking figure within the Buddhist community. This individual, known as Huiyin, was a revered monk from the Chan Temple, possessing a level of enlightenment that surpassed even that of Wang Chun by 2 realms. The Chan Temple has historically been a sanctuary, shunning worldly affairs, and despite its seclusion, it remains a pinnacle of the Buddhist order. Within its walls, countless monks with profound and enigmatic skills reside. Some speculate that the Chan Temple's power rivals that of the 5 major sects within the Taoist realm, perhaps even exceeding any single sect. Thus, the Chan Temple undoubtedly occupies a sacred place in the hearts of all Buddhist disciples. It is also one of the earliest recorded locations associated with Buddhism in the annals of history, where later monks established what is now known as the Chan Temple. Although it is not the birthplace of Buddhism, it holds significant ties to its origins. Yet, it is this very force that has propagated the concept of following one's fate within Buddhism, eschewing worldly entanglements and refraining from disputes. Due to its deeply entrenched influence, this has led to the ludicrous notion of the Buddhist community retreating in the face of calamity. Monk Huiyin looked at Wang Chun with a mocking expression. Within our Chan Temple, the celestial Buddha has stated that the battle between gods and demons is of no concern to Buddhism. Yet, why does your Tianyin Temple presume to involve itself? Wang Chun, realizing the implications, smiled bitterly as he surveyed the bodies of Tianyin Temple monks scattered around him. Was it truly for this reason that the Chan Temple would unleash such bloodshed upon its fellow practitioners? Monk Huiyin disdainfully scoffed. In the realm of heaven and earth, all things have their destined paths. We Buddhist practitioners should naturally align with the will of heaven. Surrounding Monk Huiyin were many formidable monks from the Chan Temple. Yet, this group, typically engaged in reciting scriptures and meditating, was now armed with blades, not to vanquish evil entities, but to turn their weapons against their fellow practitioners. At this moment, which among them was not stained with blood? Wang Chun expressed his outrage. Destiny? Is the so-called destiny merely the intrusion of demonic sects, wreaking havoc upon the populace? While the Taoists choose to resist, the Buddhists merely observe coldly. If this is the case, what significance remains in the Buddha's teachings of universal salvation? Just as his words fell, a sudden, resounding voice shattered the silence, resonating through the heavens. Well said. The monks on Huiyin's side were startled by the voice and turned to look. At the edge of the sky, a long sword, imbued with boundless celestial energy, swept across the vast expanse. Upon the sword stood a figure clad in white, hair flowing with the wind, exuding an aura of unparalleled elegance. Yin Nanfei, the sword immortal, floated in the void, laughing wildly, his laughter laced with endless derision. What significance does the salvation of all beings hold? Monk Huiyin was left in shock by the presence of Yin Nanfei. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of wielding a sword amidst the vast skies. Could he possibly be the renowned white-clad sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect? The monk Huiyan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Huiyan's musings, Nanfei regarded him with disdain and retorted with an icy reprimand that sent a chill through the air. All beings suffer, demons wreak havoc, and the land of Shenzhou resembles a hellish realm. In times of chaos, the sects descend to eradicate demons, while in times of peace, they retreat into seclusion. The Buddhist order, however, seeks refuge during turmoil and profits during tranquility, a remarkable display of their supposed mission to save all sentient beings, and a striking contradiction to their indifference towards worldly affairs. Sensing the derision in Nanfei's words, Huiyan's eyelids twitched. After all, he was facing a sword immortal. Regardless of his esteemed status within the Chan Temple, what could it avail him? Originally, the Tianyin Temple was like a fish in a barrel. Now, having emerged from the Chan Temple, he acted upon the orders of the temple's venerable ancestor, the Tian Sung Buddha. His mission was not merely to prevent the Tianyin Temple from joining the battle between immortals and demons, but also to seize the opportunity to annihilate it altogether. In recent years, with the destruction of the Prajna Palace, the activities of the Tianyin Temple had become increasingly frequent. Coupled with their frequent interactions with the common folk, their reputation was rapidly approaching that of the reclusive Chan Temple. Yet, the Chan Temple sought more than mere status. They aspired to unify the Buddhist sections. Should the Tianyin Temple be destroyed amidst the chaos of the immortal demon war, they could easily shift the blame onto the demonic sections. As for other motives, the Chan Temple had its own agenda, shrouded in mystery to outsiders. Huiyan turned to Nanfei, stating, Buddhism teaches that all things arise and perish through interdependence. The cycle of cause and effect cannot be recklessly disrupted. Thus, the notion of shutting the door to evade calamity is unfounded. What is meant to be shall inevitably come to pass. Upon hearing this, Nanfei clenched his teeth in fury. Such sophistry. Does the Buddha only save those deemed worthy? Are the common people not deserving of compassion? Are the monks of the Tianyin Temple devoid of a connection to the Buddha? At this juncture, Nanfei's eyes darkened, a swirling aura of sword energy enveloping him. In a fit of rage, he could easily sever Huiyan's head. Nevertheless, before taking action, he solemnly declared, Perhaps it is true that those who follow the Buddha shall prosper, while those who oppose him shall perish. Huiyan's face flushed crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Nanfei. Even if you are a sword immortal, how dare you slander the Buddha? Our Buddha embodies compassion. If you genuinely repent, he may still forgive your grievous disrespect. Within the Tianyin Temple, the monk Wangshan gazed at Huiyan, offering a bittersweet smile. Is the Buddha truly sacred and inviolable? In the void, Nanfei laughed with arrogance. What defaming the Buddha? Today, I shall indeed slay this so-called Buddha. With that declaration, Nanfei formed a sword seal with his hand. This was a surge of righteous sword energy. However, unlike Ning Haoran, who sought to prove his path through slaughter, Nanfei, as an earthbound sword immortal, possessed a clear sword heart. This ethereal sword energy had the power to cleave the heavens. This sword would rectify the injustices of the world and vanquish the heartless. The heart's demons manifest as true demons. Thus, how can one speak of laying down the blade to attain Buddhahood? Some individuals can kill even without a weapon in hand. The Buddha does not take life nor shed blood. Today, I, Nanfei, shall defile the Buddha with the blood of those within the monastic order. Severing the very essence of Buddhism, the sword's aura surged forth, causing even the clouds to part in retreat. The monk Huiyan was taken aback. Nanfei had once, in a fit of rage, annihilated the Prajna Palace. What strength did Huiyan possess to withstand Nanfei's strike? Even the monks of the Chan Temple beside him were thrown into disarray. Nanfei lunged forth, his form resembling that of a specter. The ancient sword, known as Zhuxian, could slay even immortals. How much less a Buddha? To Nanfei, the paths of Tao, demons, and Buddha held no one beyond the reach of his blade. The monk Wangshan gazed at the vast sky, sensing an overwhelming presence. The clouds of the heavens hung low, foretelling the imminent splatter of blood across the expanse. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Let death come. A flash of cold light pierced the air, the Zhuxian sword stained with crimson, as Nanfei floated in his white garments. With a few thuds, the monks of Chan Temple, previously suspended in the void, found their heads severed from their bodies. A rain of heads fell upon the Tianyin Temple, forming a mound, atop which lay the exaggeratedly wide-eyed head of Huiyan, fixed upon the golden statue of the Buddha. Blood, as anticipated, gushed forth moments after Yin Nanfei's strike, splattering directly upon the statue of the Buddha in Tianyin Temple. Yin Nanfei coldly regarded the golden figure. Buddha, you too shall savor the blood of your devotees. Within Tianyin Temple, Wang Shan sat quietly on the ground, contemplating the scattered heads, feeling as though the faith he had nurtured for decades had finally crumbled. Several young monks could clearly see the once mighty Wang Shan, now trembling, pointing at the heads and the river of blood. Kill. A commendable kill. All must be slain. Chapter 100, Chan Temple. Inside Tianyin Temple, the stench of blood was overwhelming. Beneath the golden figure of the Buddha, Yin Nanfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casually lifting Huajian's head. The Buddha's golden form, shrouded in blood, appeared diminished. He looked towards Wang Shan, who returned a bitter smile. In that moment, the old monk appeared even frilier, his spirit diminished as his faith crumbled. He spoke slowly. Indeed, Master Yin possesses profound understanding. This old monk feels himself lacking. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfei smiled softly and said, I intend to visit the Chan Temple. Wang Shan, with hands pressed together, nodded, then spoke again. Now that the peril of Tianyin Temple has been resolved, this old monk shall lead the monks to the western wilderness to vanquish demons. Yin Nanfei smiled meaningfully. Are you not afraid of breaching the vow of non-killing, master? Wang Shan sighed, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. The vow of non-killing? Is it truly necessary to adhere to such principles? Must those deserving of death be converted through the teachings of Buddhism? He recalled a widely spoken phrase from Confucianism and Taoism. Repay resentment with virtue. How then to repay virtue? Wang Shan, with a wry smile, realized that those who truly understood life were the practitioners of Taoism. Subsequently, the monk Wang Shan softly uttered 4 words. All beings suffer. If all beings suffer, how can a practitioner of Buddhism live in carefree solitude? If I do not descend into hell, who will? In that case, what does it matter if I break the precept against killing? Following this, within the confines of Tianyin Temple, Wang Shan led the monks toward the west wilderness. Can one truly attain Buddhahood simply by laying down the butcher's knife? If enlightenment is unattainable, then let the knife serve its purpose. Afterward, a surge of sword energy soared into the sky, as Yin Nanfei, clad in snow-white robes, stepped upon the sword of extermination, holding aloft the severed head of Master Huiyin. Soaring toward the distant horizon, Wang Shan turned to gaze in the direction of Yin Nanfei's departure, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. The Cicada Temple, despite being one of the 3 prominent sects within Buddhism, with Tianyin Temple and Prajna Palace boasting grand edifices, was merely an unassuming little shrine. The world knew the name of the Cicada Temple, yet few understood its true location. Only seasoned monks like Wang Shan knew where it lay and could relay that knowledge to Yin Nanfei. This time, as Yin Nanfei prepared to cause an uproar at the Cicada Temple, Wang Shan acted as a catalyst. On this particular day, the Cicada Temple resonated with the chanting of sutras. The small temple did not exude magnificence, and any passerby would find it difficult to associate it with the foremost Buddhist sect in the world. Yet within this humble temple resided the most formidable power of the entire Buddhist community. The Cicada Temple boasted few disciples, for they believed that any disciple present indicated a lack of true Buddha nature and insufficient cultivation. Hence, every individual within the temple was a powerful monk, each carefully selected as a true talent of the Buddhist path. This led to the current stature of the Cicada Temple, though its numbers paled in comparison to Tianyin Temple. It was indeed the true leader of Buddhism. It was even said that the Buddhist community was one family. The Cicada Temple had no disciples, yet Tianyin Temple did, who could serve the needs of the Cicada Temple. In other words, what is mine, and what is yours is also mine. All practitioners of Buddhism should revere the Cicada Temple. Although Yin Nanfei found this notion of the Cicada Temple shameless, he could not deny that it held such a lofty status within the Buddhist sects of the current realm. Above the Cicada Temple, as Yin Nanfei approached with the severed head in hand, his sword energy engulfed the entire temple. Observing this small yet notorious den of thieves, Yin Nanfei let a cold snort. He then waved his long sleeves and hurled the glaring head of Master Huiyin outward. In the sacred grounds of the Chan Temple, a congregation of esteemed monks was reciting the Buddhist sutras, led by the most revered elder among them. Suddenly, a severed head plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely upon the elder's crown. Startled, he had been drifting into a drowsy reverie, teetering on the brink of an embarrassing dream, when this unexpected object, seemingly round and smooth, struck him and rolled down. He instinctively caught it, only to find himself locking eyes with the monk Huiyin, abruptly shattering his half-awakened fantasy. With shock etched upon his face, the elder, in a fit of panic, hurled Huiyin's head towards the golden statue of the Buddha and scrambled to his feet in disarray. The head of the once great monk rolled incessantly, a tragic testament to his fate, discarded even in death by his own kind. All the monks were taken aback, and as the elder regained his composure, he assumed a grave demeanor, glaring defiantly at the sky. "Who dares?" he demanded, noticing the solemn countenance of Yin Nanfei above. In Chapter 101, The Demon's Lair, the two exchanged intense gazes, and soon after, a boundless wave of sword energy descended upon the Chan Temple. "Who are you?" The elder, known as Nayakan, glared fiercely at Yin Nanfei. Huiyin, a revered monk of the Chan Temple, unmatched in his cultivation of the heavenly awakening realm, had been decapitated, an affront to the temple and to the Buddha himself. In the void, Yin Nanfei let out a cold laugh. With the imminent battle between celestial beings and demons, all cultivators are sworn to eradicate evil. Yet here you are, as an elder of the Chan Temple, indulging in dreams beneath the Buddha's statue. He paused, then directed a scornful glance at Nayakan. Huiyin led the Chan Temple in the slaughter of Tianyin Temple, and I have dispatched him. If you disagree, come forth and challenge me. The presence of this unparalleled swordsman, Yin Nanfei, left all within the Chan Temple in awe. Such arrogance. Nayakan scoffed. What business is it of yours, a Taoist, in our Buddhist affairs? Yin Nanfei dismissed the elder's words with disdain. Summon your ancestor, the heavenly monk Buddha, to speak. As for you, you lack the merit. Nayakan felt the sting of humiliation in Yin Nanfei's taunts. Who do you think you are? Aspiring to meet the heavenly monk Buddha? At that command, all the high monks of the Chan Temple began to gather their energies. Yin Nanfei, with a dismissive expression, surveyed every corner of the temple, seeking the location of the heavenly monk Buddha. However, he suddenly sensed an exceedingly strange feeling within the confines of this modest temple. Alarmed, he realized there was demonic energy within the Chan Temple. The sensitivity of a terrestrial immortal allowed him to detect even the slightest trace of such malevolence. The monk of the Cicada Temple laughed heartily. Now that you have uncovered the secret of my Cicada Temple, you shall not leave here today. All disciples of the Cicada Temple must remain steadfast, with just the time taken for half a stick of incense. The revered Buddha shall emerge from his meditation and step into the legendary realm. Yin Nanfei's expression turned frigid. As an ancestor of the Buddhist order, how could you practice demonic teachings? How many lives have you taken? The faces of the Cicada monks grew almost fanatical in their hearts. The celestial monk had become a nearly divine belief. Is it not a blessing for all beings to sacrifice the blood of a mere 1,000 to achieve the status of a Buddha who can save countless souls? One monk shouted fervently, "Oh, Buddha, throughout history, how many powerful beings have attained the Buddha's realm? Yet today, within the Cicada Temple, another shall arise. A fortunate event for the entire Buddhist order." Yin Nanfei sighed deeply. The true orthodoxy of Buddhism had gone utterly mad. Their hearts had twisted beyond recognition. He even began to suspect that the celestial monks' demonic techniques might indeed be connected to the demonic sect, and perhaps the Cicada Temple had colluded with them. It was lamentable that the power of demonic arts was so overwhelming and the pursuit of strength so swift. Ultimately, the benevolence of the Buddha could not withstand greed, and kindness could not prevail against ambition. The Cicada Temple had become akin to a den of demons. Yin Nanfei muttered to himself, "I originally intended only to teach you, a band of avaricious monks, a lesson, but it seems today I am destined to wash the Cicada Temple in blood once more. Why has the Buddhist order become so utterly disgraceful?" As his words fell, Yin Nanfei grasped the extermination sword. First, he would slay these insignificant monks of the Cicada Temple. Then he would confront the celestial monk. Subsequently, he finally took action. The Cicada monk led a throng of high monks forward. Meanwhile, the demonic energy deep within the temple surged more evidently. Initially, the celestial monk should have sensed Yin Nanfei's arrival and concealed his aura, but fate allowed a slip, revealing a trace that Yin Nanfei detected. Afterward, the ancestor of the Cicada Temple, the celestial monk, seemed to find no need to hide this overwhelming demonic energy any longer. In fact, this energy grew stronger, surpassing all those of the demonic sect. Even among them, it would rank just below the powers of the demon god. It appeared that Yin Nanfei's journey was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, countless innocent lives might have suffered tragic fates at their hands. Chapter 102. I possess a sword, named Extermination. With this thought, Yin Nanfei brandished the Extermination sword. Waves of sword energy emanated outward, resembling splendid fireworks bursting forth. At that moment, Yin Nanfei faced the monks of the Cicada Temple. The two sides represented entirely different energies. On one side stood Yin Nanfei, backed by a torrent of pure sword intent, as powerful as a mighty river. On the other side were the monks clad in immaculate white robes, untouched by the world, yet shrouded in an overwhelming aura of evil, akin to a hellish realm. A congregation of demons cloaked in human skin. Yin Nanfei once boldly proclaimed his intent to cleanse the world of all its filth with a torrent of sword energy. Today, let this surging tide commence from the Chan Temple. The monks of the Chan Temple erupted into raucous laughter. Within the temple, there exists an abundance of formidable high monks. Typically, a first-rate sect that boasts two formidable beings of the Enlightenment realm could ascend to the ranks of super sections. Yet, the Chan Temple harbors no less than 4 or 5 such powerhouses. Moreover, the previous celestial monk Buddha was an unparalleled master at the 8th level of the Enlightenment realm, rivaling the once-renowned half-step sword Immortal Feng Qingzi of the Shushan sword sect. Now, the latter has successfully broken through, attaining the status of a terrestrial immortal. The celestial monk Buddha of the Chan Temple is poised to follow suit. As for the reason behind the swift breakthroughs of the celestial monk Buddha, it lies in a remarkable secret uncovered by the monks of the Chan Temple. This secret mirrors the insights once grasped by Yin Nanfei and Feng Qingzi. Only by relinquishing one's celestial destiny and opposing the heavens can one truly aspire to become a terrestrial immortal. The original realm of the earthly immortal was an exalted state forcefully carved out by ancient sages upon reaching the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, and it was never a part of the established cultivation system. The celestial destiny of Buddhist disciples is merely lofty proclamations akin to the salvation of all beings. The celestial monk Buddha, however, has chosen to disregard these conventions, succumbing to temptation and diligently cultivating demonic arts, thereby aspiring to reach this profound realm. Furthermore, the celestial monk Buddha has been in seclusion for some time. This ancestor has naturally become the most formidable pillar of support in the hearts of all monks of the Chan Temple. Once the ancestor successfully breaks through, the Chan Temple can ally with the demonic deities to vanquish the white-clad sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect and Feng Qingzi of Shushan. Even the god of slaughter will fall within their schemes. At that moment, whether one is an immortal or a demon, the ancestor shall embrace them all into the fold of Buddhism, leading to a new era of peace ruled by the Buddhist faith across the land of the divine continent. Contemplating this, fervent yet sinister smiles spread across the faces of all the monks of the Chan Temple. With our supreme secret arts and the protective formation of the temple, we shall undoubtedly draw you to the moment of the ancestor's emergence. The monks of the Chan Temple smiled coldly, regarding Yin Nanfei with the disdain reserved for a fool. Initially, they intended to deal with you and Feng Qingzi only after the ancestor's emergence. Yet here you are, arriving first to meet your demise. So be it. Whether your soul is liberated sooner or later, it will be liberated, another monk remarked, his expression revealing a chilling cruelty. As his words fell, the multitude of monks simultaneously formed seals with their hands. The protective formation of the temple could be activated in an instant. All around the Chan Temple, blinding rays of Buddhist light began to manifest, and soon, the light transformed into the ethereal visage of the Buddha, slowly raising its head. Beneath its benevolent exterior lay an unsettling essence that grew increasingly disquieting upon closer inspection. Have you ever encountered a moment when, despite not believing in Buddhism, a chill courses through your heart as your gaze meets that of a Buddha statue? Perhaps what the Buddha seeks is merely the reverence and veneration of sentient beings. In the distance, numerous sects observe the peculiarities emanating from this place. What transpired here to conjure such an abundance of illusory Buddhas? I recall that there was but a dilapidated shrine, devoid of a plaque and visitors. How could it wield such formidable power? An esteemed elder from a venerable sect stroked his grizzled beard, astonished. The old man recollected that this aura resembled the techniques of the Cicada Temple. What? Could it be that this shabby little shrine is the pinnacle of the Buddhist realm, the Cicada Temple? It is indeed plausible, for the Cicada Temple has long remained reclusive, its location and strength shrouded in mystery. If it is indeed the Cicada Temple, why would it suddenly unleash such a force? The great protective array of the Cicada Temple has left countless cultivators in awe. However, amidst the radiant light of the Buddha, some perceptive souls discerned an anomaly. Within the Buddha's light, a strand of white sword energy encircled the scene. Everyone was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the monumental events unfolding today. Meanwhile, within the Cicada Temple, Yin Nanfei regarded the overwhelming protective array with disdain. He had no intention of allowing these naive monks to delay him until the celestial monk Buddha emerged. Although Yin Nanfei felt no fear, preemptively eliminating them would certainly spare him much trouble. A smile graced his lips, mocking the childishness of these monks. Spending their days in recitation, have they become so foolish? Do they believe that a sword immortal of my caliber possesses an unyielding heart, incapable of indiscriminate slaughter? Yin Nanfei laughed heartily. If that were the case, they are woefully ignorant of worldly matters. I have annihilated the Prajna Palace, the Seekers of Immortality sect, and the Heavenly Machine Valley. What is a mere dilapidated shrine to me? As his words fell, Yin Nanfei formed hand seals in the void, each gesture accompanied by astonishing celestial phenomena. From afar, one could witness an unparalleled divine weapon, the sword of extermination, constantly morphing, akin to streams of ethereal light converging into a surging river. It cascaded down 3,000 feet, reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the heavens. A river of sword energy plummeted from above. Yin Nanfei's audacious voice reverberated in the hearts of all present. Mere ants, daring to impede this sword immortal. You know nothing of my extraordinary prowess. With a single draw of my sword, the river surged forth, akin to waterfalls plummeting from the skies, capable of engulfing and cleansing all in its path. The entire Cicada Temple found itself enveloped in potent sword intent. The illusory Buddhas, despite their strength, were ultimately but phantoms. I shall first shatter your illusory forms before confronting the so-called celestial monk Buddha. As the river flowed forth, Yin Nanfei merged with the sword of extermination, becoming one with its essence. With a single strike, the throat is severed. With 100 steps, the sword soars, a blade of celestial execution, radiating an aura of divine majesty, resembles a great azure dragon, its resonant roar echoing faintly. This is the azure dragon sword technique that Yin Nanfei acquired through system sign-ins. The dragon roars across the 9 heavens. Gradually, Yin Nanfei transformed into a dragon, soaring through the skies as the sound of his sword resonated, reverberating through the cosmos. Streams of light flitted by as the phantasms of Buddhas exploded in succession, reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the sword energy within the Cicada Temple surged, mingled with unending cries of despair. Despite the monks' formidable powers being unleashed, what could they achieve? Under Yin Nanfei's overwhelming sword intent, they were as insignificant as ants before an elephant. Even if there were numerous beings at the Enlightenment realm, what difference would it make? To Yin Nanfei, it was merely a matter of slaying one more or one less. He did not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, yet this did not imply he would refrain from unleashing a massacre. Observing the tumultuous waves below, Yin Nanfei let out a cold laugh and turned his gaze deeper into the temple. You dare to aspire to breach the earth immortal realm without consulting me? Yin Nanfei spoke icily, his intent to kill intensifying. The world is in chaos, and everyone yearns to ascend to become earth immortals. So be it. Yin Nanfei found himself with a purpose. He mused, do they all wish to enter the earth immortal realm? Little do they know, I possess a sword named Celestial Execution. Chapter 103, The Celestial Monk Buddha. Within the Cicada Temple, blood stained the skies. The sound of the Celestial Execution sword seemed to resonate far and wide. After Yin Nanfei's grand declaration, a resonant hum echoed as the sword flew back to his hand. A legendary earth sword immortal, slaying demons when encountered and executing immortals when met. From a distance, the grand battle at the Cicada Temple appeared to last only a fleeting moment, and before many could react, the magnificent sword energy gradually dissipated. All returned to tranquility. In a hazy distance, a figure in white descended from the heavens. It was the white-clad sword immortal from the Zi Yang Sect. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This sword immortal was exceedingly arrogant, despite having few known battles since entering the world. Each encounter had undeniably shaken the heavens and earth. Why then did this sword immortal target the head of the Buddhist sect, the Cicada Temple? Had he succumbed to madness? All of this remains a mystery. It is still unknown which esteemed elder of the Zi Yang Sect this sword immortal is and what profound enmity exists with the Buddhist order. Some recalled the nameless yet universally feared white-clad sword immortal, who in a fit of rage had once annihilated the Prajna Palace. And now even the Cicada Temple could not escape his wrath. However, in the memories of the older generation, the Zi Yang Sect had never harbored deep grudges against the Buddhist order. They had always kept their distance. If this white-clad sword immortal had indeed gone mad, then the fortunes of the Zi Yang Sect were most unfortunate. An elder from the Taoist sect pondered deeply within. He recalled that over 50 years ago, a talented disciple of the Zi Yang Sect had inadvertently strayed into the demonic path. Now, he thought of the revered Master Howren, who practiced the Howren sword chi, constantly on the brink of succumbing to darkness. Why does the Zi Yang Sect, which has risen to stand alongside the most formidable sects, seem perpetually entwined with the fate of becoming demons? Let us go and see, cried some cultivators. In an instant, numerous sects within 100 miles of the Chan Temple began dispatching their strongest members, eager to investigate and partake in the spectacle. Within the Chan Temple, Yin Nanfei advanced slowly, wielding the extermination sword. Though he tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his demeanor remained tranquil and composed. Yin Nanfei possessed a heart of pure sword intent. No matter how much carnage he wrought, he would not be overwhelmed by bloodlust. Deep within the Chan Temple, demonic energy surged ceaselessly, its potency growing ever stronger. Yin Nanfei gazed intently at that place, a cold smile gracing his lips. To aspire to become an earthly immortal, to ascend to the realm of the Buddha, such dreams are but folly. With this thought, Yin Nanfei resolutely thrust forth his sword. Simultaneously, within a subterranean palace beneath the Chan Temple, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the original tranquility and serene Buddhist chants. Who could have imagined that beneath the renowned Chan Temple lay such a hidden underground palace? The palace's grandeur was once resplendent, yet now, the gilded architecture was stained crimson with blood. The subterranean sanctuary had transformed into a veritable hell. Here, there were no sacred Buddhist statues to be found, only intermingled white bones, presenting a chilling sight. The ground was strewn with fragmented flesh. In the center of the underground palace, a figure, though diminutive, appeared extraordinarily imposing at that moment. Surrounding his frail form was an aura of terrifying energy, a colossal shadow wavering indistinctly, neither clearly demonic nor divine. This individual, clad in a blood-red cassock, soaked in blood, exhibited eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, and fangs began to protrude from his mouth. His prayer beads, once radiant with Buddhist light, had transformed into a dark red hue. The celestial monk Buddha, the undisputed foremost figure within the Buddhist realm, was now neither fully a Buddha nor entirely a demon. His gaze was fixed upon the heavens, instinctively sensing the arrival of a powerful cultivator from the outside world. The celestial monk Buddha's eyes glinted with ferocity, then shifted to a corpse beneath him, half devoured by the celestial monk himself. "No one can prevent me from becoming the Buddha," he uttered in a deep voice, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. He was but a step away from breaking through. Should he consume this person and refine them, his ascension would be assured. For decades, he had devoured a total of 9,999 living beings, gruesomely consuming and refining their very essence. These individuals were abducted from all corners and subsequently managed by a few monks from the Cicada Temple, who framed the blame upon the demonic sect or a band of marauders. In truth, the Cicada Temple had long conspired with the demonic sect. Nearly 10,000 souls perished in obscurity, their true killer concealed within the very walls of the temple. Countless righteous cultivators, with noble zeal, engaged in a valiant slaughter of bandits and exterminated demons to offer solace to these wandering spirits. Little did they realize that the most terrifying adversary lay within the hearts of men. Suddenly, the heavenly monk Buddha opened his cavernous maw, his countenance fervent, convinced that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Buddha realm, destined to become a legendary terrestrial immortal. Throughout history, many have faltered at this threshold, leaving behind only regret. As this thought crossed his mind, the demonic aura surrounding the heavenly monk Buddha surged wildly. He needed but a moment longer to become a legendary figure in the realm of the divine land. With gluttonous haste, he devoured the corpse before him and channeled his demonic energy, seeking to refine it. At that moment, the entire underground palace seemed to grow increasingly drenched in blood. However, Just as the heavenly monk Buddha was poised to breach the threshold, outside the palace, Yin Nanfeng unleashed a sword infused with pure sword intent, piercing through with unstoppable force. The cicada temple faltered due to its overconfidence. The heavenly monk Buddha stumbled because of his arrogance. The materials of the underground palace were exceptionally sharp, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a terrestrial immortal. Originally, if he could endure this strike, the tide of battle would surely turn. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, the heavenly monk Buddha failed to account for Yin Nanfeng's prowess, which transcended the ordinary standards of terrestrial immortals. Chapter 104. Decapitation of the Buddha. Just as the heavenly monk Buddha was on the cusp of reaching the realm of terrestrial immortals, a wave of sword energy surged forth. Outside, Yin Nanfeng thrust his sword, and the aura of sword intent enveloped the air, cutting through all in its path. With a single strike, myriad laws were shattered. No matter how indomitable the hidden underground palace of the cicada temple might be, it was powerless against this onslaught. As the sword energy erupted, a celestial dragon spiraled forth, its roar resonating throughout the expanse. "Break for me," Yin Nanfeng shouted. The underground palace, not only formidable in its materials, but seemingly imbued with an intricate array capable of dissipating numerous powerful attacks, faced Yin Nanfeng's unyielding resolve. With the celestial dragon, a tempest brewed behind it. At Yin Nanfeng's commanding bellow, all restrictions began to dissolve into nothingness. The force of the celestial dragon's sword energy remained undiminished, obliterating all in its path, reducing everything ahead to mere ashes. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, the sword energy overwhelming. In an instant, all defensive measures of the underground palace vanished, engulfed by boundless sword energy. Within this once imposing palace, the explosion shattered the concentration of the heavenly monk Buddha, disrupting his mental state and causing the breakthrough he had nearly grasped to slip away entirely. He felt an intense fury swelling within him, an uncontrollable impulse to unleash a torrent of curses. For decades, he had concealed himself in this lightless underground palace, consuming nearly 10,000 souls. Yet, all his efforts have been so effortlessly undone. Even if you are a sword immortal, is it not an act of extreme heartlessness? Have you ever considered my feelings? The countless lives I devoured, did they not perish in vain? The celestial monk was nearly overwhelmed with rage, almost spitting blood in frustration, as what should have been a stable ascent to divinity was thwarted by another. He felt deep remorse for the thousands of lives he had consumed. However, when the celestial monk raised his head, Yin Nanfeng's sword aura, like an immense ocean, surged forth. The celestial monk gritted his teeth, channeling his demonic energy even as he was engulfed by the boundless sword intent. The entire underground palace trembled. Behind him, Yin Nanfeng maintained a solemn expression, watching as the sword energy, reminiscent of a vast sea, gradually dissipated. Once calm returned, Yin Nanfeng was left in shock by the gruesome scene within the underground palace. How could one be so cruel? Yin Nanfeng's eyes widened in fury. He understood that the celestial monk practiced demonic arts, which undoubtedly involved many brutal methods. Yet, he had underestimated the orthodox teachings of the Buddhist sect. This place bore no resemblance to a temple. It had clearly become a hellish domain. Indeed, in Yin Nanfeng's eyes, it was not much different from true hell. The celestial monk, hunched within the underground palace, wore a robe that had been reduced to tatters by Yin Nanfeng's sword energy. Even though Yin Nanfeng had thwarted his ascendance to the Buddha realm, the celestial monk was still at the cusp of that level. His strength had even surpassed that of Feng Qingzi, who was also at the same threshold. This allowed the celestial monk to narrowly escape death beneath Yin Nanfeng's sword. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the countless bones strewn across the ground, his soul scattered. With a sardonic chuckle, the celestial monk lowered his head. Truly, he was an extraordinary sword immortal. I never imagined that the legacy of my Chan temple would ultimately fall into your hands. Hearing the celestial monk's words, Yin Nanfeng snorted coldly. You, of all people, aspire to become a Buddha? The celestial monk's smile remained undiminished. Originally, the old monk could have carved his name into history, achieving the Buddha realm, yet he was left with nothing but regret. Yin Nanfeng sneered. Do you think it's justifiable to mercilessly slaughter millions for the sake of your own enlightenment? I alone could become a Buddha, delivering salvation to all and having the world embrace my teachings. That is the true era of prosperity. The celestial monk shouted. A harmonious society could only be realized through the power of my Buddhist sect. Observing the celestial monk's frenzied demeanor, Yin Nanfei felt a surge of murderous intent. Yet, in that moment, the celestial monk suddenly ceased his madness and turned his gaze to Yin Nanfei. I remember you, Yin Nanfei. A tremor coursed through Yin Nanfei as he recalled that he had never encountered the celestial monk Buddha before. He was baffled by how the latter could recognize him. The celestial monk Buddha seemed to perceive the confusion within Yin Nanfei's heart, offering a cold smile. To his astonishment, it all stemmed from the intricate web of fate. What was once known as the white-clad sword Immortal was indeed a former prodigy of the Zi Yang Sect. The celestial monk Buddha reflected on this revelation. Yin Nanfei furrowed his brow in concern. However, the next word from the celestial monk Buddha struck him like a thunderclap. The white-clad snow had not perished. Instead, he had become a god of death. Yin Nanfei himself had survived, ascending to the status of sword Immortal. The only one yet to appear was the enigmatic Shuechinga. How do you know all this? Yin Nanfei demanded, raising the Excalibur in his hand. This celestial monk Buddha surely held some hidden knowledge. Nonetheless, the celestial monk Buddha merely chuckled darkly, his voice raspy and unsettling. In my lifetime, I have delved into the mysteries of the heavens and the essence of all beings through the lens of Buddhist teachings. Yet when it comes to you, Yin Nanfei, I find myself ensnared in a fog of uncertainty. By all rights, you should have perished long ago. But only today have I come to realize that destiny has a hand far superior. Had I known this then, I should not have spared the lives of you three. The demon god, the god of death, and 2 sword immortals. 4 terrestrial deities have emerged in your era, yet I allowed this regret to linger. I refuse to accept it. I am unwilling to concede. All of this is because of you. The emotions of the celestial monk Buddha grew increasingly uncontainable, and a surge of demonic energy erupted from him, his body hovering in the void, radiating a terrifying spiritual power akin to blood. Yin Nanfei stood frozen, sensing that the events of the past were far more complex than he had imagined. Most crucially, it seemed the celestial monk Buddha possessed knowledge about Shinga. What else do you know? Yin Nanfei shouted. However, the celestial monk Buddha, now fully consumed by demonic transformation, erupted into a maniacal laughter, tinged with mockery. Yin Nanfei, even if your cultivation reaches the heavens, you cannot withstand the myriad transformations of this world. The day you slay the demon and reunite with your beloved will mark your enmity with the entire cosmos, a day when the world stands against you. Ha ha ha. With those words, the celestial monk Buddha fell silent, resembling a malevolent king of the underworld. The palace echoed with the wails of tormented spirits, and he had forgotten all else. Once a thought entered the realm of demonic influence, he ceased to be himself. Suddenly, the celestial monk Buddha charged forward, his prayer beads radiating a crimson demonic light. The overwhelming aura caused the very roof of the palace to shatter, while the surroundings of the cicada temple were engulfed in tumultuous winds. The approaching cultivators were taken aback by this sudden surge of formidable demonic energy. This power likely rivaled that of the demon god itself. Was it possible that the sword Immortal was not descending into madness, but rather slaying demons? Could there be a demonic entity lurking within the cicada temple? In the face of the celestial monk Buddha's immense presence, Yin Nanfei remained unimpressed. His expression was icy, unperturbed by the enmity of the world. Yin Nanfei, regardless of what the future held, deemed it imperative to slay the Buddha in that moment. This Buddha, more demonic than any fiend. With his sword, he would eradicate all evil. Chapter 105. The sign-in at the Cicada Temple. Blood dripped from the extermination sword. The entire Cicada Temple was forever altered, reduced to ruins, including the subterranean chambers that lay beneath it. At this juncture, the temple had transformed into a deep abyss due to Yin Nanfei's earth-shattering sword energy. With a dull thud, the corpse of the heavenly monk Buddha plummeted from the void, his grotesque visage etched with shock, unwilling to close his eyes even in death. Ultimately, he had failed to ascend to the Buddha realm, encountering Yin Nanfei without even the chance for regret. Yin Nanfei's demeanor remained cold. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood concealed beneath the rubble. The Cicada Temple, renowned as the foremost Buddhist sect in the world and historically the earliest recorded in the land of Shenzhou, was destined to become a relic of the past today. History, in essence, would merely serve as fodder for idle chatter over tea and meals. The system chimed within Yin Nanfei's mind as he signed in at the Cicada Temple. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have acquired the Cicada Temple's secret legacy, the Cicada Sound Buddhist method. Following the cessation of the system's voice, a surge of information flooded Yin Nanfei's consciousness. This was the supreme skill of the Cicada Temple, accessible solely to the heavenly monk Buddha. Despite acquiring this fragment of esoteric knowledge, Yin Nanfei felt a twinge of regret. Had the heavenly monk Buddha not succumbed to madness, he would have sought to extract information related to Shuechinga. From the heavenly monk Buddha's words, Yin Nanfei discerned numerous enigmas. Yet, the profundity of his speech left Yin Nanfei unable to fathom their meaning. When shall we meet again in the presence of our beloved, on a day when we stand against heaven and earth? Yin Nanfei pondered, perplexed. Shuechinga had perished over 50 years ago. How could they reunite? With a sigh, he sheathed the extermination sword and took a step forward, vanishing like a wraith. After a considerable time, cultivators began to arrive, investigating the situation. They were, in fact, quite tardy. The earlier surge of astonishing sword energy and demonic aura had obstructed their path. Only after the conflict had subsided could they make their way to the Cicada Temple. Upon arrival, they were met with astonishment. Some began to clear the ruins, uncovering the temple's secrets. Indeed, all the monks had become demonic. Within the Cicada Temple, a hidden underground chamber was discovered, filled with stark white bones. The heavenly monk Buddha had transformed into a grotesque figure, consuming humans. It was unimaginable that this place had morphed into a den of demons. Fortunately, this malignancy had been eradicated by the sword Immortal. Otherwise, countless others would have suffered. The facade of the Buddhist realm is nothing but a congregation of hypocrites, and I have long harbored disdain for them. The Temple of Yinin is hardly a paragon of virtue. A few days later, the fall of the Chan Temple sent shockwaves across the world. Who could have anticipated that the once revered Chan Temple would succumb to the corruption of nearly all its monks, with the heavenly monk Buddha himself having succumbed to malevolent thoughts? In the annals of the land of Shenzhou, the heavenly monk Buddha, clad in moon-white robes, embodied the sanctity of a celestial being, guiding demons toward redemption. However, that image has now been irrevocably tarnished. The current heavenly monk Buddha resembles a vengeful spirit. Yet, this calamity has only served to bolster the renown of the legendary sword Immortal. Each of his formidable actions reverberates throughout the world, vanquishing the Bianruo, slaughtering the Chan Temple, and slaying the half-step sword demon ancestor of the Shushan sword sect, not to mention his confrontation with the god of slaughter on the heights of Wudong Mountain. Chapter 106. The barking of dogs. The Zi Yang Sect now stands desolate, with a significant number of its elite disciples, under the leadership of Ning Haoran, having ventured westward to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the demonic cult. Currently, only a couple of elders remain at the Zi Yang Sect, accompanied by a few disciples of modest prowess. Although the battle between immortals and demons has commenced, each sect has retained one or two elders to guard against opportunistic incursions by powerful foes. However, the Zi Yang Sect is now drenched in blood, with many disciples having already fallen victim to slaughter. The two elders are valiantly defending their domain. Yet no one anticipated the collaboration between the demonic cult and the god of Slaughter Hall, each dispatching formidable warriors just as the Taoist sects converged upon the West Wilderness. At this moment, many sects find themselves perilously weakened, presenting an opportune moment for the assault. The most alarming aspect is that the forces sent forth by the god of Slaughter Hall and the demonic cult comprise unparalleled powerhouses. The two elders of the Zi Yang Sect, bloodied and grievously injured, stand only by sheer force of will, while behind them remains the last cohort of disciples. The assassins dispatched by the demonic cult and the god of Slaughter Hall sneer ominously, clearly perceiving the two elders as little more than lifeless husks. Today, the Zi Yang Sect shall be no more. One demonic figure chuckled darkly, his tone dripping with mockery. Oomph. The elder of the Zi Yang Sect retorted coldly. To us, the Zi Yang mountain range is merely a location. You may extinguish the Zi Yang mountain, yet our sect leader endures, the sword Immortal persists, and our disciples remain. Thus, our legacy shall not perish. How dare you boast of annihilating the Zi Yang Sect? Upon hearing the elder's resolute words, the remaining disciples of the Zi Yang Sect felt a swell of righteous pride, as one of the 10 great Taoist sects, standing shoulder to shoulder with powerhouses like Wudong and Shushan, who among the disciples lacks a measure of pride. No one fears the demonic cult, for the legacy of the Zi Yang Sect shall never be so easily extinguished. Yet, The powerful figures on the side of the demonic cult and the god of Slaughter Hall could not help but burst into laughter. Do you truly believe that in this battle between the celestial and demonic realms, you stand chance? The demon lord spoke coldly. He then fixed his fierce gaze upon the two elders of the Zi Yang Sect, regarding them as mere formidable insects, and continued. The last conflict between the celestial beings and the demons was merely a skirmish between my demonic sect and her Taoist order. However, this time, the demon realm, the demonic sect, and the Assassin's Hall have forged an alliance. This formidable alliance is not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the capabilities of the demon god, you so-called Taoist elders, every one of you who dares to enter the West Wilderness shall fall into the net of heaven and earth. None shall escape alive. The demon lord and the assassins looked at them mockingly. Since they were on the verge of death, it seemed only fitting to ensure they understood their fate. In this battle, the Taoist sect had nearly walked into the trap laid by the demonic sect. Even if the sword Immortal were powerful in the eyes of the demons, the demon god had unparalleled means to vanquish him. The century-long schemes of the demonic sect, with the demon god leveraging every advantage, would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon the annals of history in the land of Shenzhou. The elders of the Zi Yang Sect wore solemn expressions, clearly reluctant to accept the words of the demon lord. I, the Grand Master Howard of the Zi Yang Sect, wield unmatched sword energy. You are far too complacent. The two elders shouted in unison, drawing their swords and launching an attack. However, they were, after all, like arrows nearing their end. In the eyes of the demonic sect and the Assassin's Hall, they were scarcely even that. Furthermore, the Assassin's Hall had not directly infiltrated the West Wilderness. Most had dispersed to confront the various vulnerable Taoist sections. As the two elders thrust their swords, the battle was poised to erupt, but it was fleeting. These two elders, at the realm of the returning ruins, were no match for such a formidable foe. Soon, they found themselves defeated once more. Die, you old dogs of the Zi Yang Sect! The demon lord, no longer wishing to squander time, roared in anger, and along with the assassins, unleashed a demonic assault. In an instant, a sinister aura enveloped the entire Zi Yang Sect, and the demon lord laughed boisterously. The disciples of the Zi Yang Sect were thrown into disarray. Their own strength was limited, and many were mere novices, rendered speechless by the overwhelming demonic might. The two elders felt their spirits plummet. They had anticipated an enemy's incursion, but never expected such formidable strength to confront them, with foes reaching the peak of the returning ruins. Though these elders were not weak in the realm of Shenzhou, they were still outnumbered and outmatched. Even if we perish, we shall fight to the death against you. Arrogant demon lord, the elders declared, their faces etched with sorrow. The demon lord's laughter grew, increasingly arrogant. Just then, an unexpected phenomenon suddenly appeared from the direction of the back mountain of the Zi Yang Sect, arriving at a most inopportune moment. The elders and the disciples of the Zi Yang Sect turned their gazes towards the direction of the back mountain, where resided the sect's swordsmanship prodigy from 50 years ago. The true face of the Zi Yang Sect, the sword Immortal Yen Nanfei. However, they were taken aback by the sudden sound of barking emanating from the direction of the Cliff of Reflection. Even the leaders of the demonic sect and the assassins of the Killing Hall stood in stunned silence. Most astonishingly, the barking was not merely a mundane sound. It was a resounding cacophony that shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Chapter 107. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. A little loach? Each bark possessed the power to astound the world and move the spirits. The leaders of the demonic sect and the assassins were utterly perplexed. Whose dog could produce such a formidable sound? The barking continued unabated, and with each bark, the clouds above the Zi Yang Sect's back mountain grew darker, casting a shadow over the sky. Yet, amidst the vast expanse, an immense wave of spiritual energy surged forth. What was unfolding? Everyone on Zi Yang Mountain gazed in bewilderment, unsure of the events transpiring. Meanwhile, atop the Cliff of Reflection, the laughing heavenly dog radiated an astonishing energy as it crouched low, fixated on a celestial pool before it. Gritting its teeth, it unleashed its spiritual power, no longer suppressing the bloodline of the Qilin within, transforming its barks into reverberations that echoed through the heavens, increasingly resembling the roar of a Qilin rather than that of a mere dog. Roar woof! In the celestial pool before the laughing heavenly dog, a little celestial dragon koi leapt repeatedly from the water's surface. However, after nearly 50 years of this repetitive action, today it seemed markedly different. With each leap, It was enveloped in a radiant golden light, growing ever more dazzling. It was this brilliance that instilled a sense of urgency in the laughing heavenly dog, prompting its sudden outburst. Moreover, there seemed to be an unusual sound emanating from within the koi. The koi leaped higher and higher. Initially, those from a demonic sect could not discern what was happening, but soon they could see a small black dot from the direction of the cliff of reflection, continuously soaring into the sky, only to fall back down, repeating the cycle. Accompanying this spectacle, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Before long, the onlookers beheld an incredibly astonishing scene. From the direction of the cliff of reflection, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated throughout the land. In that moment, the sky was filled with thunder and rain, and a colossal flash of lightning seemed poised to obliterate the world. From a distance, a magnificent golden dragon emerged, soaring towards the heavens. With the dragon's roar, the earth trembled, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. A demonic leader from the dragon demonic sect was rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. Since ancient times, dragons have been regarded as beings that stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in the ancient texts of the divine land. Throughout the ages, only endless legends have remained, and few have ever caught a glimpse of the true form of a celestial dragon. Yet today, all were taken aback by a shocking spectacle, to the point of questioning their own senses. Who could have foreseen that after a series of resounding barks, a celestial dragon would suddenly appear on the back mountain of the Zi Yang Sect? The most absurd part was that as the dragon soared into the sky, exhaling clouds and mist, the echoes of barking continued to emanate from the cliff of reflection. The disciples of the demonic sect were left utterly bewildered. Whose dog was this that dared to provoke a dragon? In the void, the majesty of the celestial dragon was breathtaking. Historical accounts of dragons have never provided definitive descriptions, nor is there any clarity regarding the true strength of a celestial dragon. Some say that a celestial dragon is at least equivalent to a human in the perfected realm of enlightenment, on the brink of becoming a sword immortal. Others assert that dragons exist within the realm of terrestrial immortals. Nonetheless, it appears that dragons possess no extraordinary traits. Yet once a dragon manifests, it cannot linger on earth for long, but must ascend to the heavenly realm. It is only there that the true essence of the celestial dragon is revealed. Even on earth, a dragon lacks a clear division of realms, as dragons are not of this mundane world. At most, they equate to terrestrial immortals or may only reach the level of a half-step sword immortal. This is intrinsically linked to the constraints between the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Only in the heavenly domain can it unleash its true might, a terrifying power that surpasses terrestrial immortals, rumored to be on par with celestial beings. It is said that a single droplet of the dragon's saliva can summon a deluge upon the earth, and a single roar can obliterate the world. Hence, the records of the divine land are scarce, shrouding the dragon clan in mystery. Even if the celestial dragon remains on earth, unable to exhibit its full power, what does it matter? For everyone, should the dragon choose to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as an elephant crushing an ant. Yet, soon the crowd witnessed an even more astonishing scene. The celestial dragon swiftly descended back to the cliff of reflection, only to appear again in the void through instantaneous movement. How bizarre could the ensuing spectacle be? Have you ever seen a dragon? Have you ever seen a dog? Have you ever seen a dog perched upon the head of a dragon? This was precisely the scene unfolding. The small celestial dragon, radiant with golden light, rushed forward, and atop its head, the laughing sky dog appeared imposing, its canine visage adorned with an air of arrogant glee, sitting proudly as if a valiant warrior riding a dragon. Moreover, it occasionally barked, harmonizing with the dragon's roars. This dog had defied the heavens. The entire Zi Yang Sect was bathed in a sanctified glow. The malevolent fiends and the assassins of the Killing Temple found themselves momentarily intimidated by the formidable presence of the little heavenly dragon and the smiling celestial dog. What kind of divine realm is this Zi Yang Sect? It is one thing to have a terrestrial sword immortal, but why is everything so extraordinarily peculiar? Even dragons are present. Enough is enough. I'll tactically withdraw for now. Let these two beasts be handled by the practitioners of the Zi Yang Sect. In an instant, the malevolent entities and assassins retreated like a receding tide. Who would be foolish enough to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the little heavenly dragon? To them, this group would likely be regarded as mere snacks. That dog, in its current state, surely cannot be an ordinary canine. However, the heavenly dragon, grand in stature and swift as the wind, obscured a vast expanse of the sky, and soon engaged with the assassins of the demonic cult and the killing temple. With a thunderous roar, the dragon opened its gaping maw, causing a chorus of anguished cries to erupt from the malevolent fiends and assassins. The might of the dragon descended upon the world like a deity. Yet, the little heavenly dragon seemed unable to distinguish friend from foe, consuming any living creature that crossed its path. At that moment, even the elders and disciples of the Zi Yang Sect fell within the dragon's line of sight. The elders, stricken with terror, found themselves at a loss. Despite their years of experience in the martial world, who among them had ever encountered a dragon? Moreover, they could not fathom the reason for this creature's appearance, nor could they predict whether its presence would bring fortune or calamity. With a thunderous roar, the dragon wreaked havoc in all directions, causing the very mountains of Xiang to tremble violently. Just then, from a void, a figure clad in white descended upon a sword. Even Nanfei found himself momentarily bewildered by the sight of the little heavenly dragon. At that moment, the dragon had fixed its blood-stained maw upon the elders of the Zi Yang Sect. Nanfei quickly shouted, "Stop, you little mudfish!" Chapter 108. One Dragon, One Dog, One Sword Immortal. With a commanding shout, Nanfei managed to instill a semblance of order amidst the panic of the Zi Yang Sect's elders and disciples, who were utterly defenseless against the dragon. Fortunately, Nanfei arrived just in time, having spent considerable time meditating upon the cliff of reflection. The little heavenly dragon did not recognize distinctions between allies and adversaries, only acknowledging those with whom it shared companionship. Nanfei, the smiling celestial dog, and who may err. Any other being, whether regarded as friend or foe, was subject to the whims of the dragon. Upon hearing Nanfei's call of little mudfish, the once unstoppable momentum of the golden dragon's massive form abruptly halted. Indeed, just like a mudfish, it regarded the solemn expression of Nanfei in the void and emitted a disgruntled whimper. The smiling celestial dog, perched atop the little heavenly dragon's head, shed its previously defiant demeanor. The elders of the Zi Yang Sect exhaled a sigh of relief, having been thoroughly frightened moments before. As the celestial dragon soared atop Xiang Mountain, all the nefarious beings and the assassins of the killing god palace either became prey for the little dragon or were utterly crushed into a mere pulp. Nanfei, an elder of the celestial dragon, gazed intently at Nanfei, at a loss for words to describe the spectacle. Nanfei offered a gentle smile, reassuring the elder. "Do not worry. These two are merely pets I keep at the Cliff of Reflection." His words sent shivers of dread through the hearts of the elders, akin to 1,000 wild steeds racing through their minds. Pets? Who would be so idle as to keep a celestial dragon as a pet? Shouldn't celestial dragons exist solely in the legendary heavens? Nanfei chuckled softly, acknowledging that the emergence of the little dragon was indeed astonishing. However, he had not anticipated that the little dragon would unexpectedly succeed in crossing the dragon gate. Traditionally, celestial dragons were only supposed to manifest in the celestial realm. Any dragon appearing in the mortal world was destined to vanish, presumably undergoing tribulation to ascend to the fabled heavens. Gently patting the little dragon, Nanfei startled the onlookers once more. After all, in the lore of the mortal realm, dragons were formidable entities. As he surveyed the blood of the malevolent assassins around him, he curled his lips in disdain. It seemed that cultivators across the land were gradually converging towards the western wilderness. The impending second celestial demonic war promised to be a fierce battle, as the adversaries faced by the Daoist sect were not solely the demonic cult, but also the killing god palace and the monster domain. Nanfei's gaze turned contemplative as he looked westward. It was time for him to confront the demon god. With this thought, Nanfei swept his long sleeves, declaring that his identity as the sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect was no longer a secret, nor could it be concealed. This journey would undoubtedly astonish the world. Thus, he mused, why not amplify the spectacle even further? Historically, every sword immortal made their entrance riding their sword. This time, however, Nanfei chose a different approach. Clad in white, he leaped gracefully onto the back of the little dragon, while the affectionate canine, Tianquan, nuzzled against him. The elders and disciples of the Zi Yang Sect twitched in disbelief. What chaos would ensue if a legendary celestial dragon suddenly appeared amidst the celestial demonic war? Yet, one could only surmise that the scene would be utterly tumultuous. With a hearty laugh, Nanfei patted the little dragon's head. "Shall Lizzie let us go?" He had bestowed upon the dragon such an endearing name, recalling that before truly becoming a celestial dragon, it had merely been a coy. The elders fell silent, bemused by the seemingly whimsical name, which struck them as akin to those given to palace eunuchs. Nevertheless, the little dragon appeared thoroughly pleased with its name. With a mighty roar, Shao Lizzie soared into the sky, unleashing a dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens. A dragon, a dog, and a celestial swordsman made their way towards the western wilderness. This day was destined to be the most momentous in the annals of the divine land. Yin Nanfei, clad in white as pure as snow, rode upon a celestial dragon, exuding an otherworldly aura. In the western wilderness, the practitioners of the realm, disciples of various Tao sects, displayed resolute expressions. Born into an era of chaos, we, as cultivators, must vanquish demons and protect the celestial order. This time, the Taoist sects assembled, totaling tens of thousands. Led by the 10 foremost sects, their elite forces were all dispatched. Moreover, the forgetting dust monk from the Tianyin temple joined this grand army against evil, earning the admiration and reverence of countless Taoists. For the first time, a venerable figure from Buddhism was willing to step forth. The forgetting dust monk, possessing the cultivation of the Tianqi realm, was considered an exceedingly formidable ally for the Taoists. Ning Haoran wielded the Haoran sword and, along with the other sect leaders, led the Taoists into the western wilderness. A gentle breeze caressed him, his white Taoist robe billowing as his hair danced, with black sword energy swirling around him, exuding an impressive presence. Beside him stood Yunling, whose cultivation had reached celestial heights. She was the youngest female Tianqi realm practitioner in the history of the divine land, revered by many. Her every smile and frown revealed the exquisite essence of the peach blossom sword intent as she held the unparalleled divine sword, a treasure that evoked envy among all cultivators. Yet, none dared to cast a covetous glance upon it. The Zi Yang Sect's strength had dramatically increased, and with the addition of a peerless swordsman, who could rival them across the entire divine land. At this moment, the atmosphere in the western wilderness grew increasingly tense. Upon the demon mountain, the demon god Tongyu sneered ominously as he observed the approaching Taoist practitioners, his expression darkening with malice. This battle was unavoidable. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers roared in unison, calling upon their demon god to lead them in the assault against the Taoists. The morale among the demon followers soared. While Li Daosheng from the Taoist side scoffed dismissively. Such arrogance! This time, we shall eradicate them entirely. The heavens over the western wilderness turned a dim gray. Since ancient times, water and fire have been irreconcilable. The ethereal energy of the Taoists clashed with the demonic aura, creating a stark opposition. As both sides let out a mighty roar, the western wilderness was fated to be drenched in blood, converging into an ocean of carnage. Countless valiant heroes would forever remain in the western wilderness, reduced to mere bones. The atmosphere of impending slaughter was somber. On this day, the celestial demon war commenced in earnest. Chapter 109. Today, the swordsman rides a dragon, and the name of the swordsman is known throughout the world. In the divine land, the western wilderness would no longer enjoy its former tranquility. Conflicts erupted, and the winds grew ominously crimson. Once the celestial demon war commenced, a scene of rivers of blood unfolded. On the demon mountain, the demon god Tongyu raised his arm and called forth. Instantly, tens of thousands of demon soldiers surged forth from the mountain, their chaotic dance resembling countless malevolent spirits released from hell, their grotesque faces revealed. The ancient sects of the Taoists, with their steadfast resolve, draw their swords, shouting fervently for the annihilation of demons and the resurgence of the dark cult. On the Taoist side, the leaders of various sects, their expressions grave, unsheathed their long swords. Esteemed friends, they proclaim, today we must eradicate these vile creatures. Henceforth, there shall be no treacherous lands in the west, nor shall the demon mountain dwell therein. With a unified cry of kill, the masters of Wudong, Qingcheng, and Mount Shu brandish their swords. The leader of the Zi Yang Sect, Ning Haoran, unleashes an overwhelming sword aura capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Both celestial and demonic forces surge forth, each confronting their adversaries. Li Daoxing, come fort. A demon roars from the void. In an instant, formidable beings emerge to engage in battle, scattering in all directions. These are the unparalleled champions of the celestial awakening realm, the mightiest of the realm converging in this location, amplifying the energy of the West. However, an immense wave of murderous intent suddenly descends. The Hall of Killers has finally made its appearance, with countless assassins encircling the area. Yet the disciples of the Taoist sect maintain their steadfast demeanor, drawing their swords and advancing fearlessly. For those who pursue the path of cultivation must embody righteousness. Who among them does not burn with fervor, vowing to vanquish evil and uphold justice? Below, a surging tide of Taoist disciples and demonic forces clashes. In the skies above, powerful beings engage in fierce combat. In the distance, a figure adorned in dark brocade approaches from the horizon. The palpable aura of death takes shape, crimson light flashing, and torrents of blood erupt. The god of killers emerges. Upon his arrival, the atmosphere of the West transforms into an icy chill, all succumbing to his formidable presence. The earthly immortal's might is unmatched. Yet, the Taoist sects of today are no longer what they once were. A resounding sword sound reverberates as Feng Qingzi of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect arrives, resembling a celestial being. Our previous encounter lacked satisfaction. Today, I shall truly experience your prowess. Ascending to the earthly immortal realm is indeed a lonely endeavor. Yet to contend with a fellow earthly immortal like you is a rare fortune, he declares with a hearty laugh. With that, the god of killers huffs coldly, sweeping his long sleeves and vanishing into the distant sky. Feng Qingzi follows closely on his sword. The might of the earthly immortal is overwhelmingly potent. Should a battle ensue here, it would render the conflict between celestial and demonic forces moot, likely reducing the Taoist disciples and demonic armies beneath them to mere ashes in an instant. In the next moment, a surge of ferocity erupts from afar, a force so formidable that even those of the celestial awakening realm must retreat from its edge. Ning Haoren, having slain countless fiends, cannot shake the feeling that this demonic army possesses an unsettling peculiarity. A memory stirs within him. In the bygone years, a rare treasure emerged from the western wilderness, and he once ventured alone into the Demon Mountain, only to be intercepted by fiendish creatures. At that moment, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. For reasons unknown, these demons seemed perpetually tireless in battle, akin to relentless machines of slaughter. Most notably, every demon possessed strength far exceeding what was typical for their realm. Among them were formidable beings who had transcended to the realms of return to ruins and even awakening, exhibiting immense power, capable of effortlessly engaging in battles beyond their rank. Before him, a horde of over 100 demons surged forth. Ning Haoren let out a cold laugh. With a swift stroke of his sword, his majestic sword aura swept through, cleaving countless demon heads along his path. Yet, the demonic army showed no signs of halting their assault, as more fiends continued to converge upon him. At that moment, a graceful figure clad in azure attire darted forth, wielding a peerless divine weapon, the exquisite sword. With a thrust, it seemed to carry with it a flurry of peach blossom petals, pure sword intent permeating the western wilderness. Ning Haoren and Yunling unleashed their supreme divine powers of the awakening realm, vanquishing the demons, slaying demons where they encountered them. Regardless of whether they were of the return to ruins or awakening realms, they executed their foes with a single stroke. Meanwhile, the demon god Tongyu stood atop the demon mountain, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the fray, a cold expression gradually taking shape upon his face. One hand rested upon a black wooden coffin, and though the demons below had descended into chaos, engaging fiercely with the Taoist sect, he remained still, biding his time for a particular individual. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the boundaries of the western wilderness. In the distance, everyone could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar, mingled with the barks of dogs. All were momentarily stunned. Even the fierce battle between celestial beings and demons faltered briefly, though this subtle pause was fleeting. After a brief interlude, combat resumed with renewed fervor. Although the demon god Tongyu felt a twinge of surprise, he surmised that the one he awaited had finally arrived, as the formidable energy signaled. With deliberate calm, the demon god began to gather his strength, poised for an offensive. He even contemplated a display of grandeur. With a boisterous laugh, he would soar skyward, his demonic might rivaling that of the heavens, enshrining this generation's unparalleled sword immortal within the divine coffin. Now, that would be a spectacle. However, in the next instant, a dragon's roar resounded, reverberating through the realms. The entirety of the western wilderness seemed to tremble in unison with this sound. All present looked up in astonishment, including Ning Haoren and his companions, startled by the sudden emergence of such a powerful resonance, initially believing it to be a high-ranking Taoist engaged in battle with a demon. The previous subtle dragon's chant was merely a manifestation of their cultivation. Yet, no one could have anticipated the astonishing roar that now echoed. A true testament to what it meant to unleash a dragon's cry across the heavens. Instantly, all gazes were drawn upward. The demon god Tongyu was abruptly confronted with a sight that filled him with profound dismay. High above in the boundless heavens, a colossal golden celestial dragon soared, enveloped in clouds and mist. Initially, Tongyu had envisioned a peerless sword immortal making his entrance merely on a flying sword, the sound of his blade reverberating across the world, and his sword intent permeating the western wilderness. While impressive, it was hardly extraordinary, unable to claim a place in history. Yet, reality dealt Tongyu another painful blow, as Yin Nanfei once again imparted a lesson to him. What truly constitutes grandeur? What does it mean to make a statement? This was the manner befitting a figure of immense strength. Arriving on a flying sword was far too mundane, far too ordinary. Instead, he rode in on a dragon. This scene was destined to be etched into the annals of history across the land of Shenzhou. All gazed skyward at Yin Nanfei, clad in white atop the dragon's head, captivated in awe. Today, every venerable elder among the premier factions of Shenzhou would be left astounded. In the second battle between immortals and demons, the legendary sword Immortal rode the dragon, soaring through the clouds, standing proudly above the 9 heavens, unmatched by any before or after. The true identity of the sword Immortal was none other than the prodigious disciple of the Zi Yang Sect, who had been punished and sent to the Thinking Cliff over 50 years ago. The genius of the sword path, Yin Nanfei. His identity as a sword Immortal sent shockwaves throughout Shenzhou. The name Yin Nanfei became known to all. Chapter 110. The Struggle of Destiny. Look, that's a dragon. All the disciples of the Taoist sect were rendered speechless. Throughout history, everyone had heard tales of dragons. But how many had the chance to behold the true visage of a celestial dragon? Today, the sight of the sword Immortal riding the dragon amidst the heavens was indeed a rare spectacle, perhaps one that would not be witnessed again for centuries. The headmaster of Wudong Mountain, engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic adversary, was suddenly startled by the resounding roar of the dragon echoing in all directions. He repelled his opponent with a swift strike of the Tai Xiaoyao palm, then gazed upwards into the sky. There, amidst the 9 skies, the figure of Yin Nanfei, elegantly draped in white, appeared before him. Li Daosheng was taken aback, recalling a multitude of memories. Not only he, but many esteemed elders of the Taoist sect recognized Yin Nanfei. They were inevitably reminded of the sword genius who had once stirred a tempest of blood and chaos 50 years prior. However, as time passed, who among the young disciples of the Taoist sect could recognize this legendary figure? Moreover, none knew what the name Yin Nanfei truly represented. It was he. It turned out that the Zi Yang Sect had never concealed any ancestors. Yin Nanfei had vanished from the cliff of contemplation 50 years ago, only to emerge after that incident, transcending into the realm of the sword Immortal. Yet, he had once strayed into the demonic path, regardless of his past. Now he stood as a sword Immortal within our Taoist sect. The world was in astonishment, listening to the discussions among the elders of their sect. All the disciples exchanged glances, unaware of the significance of the name Yin Nanfei. Yin Nanfei was once scorned by the Taoist sects of the world and was cast upon a cliff of reflection, thereafter vanishing from the vast expanse of the land. Yet, what faded away was not merely a generation's prodigy, but everything that defined him. Since that moment, the world has known no Yin Nanfei. However, upon hearing the elders of various sects recount tales of his exploits, a fervor ignited within them. For the sake of their beloved, they would charge forth in righteous fury, slaying all in their path. Though this sentiment has resonated with countless young cultivators, embodying the essence of heroism, upon the demonic mountain, the demon god Tongyu let out a cold snort. Regardless of how one makes their entrance, today, a reckoning shall be had. Suddenly, the demon god Tongyu forcefully struck the coffin of the fallen world, propelling himself into motion with unprecedented speed. Yin Nanfei, prepare to meet your fate. As the demon emerged, an overwhelming aura of malice surged forth, engulfing the skies. Above, the heavens trembled with the billowing dark energy. Countless malevolent spirits, emerging from the depths of the underworld, howled in anguish, yearning to rend the very fabric of existence. The demonic energy and sinister aura swept across the entire firmament. Below, all cultivators were stirred into a frenzy. At last, these two formidable beings were destined to clash in the Western Wastes. An unprecedented battle of life and death between titans of the terrestrial immortal realm. A spectacle unseen throughout history. One must acknowledge their fortune in witnessing such a momentous event. They were indeed among the luckiest in the annals of time. In the void, Yin Nanfei raised his arm and shouted triumphantly. As his long sleeves billowed, it appeared as if countless mists swirled around him. The sword comes. With a resounding clang, a long sword shot forth, piercing the heavens. As if even the perennial clouds above the western waste would be cleaved apart by its might. The roar of the celestial dragon echoed, resonating with the sound of the sword. This scene was truly awe-inspiring, a spectacle that would echo through the ages. The might of the sword Immortal astonished the world. The extermination sword spiraled through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattered space, and the essence of the celestial was released, finding its way into Yin Nanfei's grasp. With the extermination sword in hand, Yin Nanfei, the preeminent figure of antiquity, stood ready. This blade could sever the heavens and slay immortals, rendering even terrestrial immortals humbled. The Taoist sects felt invigorated by the sword Immortal's imposing presence, their morale soaring. Slay the demons. The demon god Tongyu laughed heartily. He had awaited this battle for far too long. The sword Immortal Yin Nanfei, today as confrontation would determine not only victory or defeat, but also life or death. Yin Nanfei smiled softly, sweeping his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Gulme. In the next instant, the demon god and Yin Nanfei clashed. As the celestial dragon roared behind him, its spiritual energy radiating forth, reducing many demons to mere ashes under its might. Boom! In the heavens above, the extermination sword collided with the coffin of the fallen world, summoning the very thunder of the divine. The earth trembled. Waves of spiritual power surged forth, expanding to envelop the entirety of the Western Wastes. Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel the ferocity of this earth-shattering battle. The four terrestrial immortals of the current age. When it comes to the paragons of power, it seems that only the demon god Tongyu can rival Yin Nanfei, as they are the two strongest among the four. Each wields a divine weapon, and every clash between them symbolizes the collision of ancient energies that have endured through the ages. They each unleash their formidable techniques, one emanating a sinister aura from the depths of hell, while the other embodies the pure sword intent of Yin Nanfei. As Yin Nanfei swings his sword, the intent radiates across the realm, with the sword energy surging forth, coalescing into an infinite ocean that floats in the heavens. The Zhuxian sword points towards the sky, and with a series of incantations, each word amplifies the momentum in the void. The celestial realm transforms into divine thunder, a magnificent display of heavenly might. Summoned by his blade, Yin Nanfei, with a resolute expression, forms a sword seal with his hand. Presently, the lightning cascades from the heavens, permeated with the authority of the divine. The entire western wilderness is engulfed in a tempest of thunderous light. The prowess of the sword Immortal is unmatched. However, the demon god Tongyu is no mere trifler. Amidst the lightning, countless malevolent spirits emerge, some powerful enough to devour the lightning whole, while others are obliterated beneath its might. What a formidable, true technique of the divine, sword-summoning thunder. The demon god Tongyu laughs heartily, finally witnessing the true power of this technique. Yet, the battle is far from over. Yin Nanfei's repertoire of techniques seems to be inexhaustible. The six-character Great Bright Mantra, the Tai Carefree Palm, the Taiji Divine Sword, and the Celestial Mechanism Seal are unleashed in rapid succession. Demon God Tongyu also employs his own dark assaults. At this level of combat, onlookers can discern little of the intricacies. They can only feel the overwhelming gusts of wind. Above, the heavens are obscured, with only glimpses of lightning and thunder visible amidst the swirling mists, while the resounding echoes of celestial thunder resonate, and an infinite energy permeates the atmosphere. This is the battle of the land Immortal realm. Some cultivators shout in awe, unable to open their eyes against the fierce winds. In such a contest, every strike and maneuver can invoke a transformation of the very cosmos. At times, the winds howl, and at others, the skies crackle with lightning. After a prolonged interval, the extraordinary phenomena cease. In the void, Yin Nanfei and demon god Tongyu stand opposed. Yin Nanfei, with his sword pointed to the ground, maintains a tranquil demeanor. his white robe still pristine despite minor tears, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. In contrast, demon god Tongyu appears somewhat disheveled, his armor marred with numerous marks, some even seeping with blood. It is evident that Yin Nanfeng possesses greater strength. Demon god Tongyu gasps heavily, utterly astonished by Yin Nanfeng's formidable prowess. Tongyu's cold, sinister laughter fills the air. I never imagined you would reach such a realm. You have now ascended to the pinnacle of the land immortal realm that has not been seen for millennia. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfeng scoffs dismissively. However, in the next moment, demon god Tongyu coldly remarks, "In terms of sheer strength, I can see that I fall short of you. However, after decades of traversing the realm of the sword immortal, have you not felt the presence of even mightier entities in this world?" Yin Nanfeng furrowed his brow, uncertain of what the demon god Tongyu intended to convey, yet an ominous feeling permeated the air. In this realm, there is no ultimate power, only those who are stronger. The demon god Tongyu proclaimed with fervor. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, and the coffin of the fallen world began to rotate, ultimately positioning itself between the two. Today, I, demon god Tongyu, summon the souls of the abyss through the great prison soul technique, opening the gate of ghosts to invite the deities of the nine abysses to lend their strength to my demonic sect. As his words echoed, the demon god Tongyu unleashed a series of bizarre prints, inscribing runes upon the coffin. The entire black coffin became encrusted with intricate patterns, radiating a sinister glow. From the seams of the coffin, Yin Nanfeng sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura seeping forth, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. Yin Nanfeng was taken aback. What manner of existence resided within that coffin? Even as a sword immortal of his generation, a hint of unease stirred within him. Chapter 111. The terrifying existence beyond the realm of earthly immortals. The demonic army from the western wastes surged like a relentless tide, their eyes gleaming with malice. Yet, all practitioners from the Taoist sects gazed gravely into the heavens. At this moment, anyone could perceive the terrifying aura emanating from the coffin of the demon god Tongyu. It was a presence so potent that even the slightest hint of its energy instilled a sense of reverence and fear in the hearts of these cultivators. It exuded the oppressive force of a higher being. Even the Tianlong and Xiaodian Hound behind Yin Nanfeng fell silent, their gazes fixated on the coffin of the fallen world, as if they sensed an impending threat. The demon god Tongyu laughed maniacally. Ordinarily, he would refrain from unleashing the entity within the coffin unless absolutely necessary, for even he, with his command over the coffin of the fallen world, could scarcely hope to fully control such a being. In the past, he had ventured into the unknown realm beyond the gale barriers of the western wastes. Recalling his experiences in that hidden world sent shivers down his spine. Even he could only suppress such a monstrosity with the power of the coffin of the fallen world. Yet, deep within that world, he sensed the existence of even more formidable beings. Their power was unattainable, rendering even earthly immortals seemingly insignificant, leaving the demon god Tongyu feeling a chill of dread. Yin Nanfeng, you have forced me, demon god Tongyu, to this juncture, which is no small feat. However, today marks the destined moment for the Taoist sects to vanish from this realm. The demon god Tongyu bellowed. Subsequently, the malevolent energy leaking from the coffin of the fallen world became even more terrifying, while the demon god Tongyu's gaze remained fiercely fixed below. All demons retreat. With a single command from the demon god Tongyu, the army of demons retreated. The Taoist sect initially sought to exploit their advantage, but in the void, the demon god Tongyu let out a cold snort, sweeping his long sleeves. Instantly, a tempest of extraordinarily violent energy enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yin Nanfeng was taken aback. This energy was profoundly familiar to him. It was the aura of the wind barrier. Suddenly, a mysterious greenish-blue formation surged into action over the entire expanse of the western wasteland. Forthwith, gusts of wind swept through, transforming the landscape into a verdant hue of the wind barrier, indicating the density of the gales within the formation. This gale had the capacity to scorch the spiritual energy within practitioners, reducing them to ashes from the inside out, even leaving no corporeal remains. No one anticipated that the demon god Tongyu possessed such formidable means. He had established such a powerful formation over the western wasteland, invoking the boundless gales of the wind barrier as a weapon against the Taoist sect. Gritting his teeth, Yin Nanfeng, a legendary sword immortal, realized that while this formation could not harm him, What the practitioners below? Within the endless gale formation, perhaps the elders of the Taoist sect at the return to void or heavenly enlightenment realms could endure for a brief moment. But who among his disciples could hope to survive? Your methods are exceedingly malicious, Yin Nanfeng admonished loudly. The demon god Tongyu laughed maniacally, relishing the moment. For a century, my demonic sect has endured, and under my leadership, we have devised this ancient and formidable wind barrier formation, precisely to draw your Taoist sect to the western wasteland during this celestial demonic conflict, whereupon we can ensnare you all. With a chilling tone, the demon god Tongyu continued. For 100 years, I have employed supreme secret arts to thoroughly investigate the mysterious phenomena of this land, utilizing the wind barrier merely as a commonplace tactic. Throughout this century, I have cultivated countless elite warriors for my sect using the prison soul great method. Even the demon race has become my puppets. I can even traverse the wind barrier to reach the world beyond. What? Yin Nanfeng was utterly astonished. The demon god Tongyu chuckled coldly. Did you think our demonic sect's power could surge so rapidly without reason? That realm possesses the most suitable Yin energy for my cultivation. And combined with my supreme secret arts, the enlightenment realm you Taoists revere is insignificant to my sect. At this juncture, the demon god Tongyu's expression grew wary, and he spoke slowly. However, that world is a perilous territory that we terrestrial immortals cannot easily tread. The entities there are beyond even our reach. With a cold expression, the demon god Tongyu concluded, "Today, let me demonstrate for you." As the words fell, the lid of the coffin of the damned suddenly burst open in the heavens. A wave of dread surged within the hearts of all present. Yin Nanfeng tightly grasped the sword of extermination. He was at a loss as to how the demon god had acquired such formidable prowess. Even he himself might not traverse the barrier of violent winds to enter the world beyond. Yet at that moment, Yin Nanfeng could think of nothing else. From within the coffin of the damned, a torrent of black demonic energy surged forth, initially obscuring all visibility. However, amidst the swirling black mist, two crimson glimmers could be discerned. Below, countless cultivators within the violent wind formation had already succumbed to death from the exhaustion of their spiritual power. The remaining few were huddled together, protected by elder masters from various sects, each employing their unique divine abilities to tenuously hold onto a thread of life. For them, survival hinged solely on the hope that Yin Nanfeng would intervene to rescue them. However, when they gazed skyward, the overwhelming aura of malevolence that transcended comprehension enveloped them in despair. High above, Yin Nanfeng's expression grew grave. The malevolent entity stood directly opposite him, and only he could truly fathom its terrifying presence. It was a being that had surpassed the realm of terrestrial immortals. A black mist of malevolence gradually drifted from the coffin of the damned, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. Yet even someone as powerful as Yin Nanfeng felt an intense sense of oppression. For decades, he had dwelled in the realm of terrestrial sword immortals, reaching the pinnacle of excellence, becoming the most extraordinary among all terrestrial immortals throughout history. Over the years, he had persistently sought to uncover whether there existed a realm stronger than that of terrestrial immortals. Yet, each time, he could only vaguely perceive a barrier that seemed both near and distant, leaving him uncertain if this higher realm truly existed. After all, in the annals of Shenzhou, the realm of terrestrial immortals was already regarded as the highest point within the current cultivation system. However, today, Yin Nanfeng was nearly convinced that a realm beyond terrestrial immortals undoubtedly existed. Yet, this realm had surpassed the comprehension of the masses. The malevolent entity unleashed by the demon god appeared to have reached such a level. This realm was elusive and ethereal, leaving one at a loss for how to define it. Yin Nanfeng's countenance turned frigid. It seemed this battle would not be easily won. In the distance, the combatants Feng Qingzi and the god of death, Yueying, were both taken aback, immediately ceasing their assaults and turning their gazes toward the ominous sky above the demon mountain. Both stood transfixed, with Feng Qingzi stroking his grizzled beard as he stared at Yin Nanfeng. This was indeed a power that had transcended the confines of this world. The god of killing, Yueying, gazed into the abyss, lost in profound contemplation. Perhaps he pondered the reason behind the terrifying presence unleashed by the demon god Tongyu. Or perhaps he was concerned for the safety of Yin Nanfeng. At this moment, both Feng Qingzi and Yueying had forsaken the will to continue fighting. For beings of their caliber, the struggle between an earthly immortal and a being of a higher realm seemed far more significant than the immediate outcome of their battle. who among them did not aspire to reach the pinnacle of power and ascend to a loftier realm? Above the demon mountain, under the vast heavens, Yin Nanfei wielded the Zi Yang sword. Although his adversary was immensely formidable, he remained composed. To engage with a being of greater strength was, for him, a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, the demon god Tongyu wore a chilling smile. How now, Yin Nanfei? Today, you shall not escape death. With hands forming intricate seals and eyes deep with intent, Tongyu summoned the malevolent creature, which had been subdued by the god burial coffin, seemingly bound to it by arcane runes. The means by which Tongyu controlled this creature appeared to stem from the very coffin itself. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dominate such a being, which might perceive Tongyu merely as a slightly more powerful insect. The creature emitted a deep, rumbling roar, releasing an aura that reeked of the underworld. Its emergence cast a shadow over the entire western wilderness, enveloping it in an eerie darkness. Even Yin Nanfei could not discern the true form of this monstrosity, only perceiving its figure shrouded in swirling black mist, an ominous sight indeed. Begone, Tongyu bellowed, employing a peculiar sorcery to command the creature. Yet, as beads of cold sweat began to manifest upon his brow, it became evident that controlling such a terrifying entity, even with the god burial coffin, was no trivial matter. A mere misstep could render the situation unmanageable, plunging the entirety of the divine land into irreversible calamity. With Tongyu's thunderous proclamation, the creature unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, its might overwhelming. The Shoutian dog, positioned behind Yin Nanfei, succumbed to the oppressive aura, whimpering and cowering beneath the head of the heavenly dragon. The creature surged forth at an alarming speed, an army of endless specters coalescing into a menacing cloud that blotted out the sun. Its velocity was so extraordinary that the gathered cultivators below could not even glimpse its form. Yin Nanfei, taken aback, swiftly thrust the Zi Yang sword, unleashing a slanting wave of sword energy. Frostblade intent. The heavens around him transformed into a realm of ice and snow in an instant. The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, a single strike chilling 14 states. The Frostblade intent collided with the sinister cloud of evil spirits, producing a cacophonous roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Yet, it became apparent that Yin Nanfei's Frostblade intent was gradually being gnawed and consumed by the malevolent spirits within the cloud. As the creature lunged forward, it extended a hand, forcing Yin Nanfei to retreat several miles. As the malevolent creature gestured, the entire western wilderness was engulfed in a swirling cloud of dust. In the presence of such an entity, the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth could be transmuted into instruments of assault. With a disdainful snort, Yin Nanfei unleashed the Tai Carefree palm. A colossal, ethereal handprint descended from the heavens, embodying the might of the universe. Yet this palm could do nothing to the fiend, dissipating into nothingness beneath its overwhelming malevolence. Having reached the pinnacle of the sword immortal realm, Yin Nanfei brandished his Excalibur after the failed strike. With a divine sword technique, a multitude of blades surged forth. With a sweep of his long sleeves, the illustrious sword Immortal vowed to vanquish this creature and transcend the boundaries of his realm. "Come forth, my blades," he bellowed, and the swords in the hands of the practitioners below leapt forth as if possessed, darting through the air like serpents, their harmonious notes converging to rival the booming thunder from the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. Countless spectral sword images materialized behind Yin Nanfei, numbering in the thousands, resembling a torrent of flowing water. The onlookers marveled at the unparalleled prowess of this generation's sword immortal. The malevolent entity continued its low, ominous growl, yet even it seemed momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before it. High above, Yin Nanfei, clad in white, floated gracefully, surrounded by a multitude of swords, his presence commanding as if he were one with the cosmos. "Strike," he proclaimed once more, his voice reverberating through the heavens, stirring the very spirits. A sound that could render even the divine thunder above abashed, resonating in the hearts of all present. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of blades slicing through the void, as Yin Nanfei's sleeves swept through the air, sending forth a multitude of swords aimed directly at the creature. Like a river unleashed, they flowed across the sky. The fiend let out a ferocious roar, employing some arcane technique, its malevolent energy surging, sprinting forth with astonishing speed, while the countless specters behind it twisted into a myriad of agile, demonic blades. The clash of sword and blade ensued, a chaotic dance of destruction. Yin Nanfeng felt the strain intensify. Gritting his teeth, he transformed the seals in his hands, once again channeling the myriad swords. They converged into a colossal divine blade, cleaving through the fabric of reality. However, before the malevolent creature, it ultimately proved trivial, as its dark blades coalesced into a massive spear, colliding with his own. In an instant, Yin Nanfeng's multitude of swords shattered, cascading like rain, while he himself suffered a severe depletion of energy, spitting forth blood. Ning Haoren and the others stood frozen in shock. Just how terrifying was this adversary, that even their formidable master had been grievously wounded? A realm more powerful than that of terrestrial immortals truly existed. Yet amidst this cataclysmic battle, the shackles that once bound Yin Nanfeng seemed to draw ever closer. Chapter 113, Breaking Through. In the void, after Yin Nanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered grave injuries, he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Yet, for reasons unknown, a peculiar sensation suddenly stirred within the depths of his mind. Confronting a mightier adversary, Yin Nanfeng finally attained a moment of enlightenment. It was as if he found himself ensconced in chaos, surrounded by utter darkness, unable to discern anything. This realm consisted solely of obscurity and the unknown. Wandering in this pitch-black expanse, Yin Nanfeng moved in solitude, devoid of direction or purpose. In his heart, vivid scenes continuously emerged. Some were recollections of his past, while others inexplicably surfaced from the recesses of his memory. Accompanying this was a gradual vacuity of his consciousness, as he entered a profound state of transcendence. The images in his mind fluctuated ceaselessly, shifting at will to various angles and distances. Within his thoughts, Yin Nanfeng could effortlessly alter mountains and rivers, could make countless beings dissipate with a mere thought. He could sense the vitality of every flower and blade of grass, and comprehend the whispers of every bird's song. In this space, it seemed that Yin Nanfeng was an omnipotent entity. At that moment, the practitioners in the West Wilderness fixated intently on Yin Nanfeng, whose body gradually descended, eyes closed, devoid of any aura of life. Nevertheless, formidable demonic entities continued their relentless assault, with beams of demonic light flashing by as blood gushed from Yin Nanfeng's mouth. All present gritted their teeth in frustration. No one could have anticipated that this celestial battle would encounter such unforeseen turmoil. Was this day destined to mark the decline of the Taoist sects? Just then, a powerful aura descended from afar, drawing everyone's gaze. Feng Qingzi approached on his sword, intent on aiding Yin Nanfeng. Behind him, the god of slaughter, Wing, also rushed forward, startling all the cultivators. It seemed that this time, Yue was truly prepared to intervene on behalf of the Taoist sect. This celestial conflict had escalated into an unprecedented calamity for the Taoist order. However, to everyone's astonishment, the god of slaughter not only refrained from attacking the disciples of the Taoist sect, but also chose not to impede Feng Qingzi. Instead, he unleashed his assault upon the demonic entities in the heavens that continued to assail Yin Nanfeng, a murderous intent permeating the air. All exchanged bewildered glances. Puzzled by the sudden shift in the enemy's actions, even Feng Qingzi was taken aback. None could fathom the depth of the bond that existed between the god of slaughter and Yin Nanfeng. "You demonic creature, Yin Nanfeng shall perish only by my hand." With those words, Yue relentlessly attacked alongside Feng Qingzi, granting Yin Nanfeng a moment of respite. Yet in the heavens, the clash of murderous energy and sword aura entwined with the demonic miasma, though it remained subtly overshadowed by the oppressive force of the demonic entities. With a furious roar, the monstrous creature stirred, while the demonic being, Tongyu, cast a chilling smile behind it. "Killing God, Moon Shadow, have you ultimately chosen to betray me?" Moon Shadow let out a cold huff, remaining silent, yet everyone could sense the disdain he held for Tongyu's words. Observing this, Tongyu laughed maniacally, though the sound grew increasingly ominous. "If that is the case, then you shall perish alongside Yin Nanfeng." As the words fell, Tongyu unleashed his power once more, intensifying the creature's aura to an overwhelming degree, rendering the air oppressively heavy. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, sending Feng Qingzi and killing god Moon Shadow flying far away. "I had intended to spare your life for a few more days, to tear off your facade after the celestial and demonic war." Tongyu sneered. In his grand scheme, even killing god Moon Shadow was merely a slightly more significant pawn. However, With events unfolding as they were, he no longer felt the need for pretense. Once you are dead, that little girl from the Eye Spirit clan shall become my puppet. Tongyo's laughter echoed sinisterly. This declaration ignited a fury within Killing God Moonshadow. What has happened to Chinga? He exclaimed, panic rising within him. Tongyo's wicked laughter pierced the air. What could possibly happen? By the time she awakens, this land shall belong to me. This is the grand plan of my demonic sect. Feng Qingzi gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword forward. Suddenly, the monstrous creature roared with an astonishing speed. In a flash of cold light, both Killing God Moonshadow and Feng Qingzi spat blood, being hurled backward. The creature was overwhelmingly powerful, almost unmatched in its might. After the two were sent flying, the creature did not relent. It pursued them relentlessly, vanishing into the void before reappearing behind them like a specter. Roar, perish! The creature's voice was deep and hoarse as it slowly raised both hands, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Above, it seemed as if a rain of demonic sword energy would descend with the strike of its hands. This attack was evidently aimed not just at Killing God Moonshadow and Feng Qingzi, but the demonic sword rain would likely obliterate countless individuals within the great array, leaving no trace of them behind, only a mass of flesh. After millennia, not even a complete corpse would remain, all would dissolve into nothingness. Fear gripped the hearts of all present. In the face of such absolute power, they could only resign themselves to fate. Even a terrestrial immortal could reign supreme. Yet this creature, whose origins were unknown and seemingly surpassed the terrestrial immortals, was an insurmountable force. The land of Shinjo is in grave peril. Among the two terrestrial immortals within the sect, one allied with the Killing God, yet they were no match for the creature, while the other had lost all combat capability. On the brink of death, heaven seeks to annihilate my sect. Some elders of the Tao sect emitted a mournful wail. Yet, just as the fiend was poised to launch its attack, a formidable aura erupted from the void. The crowd looked up and beheld Yin Nanfei, despite being gravely wounded and devoid of vitality, suddenly surged with overwhelming presence. Golden light radiated from him, illuminating the previously dark expanse of the West Wilderness. Then, Yin Nanfei abruptly rose to his feet, his injuries healing at a remarkably swift pace. At that moment, his eyes sprang wide open, revealing a sacred mark upon his forehead. This was the celestial eye technique he had cultivated, pure and divine, finally awakening in that instant. As the golden light around him gradually receded, he appeared ever more ethereal. You vile demon, today this sword immortal shall slay you in the West Wilderness. In that moment, he seemed truly like a celestial being descended from the heavens, his eyes shimmering with golden brilliance. Clad in white, the sword of extermination in his hand emanated a resplendent rainbow glow. The entire Tao sect trembled in reverence. It was the white-clad sword immortal. He had transcended the realm of earthly immortals. Chapter 114. Did we not agree to determine both victory and life or death? Yin Nanfei's body gradually ascended, enveloped in a golden halo, the radiance of the sword of extermination akin to a rainbow. The countenance of the demonic entity darkened. Being of the same earthly immortal realm, it sensed the utterly different aura emanating from Yin Nanfei. In terms of cultivation, Yin Nanfei had evidently reached the same level as the fiend. Although the coffin of the world burial might offer the demonic entity a means to suppress the spectral beings of the Nine Nether, it would not suffice against Yin Nanfei. After all, the coffin of the world burial was specifically designed to subdue evil, inherently counteracting the fiend. The demonic entity gritted its teeth, utterly unprepared for Yin Nanfei's breakthrough in such a perilous moment. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfei's demeanor was solemn, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the ninth heaven, exuding unparalleled sanctity. The fiend emitted a low, rumbling growl. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly, a hint of derision gracing his features. What is wrong? Are you afraid? This seemingly casual remark radiated an aura of dominance that captivated all present. In that instant, every disciple of the Tao sect yearned for Yin Nanfei's might. Please, sword immortal, slay the demon and aid us in overcoming this crisis. The cries resounded like thunder. Feng Qingzi's face shone with fervor, while the god of death, Yue, fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the fiend lifted its head, releasing a thunderous roar, disregarding both the god of death and Feng Qingzi, charging toward Yin Nanfei with incredible speed. The fiend formed hand seals, simultaneously invoking various supreme secret arts, as countless strands of demonic energy surged forth, creating a cataclysmic, demonic formation. Within this realm, all would be reduced to ashes. Yin Nanfei merely smiled. At the center of the brow, the heavenly eye opened wide, unleashing a beam of golden light that shot forth with an intensity akin to searing heat, scorching the air and releasing a scent of charred essence. This radiant beam, despite its distance, struck the arm of the demonic creature, igniting it as if celestial flames were consuming its flesh. This was a manifestation of Yin Nanfei's divine ability. Heavenly, true fire. Once ignited, this flame would not extinguish until the opponent's spiritual essence was completely incinerated, leaving nothing but ashes of flesh and bone. The demon emitted a heart-wrenching wail, followed by a fierce roar, decisively tearing off one of its arms. The cultivators below were left in astonishment. This was a realm surpassing that of earthly immortals, merely with this single attack. It seemed to onlookers that Yin Nanfei had not even exerted his full strength, yet it resulted in the demon losing an entire limb. Who would not yearn for such profound mastery? Feng Qingzi gazed fervently at Yin Nanfei, clad in white, marveling at his prowess. However, the demon appeared to have finally been provoked, letting out an enraged roar as its domain of dark energy began to expand. Yin Nanfei, with a hint of amusement, smirked and remarked, "Is this truly what you call a domain technique?" As his words lingered in the air, he suddenly swung the Excalibur in his hand, though he did not launch an immediate attack. Just as confusion spread among the onlookers, the heavenly eye on Yin Nanfei's brow blazed anew, radiating an incomparably sacred light. This time, the illumination spread across the heavens, counteracting the endless demonic energy exuded by the creature. Yet beneath this golden glow, an inexplicable urge to submit arose in the hearts of all present. In the void, Yin Nanfei let out a soft, ethereal laugh that resonated through the heavens and penetrated the hearts of everyone around him. He slowly spoke, heavenly divine ability, overwhelming celestial majesty. As his words echoed, a palpable pressure enveloped the entire area of golden light, a manifestation of divine authority. This was the supreme domain cultivated through his heavenly eye, a domain of overwhelming celestial might. No matter if you're a demon god of your era, a destined son of fate, or even a Buddha of the Buddhist realm, what can you achieve? Under the weight of divine authority, all beings must kneel. The demon wailed once more, and none understood why. Upon Yin Nanfei's breakthrough, he wielded such formidable power, rendering this once dominant malevolence utterly helpless. Within this domain, the demon could not move an inch, forced to watch helplessly as Yin Nanfei strode upon clouds, advancing step by step. With each step Yin Nanfei took, the terror within the demon intensified. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson, the arm recently scorched by the heavenly true fire oozing a corrosive black blood. The demon bared its massive jaws, revealing its menacing fangs. As Yin Nanfei approached the demon, a look of ruthlessness etched upon his face. The creature felt the weight of an insurmountable pressure. "You dare attempt to annihilate the Tao sect and slay the sword immortal?" Yin Nanfei gritted his teeth, declaring his defiance. All disciples of the Taoist sect gazed skyward, uncertain of what actions Yin Nanfei would undertake next. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yin Nanfei let out a cold snort and unleashed a single punch. With a soft thud, the anticipated earth-shattering blow and world-ending strike were nowhere to be found. It was merely a casual fist. Yet, the head of the demon was crushed as if it were a rotten persimmon, obliterated by Yin Nanfei's punch. An entity surpassing the earthly immortals thus met its demise with such nonchalance. The demon's body collapsed, devoid of any vitality, leaving everyone in a state of shock. It seemed as though Yin Nanfei had transformed into an entirely different person after his breakthrough. The society knew him as Fij, a man of few words but fierce resolve. Feng Qingzi shuddered at this scene, unable to contain a chill. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Yin Nanfei's gaze shifted once more to the demon, Tongyu. At that moment, the demon hovered in the void, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. With the demon's spirit shattered, his control over it was severed, and as he retracted the coffins of the damned, he felt an acute sense of awkwardness. The current Yin Nanfei could likely overpower 10 Tanjias without breaking a sweat. In this moment, Yin Nanfei had truly become invincible in the world. Tongyu cleared his throat, acknowledging the formidable strength that surpassed even the earthly immortals, and expressed his heartfelt admiration. As he spoke, he abruptly turned to flee, demonstrating a complete lack of grace. The onlookers, all practitioners, were left speechless. Tong Yu had abandoned the principles of martial virtue. Was it not agreed that they would settle their fates in battle? Yet Tong Yu could not afford to ponder such matters. The 36 stratagems dictated that retreat was the best option. If he could not defeat Yin Nanfei, could he not at least evade him? However, reality proved otherwise. Yin Nanfei activated the heavenly steps, and with a single stride, he created a ripple in space, intercepting Tong Yu's escape. With a smile gracing his face, Yin Nanfei regarded Tong Yu, the Zhuxian sword rhythmically tapping against his palm like a teacher's ruler. Did we not agree that today's encounter would be one of life and death? He queried, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Chapter 115. Above the earthly immortals, one must ascend to the celestial realm. Tong Yu regarded Yin Nanfei, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. Since the victor has been determined, let's leave it at that, he awkwardly replied. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly. Resting the Zhuxian sword upon his shoulder, resembling a deity descended from the heavens, embodying an ethereal majesty. The hearts of the Taoist practitioners swelled with exhilaration. Yin Nanfei's demeanor could only be described as exuding a dominating presence. Truly, he was a legendary sword immortal, unparalleled throughout the ages. You ensnared me in the western wilderness, slaying so many of my fellow Taoists. Do you truly believe I would let you go so easily today? Yin Nanfei inquired leisurely, his tone imbued with a sense of foreboding. Tong Yu's expression darkened. Below, a group of practitioners held their breath, seemingly lost in a reverie, envisioning the spectacular scene of Yin Nanfei wielding the sword of slaying immortals to vanquish the demons. After all, the chaos of today could be traced back to the malevolent figure of Mo Shintanjia. Yin Nanfei's gaze was fixed on him, his eyes radiating an infinite intent to kill. At that moment, the god of death, Yue, rushed in, his voice sharp and commanding. Mo Shintanjia, what has become of Qingge? Yin Feng's heart jolted at Yue's words, and he swiftly turned to the void, where Yue, draped in black brocade, stood. What is happening? Yin Nanfei inquired. Yue cast a glance at him and replied, the reason I chose to ally with the Demon Sect is that Mo Shintanjia possesses the ability to resurrect Qingge. What? Yin Nanfei gasped in astonishment. To return from the dead. The vast land of Xinzhou had accumulated countless epochs, and even beings as powerful as earthly immortals, let alone someone of Yin Nanfei's current caliber, could not master such arcane techniques. This was a power that defied the natural order. In the past, the utmost Yin Nanfei could achieve was to pull Yunlinger back from the brink of death, and even that was no small feat now. After more than 50 years since Xue Qingge's passing, to suddenly hear that she might have a chance of revival was utterly shocking. Mo Shintanjia scoffed. That little girl? Yin Nanfei's emotions were a tumultuous whirlpool. At this moment, the celestial and demonic conflict paled in significance. For 50 years, he had yearned for Xue Qingge, and every recollection brought him excruciating heartache. He often thought how much better it would have been had that elder from Tianji Valley pierced him instead. However, despite Yin Nanfei's annihilation of Tianji Valley and avenging his deep-seated grievances, Xue Qingge had irrevocably departed from his life. Mo Shintanjia continued, right behind me. Yin Nanfei and the god of death, Yue, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implications of Mo Shintanjia's words. Yet, moments later, Mo Shintanjia chuckled mockingly. Gesturing towards the barrier of violent winds behind him, his gaze pointedly directed at Yin Nanfei. With a sudden gasp, Yin Nanfei seemed to grasp the significance. Beyond the barrier of winds lay an unknown realm. Though he had never ventured there, he was acutely aware of its perils. Even a mere wisp of sinister energy had once sent a chill through him. However, Mo Shintanjia erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his expression laden with meaning. He then fixed a fierce gaze upon Yin Nanfei. Originally, everything was under my control, but I never anticipated that an unexpected twist would arise from your end. Yin Nanfei remained silent. Mo Shintanjia sighed deeply, alas, regardless, today you cannot escape death. Since that is the case, I shall not withhold my final gambit. With that proclamation, Mo Shintanjia bellowed, and an exceedingly bizarre aura suddenly erupted forth. Yin Nanfei squinted, sensing that the aura of the demon god Tong Yu was now vastly different from before. Amidst the arrogant laughter of Tong Yu, a tempest arose, causing the barrier of the fierce winds to gradually part, revealing a seam within the verdant gales. Both Yin Nanfei and the god of death, Yue, could distinctly see that at the end of the seam lay an ethereal boundary, beyond which resided an expanse of darkness. Yet, all could palpably sense a surge of overwhelming murderous intent emanating towards the demon god in the void. Yan Namfan, Demon Gu Tongyu, am a most formidable figure in the history of the demonic sect. Throughout my life, I have been your adversary, and today, even if I must perish, I shall ensure you remain forever entombed in this desolate west. Yin Nanfang raised an eyebrow, observing the energy from that mysterious realm flooding into the body of demon god Tongyu. An unfathomable aura of malevolence, coupled with the spirits from the Nine Nether, clung to him as the entire west was engulfed in swirling sands and stones, coalescing into a formidable entity. It was a colossal demon statue, infused with the will of demon god Tongyu, radiating an unparalleled might. Originally, he could harness the powers of the departed souls and malevolent energies from that realm for cultivation. But now he was directly channeling their strength to augment his own abilities. However, such a method exacted a tremendous toll, nearly sacrificing his life force. As the demon statue grew in strength, so too did the life of Tongyu wane. Yin Nanfang gritted his teeth, acknowledging the prowess of this legendary demon, who possessed such an array of techniques. Below, the cultivators were in a state of panic, caught between a rock and a hard place. Yin Nanfang's hand formed intricate seals. During the shaping of the demon statue, the overwhelming luck rendered all his sword chi ineffective against it, forcing him to watch helplessly as it grew larger and more powerful. Thus, he resolved to first activate the heavenly mechanism seal, seizing this fleeting moment to dismantle the fierce wind formation. Members of the Dao Sect, retreat swiftly, Yin Nanfang bellowed, and the cultivators of the Dao Sect, grasping this lifeline, hurriedly withdrew like a receding tide. Their presence here would only hinder progress. From a distance, the demon statue finally took form, and behind it, the barrier of fierce winds slowly began to close. With a thunderous roar, the demon statue transformed the heavens. And in the void, Yin Nanfang scoffed. Is this all? A massive hand of the demon statue descended, casting a shadow over a vast expanse of sky. Little easy, Yin Nanfang shouted. The heavenly dragon, soaring through the clouds, arrived as Yin Nanfang mounted it, wielding the exquisite sword of immortality, which instantly shimmered with radiant colors. Simultaneously, Yin Nanfang chanted incantations, awakening the heavenly eye. This battle was destined to see the demon god Tongyu meet his demise in bitterness. Even if he sacrificed his life, drawing upon the fortune of an entire realm to enhance his strength with the malevolent energies, and reshaping his demonic form with the earth and rocks of the west, he still would not surpass Yin Nanfang. The might of heaven was overwhelming. With a thunderous roar, Yin Nanfang ascended like a celestial being, wielding his sword as if it were a radiant rainbow. The demon statue responded with a fearsome bellow, its eyes seemingly ablaze with fierce flames. Once the Taoist practitioners had retreated, Yin Nanfang let out a hearty laugh, liberated from all restraint. Above the realm of terrestrial immortals lies the domain of celestial beings. As he drew his sword, the winds swept through the remnants of the clouds, rendering everything before him trivial. Regardless of your formidable might or your celestial prowess, I can shatter all laws with a single stroke. Chapter 116, Slaying the Demon. In the distance, the Taoist practitioners, having retreated several miles, erupted in fervor. At long last, after eons, someone had shattered the existing cultivation paradigm, delving into a more profound realm. High above the firmament, as Yin Nanfang swung his sword, the winds and clouds shifted, and a sword aura, akin to a rainbow's brilliance, obliterated all in its path. This strike was truly unprecedented, unmatched by any before or after. Everything before him, whether the heavens or the earth, was rendered insubstantial. In the celestial realm, with the sword drawn, he harnessed the power from the skies above. As the rainbow light flashed, the demon statue abruptly halted, and a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. In the next moment, a blinding radiance pierced the surface of the demon statue, and with a thunderous crash, it began to disintegrate. Yin Nanfang's sword swept away all, even parting the heavens with a fissure. He gazed upward at the rift, where boundless energies escaped, various forces cascading forth, spiritual power, fortune, and even an enigmatic celestial mechanism. The shackles between the land of the divine and the legendary celestial realm seemed to be cleaved open by Yin Nanfang. The energy surged, radiating in all directions. All cultivators felt a stirring within their hearts. Many even were baptized by this fortune, experiencing immediate breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Feng Qingzi spoke softly from the void. Throughout history, cultivators have been constrained by certain restrictions, leading to a deficiency in the fortune of the divine land, resulting in minimal lifespan increases and slow advancements. Even the terrestrial immortals merely occupied realms carved out by their predecessors. As for the loftier realms, although they existed, they had remained unheard of. Today, however, was an eye-opening experience. The Godslayer Moonshadow nodded in agreement. Yet, this restriction seemed to have been shattered today by the sword of Nanfei. The fortune from above was beginning to fill the ancient void of the divine land, heralding an era of prosperity for cultivators. And Nanfei was the harbinger of this newfound age. The Godslayer Moonshadow spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingzi sighed. The original terrestrial immortals defied the heavens, and today, as Yin Nanfei transcended their realm, he opened the heavenly gate with his sword. One could fear that this strike might utterly enrage the vast celestial order, making the road ahead fraught with challenges. The Godslayer Moonshadow chuckled softly, his voice deep and gravelly. Does the celestial order truly exist? At that moment, the demon statue emitted a wail, and fragments began to separate, falling like rain. Across the vast expanse of the West Wastes, numerous deep pits have been carved into the earth. The rifts in the sky continue to pulse with strands of fortune, hinting at an enigmatic presence. This aura emanates a threat from the celestial path, seemingly sneering at all, a sensation profoundly felt by Yin Nanfei. With a disdainful smile, Yin Nanfei observes. Moments latte. The demonic figure shatters completely, devoid of any trace of energy, leaving only the demon god, grievously wounded, as Yin Nanfei's blade has nearly extinguished its life. With a resounding thud, it collapses into the demon mountain. At this moment, the mountain itself is on the verge of being cleaved flat by Yin Nanfei's sword. The coffin of the fallen world also clatters to the ground beside it. Yin Nanfei and his companions gently descend. Following this, a chorus of cheers erupts from the tens of thousands of cultivators behind them. The second celestial demonic war has been won. We have triumphed over the fiends. The unparalleled sword Immortal Yin Nanfei of the Zi Yang Sect shall be immortalized in history for vanquishing demons atop the demon mountain, opening the gates to the heavens and inviting fortune to bless the land of the divine continent. Li Daosheng, a highly respected figure within the Taoist sect, feels a surge of emotion upon sensing the abundance of spiritual energy and fortune enveloping the land. Henceforth, the world shall know no more demon mountain. Today, the sword Immortal has eradicated evil, and this mountain shall henceforth be named the Mountain of Demon Slaying. All cultivators nod in agreement, for from this day forward, the Demon Mountain shall be transformed into a sacred range, deserving of reverence across generations. Yin Nanfei strides to stand before the demon god, poised with the Zhu sword in hand, accompanied by the god of slaughter, Yue, and the Wenqingzi of Shushan. With his sword pointed to the ground, Yin Nanfei softly inquires, "Where is Qingge?" At this moment, the demon god on the brink of death lets out a cold laugh and replies haltingly, "What a pity. In a few decades, that little girl would have been entirely under my control, a mere puppet." The god of slaughter, Yue, retorts angrily, "Why would you do such a thing? Did you not promise that if I allied with you, you would save her?" The demon god smirks again, derisively stating, "That girl possesses the purest bloodline of the Ice Wasteland divine clan, making her the perfect vessel for my control. If she becomes my puppet, harnessing her bloodline's power to unify the divine continent and even the endless seas and the far north would be a trivial matter." Yue grits her teeth, realizing that the demon god has schemed to ensnare her as well. Yin Nanfei calmly interjects, "Is she within that unknown realm?" The demon god falls silent. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei already comprehends the answer. Slowly, he raises his sword, his gaze icy, filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment, the demon god warns him, "I advise you not to attempt to breach that world. It is perilous, even for one such as yourself." Before the demon god can finish, Yin Nanfei thrusts his sword through its skull. Blood splatters onto Yin Nanfei's white robes, and thus, the legendary land deity, the demon god, ceases to exist. At this moment, the cultivators from the Tao sect arrived, swiftly vanquishing the remaining demons. Subsequently, Ning Haoran and the others approached Yin Nanfei. "Master," Ning Haoran spoke respectfully. The entire Zi Yang Sect was filled with immense pride, simply because of Yin Nanfei's presence. Yin Nanfeng gently replied, "You all should return to the sect. I have other matters to attend to." Ning Hao nodded, and at that moment, Yin Linger unexpectedly stepped forward, wielding the divine sword. "Master, the divine sword has been behaving this way since earlier." Yin Nanfeng turned to look, observing that the divine sword was humming incessantly, radiating a halo of light. He could sense that the sword seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the world beyond the barrier of gale winds. With a flicker of thought, Yin Nanfeng said, "Divine sword, allow me to make use of you for a moment." Yin Linger nodded in agreement. Yin Nanfeng surveyed the group. The victory in the battle between immortals and demons had stirred everyone's emotions, yet Foxmire appeared somewhat discontent, her eyes slightly reddened. During the battle, she had slain the demon god, who was the leader of the demon clan that had doted on her since childhood and had watched her grow. Now, transformed into a puppet by the demon god, he could never return to his former self. Thus, Foxmire ultimately ended the life of the demon god. Yin Nanfeng addressed all the sect leaders, saying, "Today, we have triumphed in the battle against the demons. The matters here are concluded. You may all return." The sect leaders bowed in respect, then led their disciples to tidy up the aftermath before departing. At present, Yin Nanfeng seemed to have become the most authoritative figure within the Dao sect. The god of slaughter, Moon Shadow, gazed at Yin Nanfeng and said, "I shall accompany you." Feng Qingzi echoed similarly beside her. Yin Nanfeng nodded, and the three of them proceeded towards the gale wind barrier. Chapter 117, Divine Sword. With the battle between immortals and demons concluded, the Dao cultivators had all retreated from the western wilderness. Yin Nanfeng, along with Feng Qingzi and Moon Shadow, entered the gale wind barrier. The turquoise winds swirled around them. These three represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the land of Shenzhou, with Yin Nanfeng surpassing even the ancient sages. Thus, within the gale wind barrier, Yin Nanfeng felt significantly more at ease than before. Moreover, for reasons unknown, wielding the divine sword, its aura intensified as Yin Nanfeng ventured deeper, the sword's energy exuding an imposing presence that seemed capable of effortlessly cutting through the gale. With the trio casting their spells in unison, they quickly approached the barrier's end. Even so, both Moon Shadow and Feng Qingzi could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Historically, the western wilderness had been regarded as a perilous region, largely ignored and scarcely known for the extraordinary phenomena birthed by the heavens. Here, perhaps even the most ordinary celestial beings dared not tread lightly. Today, it was only through Yin Nanfeng's extraordinary powers that we could traverse it as if walking on level ground, Feng Qingzi remarked. Moon Shadow nodded in agreement. If one were to perish here, centuries hence, it is conceivable that not even a remnant of a corpse would remain, as all would be consumed by the ceaseless tempest, reduced to nothingness. Upon reaching the terminus of the barrier formed by the tempest, the density of the winds here is immense, akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. The radiant sword of absolute divinity blazed forth with brilliance, its sound resonating with a thunderous hum. Yin Nanfeng, retracting the sword of extermination, grasped the divine weapon bestowed from the heavens, and with a mighty roar, unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Previously, Yin Nanfeng had struggled immensely to breach a small aperture. Yet now he effortlessly cleaved a substantial fissure. With the sword energy of the radiant sword combined with Yin Nanfeng's formidable spiritual power, the tempest barrier was severed as easily as slicing through tofu, a feat that filled him with an extraordinary sense of determination. Both Moon Shadow and Yin Nanfeng were overwhelmed with excitement. Snow Chinga resided in the world beyond the barrier. How had Tanyu managed to locate Chinga's remains? Yin Nanfeng inquired, a persistent enigma that lingered in his heart. Years ago, prior to their encounter at Tianji Valley, Snow Chinga had been fatally pierced by a sword, her body plummeting to the valley's depths. Consumed by sorrow, he had wreaked havoc, yet for decades, finding Snow Chinga's remains had become an unfulfilled regret. It was only today that he heard the words of the demon god Tanyu. Gradually, the image of Snow Chinga began to materialize in Yin Nanfeng's mind. The god of death, Moon Shadow, pondered for a moment before speaking. According to Tanyu, Chinga's identity is likely not trivial. The Ice Desolate Divine Clan is a name I have never encountered. Feng Qingzi stroked his beard, reminiscing, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. In my youth, I once heard my master mention that in the farthest reaches of the Divine Land, there exists a realm perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. At the northernmost point of this extreme north, there is said to be a mysterious clan. Some ancestors ventured there in search, yet they too vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfeng remained non-committal. Regardless of her identity, she will always be my Chinga. Subsequently, the three of them stepped into the fissure that Yin Nanfeng had cleaved, entering this unknown world. The Tempest Barrier, one of the three perilous locations within the Divine Land, had finally been traversed by someone. Upon entering this realm, it was not the darkness Yin Nanfeng had envisioned. Although no light was visible, it was not to the extent of complete obscurity. It seemed that the profound darkness he had previously witnessed was merely an illusion. This place had once been inhabited, leaving behind numerous traces of life. Thunder rumbled amidst the dark clouds overhead, each flash of lightning imbued with ferocious energy. The chilling winds blew incessantly. Yin Nanfeng's spiritual power was sufficient to withstand them, but the god of death, Moonshadow, and Feng Qingzi, despite having attained the realm of terrestrial mortals, trembled under the relentless onslaught of the winds. The sound of the wind carried the mournful wails of vengeful spirits, their laments haunting and unsettling. Mounds of graves sprawled chaotically, lacking any discernible pattern, while an assortment of coffins lay haphazardly scattered. Even within the soil, remnants of severed limbs protrude grotesquely, half buried in the earth. Feng Qingzi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This place is undeniably a graveyard of the Forsaken. As the words left his lips, a tattered shroud fluttered by, bringing with it an overwhelming stench of decay. However, Yin Nanfeng could perceive an energy fluctuation deeply embedded in this locale, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, fixated upon them. Yet, this energy was not formidable. At most, it possessed the strength of the Apocalypse realm. Nevertheless, deeper within, there seemed to lie a presence of greater power. It is also possible that these weaker entities are merely awaiting commands from the formidable being hidden in the depths. Yin Nanfeng was uncertain of their true nature. They could resemble the demonic entities that were subdued in Tongyu, or perhaps akin to the spectral beings known as the Vengeful Spirits. What exactly was this place in the past? A sense of confusion welled up within Yueying. Not only he, but even Yin Nanfeng shared the same sentiment. Upon truly stepping into this world, Yin Nanfeng discovered that it was a realm that ought not to exist, seemingly a part of the divine land of Shenzhou. This barrier must have been forcibly erected by someone to eternally sever it from Shenzhou. It appeared to be a deliberate concealment of this world. Let's proceed deeper. Regardless of other matters, we must first find Chinga, Yin Nanfeng declared, sensing the ominous intent emanating from the unknown entities. This world holds far too many mysteries. The trio advanced slowly, and as they delved deeper, they began to encounter crumbling walls, remnants of some grand structure. Here, there once existed a formidable power. Moreover, as they ventured further, Yin Nanfeng discerned that this place was likely a magnificent palace, now reduced to mere ruins. Suddenly, it seemed as though Yin Nanfeng had stepped upon something, producing a sharp crack. The three lowered their gaze and discovered a plaque, thickly coated in dust. With a sweep of his long sleeve, Yin Nanfeng brushed away the grime. The plaque was incomplete, yet it radiated a potent force. Only 2 characters were visible on its surface. However, upon seeing these 2 characters, Yin Nanfeng's heart jolted in surprise. The characters read, Absolute God. Chapter 118. Those who block my path shall die. Yin Nanfeng gazed at the plaque, astonished. Thus, it seems that the Absolute God Sword indeed has some connection to this world. In the past, this sword emerged from the western wilderness and descended upon the celestial realm of the 9 heavens, suggesting that its arrival was no mere coincidence. A flicker of thought crossed Yin Nanfeng's mind as he drew forth the Absolute God Sword, which began to hum incessantly, as if weeping. What kind of history once unfolded here? Both Feng Qingzi and the god of death, Yueying, pondered in contemplation. Although this plaque is incomplete, it still harbors an immensely potent energy, rivaling some earthly artifacts of a formidable nature. Had the plaque been intact, it would surely stand toe-to-toe with heavenly artifacts, remarked Feng Qingzi. The trio was utterly astonished. What kind of power could possess such profound depth, where even a mere plaque could be equated to a heavenly artifact? Across the vast expanse of the realm, even the most prestigious sects lack such audacity. It is likely that this desolate graveyard conceals myriad secrets unknown to the world. Let us venture deeper, Yin Nanfeng suggested. As they proceeded, an uncanny sense of menace began to envelop them, emanating from the obscure entities lurking within this graveyard. Countless ancient powerhouses lay interred here, their bodies having transcended time, now spiritually awakened and corrupted by the sinister energies of this place, akin to the malevolent creatures controlled by the demon god Tongyu. Yin Nanfeng discerned that at its core, many formidable evil spirits, akin to those summoned by the demon god, would surely reside. Should these malevolent beings be unleashed, it would spell disaster for the realm, potentially leading to irreparable ruin. The depths of the ruins grew increasingly dim. The oppressive atmosphere thickened, as if the lurking malevolence could pounce at any moment, ready to rend flesh from bone. Here, the air shimmered with spectral light, manifestations of a sinister energy that had attained a semblance of sentience, merging with the evil spirits. In the outside world, they would undoubtedly be equivalent to powerful beings of the return to the Void Realm. Moreover, some of these spirits exhibited considerable aggression. Everything here was profoundly abnormal. Soon, a cacophony of howls erupted as the evil spirits surged forth, their gaping maws agape, only to be vanquished by a mere flick of Yin Nanfeng's sleeve, scattering their souls into oblivion. For him, despite their formidable nature, these spirits were akin to mere insects. Suddenly, amidst the enveloping darkness, Yin Nanfeng glimpsed a faint white light, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. "Let's proceed," he commanded, hastening his stride, with the two killing gods following closely behind. However, at that moment, the multitude of evil spirits began to surge relentlessly. Ewing was taken aback. The entire graveyard erupted with an alarming aura, the echoes of thunderous roars resonating throughout the land. Accompanying this were decayed hands clawing their way out from the earth, incessantly striving to escape. The malevolent energy burst forth from the soil, where the corpses lay, now possessed by the evil spirits and tainted by the sinister aura. In an instant, Yin Nanfeng and his companions found themselves encircled by a horde of malevolent beings. These entities bore grotesque visages, revealing ghastly fangs and exuding a stench of decay that had festered for millennia. Moreover, the entire mass grave had become infested with demonic entities. Some crawled forth from the mounds of earth, while others sprang directly from their coffins, resembling zombies, thereby obstructing the path of Yin Nanfeng and his companions. At that moment, they felt akin to a solitary leaf adrift upon a boundless sea, surrounded by a multitude of monsters akin to an infinite ocean. Wen Qingzi was profoundly shaken. The sheer power of these fiends was terrifying. Should someone manage to command such a vast army of demons, the annihilation of the divine land would be effortlessly achievable. Suddenly, a chilling thought took root in his mind. Could the plans of the demon god Tongyu involve the mastery of this army of monsters? If he were granted several decades, perhaps he could indeed unleash these fiends from their confines. He must have cultivated some arcane technique, combined with the strength of the coffin of the world of the dead, which, given sufficient time, could come to fruition. Yin Nanfeng spoke. Unavoidably, both Yueying and Wen Qingzi gritted their teeth. Tongyu's ambitions were indeed colossal. Since entering the realm of the demon god, he had seemingly placed no importance on enhancing his personal strength, instead dedicating all his energy to this chaotic graveyard. For him, the dominion over this mysterious world surpassed the value of individual power. It appeared that the demon god Tongyu possessed many secrets, yet they were now beyond reach. Just then, countless fiends and malevolent spirits surged forth like a tidal wave. Yin Nanfeng let out a cold snort, forming a hand seal, his celestial eye unfurling. A roaring heavenly fire ignited within the mass grave, transforming it into a sea of flames. The monsters within emitted anguished howls, inciting a sense of turmoil. Wen Qingzi and the god of killing, Yueying, simultaneously unleashed their might. At present, Yin Nanfeng had attained the celestial realm, while the god of killing and Wen Qingzi were both terrestrial immortals, thus easily handling this horde of demons, which were at most of the awakening realm. However, deeper within lay even more formidable entities. The trio fought fiercely, black blood splattering into the void, corrosive enough to scorch the very air. Yet, the sheer number of fiends was overwhelming. Yin Nanfeng wielded the divine sword, issuing a powerful shout. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the divine sword erupted with an immense radiance, sweeping through the horde of monsters as effortlessly as one would clear weeds. Subsequently, Yin Nanfeng leaped into the void, his gaze fixed upon a beam of white light. However, upon recognition, his eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. "Chinga!" Yin Nanfeng cried out, startling both the god of killing Yueying and Wen Qingzi, each feeling their spirits surge. This mission was not one to linger over. Rescuing Shui Chinga was their true objective. Before them stood a palace, Though weathered by the sands of time, it remained relatively intact, still reflecting the grandeur of millennia past. Yet beneath the palace lay an ice coffin, radiant with ethereal light. Within the coffin, a woman lay serenely, her eyes closed, her expression tranquil. Upon witnessing the gentle song of snow, Yin Nanfei gritted his teeth and swiftly darted forth. Countless demonic creatures leaped up, eager to pursue his fleeting figure. However, with an icy demeanor, Yin Nanfei unleashed a torrent of sword energy, reducing the advancing monsters to mere fragments of flesh. The demons, though originally malevolent spirits devoid of memories of their past lives, were momentarily struck with terror as they beheld Yin Nanfei, their eyes reflecting a profound dread. On that day, clad in white yet stained with blood, Yin Nanfei stood with his sword poised to the ground as the sky darkened. He resembled a solitary moon, its radiance fading. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Chapter 119. This child is indeed terrifying. With a chilling smile, Yin Nanfei surged forward once more. Yet in an instant, numerous colossal demons erupted from the earth, each capable of crushing a transcendent being into mere pulp with a single step. These entities rivaled the very gods of the land. As they emerged, a fierce wind swept through, intensifying the atmosphere. The massive demons, their dark aura coalescing, let out a frenzied roar. However, their emergence truly awakened even more formidable beings lurking deeper within. Immediately, the entire graveyard descended into chaos. Insects perish. Some demons could articulate human speech, their voices sending chills down one's spine. Devour them. Within the graveyard, the malevolent spirits surged ominously, a cacophony of tearing and gnashing filling the air. Amidst the black tide, the sword energy of slaughter surged forth. Feng Qingzi also unleashed his sword mastery, resulting in a scene of carnage that was too gruesome to behold. In the deeper recesses, even more powerful demons finally revealed themselves. Unlike the previous ones subdued by the demon god Tanyu, these beings possessed their own consciousness. The earlier entity was forcibly controlled by Tanyu's secret arts and lacked true freedom over its own form. You outsiders, why do you repeatedly come to your demise? A heavily armored demon leader, shrouded in swirling dark energy, bellowed menacingly. Yin Nanfei, however, paid no heed to the demon's words, coldly replying, "Stand aside." "Huh, I did not expect you to be even more formidable than the one who previously came to take my brother," the demon leader sneered ominously, referring to the demon god Tanyu. "However, without that mysterious ancient coffin in your possession, we have no reason to fear you, since you have come to your own demise. Let us feast upon you." The demon leader roared, extending its claws. Previously, the demon god Tanyu had intimidated them with the coffin of the dead world, compelling them to witness as it subdued one of their own. Yet in their eyes, this trio was exceedingly arrogant, devoid of the coffin. They were destined to become mere prey. "Once we absorb your power and cultivate for 1,000 years, perhaps we may shatter the seal of this world and return to the land of the divine." This group of fiends has been sealed within this world for an unfathomable number of years. During this time, only a scant few have managed to breach this barrier and enter, and they have long since become akin to starving specters. Yin Nanfei sneered repeatedly, displaying no fear whatsoever. He then raised his sword high. The celestial realm transformed into divine thunder, a magnificent display of heavenly might, summoned by his blade. The divine sword thunder control technique. In an instant, torrents of heavenly thunder cascaded from the sky, engulfing the entire graveyard in radiant lightning. The fiends felt a wave of frustration. Every century, the thunder from the heavens descends upon this world, a punishment from above for the wicked. Just recently, they had been struck by lightning and had barely managed to hide beneath the ground to escape calamity. Even so, many fiends had their souls scattered. Today, Yin Nanfei had summoned the thunder once more. "Brother, this is rather inconsiderate, isn't it?" Yin Nanfei sensed that this group of fiends, relentless and unyielding, had their intelligence and memories nearly stripped away by the seals, with only a profound fear of the celestial thunder remaining. A malicious expression flickered across his face. Upon witnessing this expression, the formidable fiends, even mightier than terrestrial deities, began to shrink back, a sense of foreboding arising within their hearts. What do you intend to do?" The fiend leader trembled in fear, acutely aware that Yin Nanfei's powers directly countered the fiend's very essence, causing the lower-ranked fiends to be obliterated by the thunder. Fortunately, it was the more powerful fiends who truly bore the brunt of the heavenly tribulations, for they could not be easily vanquished. Nanfei chuckled coldly, once again raising the divine sword, appearing to the fiend leader as a true harbinger of doom. Afraid of thunder? Then let it come in abundance. Nanfei bellowed. Brother, let's speak civilly. The fiend leader cried out in despair. Yet, what he received in return was Nanfei's icy demeanor. Divine sword, thunder control technique. Boom! Countless fiends began to wail in agony. The thunder roared, yet Nanfei did not cease, repeatedly invoking the divine sword thunder control technique to summon the celestial wrath. The god of slaughter, Yueying, and Feng Qingzi stood frozen in shock. Good heavens, how ruthless! They exclaimed. After a considerable while, the thunder finally subsided, leaving the graveyard in utter disarray. Several fiends lay prostrate on the ground, utterly exhausted even in their monstrous forms. The fiend leader, having survived in this graveyard for an indeterminate amount of time, felt for the first time an urge to weep. Let be destruction, hastily, I am weary. After cultivating for countless years, I find myself bullied by a mere child who has scarcely practiced for a century. The heavens are merciless. Nanfei smiled coldly, delivering a kick that sent the fiend leader flying. Seeing your arduous journey, I shall spare your life. Should you dare to emerge again, I will strike you down with lightning. The fiend leader retreated hastily. As the moral fabric of society deteriorates, do we, the demons and evil spirits, not deserve a modicum of respect? At the very least, honor our profession. Subsequently, Nanfei and his companions advanced towards the icy coffin. Nanfei's eyes were crimson. As the image of the girl within the coffin came into view, Yueying spoke softly. Years ago, a few individuals sought me out, entombing the body of Qingge within this icy sarcophagus. Together, we once located the demon god Tanyu, but what transpired thereafter remains a mystery to me. Nanfei gazed at Yueying and inquired, were those individuals from the far north? Yueying nodded, it is possible. Presently, this conjecture seems the most plausible. The Ice Wilderness divine clan of the far north has left no legends throughout history, only a multitude of enigmas. If anyone could have located the body of Shui Qingge and sealed her within this coffin, it would likely be those individuals. The coffin is crafted from a unique material, its icy essence never melting, and it is adorned with an intricate formation that possesses the ability to gather spiritual energy. Feng Qingzi, having lived for over 2 centuries, is undoubtedly the most erudite among them. Does this mean there is a genuine possibility of Qingge's resurrection? Nanfei's eyes gleamed with hope. However, a grave expression crossed Feng Qingzi's face. It appears that the demon god Tanyu has ensnared you all. She indeed possesses the means for resurrection. Yet she has altered the formation upon this coffin. Feng Qingzi explained. What do you mean? Both Nanfei and Yueying were taken aback. Feng Qingzi continued slowly. The current formation gathers the endless malevolent spirits from this graveyard. It seems Tanyu plans to forge this young girl into a puppet. Nanfei was momentarily stunned. Indeed, at that moment, a multitude of evil spirits were being drawn from the formation on the coffin, absorbed, and then attached to the body of Shui Qingge. Chapter 120, thus, all are enemies. Fortunately, the battle against the demon god Tanyu saw Nanfei ascend to the celestial immortal realm, a development unforeseen by all, culminating in the victory of our Taoist sect. Otherwise, in a few years, Tanyu could have truly achieved her goal of transforming this young girl into a puppet under her control, Feng Qingzi remarked. Upon hearing this, Yueying hastily pressed, does this mean we still have a chance to rectify the situation? Nanfei pondered for a moment and replied, for now. It seems our only option is to relocate the coffin and revise the formation inscribed upon it. Feng Qingzi added, however, the formation is exceedingly arcane. Only the legendary Ice Wilderness Divine Clan has the means to amend it. Nanfei shrugged non-committally. He has now become an unparalleled sword immortal, possessing a deeper understanding of the heavenly mechanism seal. Given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly decipher the formation of the Ice Wilderness Divine Clan. No matter. I have my own methods for this formation, Nanfei stated. Yet, there remains another challenge at hand. With a sigh, Feng Qingzi expressed his apprehension. I fear that having been consumed by dark spirits for years, she may not return to her former self after resurrection. She might tread the path of darkness and become a target for the entire realm. Now that the battle between celestial beings and demons has concluded, if another were to succumb to evil, it could indeed lead to such a fate. No one wishes for the demonic sect to rise from the ashes once more. Both Nanfei and the god of death, Yu Ying fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Yin Nanfeng declared, "What if she were to fall into darkness? She will forever remain my Qingge." Feng Qingzi, somewhat melancholic, replied, "In such a case, she will recall all past grievances and affections, and she may become reclusive, scorned by the entire realm, branded as a malevolent demon to be exterminated by all." Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfeng suddenly laughed heartily, as if he had already seen through the world's veil. "If I cannot protect the one I cherish most, what purpose does my existence in the celestial realm serve? Besides, the true demon lies within the heart. The distinction between God and demon is but a fleeting thought. I believe in her. Even if she becomes a demon, she can still uphold her true nature and refrain from harming the innocent." Feng Qingzi fell silent. Yin Nanfeng continued, "As a renowned sword immortal, I have slain demons and gods, ascended to the celestial realm, and forged an unprecedented era of cultivation. I have eradicated evil and safeguarded the righteous. I am worthy of the world. If the world chooses to forsake me again, even to the detriment of Qinggu," he paused momentarily, his countenance growing resolute, his eyes igniting with a fierce flame. "Then let the world be my enemy." At his declaration, the heavens echoed with thunderous sounds, as if the very cosmos were shaken by his audacity. This statement was shocking, for Yin Nanfeng, a celestial being, was always under the scrutiny of the heavenly laws. A single utterance posed a challenge to the divine order. Feng Qingzi and Yu Ying both gazed skyward. From ancient times, heroes have often walked a lonely path, yet their merits cannot be overlooked. All seemed to foresee the moment when Yin Nanfeng would once again stand against the world for the sake of this woman. Feng Qingzi remarked, "Should that day ever come, my Mount Shu shall not partake in this conflict. We shall not hinder you." Yin Nanfeng nodded in acknowledgement. This was the only course of action Feng Qingzi could take, for he represented the entirety of Mount Shu and could only remain detached from worldly affairs, unable to fully align with Yin Nanfeng. Otherwise, the legacy of the Shu Sword sect, built over millennia, would be jeopardized. At that moment, Yin Nanfeng raised his gaze towards the grand hall behind the ice coffin. This palace, long sealed, still could not conceal its former glory. Yin Nanfeng was certain that it had once belonged to a power beyond imagination, though the reasons for its downfall remained shrouded in mystery. The palace exuded an air of profound enigma, as if bound by some unbreakable restraint. Yet, with a flicker of thought, Yin Nanfeng drew forth the divine sword. Sensing its intricate connection with the hall, a mystery wrapped in layers of enigma. At this moment, the divine sword radiated a brilliant light, seemingly capable of illuminating the entire graveyard of the forgotten. As the sword emerged, the presence lurking deeper within the graveyard instantly vanished, as if it harbored a profound dread towards the blade. Yin Nanfeng uttered a sharp command, wielding the divine sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. However, upon this formidable energy colliding with the resplendent hall above, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The three individuals abruptly looked up, witnessing dark clouds gathering and swirling ominously in the sky, hinting at a fierce pressure beyond comprehension. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The great hall suddenly burst forth with blinding radiance. A light so pure it enveloped the entire graveyard, consuming Yin Nanfeng and his companions within its embrace. It felt as if a long-forgotten epic was on the verge of resurrection. Chapter 121, Secrets. The divine light spread, and as Yin Nanfeng and his companions gazed upwards, energy surged with unprecedented vigor. They beheld ethereal figures soaring into the sky, manifestations born of spiritual energy, chronicling the hidden truths of an ancient era. Above the 9 heavens, thunder roared, divine might reverberated, and above the auspicious clouds, an immensely powerful presence loomed, transcending the realm of this world. Here, cataclysmic battle had once transpired. Feng Qingzi spoke slowly. Yin Nanfeng and Yu Ying nodded in silence, for even with their formidable strength, they were still profoundly shaken by the ferocity of this battle. This was a battlefield where a colossal sun hung in the sky, radiating a sanctified light, yet the ground was strewn with corpses, the stench of blood permeating the air. At the end of this sea of bodies stood a magnificent palace, imperious under the sun, exuding an aura of dominion over the cosmos. This palace was the very one before Yin Nanfeng and his companions, now shrouded in a mysterious halo, seemingly revealing its ancient form. Above the grand entrance, a plaque bore 3 imposing characters, Divine Hall. The trio could not discern the interior of this hall, as it appeared shrouded in mist, deliberately obscuring the view of what lay within. Within the magnificent hall, powerful figures ascended to the heavens, their strength immeasurable, transcending the realm of the mortal world. These extraordinary beings numbered in the thousands. They opposed the celestial order, disregarding divine might, unafraid of heavenly beings. Yet despite their prowess, countless bodies continued to fall from the celestial dragon. The crimson sky, reminiscent of hope, was not illuminated by the sun, but rather, it was a sea of blood. This battle was not merely a legendary saga of a mighty force. It resembled a poignant elegy, chronicling the struggle of a sect against the heavens. Suddenly, from the void, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged from the distant horizon, a battalion of elite assassins, immensely powerful in their own right. Yin Nanfei was struck with immense astonishment. The cataclysmic battle had indeed involved the Hall of Killing Gods. Even Yue stood speechless. I had never heard the predecessors of the Hall of Killing Gods mention their participation in such a conflict. In this battle, the Hall of Absolute Deity faced a resounding defeat, and the assassins dispatched by the Hall of Killing Gods were completely annihilated. Immediately after, a tremendous sound echoed through the realm as Yin Nanfei witnessed a formation being laid upon the burial ground, a formation of profound intricacy, containing the essence of the universe's principles, eternally severing this world from the land of the divine continent. As time flowed on, the environment surrounding the three shifted incessantly. Sunlight and moonlight ceased to exist, plunging the place into darkness. Over the span of tens of thousands of years, an endless accumulation of sinister energy gathered here. The grievances of the powerful from that battle transforming into malevolent spirits, evolving into the myriad fiends of the past. The Hall of Absolute Deity, once capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, had now devolved into this burial ground, leaving no trace of its historical existence even after millennia. This battle from ages past saw both the Hall of Absolute Deity and the Hall of Killing Gods joining forces against a formidable foe. What connections lay between these two powers? Feng Qingzi murmured. Yue shook her head, indicating her ignorance, even after becoming the god of killing. There remained an era of history unknown to her. It was unexpected that, after tens of thousands of years, the Hall of Absolute Deity had vanished, while the Hall of Killing Gods still operated across the divine continent. Surely, this was no mere coincidence, Yin Nanfei remarked. Chapter 122, The Wordless Heavenly Book. All returned to tranquility. Before them, the Hall of Absolute Deity reverted to its current dust-laden state. As they gazed upon the palace, nearly engulfed by dust, Yin Nanfei and the others could only feel an overwhelming sense of desolation and regret. The might of the Hall of Absolute Deity was perhaps beyond even Yin Nanfei's comprehension. This power was shrouded in mystery, its heritage surpassing that of any force upon the divine continent today. The formidable beings from that battle had all transformed into the malevolent spirits of the present. Since then, the divine continent has known no Hall of Absolute Deity, only the present burial ground. At the end of the darkness, there must still exist entities yet to emerge. The multitude of powerful beings from that battle could not merely be the simple fiends encountered by Yin Nanfei. The trio was likely only contending with the weakest of the lot. With a sigh, Yin Nanfei proposed, "Let's depart." The sheer number of powerful beings from that battle suggests that the fiends we have encountered thus far represent merely the tip of the iceberg. Feng Qingzi and Yue nodded in agreement. Their purpose here was to locate Xue Qingge, and the historical revelations they had just witnessed were an unforeseen gain. The three treacherous realms of the world are shrouded in mystery and peril, harboring countless unknowns, making prolonged stay unwise. Moreover, the boundless malevolence here incessantly attempted to invade their bodies, seeking to corrupt their minds. Regrettably, this time they could not completely dismantle the seal of the Hall of Absolute Deity. They could only glimpse the records of that astonishing battle from tens of thousands of years ago. Such a force, even after being buried for so long, undoubtedly held many secrets within, Feng Qingzi asserted. As Yin Nanfei departed, he cast a lingering gaze upon the Absolute Divine Hall, a force that had thrived with formidable strength tens of thousands of years ago, suggesting an unfathomable depth of heritage. He pondered what rewards might await him should he choose to sign in here. Subsequently, Yin Nanfei addressed the system within his mind, instructing it to register him at the Absolute Divine Hall. Instantly, a mechanical voice resonated in his consciousness. Despite the Absolute Divine Hall being isolated from the world, With everything vanishing from the land of Shenzhou, Yin Nanfei's signing system was not bound by the pathways or rules of this realm, thus allowing him to reap certain benefits within the hall. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Absolute Divine Hall and have received the Primordial Secret Tome, the wordless heavenly book created by the first ancestor of the hall. Yin Nanfei was taken aback, realizing that even without stepping inside the hall, merely standing at its threshold had granted him such a significant treasure. This heavenly book was profoundly mysterious, containing numerous esoteric techniques, spells, formations, and arcane lore unknown to the world. However, as he mentally perused the tome, he found its pages filled with a hazy, indistinct substance, as if shrouded in a veil of clouds. It seemed that a deep understanding would require considerable time and effort. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei felt a sense of fulfillment. Little did he know, this heavenly book would later exert a profound influence on his destiny. Created by the first ancestor of the Absolute Divine Hall, this tome had allowed the hall to preserve its legacy for nearly 10 millennia, only to be buried in the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle, leading to its eventual obscurity. Yin Nanfei remained unaware of the tumultuous storms and bloodshed the wordless heavenly book had once incited, nor the myriad dangers it would subsequently bring. After this revelation, Yin Nanfei waved his sleeve, and the ice coffin began to ascend slowly. He, along with the ethereal Wen Qingzi and the formidable Mo Ying, retraced their steps toward their previous direction. Upon reaching the boundary, Yin Nanfei wielded the absolute divine sword to carve a passageway. Glancing back, he sensed a powerful presence lurking deep within the graveyard, restless yet restrained by some unknown apprehension. The trio exited the realm, which was once again sealed away, obscured by the barrier of fierce winds. Clearly, someone had sought to conceal that chapter of history. It remained a mystery who could isolate the absolute divine hall within its own realm and impose such a celestial anomaly to sever it from the world. What manner of being could accomplish such feats? Yin Nanfei mused. At this moment, the demonic forces had been vanquished, leaving the West Wilderness in a state of desolation. However, with the perpetual miasma dissipated, the clouds above began to part, revealing a sliver of the sky. The West Wilderness may no longer be deemed a perilous realm of mortals. As they emerged from the fierce wind barrier, Mo Ying turned to Yin Nanfei and inquired, "What are your plans now?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Nanfei spoke slowly. Qing Gu lies sealed within the ice coffin, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for her to truly be reborn. Given the nature of her fate and the influence of the malevolent energy, it is likely to take a considerable amount of time. Feng Qingzi remarked. This ice coffin must be placed in a location where the spiritual essence of the world converges, allowing it to absorb countless fortunes. The array of the demon god's ethereal powers is indeed treacherous. Without such measures, she may never open her eyes again and achieve rebirth. It ultimately depends on her fate. Yin Nanfei nodded in agreement. The Cliff of Reflection is precisely such a place, and I shall further establish a grand array to gather spiritual energy, which should prove beneficial. Feng Qingzi continued. The revival of a person requires the sacrifices of many formidable warriors. However, once she is reborn, she may find that even the heavens cannot accommodate her. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly, appearing somewhat noncommittal. Then, let us shatter the heavens. Feng Qingzi felt a surge of respect and bowed to Yin Nanfei. He then formed a sword seal with his hands and soared away on his sword, returning to Mount Shu. Perhaps, by the next time they meet, Yin Nanfei will no longer be the revered sword immortal of today within the Taoist sect. By then, he would truly have reached a point where he is opposed by all. Yue Ying gazed at Yin Nanfei, paused for a moment, and said, "If that day ever comes, should anyone seek to harm you or Qing, I, Yue Ying, shall hunt them down." Yin Nanfei smiled, replying, "Thank you, Ishue." The killing god, Yue Ying, stood with arms crossed, her dark brocade attire contrasting sharply with Yin Nanfei, and seemingly at odds with her own name, White Snow. "I shall return to the Killing God Temple to attend to some matters. In the future, I will seek you out at Zi Yang Sect." Yin Nanfei nodded. Though his friend was no longer the former White Snow, she remained the steadfast protector who would shield them at all costs. Subsequently, Yue Ying vanished into the distance, her every movement leaving behind a trail of crimson, killing intent. Yin Nanfei could not fathom the experiences she had endured, as if she were perpetually enveloped in an ocean of murderous aura. With a wry smile, he too took to the skies on his sword, preparing to return to Zi Yang Sect. In that moment, Yin Nanfei was in high spirits. Who could have foreseen that one day he might once again meet Xue Qing'er and hold her hand anew? Let be, if I am to descend into madness. Chapter 123. Ascension of the Heavenly Dragon Zi Yang Sect. At this moment, the atmosphere within Zi Yang Sect was charged with exuberance. As all disciples reveled in the victory of the celestial demon war, many were engaged in spirited discussions. When the disciples learned that the unparalleled sword immortal of their sect was none other than the once genius disciple Yin Nanfei, their hearts swelled with fervor. Among this generation of disciples, Ning Haoran students held the highest rank, and Yin Nanfei was akin to their ancestral figure. However, unlike the ancestral figures of other sects, Yin Nanfei was not an elderly man well past his prime. Their ancestor was poised and elegant, clad in white as snow, with a radiant sword heart, unparalleled in history, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. Moreover, this ancestor had now surpassed the legendary earthly immortals. This elevation of the Zi Yang Sect's status within the Taoist community was meteoric, distancing itself significantly from other supersections. In a fleeting moment, numerous esteemed elders from various Taoist sects arrived to pay their respects, eager to align themselves with such a prominent institution as the Zi Yang Sect. Many disciples engaged in animated discussions regarding the legendary exploits of Yin Nanfei, a chapter of history that had long been obscured within the annals of Taoism, now resurfacing. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed from the heavens, a resounding burst of sword energy that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a thunderous humming of sword notes. The elders visiting the Zi Yang Sect, the upper echelons of the sect, and countless disciples all gazed upward. There, clad in white, Yin Nanfei sword on his sword, an ice coffin strapped to his back. A wave of reverence washed over the crowd. Salutations to our ancestor, the sword immortal Nanfei. The disciples of the Zi Yang Sect bowed in unison, their voices ringing out in a spectacular display of devotion. The other elders could not help but lament when their own sects might witness a sword immortal of such unparalleled caliber. On the plaza of the Zi Yang Sect, Ning Kaoran povet respectfully. Welcome, master. Gazing down from the sky, Yin Nanfei felt a serene calm envelop him. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, a streak of light flashed, and the divine sword appeared in the hands of Yun Linger, now the revered wife of the sect leader. Still held in high esteem by all disciples, Yin Nanfei then formed a sword seal, directing his path towards the cliff of reflection. At that moment, he had no desire to linger. Resurrecting Xue Qing'er was of paramount importance. Ning Haoran discerned his thoughts and promptly decreed that the cliff of reflection be designated as a forbidden area of the Zi Yang Sect. Furthermore, he arranged for disciples to guard the area beyond the 10-mile peach orchard. It was now widely known that the unparalleled sword immortal of the Zi Yang Sect resided at the cliff of reflection. Although Yin Nanfei possessed celestial prowess and was not in danger, he preferred solitude and peace. In this regard, Ning Haoran understood Yin Nanfei's sentiments profoundly. Subsequently, he led Yun Linger towards the cliff of reflection. Atop the cliff, Yin Nanfei had already positioned the ice coffin and began to set up a grand spirit gathering formation. Ning Haoran ascended the mountain just in time to witness this scene. Before him, Yin Nanfei's hands radiated a mysterious glow as he chanted incantations, inscribing arcane runes. Before long, an intricate grand formation began to materialize at the cliff of reflection. With a gentle incantation, Yin Nanfei activated the formation. Once it commenced, an inexhaustible flow of fortune surged from all directions, as if the very essence of the heavens and earth was drawn to this place. At that moment, the entire cliff of reflection was enveloped in spiritual energy, the air thick with fortune. The establishment of the spirit gathering formation consumed considerable effort. Yet Yin Nanfei had already attained a breakthrough. Otherwise, even a terrestrial immortal would find such a task exhausting. Ning Haoran stepped forward and beheld the breathtaking beauty of Xue Qing'er lying within the ice coffin. Even the nearby Yun Linger was astonished by the visage of Xue Qing'er. However, it is a pity that the current Xue Qing'er remains merely a sleeping beauty, unable to awaken. Ning Haoran, aware of Yin Nanfei's past, harbored suspicions in his heart. Is this your master? Ning Kaoran inquired. Yin Nanfei nodded, then surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, the cliff of regret appeared somewhat desolate, lacking many souls. Ning Kaoran remarked. Not long after we returned to Zi Yang Sect, that celestial dragon carried Xiao Tianquan away, astonishingly capable of human speech, leaving only a message about venturing to the heavens. Subsequently, A glimmer of spiritual energy emanated from Ning Haoren's palm. Master, this is a remnant of spiritual energy bestowed upon you by the celestial dragon, indicating that since you have attained the celestial immortal realm, you can perceive the information it has left behind. Nanfei accepted the spiritual energy and subsequently formed a seal. Instantly, the ethereal silhouette of celestial dragon manifested in the void. There, within the apparition, Xiao Tianquan gazed skyward, barking furiously before the dragon soared into the heavens. And prior to ascending, Xiao Tianquan's form continually transformed, ultimately becoming a Qilin. Master, we shall venture to the heavens first. When the time comes for you to ascend, we shall safeguard you. The celestial dragon spoke in human tongue, leaving all disciples of Zi Yang Sect and the elders of the Tao Sect in shock. Nanfei chuckled softly. They had indeed ascended. Logically, having reached the terrestrial immortal stage, Nanfei could, like the little celestial dragon, meander through the heavens at will. In fact, upon his breakthrough, Nanfei felt a certain force compelling him. After Nanfei opened the heavenly gate with his sword, this sensation became even more pronounced. The land of Shenzhou has long upheld the notion of ascension, albeit too ethereal and elusive. Even Nanfei had been uncertain of its validity until the gates of heaven were flung open, revealing the secrets of destiny, allowing him to affirm the existence of ascension. Moreover, the celestial immortal realm does not belong to this world. Upon reaching such a state, one must ascend, as it transcends worldly comprehension. At this moment, every action of Nanfei was scrutinized by the heavens, until his true ascension. It seemed that some mysterious force was inexorably compelling Nanfei to depart from this realm. Thus, rather than mere observation, it felt more like a threat. Nanfei defied the heavens, transcending the Tao, earning the disfavor of even the celestial realm. Presently, he did not intend to ascend, for there remained numerous grievances unaddressed and many enigmas unresolved in the mortal world. Most importantly, Xueqinga had yet to be revived. Xueqinga's death and her resurrection through such means would not be acknowledged by the Tao, preventing her from entering the celestial realm. Even if she were to arrive there, her body would be unable to withstand the celestial forces. Ning Haoren and Yunlinger gazed upwards at the vast, empty sky. So, ascension truly exists. Then Ning Haoren added, Senior Humayer has returned to the demon domain. Now, the demon clan is leaderless, and she has become the new demon deity. Nanfei nodded, indicating his understanding. This situation was acceptable. The people around him had all embarked on their own paths, allowing him to devote himself wholeheartedly to safeguarding Xueqinga. Unbeknownst to Nanfei, the demon clan, the Zi Yang Sect, as well as the celestial Xiaoyan Hound and Tianlong, would soon become immensely powerful forces in his future. He then spoke slowly. Since everyone has departed, I too shall commence my seclusion atop this cliff of reflection. Yunlinger inquired, Master, how long do you intend to remain in seclusion? Nanfei gazed at Xueqinga, his expression softening. I do not know. Perhaps 10 years, 20, or even 100. Until Qinga awakens, I suppose. Chapter 124. The Wrath of Heaven. After Nanfei set up the spirit-gathering array, he began to delve deeply into the intricate patterns inscribed upon the ice coffin. Each line of this array concealed profound mysteries. Nanfei could vaguely sense the formidable power of the Ice Wilderness divine clan behind the ice coffin. Thus, he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, employing the heavenly mechanism seal to attempt to comprehend the enigmatic array. However, the patterns were exceedingly arcane, even surpassing the capabilities of the complete heavenly mechanism seal. At that moment, Nanfei recalled the wordless heavenly book he had obtained from signing in at the Hall of Absolute Spirits. Strangely enough, when he was at the mass grave, he had been unable to discern the contents of the heavenly book. Yet now, at the cliff of reflection, although it remained shrouded in a veil of mist, he could faintly perceive some characters and patterns. Nanfei realized that this was likely due to the influence of the Bodhi tree behind him. He had not anticipated that having ascended to the celestial immortal realm, many rewards from his previous system sign-ins would still prove immensely useful. With the Bodhi tree's assistance, combined with Nanfei's celestial immortal mentality and his understanding of the heavenly mechanism seal, he believed he would soon discover a method to decipher the array from the wordless heavenly book. Thus, time flowed like the changing tides. Nanfei remained atop the cliff of reflection, continuously signing in, practicing, and unraveling the wordless heavenly book. In the first year, Nanfei comprehended the array, successfully modifying it just before the demon god's illusory array was to take effect, ensuring that Shuechinga would not become a mindless entity under another's control. By the 5th year, the Cliff of Reflection was suffused with gathering spiritual energy, teeming with vitality. A hint of life finally began to manifest on Shuechinga's face within the ice coffin, marking her revival as nearly inevitable. By the 10th year, the situation on the Divine Land had transformed dramatically due to the Celestial Demon War. Yin Nanfei vanquished demons and opened the heavens, ushering in an era of cultivation across the Divine Land. Under the influence of boundless fortune, the vitality of cultivators began to surge, accelerating their cultivation speed. The number of powerful beings in the Enlightenment realm was no longer as sparse as before. However, Shuechinga remained in her slumber. Thus, Yin Nanfei continued his seclusion atop the Cliff of Reflection, guarding Chinga for a remarkable 50 years. Now, reflecting upon it, it has been nearly a century since Yin Nanfei ascended the Cliff of Reflection. On this day, atop the Cliff of Reflection of the Zi Yang Sect, winter reigns, with the world enveloped in ice and snow. The swirling snowflakes render Yin Nanfei's solitary figure profoundly desolate. Seated cross-legged upon the cliff, he remains unfazed. Even as the snow blankets his form, he quietly guards an icy coffin, which now emanates a mystical aura, absorbing the pure and concentrated spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Yet, within this luminous halo, tendrils of demonic energy surge forth. This occurrence lies within Yin Nanfei's foresight. He possesses the ability to harness the foundational formations of the icy coffin to successfully resurrect Shuechinga. He can also unravel the sinister schemes of the demonic entities, ensuring that she does not become an irrational fiend. Nevertheless, he cannot ultimately prevent her descent into darkness. At this moment, Shuechinga, within the icy coffin, displays a healthy complexion on the verge of revival, but a demonic seal has manifested upon her brow, rendering her demeanor chillingly cold. Having fallen into the demonic path, her nature has drastically altered. She will recall everything, yet her temperament will become peculiar. However, Yin Nanfei remains indifferent to these changes, as long as she is alive. That is sufficient. Her demonic energy surges up to the heavens, and from a distance, one can observe the mingling of black demonic energy within the majestic spiritual essence surrounding the Cliff of Reflection. For 50 years, the Zi Yang Sect has been mired in controversy. The demonic energy emanating from the Cliff of Reflection has grown increasingly potent. Discussions among the nearby sects arise. Do you think that the sword Immortal Yin Nanfei has succumbed to madness while cultivating atop the Cliff of Reflection? What can be done about madness? Over the years, numerous formidable practitioners from the 10 sects have ventured to the Zi Yang Sect, seeking to uncover the truth, only to be repelled by the formidable real Master Howren. 50 years have passed, and with real Master Howren's profound cultivation at the 9th layer of the celestial awakening realm, who among them could rival him? Save for the venerable Feng Qingzi of the Shushan Sword Sect. It is feared that if the sword Immortal truly succumbs to the demonic path once more, his celestial prowess might unleash calamity upon the land of Shenzhou. Though remnants of the demonic sects from the ancient celestial demonic wars have been eradicated, some sparks still linger. Their connection to the sword Immortal remains uncertain. In years past, the sword Immortal vanquished demons upon the western wilderness, earning widespread acclaim. Yet now, this assembly seeks to add insult to injury. The various realms of Shenzhou are rife with speculation. Yet deep within, there exists an undercurrent of concern, for Yin Nanfei had once succumbed to madness a century ago, subdued by the ancestors of the Zi Yang Sect, Zi. But now, who dares claim the power to subdue Yin Nanfei? Atop the Cliff of Reflection, Yin Nanfei perceives the intensifying aura. As the demonic energy ascends to the heavens, the clouds above the cliff have grown increasingly oppressive over the past 50 years. This is not merely a result of the gathering demonic energy, but stems from the scrutiny of the celestial realms and the pressure from the heavens above. Once Light's song is resurrected and treads the path of darkness, it is feared that divine retribution will ensue, and Snow Light's song will also enter the realm of the demon gods. However, the intensity of such divine punishment is likely to be unprecedented, and perhaps even forces from the heavens above will descend. Yin Nanfei is uncertain whether Snow Light's song can withstand it. Beside Yin Nanfei, the Excalibur hangs silently, radiating an aura of celestial energy. He has waited for 50 years for the day of Snow Light Song's resurrection and the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. At that moment, he will embody the sword immortal, standing against any divine punishment. Should a celestial being descend to eradicate the dark forces, he would not hesitate to strike down that celestial. No matter who it is, anyone who seeks to harm Snow Light's song shall not succeed in Yin Nanfei's eyes. Finally, on this day, beneath the vast and cold sky, atop the cliff of regret, a beam of light surged skyward, devoid of any halo, manifesting as a dark demonic glow. The surge of demonic energy spread, shocking the entirety of the divine land. Elders from various sects across the continent were already prepared, soaring into the void to gaze upon the overwhelming demonic light. Hidden within the world, the Hall of Assassins sent forth a crimson streak as the god of assassination, Moon Shadow, wielded his blade of lethal intent, hastening toward the direction of the Purple Sun Sect. With Snow Light song resurrected and falling into the path of darkness, Yin Nanfei must shield her from the heavenly tribulation. However, at that time, both he and she would undoubtedly become the targets of collective ire. At this moment, Yin Nanfei requires assistance. The Shushan Sword Sect's Feng Qingzi gazed through the void, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The 5 major super sects did not act immediately. Feng Qingzi himself could not take sides. Remaining neutral, beneath the demon-locking tower, Feng Qingzi muttered to himself, "Another demon god has emerged." The entire divine land was in an uproar, with many powerful sects dispatching their strongest and most elite disciples in haste. Yet, the demonic energy did not emanate from the sword immortal of Nanfei. Within the Purple Sun Sect, yet another demon lord of the demon god realm has arisen. At this moment, dark clouds gathered above the cliff of regret. Thunderous roars resonated from the skies. Everyone bore expressions of shock. The heavens were enraged. Chapter 125, Life as a Dream, A Century of Solitude. The heavenly tribulation seemed poised to descend at any moment, as the entire vicinity of the Purple Sun Sect was engulfed in a tempest of wind and rain. Within the ice coffin, the surge of demonic energy persisted for several days, its might terrifying. Even the demon god from the Cursed Mountain could not compare. Snow Light Song had spent a century recuperating within the ice coffin, though she had not moved. She absorbed numerous powerful malevolent spirits from the mass grave and drew endless spiritual energy from the cliff of regret to her own being. Coupled with the formidable constitution of her ice-desolate divine clan, upon entering the demon god realm, she could only be described as defying the heavens. At this moment, the entire vicinity of the Purple Sun Sect seemed shrouded in an endless night, silence reigning, a palpable aura of death lingering. Many cultivators began to rush from all directions. Some were nearing the Purple Sun Mountain, yet they halted, too fearful to advance. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Any who dared to ascend the mountain would be engulfed by the lightning. Perhaps this generation of demonic gods may not safely traverse the heavenly tribulations. How arduous it is to defy the heavens and seek enlightenment. Following the cataclysm of the war between the celestial and demonic realms, a tumultuous upheaval within the Taoist sect has re-emerged after 50 years. This time, it is destined to be another shocking spectacle for the world. Indeed, they too are gripped by fear. Once, the demonic god's influence nearly led to the annihilation of the Taoist sect, only to be salvaged by Yin Nanfei's breakthrough. Yet, upon discovering that this new demonic god has summoned the heavenly tribulation, inciting divine wrath, they are left utterly abashed. What manner being could this be? At this moment, is the sword Immortal Nanfei a foe or a friend? If he is an adversary, how shall the Taoist sect navigate its fate? Upon the cliff of reflection, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared like the wrath of the heavens. This tribulation is unprecedented and will undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow. Although the one undergoing the tribulation is Shuechinga, it is Yin Nanfei who truly feels the overwhelming threat. For Yin Nanfei has often defied the heavens, leading many down a path of contempt for celestial authority, and today, another long-dead figure rises once more. One must ask, do not Yin Nanfei's actions render the celestial might insignificant? From within the icy coffin, a figure clad in azure began to ascend slowly into the void. Yin Nanfei felt an overwhelming wave of emotion as the swirling ice and snow lashed against his face, bringing pain akin to a blade's edge. Then, he witnessed the malevolent aura of Shuechinga pouring forth from her being, her azure attire visibly transformed into a deep crimson, an ominous energy pervading the skies as if countless malevolent spirits were poised to emerge like phantoms. Subsequently, Yin Nanfei beheld Xueqing's eyes gently opening. Though no longer as pure as before, through the dim crimson, he firmly discerned, she has returned. Tears streamed down Yin Nanfei's cheeks. Despite the tumultuous energy surging upon the cliff of reflection, he remained unmoved, as if caught in a dreamlike haze. If one were to ponder the greatest solitude in the mortal realm, it could only be this, fleeting life, a century of solitude. Xueqing surveyed her surroundings. Her mind flooded with countless forgotten memories of grievances and past entanglements, ephemeral as passing clouds, before her gaze settled upon Yin Nanfei. In the next moment, her own tears cascaded forth. "Nanfei," she whispered softly, yet upon hearing her voice, no longer as light and airy as before, a profound melancholy enveloped her. Xueqing looked up at the heavens. On that fateful day, the sword from the Valley of Celestial Mechanisms pierced her, and she harbored no regrets for having saved Yin Nanfei. Today, as she defies the heavens to resurrect, even the heavens seek to punish her. She accepts her punishment. But what of those who have truly committed heinous deeds? Xueqing cried out in defiance. "I fear neither life nor death, but why is it that throughout history, the virtuous seldom enjoy longevity? As I enter the realm of the demon god, I am destined to face divine retribution. Yet in times past, those who committed heinous acts have never been punished by the heavenly path. What then constitutes good and evil, right and wrong? What standards do we adhere to?" The disciples of the Zi Yang Sect surged forth, unsheathing their swords, only to be left dumbfounded by the scene at the cliff of reflection. There stood a woman, fierce and resolute, glaring at the heavens, while amidst the icy desolation, a figure clad in white sat in silent meditation. Though motionless, his mere presence spoke volumes. They were at a loss, uncertain of their next steps, until Ning Haoran appeared, bringing them clarity. He calmly approached the mountain gate, where others from the Dao sect were beginning to arrive. Ning Haoran stood firm as a rock, ready to impede any who dared approach with his sword, the Haoran sword. In hand, the disciples erupted in fervor, understanding their purpose. Who would not wish to embody the hero who defies heaven and earth for the sake of their beloved? Yin Nanfei was their exemplar. At that moment, Xueqing truly embodied the spirit of a generation's demon god. She recalled a century prior when Yin Nanfei had held her close, his bloodshot eyes filled with sorrow. Had events not unfolded as they did, she would never have wished for him to endure a century of solitude. As her words fell, the heavenly tribulation descended. Each bolt of lightning was a cataclysmic blow. Yet, at that instant, Yin Nanfei finally took action. A resounding laugh echoed from the cliff of reflection, disregarding the celestial realm, stretching for 100 miles. The Taoist masters drawn by the sound were taken aback. Then, they beheld the white-clad sword Immortal seated in meditation, forming a sword seal with his hand. The Zhanshan sword, suspended for 50 years, surged forth like a dragon, emitting a melodious resonance. Yin Nanfei gazed at Xueqing, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Qingge, if the heavens do not permit you, I shall sever them." Rising, Yin Nanfei grasped the Zhanshan sword, seizing the vibrant hues of a 7-colored rainbow, soaring into the void. Positioning himself before Xueqing. "A century ago, you fought with your life. Now, I come to shield you from the storm. Unfazed by the heavens or the whispers of the world, I merely wish to hold your hand tightly and never let go." Tears streamed down Xueqing's face. Yin Nanfei gazed at the vast sky, as if a watchful eye from beyond the clouds scrutinized everything. An observation from the divine path. With a tranquil demeanor, Yin Nanfei called out, "Come." A thunderous roar resonated, and the heavenly tribulation descended. The overwhelming might of the lightning was palpable even 100 miles away. Not even the terrestrial immortals dared confront such a tempest. Beneath the locking demon tower of Mount Shu, Feng Qingzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Though thousands of miles away, as a terrestrial deity, he could still sense the formidable force of the impending calamity. With a sigh, he acknowledged the arrival of this fateful day. The lands of Shenzhou were destined for transformation. He had foreseen the magnitude of this tribulation, yet he also predicted that further upheavals would follow in its wake. With a bittersweet smile, Feng Qingzi's expression turned resolute. In the distance, Yin Nanfei also perceived the ominous signs. As the thunderbolts descended, the Zi Yang Sect radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Amidst the lightning, a torrent of sword energy surged forth. This celestial thunder was formidable, consisting of 9 strikes, and only those capable of enduring it would successfully navigate the tribulation. Each subsequent thunderbolt was more ferocious than the last, embodying the might of the heavens. The first strike alone was astonishing. Ning Haoran bit his lip, fearing that Yin Nanfeng and his companions might perish in the storm of divine lightning. The thunder obliterated all in its path, before the might of the heavenly decree. Yin Nanfeng appeared utterly insignificant. Yet, in the heart of Shuechinga, he loomed like a giant, ensnared by her own demons. She found solace in the unwavering presence of Yin Nanfeng. After a considerable time, amidst the lightning, Yin Nanfeng's voice rang out, commanding and fierce, as he unleashed a frosty sword intent that seemed capable of freezing the very lightning itself. With a resounding crash, the first bolt dissipated, and he successfully nullified its threat. At this moment, several Taoist masters had gathered, yet none dared to approach, fearful that the next strike of thunder might consume them. The tribulation was overwhelmingly powerful, and the Zi Yang Sect was engulfed in turmoil. Some even harbored a wish that the celestial wrath might smite the demon lord. Calmness returned, albeit briefly, before the second bolt of divine thunder struck. One after another, the thunderbolts descended in rapid succession, each imbued with cataclysmic energy, as if they could annihilate the world. Yin Nanfeng, however, continuously wielded his extraordinary abilities. The heavenly mechanism seal, sword chi as vast as rivers, the 6-character bright mantra, and the supreme carefree palm. Everyone was astounded, never anticipating that Yin Nanfeng possessed such an array of miraculous powers. The later strikes of thunder lasted longer, and under their onslaught, many structures within the Zi Yang Sect crumbled into ruins. Yet, the thought-reflection cliff, adorned with intricate formations, remained, albeit in a state of disarray. Unbeknownst to them, several days passed. Yin Nanfeng had withstood 8 strikes of celestial tribulation. At this juncture, the elite of the Taoist sects had almost all converged here, with no fewer than 20 or 30 individuals in the Tianqi realm alone. They gazed at Yin Nanfeng with heartfelt sorrow, unable to comprehend why this generation's sword immortal would so passionately endure the tribulation for a demoness. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Zi Yang Sect, an eerie stillness prevailed, as the final bolt of divine thunder remained conspicuously absent. As the icy winds swept by, Yin Nanfeng's garments began to tear. Had it not been for her presence, with Shuechinga's mastery of the magical realm, he would have perished amidst the thunderous light long ago. Yin Nanfeng survived solely due to his formidable physique at the celestial immortal level. Shuechinga sobbed uncontrollably, attempting several times to stop Yin Nanfeng, only to be thwarted by his resolve. He merely offered her a reassuring smile, whispering, "Do not fear, for I am here." Once again, a powerful force coalesced in the void. The final bolt of divine lightning was about to descend, and the sword in Yin Nanfeng's hand trembled violently under the relentless assault of the heavenly thunder, its brilliance waning. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering. Enduring this last strike of divine wrath meant the conclusion of it all. When the lightning struck, mountains would crumble, and the earth would fissure, leaving devastation in its wake. Even Yin Nanfeng sensed the imminent peril. "Run!" shouted a cultivator from the Taoist sect. They retreated like a receding tide. Yet many still fell victim to the impending divine wrath when it finally arrived. Even a venerable ancestor of the Enlightenment realm was reduced to nothingness. This divine lightning was truly fearsome. The unparalleled sword Immortal might not survive. Ning Haoran's expression was solemn, his silence profound. The storm raged on, and, as the thunder subsided, Yin Nanfeng remained resolutely guarding Shuechinga. Despite being on the brink of death, his body marred with wounds. An elder from the Taoist sect remarked, "This 9 heavens divine lightning is a death tribulation. Without sword immortal Nanfeng, that fiend would surely not survive. Yet this death tribulation has been miraculously averted," another elder interjected. Shuechinga rushed forward, embracing Yin Nanfeng tightly, tears streaming down her face. Above, the dark clouds dispersed. At that moment, someone from the Taoist sect bellowed, "The heavenly tribulation has dissipated. Let us slay the fiend." As the words echoed, the members of the sect exchanged glances, some already moving to charge forward, intent on bringing the fiend to justice. Eradicate the evil, uphold the righteous path. However, Ning Haoran drew his sword, releasing a surge of dark, majestic sword energy. "Who dares to advance?" An elder from the Taoist sect sneered, Ning Haoran, have you two been corrupted, conspiring with the fiend? Indeed, as cultivators, we must rid the world of evil and uphold justice. If this fiend is released, it spells disaster for the innocent. Ning Haoran glared coldly at them, a murderous intent rising within him, anger boiling over, teetering on the brink of madness. Then, 6 words escaped his lips. Enough of your nonsense. An elder from the Taoist sect, exasperated, pointed at Ning Haoran. Do you truly believe we fear you? Just as their words fell, the heavens erupted once more with immense power, this time even stronger than the previous tribulation. The heavenly calamity had returned. Elder Tianyang gazed into the void, suddenly struck with alarm. Nanfei had indeed averted the deadly tribulation of Shuechinga, yet he had truly provoked the wrath of the heavenly Tao. This tribulation was none other than the cataclysm of the celestial realms. For 100 miles in every direction, not a blade of grass could survive. This calamity would summon the celestials themselves to intervene. Flee at once. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and they hastily retreated once more. Celestials, as expected. Someone pointed to the heavens. Look, there are indeed figures in the sky. All eyes turned upward, where at that moment 9 auspicious clouds materialized in the firmament, each layer ascending in a cascade of different hues. On each layer of cloud, ethereal silhouettes seemed to exist, appearing as though they were true celestial beings. It was said that this tribulation occurred only once in 1,000,000 years. The convergence of beings shaped by the eons from the myriad realms appeared together, with the 9 distinct colors of the clouds representing the 9 heavens, embodying the power of the divine. Chapter 127, the Water Chapter. The Taoist sect retreated 100 miles, and at the direction of Zi Yang Sect's Sigil Cliff, the descent of the 9 celestial realms appeared dreamlike, yet it emanated a chilling aura of slaughter. Upon Sigil Cliff, Nanfei looked up at the sky. The cataclysm of the celestial realms, also known as the 9 heavens tribulation, was among the most perilous trials faced by practitioners of the Tao. Throughout history, it had only been recorded in ancient texts. However, even in those texts, there was no precedent for this tribulation, indicating its existence and leaving many to wonder who could have discovered such a fate. This calamity seemed nearly insurmountable. How could human strength contend against the entirety of the 9 heavens? While the previous tribulation was merely the most dangerous form of divine retribution, a punishment by the heavenly Tao that perhaps the most exceptional cultivators like Nanfei could hope to overcome, the 9 heavens tribulation transcended the heavenly Tao itself, representing the collective might of all celestial realms. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, Nanfei remained undeterred. He gazed at the celestial phantoms among the clouds, manifestations of spiritual power that had transformed through the ages into beings of the 9 heavens tribulation. Dare the celestial beings descend to this mortal realm? Nanfei's thunderous shout awakened all present. What an extraordinary demeanor. In all of history, only Nanfei possessed such audacity. Rising to his feet, he channeled his spiritual energy, and white sword qi surged forth as the Zhuxian sword once again radiated with resplendent hues. Today, Nanfei, he initially spoke softly, but his voice suddenly boomed. Shall battle the heavens once more? Above, the 9 clouds erupted in brilliant light, exuding an aura of dignified authority. Shun Xiao, divine slaughter. Zi Xiao, divine thunder. Tai Xiao, cloud and mist. In the void, a resounding roar echoed as the deities of the 9 heavens each harbored their own mysterious powers. The sky was shrouded in gloom. Though it was daylight, it seemed as if a meteor had streaked across the heavens, accompanied by a celestial dragon soaring amidst the sun, moon, and stars, as divine thunder crackled forth. Such extraordinary phenomena emerged, born from nature's exquisite craftsmanship, shaking the very foundations of the earth. How could mere ants dare to defy the heavens? The deities above, with an innate authority, unleashed a reprimand, and at that moment, the scene of Nanfei confronting the tribulation appeared surreal, almost as if he were not undergoing a trial at all. Yet, only Nanfei himself could fathom the difficulty of this moment. Upon hearing the divine proclamation, Nanfei let out a hearty laugh. Defy the heavens? Why not? As his words echoed, he formed a seal with his hands, and a golden light erupted from his brow, revealing his celestial eye. Subsequently, a golden domain expanded outward across the skies. Remarkably, he had cultivated a celestial eye, Zi Xiao gasped in astonishment. Yin Nanfei, having merged his celestial eye with the heavenly texts, transcended the heavenly path. He himself was now the embodiment of the heavens. "Behold my realm," he proclaimed, followed by another powerful utterance. "The might of the heavens is vast." The pressure radiated outward, not directed at humanity, but solely at the celestial realm. In the external world, witnesses were struck with awe at the sight of Yin Nanfei facing the tribulation. However, it was evident to all that beneath the weight of this heavenly trial, he had become increasingly diminished. Alas, this generation's sword immortal is destined to fail. He protects the demoness and deserves his fate, scoffed an elder newly initiated into the Taoist sect. However, as soon as his words fell, everyone experienced a flash before their eyes, followed by the elder's head rolling to the ground. Upon looking, they beheld the solemn expression of Ning Haoran. Some disdainfully scoffed. "Ning Haoran, we usually respect you as the leader of the Zi Yang Sect, but today, you too shall stray from the path. Esteemed ones, the sword immortal is on the brink of failing his tribulation, and the Zi Yang Sect has already succumbed to darkness. If we unite, we shall surely be able to confront him." Indeed, judging by his appearance, he must have been influenced by the overwhelming sword energy. He has certainly fallen into madness. Someone echoed. Thus, a chorus of agreement arose. At this moment, the sword immortal was ensnared in an irreversible crisis, presenting a prime opportunity to rebel against Ning Haoran. "While he is weak, we shall strike." Ning Haoran glared at the hypocrites before him, who were no longer the revered figures that had once rallied behind Yin Nanfei. Disciples of the Zi Yang Sect, Ning Haoran spoke coldly. Disciples present, his followers shouted in unison. Then, with a chilling smile, Ning Haoran unleashed the sharpness of the overwhelming sword energy. "Eliminate the foe." As his command resonated, the disciples of the Zi Yang Sect surged forward, drawing their Zi Yang Sect swords in unison. With Ning Haoran's words, it signified that the Zi Yang Sect had irrevocably severed ties with the heavenly Taoist path. The hearts of all Zi Yang Sect disciples were already ablaze with murderous intent, having long grown weary of the shameless rhetoric of those so-called Taoist masters. Once upon a time, Yin Nanfei was regarded as the guardian deity of the Taoist sect. Now, he merely safeguards the woman he adores. Yet he is reviled and abandoned by the very sect he protects. Elder Tianyang's voice boomed with fury. He has become an esteemed elder within the Taoist community. Despite his venerable age, he seethed with indignation. "At my advanced age, if anyone wishes to kill Ning Haoran, they must first step over my corpse." With that, he drew the dragon-slaying sword and stood resolutely beside Ning Haoran. The impending battle loomed as disciples of Zi Yang Sect surged forward. As Yin Nanfei faced calamity, who among them was not filled with suppressed rage? Meanwhile, Ning Haoran and Elder Tianyang found themselves encircled by a throng of powerful Taoists. The essence of Haoran's sword energy surged with vigor, while Elder Tianyang intoned the incantation of the true formula for slaying demons and gods. With righteous vigor, Haoran's presence persisted. He sought not to vanquish the immortals, but to slay demons and deities. The sword intent unfurled, and blood gushed forth. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of death descended, and the killing sword energy swept through, severing the heads of two formidable beings from Tianqi as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Then, a figure clad in dark brocade descended from the heavens. As he landed, the murderous intent surged like a tsunami, repelling all in its path. The god of death had arrived. All present gazed in trepidation at this earthly immortal, no longer daring to advance. The god of death, Yue, stood with an air of dominance. To everyone's astonishment, the hall of the god of death had allied with the Zi Yang Sect, standing by their side. However, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded behind them at the cliff of reflection. There, Yin Nanfei plummeted from the sky, utterly drained of strength. Yet just then, another bolt of purple celestial lightning descended. The white-clad sword immortal had met defeat. Xuechinga let out a mournful cry and rushed forward to shield against the divine thunder, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, the tribulation of the 9 heavens continued unabated. At this moment, Yue let out a cold snort. No one shall harm Yin Nanfei, not even the heavens. Subsequently, the crowd witnessed Yue figure darting swiftly towards the cliff of reflection. In the distance, at the base of the demon locking tower, Feng Qingzi rose in sorrow, forming a sword technique with his hands, striking himself to unleash his blood, which wondrously coalesced into a blood sword, piercing towards the distant sky. What he expelled was not merely blood, but the very essence of his fate. He sought to lend Yin Nanfei a helping hand. Chapter 128. This word can conquer the heavens. The practitioners of the Taoist sect gazed in astonishment at the endless clouds ahead. There, numerous celestial phenomena unfolded. A divine dragon soared, and purple, celestial lightning crackled. Despite it being daytime, stars fell like meteorites, crashing down, rendering the land within 100 miles of Zi Yang Sect barren. The nine heavens tribulation was indeed terrifying. Yin Nanfei floated in the void, nearly devoid of energy, as Yang arrived, joining the ranks opposing the heavenly tribulation. Yin Nanfei glanced at him wearily, offering a faint smile. You have come. The god of slaughter, Moonshadow, concealed his expression beneath a mask. Yet his aura emanated an unfathomable intent to kill and fury. Snow Lightsong gazed at him in a daze, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. You are Ishue. The god of slaughter, Moonshadow, turned his head, revealing a pair of vibrant red eyes beneath the mask. She had been resurrected, and the regrets of the past had vanished. From the heavens above, a voice of divine wrath resounded. If that is the case, you shall perish as well. The deity in the void shouted. This tribulation was met with resistance from a celestial being and two terrestrial immortals. At this moment, the entire cliff of reflection was engulfed in smoke and dust, obscuring everything within from the outside world. As the heavenly tribulation commenced, it seemed capable of annihilating the world. Just then, a beam of bloodlight surged from the distance, unnoticed by all except for Yin Nanfei and his companions. This was a powerful essence of blood. Feng Qingzi sought to assist Yin Nanfei in his own way. At that moment, Yin Nanfei was on the brink of death, his consciousness fading into obscurity. However, as the bloodlight approached and merged with his body, clarity returned to Yin Nanfei's mind in an instant. The energy that had been depleted surged forth like a spring, granting him a second chance at life. This was half of Feng Qingzi's fortune, yet it consumed his own vitality. A terrestrial immortal sacrificed his life essence to aid Yin Nanfei in defying fate. Yin Nanfei felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. He then soared into the sky once more, and the god of slaughter, Moonshadow, rejoiced, joining Snow Lightsong in fervently channeling their spiritual power into Yin Nanfei's body. As the extermination sword was drawn, its resonance echoed, and Yin Nanfei, harnessing the strength of the three, aimed to conquer the heavens. His white garments billowed in the wind, his celestial eye opened wide, and golden light pierced through countless auspicious clouds. Then, Yin Nanfei's hand formed seals, his incantations flowing forth, his white attire invigorating him, as a mysterious aura enveloped him. The deities in the heavens were taken aback. The wordless heavenly scripture. He has unlocked the prohibitions of the divine hall of oblivion. This must be reported to the master. The divine hall of oblivion seemed to entangle many secrets of the celestial realm, signifying profound significance. Surrounding Yin Nanfei, sword energy surged, and his spiritual power transformed into the true energy of the Tao. He had not fully comprehended the wordless heavenly scripture, but an unexpected pull allowed him to harness its power. A thought flickered in Yin Nanfei's mind. It appeared to be the merit of the primordial divine art. He recalled the system reward he had initially received, which he had not fully explored due to his focus on the sword path. Bathed in golden light, Yin Nanfei realized that the wordless heavenly scripture possessed extraordinary origins, capable of threatening even the heavens. This revelation filled him with astonishment. Soon after, within the depths of his sea of qi, he seemed to grasp something. He beheld a character resembling a person. Yin Nanfei's heart stirred, and he shouted aloud, "Heaven and earth, today I, the sword immortal, shall bestow upon you a single character. This character can triumph over the heavens." Subsequently, Yin Nanfei swung his sword, unleashing a human character imbued with surging sword energy that soared into the nine heavens. Although Yin Nanfei and his companions closely followed, the calamity of the nine heavens was the deadliest of tribulations. Only by vanquishing all living beings could it be unraveled. In the firmament, the shadows of swords resembled an ocean, with radiant lights flashing, as if they could shred the nine auspicious clouds. However, soon the heavens erupted with an astonishing might. The celestial text recorded that the three talents scripture gathered the powers of heaven and earth within a single form. The three talents refer to heaven, earth, and humanity. Heaven, fortified by the true energy of the heavenly scriptures and their enigmatic aura. Earth, wielded by Yin Nanfei's sword that could obliterate immortals, capable of stirring the earth. causing sand and stones to whirl, converging into a colossal blade. Finally, as the character emerged, Yin Nanfei harnessed the strength of Moonshadow, Snowlight's Song, and Wind-Clear Master into himself, piercing forth with a single sword strike. This sword bore the killing intent of Moonshadow, the sinister force of Snowlight's Song, and the fortune earned by Wind-Clear Master through sacrifice. Humanity can conquer the heavens. This is the essence of the three talents scripture. Boom! Everyone instinctively shut their eyes tightly as a violent explosion erupted in the skies above. The 9 auspicious clouds gradually dissipated, and the deity perished, its energy vanishing amidst the explosion. With the aid of the heavenly scriptures, Yin Nanfei shattered the 9 heavens' tribulation. When all opened their eyes once more, they could scarcely believe the scene before them. Can heaven truly be defeated? Yin Nanfei and his companions, gravely injured, began to fall. Let's take a look. Some cultivators, snapping back to reality from their shock, shouted. Thus, the disciples of the Taoist sect advanced once more from 100 miles away. Ning Haoran and others hurriedly rushed over, eager to ascertain the safety of Yin Nanfei and his companions. At this moment, Yin Nanfei was drenched in blood, gasping heavily. Although victorious, the triumph was indeed a stroke of luck. Snowlight Song's gaze was ethereal, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Just then, the Taoist cultivators finally arrived. Yin Nanfei clenched his teeth, rose to his feet, and picked up the exterminating Immortal sword. At this moment, Yin Nanfei stood against the entire Taoist sect, and indeed against the world, for all sentient beings. Whoever seeks to harm her, I shall slay, Yin Nanfei declared coldly. No one dared to advance. Even in his disheveled state, he exuded an imposing presence. None could fathom what strength the once mighty Yin Nanfei, now at the celestial realm, could still wield. Ning Haoran, accompanied by the disciples of the Zi Yang Sect, positioned themselves before Yin Nanfei and his companions. At this moment, a thin line seemed to separate the Zi Yang Sect from Yin Nanfei's side. Regardless of Yin Nanfei's formidable prowess, when confronted with the world, he ultimately appeared so diminutive. Snowlight Song's expression was sorrowful, uncertain whether to blame herself for involving Yin Nanfei or to feel disheartened by the Taoist cold indifference. You hypocrites! Why must you continually complicate matters for me and Nanfei? What have we truly done wrong? Xue Qingge lamented, feeling a twinge of injustice within her heart. It is true that she had succumbed to darkness, yet since her resurrection, she had not taken a single life, and yet she faced extermination from the Taoist sections. Ultimately, she was regarded as a demon by this group of Taoists. Is this truly the boundary between immortals and demons? An elder scoffed disdainfully. Yin Nanfei was already at the end of his strength, merely bewitched by the ghostly allure, having slain the demoness. Yet he remained a sword immortal of our Taoist sect. As his words fell, Yin Nanfei's expression turned utterly frigid. Then you shall perish first. Chapter 129, The World as an Enemy. Yin Nanfei's icy voice resonated in the hearts of all present. What does this sword immortal intend? Is he truly prepared to stand against the entire Taoist sect? Yin Nanfei regarded the elder coldly. A senior elder of the Tao Tian sect among the 10 sects of Taoism, now at the 6th level of the heavenly enlightenment realm. Originally, the Tao Tian sect had not been included among the 10 Taoist sects. However, during the battle between immortals and demons 50 years ago, Yin Nanfei cleaved the heavens with a single sword, bringing prosperity to future generations, which enabled many dying ancestors within the Tao Tian sect to suddenly break through, advancing rapidly in their cultivation. Yin Nanfei merely smiled coldly. The elder felt a jolt within, immediately channeling his energy, poised to intercept the impending strike from the white-clad sword immortal. Simultaneously, he shouted, Yin Nanfei, considering our lineage, my master, the previous sect leader of the Zi Yang Sect, Zi is of the same generation as you and can be regarded as your elder. Should you strike, it would be an act of great rebellion. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a sword qi pierced through the elder's skull, mercilessly. Everyone was taken aback. This elder, after all, was at the 6th level of the heavenly enlightenment realm, yet he was effortlessly slain by a single sword strike. However, Yin Nanfei's sword not only claimed the elder's life, but also formally declared his stance, turning against the entire Taoist world. The situation had escalated to one where he faced universal enmity. Yin Nanfei laughed arrogantly, his sword pointed to the ground, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Step forward, and you shall die. The Taoists exchanged glances, astonished at Yin Nanfei's overwhelming assertiveness, having unhesitatingly taken the life of a Taoist elder. At that moment, Xueqing's eyes glistened with tears, on the verge of spilling over. She could see that after enduring the tribulations of the nine heavens, Yin Nanfei was gravely injured and growing weaker, merely forcing himself to hold on. Just then, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. Yu Ying stood proudly, surrounded by countless elite assassins who had surged forth. The assassins from the Hall of Killers he dispatched had arrived at the Zi Yang Sect at a critical moment. At this juncture, Ning Haoran issued a command, and the disciples of the Zi Yang Sect drew their swords, glaring defiantly at the Taoist world. Disciples of the Zi Yang Sect, fight to the death. The practitioners of the Taoist sect were filled with trepidation, for it was evident to all that Yin Nanfeng, the god of death, and the witch had just faced the tribulation of heaven, now merely remnants of their former strength. Should the Taoist sect launch an assault, even he, a legendary sword immortal, might find himself at a disadvantage. Initially, they intended to eradicate the Purple Sun sect alongside their own ranks, believing that Yin Nanfeng and his companions could not withstand a concerted attack from the Taoist sect. Furthermore, although the other major sects had yet to arrive, it did not imply that they would remain passive observers. Could the Purple Sun sect truly contend against the entirety of the Taoist sect? At that moment, even the assassins from the God of Death's hall joined the fray, disrupting many plans conceived in the hearts of the onlookers. The mere presence of the God of Death's hall already posed a significant headache for the Taoist sect. Despite being just one faction, its influence was immensely vast. Thus, the specter of a bloody battle loomed large. At that juncture, the leader of the Dao Tian sect uttered a cold snort before sweeping away, marking the culmination of their enmity with Yin Nanfeng. Subsequently, disciples followed suit, and the remaining members of the Taoist sect gradually retreated. While they could not vanquish the witch today, it did not preclude them from pursuing her in the future. Given the opportunity, the Taoist sect would spare no effort to eliminate her. Some had already hastened towards Mount Shu, seeking the intervention of Feng Qingzi from the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Moreover, with nearly every major sect now harboring a half-step Earth Immortal Elder, a desperate struggle was not out of the question. Once the Taoist sect had withdrawn, Yin Nanfeng collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Despite Feng Qingzi's assistance, he remained severely injured and would require time to recuperate. Meanwhile, at Mount Shu, Feng Qingzi stood beneath the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of an immortal. Yet, he gazed skyward, lost in thought. At that moment, the current leader of the Shu Mountain Sword sect approached with measured steps. Ancestor, many elders from the Taoist sect have arrived at Mount Shu. Feng Qingzi nodded in acknowledgement, his expression impassive. I am already aware. The Shu Mountain leader inquired, given the current situation, how should Mount Shu position itself? Feng Qingzi replied leisurely, I have already aided Yin Nanfeng in overcoming the tribulation. As for the future, the Shu Mountain Sword sect shall act accordingly. The leader grasped the implication, but then seemed to recall something. But Ancestor, if we stand aloof now, might we not attract the ire of the Taoist sect? Feng Qingzi, fully cognizant of the leader's concerns, waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I have already ventured into the sea region. The Shu Mountain leader was taken aback. Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Feng Qingzi smiled serenely. My time is limited. Thus, I shall follow the example of my predecessors and explore the sea region. Perhaps I may yet serve a final purpose. Within the grand hall of Shu Mountain, many Taoist elders awaited, their expressions stern, having lingered there for quite some time. At last, they witnessed the arrival of the master of the Shushan sect. The master of the Daotian sect remarked, Real Master Qi He, we have come here to deliberate on matters of great significance concerning the safety of the divine land. Another elder chimed in, indeed. We kindly request the esteemed elder Feng Qingzi to join us for this discussion. The master of Shushan, Qi He, merely smiled, leaving the elders of various Dao sects perplexed. Subsequently, Qi He spoke, Gentlemen, it is unfortunate that not long ago my sect's ancestor, the Taoist Feng Qing, has departed from the divine land. An elder exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the venerable Feng Qingzi has reached the end of his days and ascended to the heavens? At his utterance, the others cast disdainful glances at him. A terrestrial immortal can live for 500 years. Are you out of your mind? The master of Daotian retorted coldly. The elder, known for his candor, realized he had misspoken and fell silent. With a smile, Qi clarified, Not at all. Our ancestor has ventured to the oceanic realms. On one hand, He seeks to pursue immortality and wisdom. On the other hand, throughout history, ancient sages have explored the ocean, and should he discover anything of worth, it would indeed benefit the divine land. Upon hearing this, some could not help but feel deeply moved. It was unexpected that even at the venerable level of Feng Qingzi, such lofty aspirations remained. Throughout history, all ancient sages have exhibited similar dedication, earning profound respect. However, now that the divine land faces turmoil, how can our Tao sect contend against that demonic woman, the god of slaughter, and the south-flying sword Immortal without Feng Qingzi? Indeed, another added, although the Tao sect strength has greatly increased, with many sects having ancestors striving for the terrestrial immortal realm, it may still take several decades before we can produce another terrestrial immortal. Yet, as he spoke, a disciple rushed in to report. Our brothers monitoring the Zi Yang Sect have discovered that the demonic woman has left the Zi Yang Sect and is heading northward. Chapter 130, The Extreme North. What? The master of Daotian rose abruptly. Everyone was baffled as to why the demonic woman would suddenly head north. The so-called extreme north refers solely to the extreme northland, a mysterious realm that is renowned as one of the 3 great perilous places in the world alongside the ocean and the western wilderness. Throughout history, there have been countless who entered but none who returned. Those who ventured forth met with certain death. The master of Daotian inquired, "Is she going with Yin Nanfei?" The disciple replied, "No, she is alone." The master of Daotian was taken aback. What could the demonic woman possibly seek in the extreme north? At that moment, Chi smiled and speculated. Perhaps she simply does not wish to endanger the south-flying sword Immortal, thus seeking her demise in the extreme north. Some elders agreed with Chi's notion, unaware that he was merely using this opportunity to mislead the Tao sect, hoping to alleviate the pressure on Yin Nanfei. Throughout history, many terrestrial immortals, being invincible, have ventured alone into the extreme north, only to meet their demise there. Even if Qingge were to become a demon god, venturing to that place would be akin to seeking one's own demise. If that were truly the case, why journey to the extreme north for a self-inflicted end? Is it not a solution that resolves all? Moreover, it is said that within the northernmost realms exists a mysterious clan. Could it be that this fiend has some connection to them? An elder speculated. It is unlikely, replied Master Chi. This sorceress has been accompanied by Yin Nanfei since childhood and was once a disciple of the former sect leader of Zi Yang Sect, Zi. She only became a demon god after her resurrection. Thus, she should bear no ties to the extreme north. However, the leader of Daotian's sect interjected. If she has truly died once, how could she be resurrected? That is indeed an act against the heavens. Master Chi, he chuckled softly, stating, "Our ancestors have said that all of this is the work of the demon known as Tongyu, resurrecting Qingge merely as part of the scheme." Everyone felt a chill, realizing just how insidious Tongyu truly was. It seemed that Qingge might reignite the flames of the demonic sect. She must be stopped at all costs. Master Chi, he shook his head. She has never harmed those of the Taoist sect, nor has she brought calamity upon the world. Why should we be so aggressive? The leader of Daotian's sect scoffed. Yet Yin Nanfei has slain our elder and brazenly supported the demoness. Very well, since the demoness has already entered the extreme north. Let us observe the situation. If she truly intends to involve Yin Nanfei, it may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The others nodded in agreement and proceeded to return to their respective sects to make arrangements. At Zi Yang Sect, atop the cliff of reflection, Yin Nanfei opened his eyes to find Ning Haoran anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing Yin Nanfei awaken, Ning Haoran rejoiced and quickly exclaimed, "Master, you are awake." Yin Nanfei sat up, nodded, and surveyed his surroundings. "Where is Qingge?" Ning Haoran promptly responded. "Not long ago, she left alone without notifying anyone, and just now, Senior Yueying has pursued her." Yin Nanfei gasped, asking, "Where did she go?" Ning Haoran replied, "Northward." Yin Nanfei seemed to realize something. That direction leads to the extreme north. According to Yueying, Qingge has intricate ties with the Ice Wilderness clan in the extreme north. He immediately rose, forming a sword seal, and soared away on his sword. Days later, news spread throughout the Taoist sections. After the demoness entered the extreme north, the god of killing, Yueying and Yin Nanfei, followed suit into that perilous territory. Their expressions urgent. This further solidified the beliefs of many. It seemed that the demoness Qingge had indeed ventured into the extreme north to avoid implicating Yin Nanfei, while Yueying and Yin Nanfei were in pursuit. In no time, discussions erupted, with disciples from various Taoist sects dispatched to guard the periphery of the extreme north. It was truly unexpected that the sword immortal Nanfei, so infatuated, would also enter the extreme north. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he can rescue that demoness. For that place is fraught with danger. Throughout history, none have returned alive. It is not certain. The southern flying sword immortal, whose prowess surpasses that of the ages, stands as a formidable figure of the celestial realm. Perhaps there's a chance he might truly emerge from his perilous situation. I remain skeptical, for the dangers within are exceedingly treacherous. In truth, I genuinely wish for their safe return. The conflict between celestial beings and demons feel distant and irrelevant to us. Mia disciples, the southern flying sword immortal, with such unwavering devotion, has endured for 50 years, defying fate for her sake, earning our respect. Indeed, it remains a mystery why the sect leader and elders persist in their relentless pursuit. A demon is still a demon, regardless of their affections. They deserve to be executed. At this juncture, the entire Taoist community speculates whether Yin Nanfei can escape. In their eyes, there is a collective hope that he perishes in the northern extremities. Should he emerge unscathed, it could spell disaster for the entire Taoist faction. When the sword immortal unleashes his wrath, bloodshed ensues across vast distances. Many once mighty sects have met their demise by his blade. As time elapsed, the conviction grew that Yin Nanfei would never return from the northern extremities. 1 month, 5 months, until a full year passed. After a year, the tumultuous Taoist community finally settled into silence, with everyone concluding that Yin Nanfei had indeed perished within that desolate expanse. Henceforth, the world would no longer witness the presence of the white-clad sword immortal. Yet, it is inevitable that some lament the loss of such a prodigious talent, which is truly a sorrowful fate. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the allure of beauty, of the myriad words in existence. None wound as deeply as those of love. As this news spread, the world mourned. In the vast expanse of the divine land, this era stands unparalleled, featuring the likes of the god of slaughter, Moon Shadow, the wind-cleansing master of Mount Shu, the demon god Tongyu, and Shuechinga, alongside Yin Nanfei. 5 formidable terrestrial immortals graced this realm, among whom Yin Nanfei transcended to become a being of the celestial realm. However, both he and Shuechinga, along with Moon Shadow, perished in the northern extremities, while even the wind-cleansing master of Mount Shu has vanished into the seas, lost to the world. Now, the realm is devoid of terrestrial immortals, leaving behind only a myth. Within the Zi Yang Sect, Ning Howren wails in despair, his sword energy nearly corrupted by malice, drawing his blade against the Taoist community. The divine land, bereft of Yin Nanfei and others, now braces for yet another tempest of bloodshed. Chapter 131, The Ice Wasteland. The northern extremities have long been steeped in endless legends. Here, the snow and wind persist year-round, creating a landscape eternally enshrouded in ice. The vast ice wasteland stretches infinitely, presenting a tableau of pure white. Yin Nanfei traverses this frozen expanse alone, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on an endless sea, appearing somewhat desolate from a distance. I have wandered the ice wasteland for a year, yet I still cannot find Shinga, Yin Nanfei murmurs to himself. Now, he has ventured deep into the northern extremities, a realm that even terrestrial immortals would find insufferable. The chill in the air seemed to carry a lethal venom, capable of freezing the spiritual energy of cultivators. Moreover, as one ventured deeper, this sensation became increasingly pronounced. It was unfathomable to imagine what the most desolate corners of the world might reveal. Perhaps even the air itself would become so stagnant it would solidify into ice. Yet, Yin Nanfei, having transcended the realm of terrestrial immortals, could withstand this frigid atmosphere. However, he had yet to catch sight of Shuechinga and Yuing, which stirred a sense of unease within him. If Shuechinga truly belonged to the Ice Wilderness divine clan, she would presumably be able to endure the severe cold here. As for Yuing, her absence was equally troubling. Thus, Yin Nanfei continued his aimless journey, oblivious to what awaited him. With no discernible direction, all remained shrouded in uncertainty. The ice wilderness was perilously treacherous. The biting cold winds could pierce to the bone, and in dire conditions, a tempest could arise, conjuring a vortex that swept up ice and snow. Furthermore, numerous unknown entities roamed this land, cloaked beneath the snow, some mere spiritual beings birthed from the cosmos, while others were formidable beasts previously unheard of. These creatures possessed strength rivaling that of the Enlightenment realm, with many even equivalent to terrestrial immortals. At this juncture, Yin Nanfeng had yet to reach the territory of the Ice Wilderness Divine Clan, yet the sheer power of the beings on the periphery was already daunting, leading him to anticipate the formidable dangers that lay ahead within the Divine Clan. It was no wonder that predecessors who had once tread these grounds ultimately met their demise here. Any single beast could pose an insurmountable threat to them. Their remains would eventually be shrouded by the snow, leaving nothing behind after millennia. Throughout his journey, Yin Nanfeng had already vanquished countless beasts, the blood of which stained his Su Xian sword. Yet, these creatures possessed unique physiology. Their blood, even in such frigid conditions, refused to congeal, continually dripping. At last, Yin Nanfeng ascended a towering glacier, and in the distance, a city of ice materialized, visible even from 100 miles away. He mused that this must surely be the fabled domain of the Ice Wilderness Divine Clan. The city, with its palatial structures, was constructed from the very ice of this desolate expanse, radiating a chilling brilliance from afar. Even from this location, Yin Nanfeng could sense an undercurrent of danger. Strong presences undoubtedly resided there, and entering this divine clan would likely herald a fierce confrontation. At that moment, as he took a step forward, he surmised that Shuechinga might have already infiltrated this clan. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, followed by a whirlwind that spiraled upward like a tempest. Yin Nanfeng was taken aback. Was this yet another celestial phenomenon within the ice wilderness? However, the next instant, he observed the flying snow bizarrely coalescing in a singular direction, each flake imbued with a pulse of spiritual energy. The convergence of spiritual energy ultimately manifested into a colossal dragon, cloaked in ice and snow, resembling a magnificent creature adorned in an icy armor. A chilling mist ascended, instilling trepidation in those who beheld it. The dragon, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixed its gaze upon Yin Nanfeng. This entity, a manifestation of spiritual essence, obstructed Yin Nanfeng's path. Remarkably, this snow dragon surpassed even the mightiest of terrestrial immortals. Lacking intelligence, it was merely a remnant of spiritual energy preserved from millennia past, exuding formidable aggression, incapable of tolerating any living being in its presence. This phenomenon exemplified the extraordinary nature of the ice wastes, where any strand of spiritual power could potentially be sculpted by nature into a formidable entity. Thus, despite the passage of countless eons, the ice wastes remained peerless. It was unclear what cataclysmic battles had once transpired here, leaving behind echoes of combat techniques immortalized in spiritual form. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a deafening roar, spiraling through the heavens before diving downwards. Its overwhelming presence stirred violent winds and blizzards, causing avalanches to erupt from the surrounding ice mountains. Should a terrestrial immortal encounter it, they would likely find themselves unable to withstand the dragon's onslaught. However, Yin Nanfeng regarded its might with disdain. Throughout his journey, no being had succeeded in hindering his pursuit of Shuechinga, whether they were mere beasts or manifestations of spirit. Even the supreme beings of the divine race would meet their end without hesitation. This dragon represented the pinnacle of strength Yin Nanfeng faced within the vast, desolate ice wastes. His thoughts were solely occupied with the hope that Yue and Qingge were safe. With the Zhuxian sword poised in his hand, he harnessed the tempest of snowflakes, unleashing a sword aura as sharp as a blade. The air before him began to freeze, as if succumbing to a frostbite. The essence of the frost sword surged forth. A single stroke of frost chills 14 states. The sword energy swept through the frigid expanse, reaching deep into the ice wastes. Within the divine race, something stirred, its eyes opening within a dim hall, perceiving everything ahead. In its gaze, a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, materialized. Chapter 132. A sword shatters the city. In the void, upon the snow dragon, fissures began to emerge, from which brilliant light, forged from gathered spiritual energy, burst forth. The yellow patterns expanded until the dragon-s form was utterly shattered. Thus, a snow dragon spirit, rivaling terrestrial immortals, was cleaved apart by Yin Nanfeng's sword. The spiritual energy dispersed into the heavens, returning to nature. Yet perhaps, a millennium later, these energies might once again coalesce into a powerful entity. Yin Nanfeng resolved to enter the divine race swiftly. Qingge might have already gained entry. With this thought, he focused his mind and executed the celestial steps. propelling himself forward with an uncanny speed. In the air, he left behind fleeting shadows, encased in frost. The ice waste divine race resided within a sealed city. In this desolate expanse, it was said that a millennium might pass without a single soul entering. The city, though magnificent, appeared lifeless from the outside, resembling a ghost town. Moreover, for countless centuries, there have been no whispers of the ice wasteland tribe entering the realm of the divine land. Thus, Yin Nanfei, with a single sword in hand, approached the imposing city. Raising his gaze, he marveled at the grandeur of this ice city, its rich heritage steeped in mystery, the depth of which has been preserved through the ages. He pondered what secrets could be uncovered here. A year prior, upon entering the extreme northern territories, the signing in system had undergone another upgrade. Yin Nanfei realized that it was due to unlocking a new domain. Now, he was able to sign in multiple times a day. With this thought, he focused his mind and spoke within himself, "System, sign in at the gate of the ice wasteland city." Immediately, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Signing in at the gate of the ice wasteland divine tribe is successful. Reward, mysterious ice divine finger." Soon after, an influx of information surged into his mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the essence of the mysterious ice divine finger. Such a rare reward, akin to the wordless heavenly book, required his own study. Yet with the system's aid, Yin Nanfei could grasp its intricacies in a heartbeat. He formed a seal with his hands. Heavenly eye open. A low shout resonated, and the heavenly eye at his brow radiated with golden light, as if capable of uncovering infinite celestial mysteries. Through this eye, he discerned chaos within the city, uncertain of what had transpired. Moreover, he could vaguely sense the presence of Chinga. Now, Chinga had succumbed to darkness, her reasons for appearing in the divine land unknown. She was likely facing peril, besieged by the divine tribe. Just then, a surge of demonic energy swept through the depths of the city. Yin Nanfei was startled. Indeed, Chinga had entered the divine tribe and seemed to have engaged in combat. Observing the situation, he noted that the demonic energy was gradually being suppressed by a formidable spiritual force. Fearing for Chinga's safety, his expression darkened. With a swift motion, he wielded his Zi Yang sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Boom! The massive door, forged from millennia-old ice, was shattered as if it were mere glass. This door had once withstood countless assaults from formidable beasts, safeguarding the inhabitants of the divine tribe within. As the door crumbled, a tempest of energy surged forth. Yin Nanfei proceeded cautiously. "Who dares intrude upon my divine tribe?" Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, a regiment of armored soldiers, numbering in the dozens, approached in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing them, Yin Nanfei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He observed that the leader had reached the pinnacle of the land Immortal realm, while the remaining soldiers possessed cultivation at the awakening realm. Just how formidable was this ice wasteland divine tribe? Yin Nanfei mused. The mere presence of this small contingent of soldiers could establish a super sect capable of legacy for millennia across the vast expanse of the divine land. However, this troop, adorned in sanctified armor, exuded an air of hostility. Their expressions directed at Yin Nanfei were decidedly unfriendly. The leader, a formidable being of the earth Immortal realm, had even gripped the dagger at his waist. Clad in opulent armor that shimmered with a holy radiance, he undoubtedly held a significant position within the divine hierarchy, likely a general among the celestial forces. This small squad, initially in a hurried state, bore traces of fresh blood on their armor, suggesting they had just emerged from the battlefield. "Xian General, there are invaders from another realm," one soldier shouted. The leader, referred to as the Xian General, responded with a cold smile. It appeared that fortune favored the divine land, as yet another powerful individual had managed to traverse the vast, icy wasteland. To cross such a barrier, one would need at least the cultivation of the earth Immortal realm. Two had come recently, and now yet another. Yin Nanfei felt a jolt within. "Who are you?" The Xian General inquired with malice, his gaze fixed upon Yin Nanfei. The latter's countenance remained icy, undeterred by the murderous aura emanating from the Xian General. While this general was indeed a standout among Earth immortals in terms of bloodlust, he paled in comparison to Yuing, thus failing to instill fear in Yin Nanfei. "Where's Chinga?" Yin Nanfei asked coldly. Though he had already emerged from the icy wilderness, his frigid gaze continued to convey a sense of repulsion to all present. Upon hearing the name of Chinga, the Xian General's face twisted into a sneer, gesturing towards the overwhelming demonic aura in the distance. Merely a traitor of our kind. It won't be long before she is dealt with by our divine army. At the Xian general's words, Yin Nanfeng smiled, a smile infused with an insatiable, killing intent. He then planted the Zhujian sword into the ground and stepped forward slowly, leaving a mark upon the earth. The Xian general shouted, and behind him, dozens of soldiers sprang into action, their battle cries echoing as their ice spears pointed menacingly at Yin Nanfeng. Take another step forward, and you shall die. No matter how powerful you are, should you provoke our divine clan, there will be no mercy, the Xian general declared coldly. Yet, Yin Nanfeng appeared oblivious to the threat. Continuing his advance, those who impede me shall perish, he stated icily. The Xian general smirked, waving his hand, signaling his armored troops to advance. Yin Nanfeng, with a chilling smile, realized that dealing with these insignificant adversaries required no physical effort. His mere presence sufficed to intimidate. As anticipated, Yin Nanfeng merely channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of power, causing snow to swirl around them. The armored soldiers found themselves unable to advance, their movements halted. The Xian general had foreseen this. Altering his hand seals and shouting, Xian Ice Divine Finger. Moments later, a wave of spiritual energy surged, seemingly freezing the falling snow around him. The Xian Ice Divine Finger could imbue formidable strength into the snowfall, containing supreme might. With just a single gesture, the snow could pierce through anything. This martial art is a legacy exclusive to the Ice Desolation Divine Clan, capable of unleashing its utmost power within the frigid wasteland. Xianjiang let out a cold snort. Today, you shall witness the profound mastery of my Ice Divine Clan. For millennia, this ultimate skill has never left the Ice Desolation. Consider an eye-opener. And you shall die without regrets. However, at that moment, Yin Nanfeng scoffed. Your Xianbing Divine Finger is far too feeble. Allow me to demonstrate mine. Yin Nanfeng spoke slowly. He then altered the seals in his hands, and the ensuing scene left everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 133, Slaying Xianjiang, registering at the Ice Divine Clan. Xuanjiang's pupils expanded in shock as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. You can actually wield my Ice Divine Clan's Xianbing Divine Finger. Yin Nanfeng stood with one hand forming a seal, while the other grasped the Zhujian sword, and the swirling snow behind him inexplicably stilled, each snowflake seemingly imbued with immense power. In truth, the display of Yin Nanfeng's Xianbing Divine Finger appeared far more formidable than Xuanjiang's. After all, Yin Nanfeng was a sword immortal, his techniques endless and ever-changing. In Xuanjiang's eyes, Yin Nanfeng was now surrounded not merely by pure white snow, but by countless strands of piercing frost sword intent, as if facing a myriad of long swords, the air rippling with pressure. Yin Nanfeng emerged like a deity from the blizzard. How can this be? Xianjiang murmured, his gaze fixed upon Yin Nanfeng in astonishment. He vaguely sensed that this individual before him was extraordinarily powerful. You are actually a celestial being. Xianjiang suddenly realized Yin Nanfeng's true cultivation level, which filled him with overwhelming dread. Throughout history, those who entered the Ice Desolation and survived were invariably of the Earth Immortal realm. Never had there been a celestial being in this realm. Furthermore, Earth Immortals appeared only once every few hundred years on the vast land of Shenzhou, enough to etch their names into history and become legendary figures. Yet, within this brief period, 3 individuals had successively arrived at the Ice Divine Clan. With this white-clad man before him having surpassed even the Earth Immortal realm, becoming a celestial being, had the world of Shenzhou undergone a transformation? Initially, he believed this person to be at most an Earth Immortal, and for an Earth Immortal from the outside world, merely surviving in the harshness of Ice Desolation without succumbing to the frigid air was already a remarkable feat. The Divine Clan's members could adapt, and their combat prowess would multiply. However, it was precisely this assumption that led to his underestimation. What left him speechless was the fact that this outsider from Shenzhou could also master the Xianbing Divine Finger. This was a closely guarded secret of the Divine Clan. Of course, aside from the Divine Clan, it seemed that no one else could possess such knowledge. The Ice Desolation was inhabited only by the Ice Divine Clan, ethereal beings, and foreign beasts. Xuanjiang's lips trembled in disbelief. You, an outsider, can wield the Xianbing Divine Finger, and yet you do so more adeptly than we ourselves. Yin Nanfeng let out a cold smile, yet he remained vigilant. Within the Ice God Clan, there must be numerous formidable warriors, merely hidden from sight. Huh! Yin Nanfeng uttered a light exclamation, and then unleashed countless strands of sword energy enveloped in ice and snow, as if the sword intent had materialized, invincible in its path. The sound of breaking air resonated. Xinjiang, a general of the Ice God clan, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. The ice spear pierced through everything, penetrating the armor of dozens, blood gushing forth. The Ice God armor forged by the Ice Desolate clan was rendered utterly feeble before Yin Nanfeng's might. Cries of agony echoed as the already chaotic Ice Desolate clan was thrown into complete disarray. Yin Nanfeng advanced with his sword, and wherever he passed, any structure that seemed somewhat grand was inevitably claimed. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the Ice God clan's secret technique, the extreme ice domain. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for mastering the Ice God clan's secret technique, the Ice God art. Ding! Sign-in successful. Comprehended the Ice God / After all, this was the Ice Desolate region, and employing the martial arts of the Ice God clan indeed amplified the power beyond Yin Nanfeng's own techniques. However, if the higher-ups of this divine clan were to discover this, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. An outsider, capable of effortlessly grasping their supreme divine arts that have been passed down for millennia, was indeed an affront to the heavens. Just then, numerous soldiers rushed forth, exuding an air of deadly intent. Who dares to intrude upon our divine clan and slay our godly general? From afar, a powerful shout erupted, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. In the distance, two figures appeared, enveloped in ice and snow, striding forward with an air of celestial majesty. Yin Nanfeng scoffed inwardly, indeed. The Ice Desolate was formidable, boasting strong celestial beings in attendance. The newcomers were two elderly men with graying hair, clad in pure white garments, their azure eyes deep and profound, exuding a somewhat sacred aura. At this moment, an unusual thought suddenly crossed Yin Nanfeng's mind. Could it be that the members of the Ice God clan were all devout followers? They all appeared as if dressed like ancient mystics. The two elders, upon seeing Yin Nanfeng, wore solemn expressions. Another celestial being, one of them barked sharply. These two seemed to hold esteemed positions, likely elders or protectors within the Ice God clan. In truth, there was one thing about the Ice God clan that left Yin Nanfeng quite perplexed. Why, given the formidable strength of this clan, do they never venture beyond the extreme north into the central regions of the Divine Continent? It is well known that, with their prowess, conquering the Divine Continent would be as effortless as child's play. Yin Nanfeng brandished his sword and declared, "I am Yin Nanfeng." The two elders sneered derisively, while hundreds of armored warriors encircled Yin Nanfeng, exuding an overwhelming presence. One elder scoffed, "We are the guardian elders of the Ice God clan. Today, even if you possess the power of a celestial being, you shall not escape." The other elder echoed this sentiment. "Alas, though you possess extraordinary talent, historically, prodigies often meet untimely ends." Yin Nanfeng merely smiled disdainfully. "If I wish to leave, who could possibly restrain me?" With that, he shook the extermination sword, his gaze sharpening as he continued. "Moreover, on this journey, I, Yin Nanfeng, shall not only depart, but shall take others with me." Chapter 134, 5th Rank Celestial. The elders regarded Yin Nanfeng with derision, entirely dismissing a celestial being of his caliber. "Who do you intend to take with you?" he asked calmly. Yin Nanfeng replied, "Shuechinga, the god of death, and Yueying." Upon hearing these names, the expressions of the two elders shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, soon replaced by a solemn, murderous intent. "So, you are also in pursuit of the traitor of our clan, the sorceress Shuechinga. In that case, you shall not leave today." The elders sneered, with a flick of their sleeves. The two elders commanded the hundreds of armored warriors below to form a battle formation specifically designed to combat a powerhouse like Yin Nanfeng. With a stern countenance, Yin Nanfeng recognized the considerable effort the Ice God clan had invested in countering him, deploying two celestial elders simultaneously. However, today was destined to be a day when the elders would underestimate their opponent, potentially incurring a grievous cost. Much like the previous Xian generals, these three were excessively confident. Although the ice wilderness was indeed more powerful than the Divine Continent, they were unfortunate enough to confront Yin Nanfeng, a man who had defied the heavens repeatedly and faced divine retribution, a peerless sword immortal beyond the measure of common sense. "When I, the sword immortal, unleash my wrath, I can lay waste to the land, leaving millions dead and rivers flowing with blood. Is this merely an idle boast? I have battled the heavens themselves. What more can a mere valley do? Today, no matter how many celestial elders come, I shall ensure your demise here. With the extermination sword held horizontally, Yin Nanfeng channeled his spiritual energy, imbuing it into the sword's aura. In the void, the two elders simultaneously let out a cold snort and unleashed their palms, causing the very essence of the world to erupt violently. You ignorant child! Today you shall pay the price for your arrogance. The elder bellowed. Below, the divine warriors readied for battle, their spirits ignited. Yet, Yin Nanfeng's hair danced in the wind and snow, unbothered by the snowflakes that struck his face, undaunted by the biting cold. Even if faced with 1,000 troops, what of it? I, Yin Nanfeng, shall cleave through them with a single sword. With that, the sword aura surged forth. Allow me to showcase the formidable prowess of the Ice God clan's ultimate technique. With a resounding declaration, Yin Nanfeng unleashed the secret art of the Ice God clan, Ice God Slash. This technique, akin to Yin Nanfeng's sword aura concept, relies heavily on the natural advantages afforded by the ice wasteland. The Ice God Slash can summon an endless torrent of ice and snow, coalescing into a colossal, icy sword aura. However, this sword aura is as if frozen in time, solidified, with an astonishing attack range that can extend up to 100 meters. It is a technique that, even within the Ice God clan, can only be mastered by those of elder rank. Without the cultivation of a celestial immortal, who could possibly wield such immense spiritual power? Furthermore, it requires the essence of the Tao to solidify the ice and snow in the world. Even earthly immortals risk depleting their spiritual energy when attempting this move. In the void, the two elders of the Ice God clan were rendered speechless. They had just witnessed Yin Nanfeng employing the profound ice finger. Yet they could not fathom that he would also master the Ice God Slash. The shock was overwhelming. It is known that the conditions for executing the Ice God Slash are exceedingly stringent, a creation of the Ice God, the first ancestor of the Ice God clan. From millennia ago, immensely powerful. How could this individual possibly wield such a technique? Who are you, and what connection do you have to my Ice God clan? The two elders, utterly astounded, gazed at Yin Nanfeng as if he were a specter. When did the secret techniques of their lineage become the domain of outsiders? Moreover, he wielded them with remarkable finesse. Yin Nanfeng merely smiled coldly. I have already stated, I am Yin Nanfeng. As for my connection to your clan, you may perceive me as one who, in a fit of rage, could annihilate your ice wasteland god clan. The sword aura surged forth, and despite the valiant spirit of the hundreds of armored warriors, they were ultimately pitifully fragile. They were severed in half, a scene of gruesome carnage. At that moment, the two elders sprang into action. Arrogant. Even if you could perform the Ice God Slash, what of it? Not only are we both celestial immortals, but even should we perish today, how could you eradicate my divine clan? As her words fell, Yin Nanfeng retorted with a chilling smile. Then let you two meet your demise. The two elders, upon seeing this, hastily summoned their spiritual energy, each employing their divine abilities. Yin Nanfeng was an enigma, necessitating a cautious approach. Spiritual energy surged violently. Yet Yin Nanfeng, wielding the Excalibur, advanced steadily through the tempest of spiritual energy, seemingly unimpeded. Though his expression remained calm, the two elders perceived a murderous aura so tranquil it could slay. Wait! One elder suddenly gasped, his voice trembling. He sensed an ephemeral layer of energy surrounding Yin Nanfeng. He was not merely an ordinary celestial immortal. He had elevated his cultivation to the 5th tier. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence. The celestial immortal realm can indeed be divided into 9 tiers. At this level, the difference of a single tier is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The two elders had traversed the celestial realm for nearly a century, yet remained stagnant at the 1st tier level, while the youthful Yin Nanfeng had astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier. What an extraordinary prodigy! In comparison, the two elders felt as though they were mere weaklings, possessing a combat power akin to that of a mere 5. No, it was 2 of them. Yin Nanfeng smiled, a smile that sent chills down their spines. It was too late for realization to dawn upon them. Then, with a swift stroke of his sword, the Zhuxian sword erupted in resplendent colors, akin to a divine being wielding a rainbow. Perish! With those words, blood soared into the air. Barely having entered the Ice Desolation clan, Yin Nanfeng was already surrounded by a mountain of disarrayed corpses. The Ice God clan could never have anticipated Yin Nanfeng's formidable prowess. A fifth-tier celestial realm practitioner, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could rampage through the ice wasteland, holding the severed head of an elder. He gazed toward the distant, rampaging demonic energy, his heart steeled. All signs indicated that Qin Ge and Yu Ying were in dire peril. Yin Nanfeng could no longer afford to delay. In the Ice God clan, there were far too many powerful foes, and with his and his companions' terrestrial, celestial cultivation, they were dreadfully outmatched. Though they were considered heroes in the land of Shenzhou, upon arriving at the Ice Desolation, they seemed to fade into obscurity. With this thought in mind, Yin Nanfeng strode forth with determination. However, he was met with resistance from the armored soldiers of the Ice God clan, yet he forged ahead, slaying enemies along the way, his white attire stained crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury. Surrounded by armor, the air was thick with the surge of sword energy and the scent of blood. At last, Yin Nanfeng carved a bloody path through the throngs of soldiers, and there, before him, stood a woman clad in red, her form drenched in blood, severely wounded. Yin Nanfeng's fury ignited. He was typically composed, but today someone had harmed Qin Ge. Thus, he vowed to honor the heavens and the earth with the blood of these divine clan members. Chapter 135, The Past. Qin Ge, donned in red, stood out vividly against the icy backdrop. Her eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and her arms moved in a peculiar dance, unleashing waves of demonic energy that surged skyward, resembling a formidable demon emerging from the depths of hell. Nevertheless, her prowess in the demon god realm felt somewhat inadequate in the face of the Ice God clan. Yu Ying, dressed in black and wielding a sharp dagger, bore an expression of unwavering resolve beneath her mask. Yet, both were grievously injured. They were surrounded by the formidable forces of the Ice God clan, fighting valiantly and even managing to slay two generals of the terrestrial celestial realm. Yet they had reached their limits. Behind the armored ranks of the Ice God clan, several elders stood with hands clasped behind their backs, mockingly observing the scene. They were all elders of the divine clan, holding esteemed positions, all at the celestial realm level. Clearly, they had yet to intervene, finding the audacity of Qin Ge and her companion utterly laughable. Indeed, even Qin Ge could not fathom that within a mere century, the prowess of the Ice Desolation clan had ascended to such heights. In the recesses of her memory, she recalled that 100 years prior, apart from her own father, the king, there were no celestial beings among the Ice God clan, merely a handful of terrestrial immortals. The Grand Elder, Chu Fengyao, stroked his beard, a sneer etched upon his countenance. Qin Ge, a century ago, your father and his followers were ruthlessly hunted down and executed by the new king. Yet, you managed to escape by sheer luck. Those individuals, risking their lives against the searing energies of the outside world, endeavored to send you out of the West Desolation. And now you return to embrace death, such folly. Qin Ge fixed her gaze intently upon Chu Fengyao. Her father was the sovereign of the Ice God clan, possessing the most authentic Ice God bloodline, yet he was betrayed by his own subordinates. That period was one of blood and tears, a tumultuous chapter for the Ice God clan, where rivers of blood flowed overnight, staining their territory crimson. The denizens of the Ice Desolation, due to their unique constitution, could not venture beyond its confines. The spiritual energies of the outside world were akin to raging flames, consuming their very existence. This was a divine curse, even terrestrial immortals, and those of celestial realms were not exempt. Only the purest Ice God bloodline could traverse beyond the West Desolation. The ancestors of the Ice God, adept in both ice and fire, bequeathed this extraordinarily unique ice-fire physique, enabling adaptability in both the Ice Desolation and the vast lands of the divine realm, bestowing upon its bearer powers far greater than those of others. A century ago, several clansmen sacrificed themselves to escape the Ice Desolation, evading a cataclysmic disaster. Since then, Qin Ge had wandered alone across the divine realm, dislocated and lost. Some of her father's former subordinates chose to bide their time, swallowing their pride in anticipation of the right moment. 50 years ago, when she took a fatal blow meant for Yin Nanfeng, sacrificing her life, that group of clansmen re-emerged, utilizing the Ice God clan's reincarnation array to forge an ice coffin, transporting her to the Demon Mountain. As a reward for reviving her, those clansmen bestowed upon Tong Yu the second half of the soul-devouring great method, a legacy left by a powerful demon lord of the past who perished while exploring the Ice Desolation. It was through this infernal technique that Tong Yu could traverse the Gale barrier unimpeded. Thus unfolded the subsequent events. All of this, Over a century ago, the turmoil within the Ice God clan was the true catalyst. Chu Fengyao, you and your ilk were mere servants during my father's reign. Who would have imagined that such lowly beings would dare to assume the role of elders within my Ice God clan? Xueqing's expression was one of compassion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Fengyao erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth brimming with arrogance. What value is there in your words? Alas, since you still draw breath, I shall conclude this enmity. To speak candidly, your arrival is most opportune. Your ice fire physique will serve our purposes splendidly. The second elder echoed his derisive laughter. Fortuitously, you present yourself to us, allowing us to expedite our grand design by a century. The figure clad in black, the god of death, has historically maintained a cordial relationship with the divine clan. Yet, in more recent eras, though their ties have been severed, they have respected the boundaries of one another. I truly fail to comprehend what reason or audacity you possess to oppose my Ice Divine clan. The second elder then cast a frigid glance at Yu-ing, letting out a disdainful snort. The god of death, Yu-ing, concealed his visage, yet the aura emanating from him suggested that beneath his mask, his expression was undoubtedly steeped in murderous intent. Coldly, Yu-ing declared, regardless of my ancestors' actions, if you trouble Qinggu, you shall be my enemy. The Grand Elder scoffed dismissively. Among the ancient powers, only your god of death hall and my divine clan remain in existence. It is disheartening to see the hall's master so utterly lacking in reason, and your strength has waned considerably compared to your predecessors. The second elder retorted, indeed, with your level of prowess, you dare to speak so brazenly? Today, neither of you shall escape the divine clan. Once my ice divine clan emerges from the ice wilderness, we shall annihilate your god of death hall, ensuring that you vanish from this world, just like so many others, leaving no trace behind for millennia. Yu-ing remained silent, tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand. Meanwhile, the countenance of Xue Qinggu grew increasingly somber. What heinous deeds have you committed? Yet, the Grand Elder paid her no heed, channeling his spiritual energy, causing snow to swirl violently in the air, with the elders behind him exuding an overwhelming force. A tempest of spiritual power enveloping the surroundings. Enough of this prattle. Now you shall perish. The elders bellowed. Each of them, possessing the cultivation of celestial beings, struck simultaneously, and it seemed that even the armored soldiers below would suffer heavy casualties. Xueqinggu felt a sense of resignation. She had not anticipated that the Ice Divine clan had deteriorated to such a lamentable state. During the past century, her memories had been sealed, and upon regaining them, she had hoped that, even with a change in leadership, her kin would retain their once pure hearts. Alas, everything had irrevocably altered. The elders unleashed their power, conjuring a colossal ice divine slash in the void, merging their cultivations into a singular, formidable strike. This slash was a true killing blow. The sword energy surged forth, leaving no chance for survival or escape. Xueqinggu and her companion were already devoid of spiritual energy, too exhausted to resist. She closed her eyes. The land of the divine continent had changed. Even the Ice Divine clan had transformed. She murmured, Nanfei, I hope my presence does not bring you harm. Without me, you will still be revered by the world and may leave a legacy that endures through the ages, becoming a sword immortal praised by future generations. As the ice slash was unleashed, the heavens and earth trembled with spiritual chaos. However, almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from an unknown source. Blood gushed forth, and a figure emerged from the throngs, carving a bloody path. Subsequently, he formed a sword gesture, merging man and sword into one. Just as the ice slash was set to obliterate Xue Qinggu and Yu-ing, a resonant sword sound reverberated from the heavens, revealing no visible figure. Only a radiant arc of 7 colors descending from above. Chapter 136 was rather ordinary. A cascade of multicolored light descended to the ground, accompanied by a flurry of snow, enveloping the surroundings like a mist. This beam of light arrived with astonishing swiftness, seemingly indifferent to all that existed. Although it appeared somewhat diminutive compared to the blade formed by the ice blade strike, it possessed an uncanny sharpness, cleaving through everything, even the void itself. As the ice blade strike unleashed its fury, all forms of spiritual energy seemed to shy away from this radiant light. When it touched the earth, it stirred a thunderous commotion, causing the entire ice wasteland to tremble. What is happening? The Grand Elder's expression was one of shock, unable to discern what had just transpired. The velocity of that beam was so extraordinary that even he, a cultivator of the third tier of the celestial immortal realm, could not perceive it clearly. Everyone was momentarily blinded, and the soldiers below, whether dead or injured, had become inconsequential to the Ice God clan, merely pawns in a preordained strategy, destined to be discarded. Several elders glared ahead, and, as the dust settled, apart from the shards of ice left by the ice blade strike, an ancient sword stood embedded in the ground, swaying in the wind and snow. At that moment, the execution sword retracted its radiance. Although it appeared exceptionally archaic, it emanated an aura of infinite celestial potential. This is a divine artifact. The Grand Elder was taken aback. Meanwhile, Xuechinga and Yu Ying exchanged glances, puzzled as to why he had appeared here. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance enveloped the ancient sword, and a figure materialized gracefully. Clad in white robes, albeit stained with a trace of blood, he exuded an undeniable elegance. Nanfei, Xuechinga exclaimed. Yin Nanfeng turned, his hair flowing gently, and he gazed tenderly at Xuechinga. Even though he had become a formidable sword immortal, he remained the same passionate man, always showing a tender side to his beloved. Leave the rest to me. Xuechinga lightly bit her lip and nodded. Elder 5 and Elder 6 surprisingly failed to stop him. The Grand Elder's face was etched with astonishment. The two elders he had dispatched were immensely powerful celestial immortals, and yet they had been defeated by this young man. Yin Nanfeng let out a light laugh, and with a flourish of his sleeve, two severed heads appeared, rolling like polo balls at the Grand Elder's feet. "Ah!" The elders gasped in unison. The Grand Elder, trembling with rage, pointed at Yin Nanfeng, his expression heavy with sorrow. "You dare to kill my clan's elders? Do you seek death?" Yin Nanfeng shrugged dismissively. "These two were sent by you to kill me. Since they came to end my life, what meaning does my desire to live hold?" The Grand Elder, infuriated, reached out into the void, and soon, swirling snow coalesced into an ice sword in his grasp. Transforming ice into a sword was a technique known to all the elders of the Ice Wasteland. Yet, for Yin Nanfeng, such a skill was of little consequence. After all, with a divine sword in hand, the world is mine. Casually drawing a weapon, it was either divine or near divine. A frost divine sword, indeed, quite ordinary. "Today, I shall cleave you in twain." The Grand Elder's furious cry echoed, as if his grip on the frost divine sword allowed him to seize the very world, oblivious that in Yin Nanfeng's eyes, this sword was naught but scrap metal. Yin Nanfeng appeared somewhat nonchalant, responding calmly. "Then you shall have to take the first step." With that, Yin Nanfeng formed a seal with his hands, astonishing everyone in the next moment. "The prowess of your Ice God clan is truly unimpressive, living amidst perpetual ice and snow, yet your mastery over it is rather mediocre." Yin Nanfeng secretly channeled the primordial divine art, commanding the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth. Then, with a resounding shout, he proclaimed, "Sword, come forth." Suddenly, thousands of sword energies manifested behind him, each enveloped in layers of ice and snow, forming 1,000 frost divine swords. Yin Nanfeng wore a proud expression. "I am a sword immortal. Are you foolish enough to duel with me?" The elders gulped nervously. "Good heavens! This is the Ice God clan. Shouldn't this be our domain? How dare you steal the spotlight? As the protagonist, shouldn't you act accordingly?" Yin Nanfeng, gripping the Excalibur, stepped back not in retreat, but as if gathering strength. Since the swords have arrived, then naturally, the next command must follow. "Sword go!" He bellowed once more, startling all the elders. For from a myriad, swords surged forth. Akin to a tsunami of ice and snow, overwhelming and obscuring the sky, the force of the sword energy was sharply fierce, bringing with it a chilling aura. In the cultivation hierarchy, sword cultivators have always held a prestigious status. Even terrestrial immortals revere the sword immortal. This is because a sword immortal strikes are lethal and unpredictable, employing both cunning tactics akin to street brawlers and the sweeping force of a tsunami-like sword energy. Soit technique, style, intention. And energies are ever-changing yet retain an air of elegance. How could this sword immortal be so formidable? The Grand Elder Chu Fengyao exclaimed in astonishment, as Yin Nanfeng's abilities were indeed unexpected. Even for a sword immortal, arriving in the Ice Wasteland would typically diminish their power, yet for reasons unknown, Yin Nanfeng seemed to grow ever stronger in battle. Everyone quickly unite to counter him. This scoundrel possesses the cultivation of a 5th-grade celestial immortal. Only the Ice God can subdue him. The Grand Elder called out. "Indeed, if we can just hold him off for a moment, echoed the second elder. The remaining 4 elders grasped their frost longswords, ready to confront Yin Nanfei. However, the sheer strength of the myriad frost longswords in the void was overwhelming. Indeed, the sword Immortal's swordsmanship was vast, but no one understood why he wielded ice and snow with such finesse. Each frost longsword bore Yin Nanfei's formidable sword intent. In truth, they remain mere novices in the realm of swordsmanship, unaware that the mastery of the sword transcends the blade itself. For a true swordsman, every blade of grass, every tree, even a drop of water or a single raindrop can embody the essence of a sharp sword. Yet, throughout history, the number of sword immortals who have reached such a profound state is exceedingly rare. For Yin Nanfei, with a slight manipulation of the Hunyuan divine art, achieving this level is not particularly challenging. In the void, the battle raged fiercely. Several elders cried out in agony as the sword energy in the heavens resembled a river stained with blood. Soon, all 4 elders plummeted from the sky, unable to withstand Yin Nanfei's might. With a frigid demeanor, he wielded the Zhuxian sword and advanced slowly, resembling a demon come to claim their lives. "What do you intend to do?" the Grand Elder shouted in terror. Yin Nanfei's smile was chilling, evoking an involuntary shiver within them. "Naturally, I'm here to kill you." Chapter 137. The Ice Goddess Lightness. The wind and snow of the ice wasteland continued to swirl, as if mingled with a hint of blood, making the bleak winter seem as if it were raining droplets of crimson. That day, the battle was indeed brutal, rivaling the turmoil of a century ago. The casualties among the divine army were staggering, and the upper echelons of their clan retreated in defeat. All these upheavals stemmed from Yin Nanfei. The Grand Elder, Chu Fengyao, was struck with profound astonishment, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair for life itself. Yin Nanfei's murderous intent was overwhelmingly solemn, surpassing even the most fearsome of assassins emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His declaration that he was there to kill them left no room for doubt. He stood like a deity from the heavens, exuding an innate disdain for all living beings. "If you dare to kill me, my divine clan shall be your eternal enemy." The Grand Elder sneered. "Our Ice God clan has been preparing in the ice wasteland for a century. Even if you're a 5th-grade celestial, you cannot lead our entire clan to ruin. Soon, the king of our clan will descend, and none of you will leave here alive." Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfei wore a look of disdain. He then raised the Zhuxian sword, ready to strike down the loquacious elder. However, at that moment, from within the depths of the Ice God clan, an astonishing aura erupted from a magnificent ice palace. An unrelenting whirlwind arose, and every flake of snow was as sharp as a blade. This tempest was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a manifestation of powerful cultivators descending, unleashing their spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Yin Nanfei's expression darkened. The strongest of the Ice God clan had arrived. In the distance, a chilling divine sword pierced through the air with incredible speed. This strike was more potent than that of the elders, both in its essence and momentum, clearly on an entirely different level. The long sword sliced through the void, leaving traces in the storm, creating ripples in the air. Even Yin Nanfei could not help but utter a silent admiration. What a magnificent sword intent! However, in the next moment, Yin Nanfei's Zhuxian sword trembled. This move, a clash of swords against swords, and intent against intent. Yin Nanfei thrust his long sword forward, a blade of frost piercing through the 14 states as snow swirled through the air, swiftly forming a thick layer of chilling frost. The frosty sword intent collided with the ice divine sword, both originating from the same source, drawing upon the ethereal power of ice and snow. Yet their energies diverged in essence. As they collided, the entire icy wasteland seemed to grow even colder. Even the elders, like Chu Fengyao, who had long been accustomed to the bitter cold of the ice wasteland, could not help but shiver. The king of the Ice Divine clan, a 5th-tier celestial, stood as a formidable opponent. This was a contest between 2 unparalleled powerhouses. With a thunderous roar, the 2 strands of ice and snow sword intent shattered in the void, scattering like 1,000 shards of crystal mirrors, gleaming as they fell, casting a mesmerizing spectacle. From afar, a figure slowly emerged from the grand hall. Dressed in an opulent white royal robe, his hair as white as snow, he exuded an air of sanctity. The king of the Ice Divine clan, the current ice god, was known as Qin Hong. Yin Nanfei's expression turned grave. This man was a worthy adversary. The ice god's demeanor was imposing as he gazed downwards, seemingly indifferent to the casualties among his kin. His gaze fell upon Shuechinga, who returned the look with a fierce glare. To Shuechinga, the ice god was a traitor to his clan, a murderer of his father, and a hypocritical villain. I spared your life a century ago by letting you leave the ice wasteland. Why, then, do you repay kindness with malice? The ice god spoke, his tone calm. Shuechinga snorted coldly, having long seen through this man's deceitful facade. He had slain his father and instigated a rebellion within the Ice Divine clan. Yet now he feigned benevolence. Stop your pretense. Since you have committed such deeds, why do you not dare to confront your own wickedness? You hypocrite. Shuechinga rebuked angrily. Yin Nanfei's expression turned stern. That shameless remark struck a nerve. The audacity of the ice god's words filled him with disdain. At that moment, the ice god's gaze shifted to Yin Nanfei. You have finally arrived. Ever since you entered the ice wasteland, I sensed an intruder. Only after you slayed that snow dragon did I realize an intriguing individual was about to visit my clan. Yin Nanfei chuckled lightly, his words neither humble nor arrogant, showing no fear of the ice god, even wishing to suppress him with an overwhelming aura. If you were aware all along, why did you only choose to act now? Had it not been for your inaction, your kin would not have suffered such grievous losses, Yin Nanfei remarked with a smile. The ice god chuckled in response. In a span of 10,000 years, when has the ice wasteland ever witnessed a peerless powerhouse like you? To me, the affairs of the divine clan are inconsequential. Since time immemorial, heroes have appreciated one another. Perhaps only you and I can truly comprehend the solitude of being exalted above all. Yin Nanfei shrugged non-committally and remarked, however, regrettably, you shall soon become a soul beneath my sword. Upon hearing this, the ice god erupted into a boisterous laugh. In this icy wasteland, I reign supreme. My body impervious to the corrosive chill, while you must contend with it, facing me here. There is little advantage for you in this, and the extent of your power is undeniably limited. Yin Nanfei fell into silence. Even as a celestial being, he remained ever vigilant against the encroaching frost. This was an unavoidable plight. The desolate ice expanse, cursed by the heavens, rendered it impossible for outsiders to escape. Even beings of the divine race would perish swiftly upon reaching the mortal realm, scorched by the very essence of life there. The ice god's eyes were profoundly deep, as if capable of penetrating the psyche of any individual. He then spoke leisurely. After a century, one can hardly evade the cycle of violence. It is dreadfully tedious. I have governed the divine race for 100 years, enhancing the strength of the ice god clan, providing an opportunity to break free from the curse. Yet some choose to remember only my transgressions, neglecting my contributions. The existence in this icy wasteland is unbearably lonely. Despite my relentless efforts, I remain shackled, unable to transcend the rules. Even as a celestial being, I cannot escape these confines. However, all of this shall soon come to an end. Yin Nanfei observed the ice god, who spoke in a cryptic manner, and for some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition arose within him. What do you mean? Yin Nanfei inquired. The ice god suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. To everyone's astonishment, he uttered a statement that left all in confusion. For us, no matter what we do, escaping the curse is but a delusion. Only through ascension can one truly flee this place. Shuechinga, you and your father possess the purest bloodline of the ice god. Yet you choose to languish in this icy wasteland, clinging to life in order to safeguard a perpetually chaotic realm, to protect a curse that has ensnared my lineage for generations. How foolish. The ice god scolded vehemently. Chapter 138, The Polar Night. Today, I shall slay you all, using your lives to fulfill my own, declared the ice god. Subsequently, he extended his hand, instantly grasping a frost-forged divine sword that radiated astonishing power. You shall all perish. With these words, the ice god's figure surged forward, hurtling directly towards Yin Nanfei. A slight smile graced Yin Nanfei's lips. Then let us battle. With this thought, he thrust out a palm. A colossal imprint of his hand manifested amidst the swirling snow, appearing remarkably formidable. The supreme art of Wudong, Tai Xian Yao Palm. At this moment, Yin Nanfei's internal energies flowed in harmony with the pure Yang Wujigong, for he realized that this technique was perfectly suited to the current scenario. This internal cultivation, embodying utmost yang and rigidity, not only significantly enhanced his combat prowess, but also provided substantial resistance against the frigid air, alleviating much of the pressure upon Yin Nanfei. With a sudden thrust of his palm, Darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth. However, the ice god, like Yin Nanfei, was a fifth-tier celestial being and would not easily retreat. He too unleashed his divine powers, shattering the imprint of the Tai Xiaoyao palm. In this fierce battle, the world itself changed color. As the frigid winds of the ice wilderness surged, making it appear as though the entire domain of the ice god clan was buried beneath a tempest of snow. Yet, Yin Nanfei, with remarkable speed and precision, launched a relentless series of assaults. As a legendary sword immortal, he pressed forward without retreat, attacking without defense. No matter who you were, when faced with him, one could only withdraw 3 steps. Frost sword intent, profound ice divine finger, sky-splitting slash. The elders of the ice god clan were left in shock. They had not anticipated such a grand display from the two combatants. It seemed as if the entire ice wilderness would be reduced to rubble under the weight of their clash. This is truly terrifying, Chu Fengyao mused. Though we are also celestial beings, the conflict among fifth-tier celestial beings is beyond our comprehension, the second elder remarked. After the blizzard subsided, both Yin Nanfei and the ice god appeared simultaneously in the void. The ice god, panting, cast a cold smile at Yin Nanfei. As expected of a legendary sword immortal, this battle has been exhilarating. In contrast, Yin Nanfei stood proudly atop the clouds, sword in hand, maintaining a demeanor befitting his stature. Suddenly he bellowed, "This sword shall determine our fates." The ice god chuckled, acknowledging that such confrontations between strong beings unfolded in this manner, with both sides instinctively employing their most potent techniques. Yin Nanfei formed a sword seal with his hand, once more invoking the power of the sword immortal to command his weapon. This time, however, it was not a multitude of swords, but a single sword, a Zushin sword transforming into a radiant arc of 7 colors, its brilliance seemingly spanning 1,000 miles, illuminating the entire ice wilderness. As the sword was unleashed, the rainbow light flickered, akin to a divine strike from the heavens, ethereal yet undeniably lethal. The ice god responded with a colossal ice divine sword, the two forces clashing in a stalemate as they both channeled their spiritual energy, exerting equal strength. Yet, with a soft exclamation, Yin Nanfei opened his heavenly eye, channeling the power of the Tao. The ice god was taken aback, but it was too late. In a fleeting moment, the rainbow light surged with newfound vigor, obliterating the ice divine sword with ease. Subsequently, the radiant arc pierced directly into the ice god's abdomen. "Ice god!" All the elders cried out in alarm. The ice god stared incredulously at the wound on his body, which began to emanate a luminous glow. "You have lost." The Zushin sword hummed as it flew back into Yin Nanfei's hand. The ice god gazed at his injury, suddenly letting out a mournful wail, a cry infused with boundless resentment and sorrow. Soon after, he descended into a state of hysterical laughter, his demeanor unraveling. Yin Nanfei, perplexed by the ice god's sudden transformation, was left to ponder the meaning of his words, that only through ascension could one be freed from this fate. Nonetheless, Yin Nanfei was acutely aware that upon reaching the celestial realm, he would have stepped onto the path of immortality, with ascension perhaps only a singular opportunity away. Some individuals might find that upon entering the celestial realm, they would gain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, instantly unlocking the celestial gate, guiding them towards ascension into the heavenly realm. The earlier mentioned little heavenly dragon and laughing celestial dog were prime examples of this phenomenon. Alternatively, there existed myriad pathways to the celestial realm, though these routes were but mere legends, accessible only to those favored by fortune. The remaining cultivators, however, must rely upon their own strength to forcibly carve out their own path, navigating through countless tribulations and traversing the boundless void to achieve immortality. This latter approach was exceedingly arduous. While the celestial realm possessed the potential to open the celestial gate, the cost of such an endeavor was exorbitant, often leaving one drained and incapable of enduring subsequent calamities. Ascending under such conditions would likely result in a tragic demise. Once, the heavenly law had intended to open the celestial gate for Yin Nanfei, aiding in his ascension, but he chose to defy fate to protect Shuechinga, thus forfeiting his opportunity to ascend. Should he attempt to forcibly open the heavens again, Yin Nanfei harbored no confidence. He could only wait until he reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, achieving the cultivation of a 9th-rank celestial, to weather the tribulations and step into the true immortal realm. This was the utmost height Yin Nanfei could envision to date, and beyond that, he had no inkling of the powers that lay ahead. Yet, for many, terrestrial immortals were already the zenith, and the celestial realm remained an uncharted territory. Hence, discussions of achieving the pinnacle of the celestial realm seemed futile. The path of immortality was fraught with challenges, and at its end, one could only find hollow laughter. The ice god appeared to be in a frenzy. My ice god clan has been forsaken by the heavenly law. It shall not open the celestial gate for us, nor grant us the power to transcend the void. Generations of ice gods have been confined to the earth immortal realm. This is unjust. Must my descendants forever submit due to the transgressions of our forebear? I, Qinghong, refuse to accept this. Subsequently, the ice god waved his hand, seemingly expending the last vestiges of his strength. Behind him, an otherworldly phenomenon materialized. It resembled a void, an abyss, an expanse of darkness. This was an aurora descending from the heavens above. There, perpetual night reigned, devoid of light. The ice god gasped, declaring, "Do you see it? That is the eternal night, the celestial pathway left for mortals by the heavens. As long as I traverse through this darkness, I shall ascend to the celestial realm and escape this curse." However, upon witnessing the eternal night, Shuechinga cried out, "You have awakened the curse of eternal night." At this juncture, Shuechinga comprehended why the ice god and his kin could enter the celestial realm. They drew upon the power of the eternal night. Yin Nanfei, perplexed, remained unaware of the nature of this curse. The ice god chuckled ominously. "The curse of the polar night. This is the visage of the immortals. They have ensnared us here, guardians of the celestial path across generations. When the polar night transforms into the polar day, it shall herald the opening of the heavenly road." At last, we're not far from that moment. Chapter 139, God of the Night. Blood continuously seeped from the white royal robe of the ice god. Yin Nanfei's sword had inflicted grave wounds upon him. Yet, upon glimpsing the endless darkness and the void behind him, his expression shifted to one of fervor. "The curse of the polar night. This is the divine malediction imposed upon this icy wasteland eons ago. This curse requires the purest bloodline of the ice and fire Tao body as a catalyst, drawing from the bones of countless corpses to be unleashed. Once awakened, it grants the power of this darkness, transforming one into an apostle of the night. Thereafter, representing the darkness, the night would be consumed, and the polar night would metamorphose into polar day, reclaiming the sacredness and freedom of the icy wasteland. Moreover, a cultivator endowed with the power of the polar night could shatter the void and ascend to the celestial realm. The curse would cease to exist. However, once the curse of the polar night is invoked, calamity shall befall the entire land of Shenzhou. At that time, there shall be no humanity left beneath the heavens. Only boundless hell. For millennia, despite the Ice God clan being cursed, they have steadfastly safeguarded the land of Shenzhou, standing before the polar night. Shuechinga's countenance was stern. Once the curse of the polar night is activated, it cannot be undone. For countless years, the Ice God clan has regarded the guardianship of this curse as their duty. For it is insidiously potent. Even ascending to the celestial realm would not lead to immortality, but rather to a path of demonic descent. "You have lost your mind," Shuechinga cried out. The ice god laughed heartily, disregarding his injuries. Once the curse of the polar night is unleashed, he would gain the power of the night, and his wounds would vanish, augmenting his strength to command all realms of darkness in this world. He would become the god of the night. If he could ascend, what would it matter if he descended into madness? At that time, my power will make even the heavens tremble. The ice god reveled as the sovereign of the cosmos. Now, only one step remains to achieve his goal. The ice god grinned ominously. Then, with a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, he cast all the armors of the ice god clan into the polar night below, rendering them as sustenance for the night. In the depths of the polar night, anguished wails echoed. Initially, he had intended to wait another decade before unleashing this curse. However, your arrival has disrupted my plans, forcing me to activate it prematurely. The ice god coldly regarded Yin Nanfei, articulating each word with precision. Instantly, the polar night erupted with a mysterious aurora, exuding a surreal beauty. Yet Yin Nanfei sensed an overwhelming danger. At that moment, the aurora enveloped the ice god, bathing him in its glow as if he were immersed in it. The elders of the ice wasteland fell to their knees, faces alight with fanaticism. Our divine clan's grand design is finally on the verge of realization. We too shall draw a portion of power from the polar night. At that moment, we shall ascend to the celestial realm alongside the ice god, becoming deities ourselves. The Grand Elder was filled with exhilaration. Yet, in the next instant, the ice god fixed his penetrating gaze upon them, his eyes deep and unfathomable, sending a shiver down their spines. With a cold smirk, the ice god remarked, "It appears we are still lacking some power to initiate the eternal night curse. You shall join us." With a mere wave of his hand, a tempest arose, enveloping the elders and drawing them into the depths of eternal darkness. "Ah, ice god, why must you do this?" they cried. "To me, you are merely pawns that can be discarded at any moment," the ice god replied mercilessly. Within the abyss of night, the anguished cries of the elders echoed, ultimately succumbing to the consuming darkness. The pact and oaths forged a century ago during the rebellion against the ice god had transformed into mere jest in that fleeting moment. However, soon after, the eternal night curse was officially unleashed. It was as if the darkness of the eternal night flowed like a river, surging forth and being absorbed by the ice god. At this moment, the ice god bore a peculiar demeanor. With each intake, the inky blackness of the eternal night gradually lightened. In the frozen wasteland, fierce winds howled. Ultimately, the ice god became enshrouded in black mist, his attire as dark as the night itself, his eyes devoid of whites and utterly black. "I am the god of the night," he declared with a thunderous voice, causing the skies over the frozen wasteland to dim, as though one were enveloped in the depths of night, devoid of light. The realm of eternal night could convert everything within its bounds into darkness, and within this domain, the ice god reigned supreme, commanding all under the dominion of the god of night. He had awaited a century for this moment, having initiated his scheme during the turmoil 100 years prior, allowing the blood of the ice and fire body to drip into the depths of eternal night. Today, the curse had absorbed the strength of many formidable beings from the frozen wasteland, including several elders of the celestial immortal realm. All of this power transformed into his alone. "Commoners, perish!" His voice echoed through the night, emanating from an unknown source, hollow and ethereal. Yin Nanfei's expression turned grave in the oppressive darkness. He could not discern the ice god's form, as if he had melded with the night itself. The ice god had indeed acquired even greater strength, resembling the sovereign of the cosmos. Such occurrences seemed somewhat illogical, yet Yin Nanfei found it no longer surprising. This eternal night curse was imposed by the heavens. To the celestial order, regardless of its absurdity, if the heavens deemed it just, then it was indeed just. In the darkness, something surged and writhed, launching a fierce assault. Yin Nanfei chuckled coldly. Were it anyone else, they might truly be unable to cope. However, Yin Nanfei was different. With a subtle shift of thought, he chanted softly, followed by a firm command. "Heavenly Eye, awaken." Instantly, the heavenly eye upon his brow radiated resplendent golden light, illuminating the boundless darkness. As the celestial eye opened, Yin Nanfei found himself unbound by the constraints of the night. This divine eye was a manifestation of powers beyond the celestial order. Even the ice god was taken aback, as Yin Nanfei beheld a dark sword, forged from the essence of night itself, swirling in the air. "I never imagined you possessed such abilities," the ice god scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, the two would once again engage in fierce combat. Within the darkness, the icy winds became as sharp as blades, the energy surging exponentially. At this moment, the ice god wielded the dual powers of two realms, the realm of eternal night and the realm of absolute ice. Suddenly, the boundless night grew intensely frigid as the realm of absolute ice approached the brink of absolute zero, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling gloom. Such a degree of cold was unbearable, even for Schwechinga and Yin Nanfei. Simultaneously, the ice god's sword did not relent. The sword energy, infused with dark power, surged forth. In the night, the winds and clouds swirled ominously, resembling the cawing of crows. It seemed as though countless sharp icicles erupted from the ground, capable of slaying even the mightiest of celestial beings with a single strike. A tempest swept through the icy wasteland, a display of formidable might. "Today, I shall allow you to truly experience the taste of suffering," the ice god declared coldly. In the darkness, the atmosphere was tense. Rather than attacking Yin Nanfei immediately, the ice god targeted his vulnerable points, Schwechinga and the god of death, Moonshadow. Yin Nanfei, gripping his sword technique, simultaneously countered the ice god's attacks while protecting Schwechinga and her companion from harm. The ice god's strategy was astute, for even if Yin Nanfei was invincible, Schwechinga would always remain his Achilles heel. The icy wasteland was engulfed by a whirlwind, as if it could lift the very terrain into the heavens. The ice god's power had become overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing Yin Nanfei's capabilities. He moved like a deity through the night, leaving behind an essence of eternal night that seemed capable of corroding all in its wake. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Yin Nanfei and his companions would meet their demise in the icy wasteland. Little did they know, even a dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to face death. With a cold laugh, Yin Nanfei ceased to wield his sword with divine mastery. In the pitch-black expanse, the ice god's derision echoed. Is your strength truly so meager that you yield so easily? Very well. I shall make you watch as your beloved and friends fall before my blade. Yet, as the ice god's chilling words lingered, Yin Nanfei remained unyielding in silence. Sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere, the ice god felt an instinctive unease. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Yin Nanfei, starkly contrasting the ice god's realm of eternal night. Do you think you're the only one with domain powers? Behold my counterattack. With a resounding roar, Yin Nanfei astonished all present. The divine realm emanated an overwhelming celestial might. As his voice echoed, golden light spread relentlessly, as if the perpetual night was about to dissipate. The ice god was taken aback, bewildered. How could this be? He could never have anticipated that Yin Nanfei possessed such a formidable hand. The celestial might was palpable. Within the domain, the enemies would feel an oppressive force descending from the heavens. At that moment, Yin Nanfei was akin to the divine heavens themselves. However, this formidable technique was not one he could wield lightly. To elevate oneself beneath the heavens could easily invoke divine wrath. Moreover, cursed by the heavens, the ice wasteland increased the likelihood of attracting heavenly tribulations. The last time he employed this power, Yin Nanfei had sensed this peril. Yet he swiftly shattered the schemes of the demon god Tongyu with this force, though the divine might within the domain was fleeting. As expected, once the celestial might was unleashed, dark clouds began to swirl ominously above the nine heavens. The ice god, sensing something unusual, erupted into hearty laughter. What your powerful technique! Attracting heavenly tribulation is akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Even without my intervention, you cannot escape death. Observing the ice god's smug demeanor, Yin Nanfei chuckled lightly. The ice god formed a seal with his hands, unleashing the powers of ice and the eternal night. His ruthless heart eager to witness Yin Nanfei's demise. Though Yin Nanfei had gained the power of the eternal night, in the ice god's eyes, he was merely insignificant. Once he had tired of the game, he could effortlessly slay Yin Nanfei and his companions. Unbeknownst to the ice god, Yin Nanfei was deliberately provoking this situation. In truth, with his current strength, he found it difficult to withstand the frigid poison of the extreme ice domain, compounded by the ice god's newfound power from the eternal night, which rendered Yin Nanfei ultimately powerless. Thus, he had to devise other strategies. For now, Yin Nanfei could only hope he was betting on the right outcome. In the sky, the dark clouds swirled, and before long, thunder roared and fierce winds howled, bringing with them a chilling terror. It was approaching. A flicker of thought crossed Yin Nanfei's mind. The next moment, the heavenly tribulation loomed, the sound of thunder resounding as if the heavens were enraged, chastising all creation for permitting a mere mortal to repeatedly provoke the heavenly laws. Shuechinga and the god of slaughter wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Little did they know that Yin Nanfei's domain power was an astonishing defiance against the heavens, a true divine ability that could only be wielded without restriction upon ascension to the celestial realm. In principle, the heavenly eye technique was not meant to manifest on the sacred land of Shenzhou. They were even somewhat perplexed. How had a mere skirmish escalated to such a divine calamity? The ice god laughed arrogantly, proclaiming Yin Nanfei, "Today you three shall find your graves amidst the thunder and ice of the heavenly tribulation." As the voice faded, the ice god once again unleashed his divine powers, summoning a multitude of sword energies and frost from the eternal night, which cascaded down from the heavens like rain, rendering this tribulation extraordinary. A bolt of divine lightning struck down with the force of a battering ram, incredibly ferocious. The ice god scoffed derisively and swiftly retreated. This was a heavenly tribulation, and for reasons unknown, it was not an ordinary one summoned by Yin Nanfei. He had no desire to confront it, as he still needed to cleave through the heavenly gates, traverse the void, and ascend to the celestial realm, a task that would demand considerable mental fortitude. Strangely, the divine lightning that had initially descended suddenly retracted for reasons unknown. After a brief pause, another bolt of divine lightning surged toward the ice god. The ice god was left in utter bewilderment, his mind racing with confusion. What is this? Is the tribulation targeting the wrong person? Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Nanfei was filled with elation. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. At this moment, Yin Nanfei had become the foremost expert on heavenly tribulations, having previously experimented with them atop the cliff of reflection. Later, as he became a sword immortal, he defied the heavens and had long since deciphered the nuances of tribulations. From his understanding, the heavenly will was vengeful and petty, harboring grudges that demanded retribution. Since the curse had already been cast, how could the ice god hope to ascend? Moreover, should he succeed, he could only transform into a demon. Given the heavenly will's vindictive nature, it would never tolerate a formidable demon frolicking in the celestial realm. One after another, the tribulations rained down upon the ice god, who felt as if 1,000 thoughts of frustration were galloping through his mind. What is this? Is there no justice? Everyone soon grasped the situation. The curse of the eternal night had turned the ice god into a demon, transcending the heavenly will's curse. Was this not an act of defiance against the heavens? To aspire for ascension under such circumstances? It was a miracle if he did not perish in the process. The scene prompted a silent dialogue between Shuechinge and Yueying. The heavenly will seemed to say, "Ah, you little sword immortal, daring to defy the heavens once more. Today, I shall ensure your demise." Yin Nanfei remained silent, locking eyes with the heavens. Just then, the demonized ice god dashed past the two. The heavenly will remarked, "Oh, you have managed to break the curse and tread the path of demons? I had cursed you to remain earthbound, yet you dare to rebel? Such insolence shall not go unpunished." Consequently, boundless lightning rained down upon the ice god alone. Shuechinge and Yueying's expressions twitched in disbelief. The ice god had undeniably become the ultimate scapegoat. Chapter 141, The Ice God's Lament. Above the 9 heavens, relentless divine lightning struck down mercilessly. Yin Nanfei, Shuechinge, and the others stood in stunned silence, the scene descending into chaos, too unbearable to witness. At this moment, the ice god felt an overwhelming urge to curse his fate. Why has fate conspired against me? What have I done to deserve this? The ice god has withdrawn from the realm of eternal night, focusing solely on combating the heavenly tribulation. At present, he finds himself unable to escape. The divine lightning seems to pursue him relentlessly, striking wherever he seeks refuge. He casts a resentful glance towards Yin Nanfei. Why on earth did you provoke the heavenly tribulation when you had nothing better to do? Wouldn't it have been more honorable for us to engage in a fair battle instead? If Yin Nanfei were aware of the ice god's thoughts at this moment, he would likely retort mercilessly, "Huh, are you not just imagining things?" In a fit of anger, the ice god decides to confront the heavenly tribulation head-on, abandoning all attempts to evade it. "Come forth," he declares. Subsequently, a flurry of icy divine swords and powers of eternal night are unleashed. It must be said, the ice god possesses considerable strength, managing to shatter a portion of the divine lightning. However, Yin Nanfei finds amusement in the spectacle. The more fiercely one struggles against the heavenly tribulation, the more it revels in the onslaught. As anticipated, after withstanding a wave of divine lightning, the ice god, believing he could finally catch his breath, is met with an even more thunderous roar from the skies above. The sound reverberates across the heavens, akin to a celestial fury unleashed. The ice god's face turns ashen. He finds himself powerless against the heavenly tribulation. In this regard, his experience pales in comparison to Yin Nanfei's, who is truly a master of navigating tribulations, a veritable thorn in the side of the celestial order. The 9 heavens' divine lightning, which had spared Yin Nanfei, seems to have placed him on the heavenly tribulation's blacklist. Does the heavenly tribulation not care for its dignity? Muses the ice god, gazing at the gathering storm of divine lightning above, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Not again. Why does it persist? As soon as his words fade, the heavenly tribulation descends as expected. Once more, a surge of lightning spreads through the icy wasteland. Thus, the cycle continues, and this time, the heavenly tribulation finally unleashes its pent-up wrath. If I cannot vanquish Yin Nanfei, surely I can deal with you. Time passes, and the perennial ice and snow of the wasteland seem on the verge of being completely melted away by the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. The air is tinged with a faint scent of burning, and the icy wasteland no longer feels so frigid as the divine lightning strikes, leaving behind a sweltering heat. The ice god, battered by the heavenly lightning, lies in a crater it has carved, his face ashen and lifeless. "Let be," he mutters. "Destroy me already. I am weary." He lacks the strength to rise. The dark clouds above have begun to dissipate, and it seems the heavenly tribulation has taken pleasure in its antics, forgetting about Yin Nanfei as it departs. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfei and the others approach step by step. The ice god spits out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured by the divine lightning, his spiritual energy utterly depleted. Yin Nanfei cast a cold glance at him and asked, "Do you understand?" A trace of bitter amusement appeared on the ice goddess' face. "Even if you had not ventured to the western wilderness, my absorption of the polar night and breaking through the void would not grant me ascension." Yin Nanfei nodded. "Since heaven has cast a curse, it is impossible for you to be left with a glimmer of hope. Even if you break through the heavenly gate, you will only face a deadly tribulation during your ascent. This is the curse of the heavenly path. The polar night curse is merely a jest they use to mock you." The ice goddess' expression was one of deep sorrow. Heaven and earth toy with all living beings. After uttering these words, the ice god spat out another mouthful of blood. His life was nearing its end. The grand plan of the ice god clan had resulted in nothing but regret. As the ice god perished, his body was gradually covered by the ice and snow of the frozen wasteland, eternally entombed within the swirling snowflakes. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the direction of the polar night. Ancient rumors of the western wilderness spread. The darkness was completely consumed, leaving only radiance behind. This beam of light seemed capable of illuminating every corner of the frozen wasteland. Although the air remained frigid, the cold no longer felt as venomous, requiring no conscious effort to resist. The ice god's demise under the heavenly tribulation signified the extinction of the ice god clan, and the former curse was effortlessly shattered. "It is over," murmured Xuechinga. The god of slaughter, Yu Ying, now free from the corrosive chill, felt a considerable relief and sighed reflectively. "The ice god harbored many secrets unknown to us. It was unexpected that the ice god clan was once among the three great powers." Yin Nanfei remarked. "The Hall of Absolute Deities, the Hall of Slaughter, and the ice god clan. What histories did these three powers share?" Now millennia had passed, and the Hall of Absolute Deities had long vanished from the land of Shenzhou. The ice god clan, too, had dwindled to a few members whose strength was hardly formidable. These individuals lived for generations in the frozen wasteland, with little focus on cultivation. Only the Hall of Slaughter remained, still reigning supreme over the land of Shenzhou. "Now that Qingga has avenged her great grievance, what do you plan to do next?" The god of slaughter inquired. "Let's return to Shenzhou and take a look. It has been over a year. I wonder how the Zi Yang Sect is faring." Power in leading the disciples against the Taoist sects cannot be a favorable situation. At that moment, many members of the Ice God clan emerged from the ruins. Following the fierce battle, they had sought refuge, even if the Ice God had been merciless. There was no need to harm the most ordinary of the clan as people. Xuechinga observed them, momentarily rendered silent. Some of the Ice God clan's children gazed at her with unfamiliarity. Among the crowd, an elderly man recognized Xuechinga. He was the only surviving elder from the time her father served the Ice God, now in his 60s, unaware that his life was nearing its conclusion. "Chinga, is it truly you?" he exclaimed. "You are the daughter of the former Ice God." The elder seemed to have recognized Xuechinga and spoke to the others. Xuechinga's eyes were slightly reddened. This individual was once a subordinate of his father, enduring in silence, and among the crowd. He was the only cultivator of considerable prowess, albeit merely at the level of Tianqi. In the presence of the Ice God Qinghong's overwhelming might, many had no choice but to bow submissively. However, over the past century, the Ice God Qinghong had executed numerous individuals through various means. Before absolute power, only by swallowing their grievances could they grasp a fleeting chance of survival. Upon hearing the news, all members of the Ice God clan knelt in unison, revering Xuechinga as their new king. The cries of "All hail, our king, Ice God Qinga," resonated far and wide, while some curious children, not comprehending the significance, gazed at Xuechinga with wonder. As the newly appointed Ice God Qinga stood amidst the biting winds, she regarded her kin in silence, suppressing her tears. Following this, A new journey was about to commence as the ice wilderness was set to open. Chapter 142. The Turmoil of the Divine Land. With matters settled, Xueqinge began to arrange various affairs concerning the ice wilderness. Having not resided there since her youth, she had only regained her long-sealed memories upon her resurrection, which fueled her desire for vengeance. Yet, she bore no particular concern for the ice god. Thus, she simply delegated tasks and assumed the role of a hands-off manager. Now, with the curse of the ice wilderness lifted, the endless blessings brought forth by the polar day promised that it wouldn't be long before the ice god clan flourished once more. Perhaps soon, the ice god clan would reclaim their former glory upon the divine land. After accomplishing all this, Yin Nanfei also intended to return to the divine land to see for himself. In truth, he found himself perplexed about many matters, particularly what had transpired millennia ago. At that time, the Absolute God Temple, the God of Death Temple, and the Ice God Clan were undoubtedly the three mightiest forces in the realm. Yet, how had it led to the present circumstances? There remained far too many uncertainties. He wondered what the current state of affairs was in the divine land. With this thought in mind, Yin Nanfei formed a sword gesture and soared into the skies, followed closely by Xueqinge and the God of Death, Yue. Previously, in the divine land, it had only been a year and a half since Yin Nanfei had entered the extreme north. For today, as cultivators, a year passed in the blink of an eye. However, within this brief span, the divine land had descended into chaos. Everyone believed that Yin Nanfei had perished in the extreme north, and thus, the Zi Yang Sect had become the target of public ire. At this moment, the Zi Yang Sect stood in opposition to the entire Taoist community. Without Yin Nanfei's protection, it seemed that all restraint had vanished. Upon exiting the extreme north, Yin Nanfei's figure, riding his sword through the void, suddenly paused as he gazed into the distance, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Xueqinge and the others halted as well, looking at Yin Nanfei and inquiring, "Nanfei, what is it?" Yin Nanfei's countenance was resolute, his eyes piercing through the ethereal void. The ominous aura of the attacking formation was palpable. Xueqinge, perplexed, could not fathom the significance of this assault formation to the Zi Yang Sect, a truth known only to Yin Nanfei. Once, he had personally arranged this formidable array as the protective barrier for the Zi Yang Sect. Although it was immensely powerful, it required the convergence of spiritual energies from all directions. Thus, it was not to be activated unless faced with a life and death crisis. Now that the assault formation had been unleashed, it could only signify one thing. The Zi Yang Sect was in peril. With a measured tone, Yin Nanfei spoke, and his words hung heavily in the air, causing both Xueqinge and Yue to fall into silence. After a brief pause, Yue remarked, "It seems our return has indeed been as foreseen. We are now adversaries to the world." Yin Nanfei's lips curled into a cold smile. "To me, the Taoist sects are now of little consequence. If the world turns against me, I fear not. Should anyone seek to harm Howren, they shall meet their end." Thus, Yin Nanfei and his companions hastened their pace towards the Zi Yang Sect. Meanwhile, at the Zi Yang Sect, the assault formation was in full swing, its myriad blades of heavenly law intersecting and charging forth. Each strike was imbued with the celestial secrets that Yin Nanfei had infused, embodying the supreme essence of the Tao, sharp enough to cleave through all. This protective mountain formation was indeed formidable. Once activated, the air around Zhang Mountain crackled with sword energy. Even those of the terrestrial immortal realm would shun its might. At present, the Taoist sects were besieging the Zi Yang Sect, for the current sect master, Ning Howren, had succumbed to madness, standing in opposition to the Taoist teachings. After his transformation, Ning Howren ascended to the terrestrial immortal realm and was thereafter labeled the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon Ning Howren became a target for all, providing the Taoist sects with a convenient pretext to launch their assault on the Zi Yang Sect. Within the sect, a faction of disciples had already begun to harbor treachery. Coupled with the insidious machinations of rival sects, they conspired against Ning Howren, lured by threats and temptations. Ultimately ensnared within a demonic suppression formation crafted by several ancestral figures on the brink of breaking through to terrestrial immortality. This formation, combining the strongest foundations of all Taoist sects, was overseen by those who had reached the half-step terrestrial immortal stage. Thus, even though Ning Howren had attained the realm of the terrestrial immortal, should he fall into their trap unguarded, his chances of escape would be slim. As the adage goes, strike when they're unprepared and catch them off guard. Yet, Ning Howren proved to be remarkably powerful, surpassing their expectations. Even as they desperately sought to contain him, he managed to escape the trap, vanquishing several Taoist ancestors in the process. However, upon returning to the Zi Yang Sect, Ning Haoran was gravely injured and nearly devoid of combat capability. At that moment, he did not realize that the true aim of the Taoist sects was to render him a terrestrial immortal, incapable of battle. If they could slay him outright, it would be even better. Subsequently, the Taoist sects finally launched the long-prepared extermination campaign against the demons. All the Taoist sects gathered at the foot of Ziyang Mountain. Under the shadow of Ziyang Mountain, an immense throng of tens of thousands gathered, a sea of humanity, imbued with a palpable aura of malevolence. Ning Haoran, gripped by profound sorrow, clasped the Haoran sword and resolutely ascended the cliff of remorse. Chapter 143. In this lifetime, as a disciple of the Sword Immortal, it is worth it. Atop the cliff of remorse, only a handful of disciples from the Zi Yang Sect remained steadfastly loyal to Ning Haoran, while the others, swayed by the deceit of rival sects, had turned their backs on Zi Yang. In the absence of Yin Nanfei, the darker side of human nature revealed itself. Tens of thousands of cultivators surged into Ziyang Mountain, their sword energy fierce, intent on exterminating evil. Yet today, an esteemed sect of the Tao faced calamity. At this critical juncture, Ning Haoran retrieved the core of the offensive formation from his bosom. Elders Tianyang and Yunlinger gazed upon him in stunned silence. With a bitter smile, Ning Haoran spoke. The offensive formation is our final hope. The incident unfolded so abruptly that the allies of the Killing God Temple may not arrive in time. This formation can only buy us a brief respite. After that, we shall likely face a bloody battle. Elder Tianyang smiled faintly, though his expression bore an air of tragic valor. Had Nanfei been here, these rabble would not dare act so audaciously. They have thrived on Nanfei's blessings. Yet today, they have become traitors. Although the offensive formation was a formidable technique, Ning Haoran's injuries were grave. Even with a brief period of recuperation, he would possess little strength for battle, and both Elder Tianyang and Yunlinger bore their own wounds from the recent skirmish. Weariness etched upon them. Moreover, outside Ziyang Mountain, numerous cultivators from the heavenly enlightenment realm were present, including several half-step earth immortals. The Taoists launched a direct assault, sending forth many powerful warriors toward the cliff of remorse. Demon, come forth and meet your death. A faction of Taoist cultivators bellowed as they charged forward. Ning Haoran, with a cold smile, awaited the opportune moment. Excellent. For every one that comes, another shall perish. At last, in that decisive moment, Ning Haoran unleashed the unparalleled Grand Formation. With a resounding roar, the formation activated, and sword energy surged, permeating the entire domain of the Zi Yang Sect. All elder-level cultivators from the Tao were taken aback. Retreat at once. A commanding shout rang out, and the once aggressive throngs of warriors hurriedly withdrew in disarray. Who could have anticipated that the Zi Yang Sect was protected by such a formidable formation? This formation was truly enigmatic, offensive yet devoid of defense, not meant for protection but solely for slaughter. Within its confines, no living being could escape death. In terms of sheer momentum, it was indeed a legendary killing formation. Even land-bound immortals would find it difficult to evade their demise within this array. Nevertheless, even as some elders recognized the extraordinary nature of the formation, the Tao suffered significant losses, with at least 10,000 disciples unable to escape its grasp. Even many of the supreme cultivators within the sect found themselves ensnared within. Suddenly, the air was filled with anguished cries, and the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. Throughout Ziyang Mountain, the disciples of the Tao sect were ruthlessly shredded by the surging sword aura, limbs and severed arms flying through the air in a scene that was truly harrowing and left onlookers speechless. This formation was indeed exceedingly merciless. Who would have thought that this sword immortal could be so ruthless? The leader of the Daotian sect spoke coldly, as they gazed upon the fallen comrades within the formation. All the Tao disciples turned away in sorrow, yet simultaneously, their resolve to eradicate the demons solidified within them. The only remaining sanctuary of the entire Zi Yang Sect was the Sigua Cliff. This place served as the heart of the formation, where the divine blade of the heavens would not strike. However, even with the protection of the formation, it was not a sustainable solution and would not hold for long. For the number of Tao disciples was simply overwhelming. After the formation was unleashed, even in death, there would be no regrets. Onsico Cliff, Ninkaoran lamented. Elder Tianyang sighed in frustration, feeling powerless. Only the burden of their comrades remained. Ning Haoran looked at the dwindling disciples upon Sigua Cliff, a sense of guilt washing over him. In this turmoil, they could have chosen not to fight desperately, perhaps even found an opportunity to betray the sect, thus securing a glimmer of hope. Ning Haoran's senior disciple, Mu Jian, bore a solemn expression. Master, we, as Zi Yang people, live as Zi Yang beings and die as Zi Yang spirits. No regrets, no grievances. Observing them, Ning Haoran suddenly felt a flicker of solace in his heart. Master, if you're watching from above, please bless the Zi Yang Sect to weather this calamity. Ning Haoran looked up to the heavens, his voice rising in a desperate cry. Even though he understood it was all in vain. Time passed, and the ferocity of the attacking formation began to wane. The leader of the Daotian sect laughed heartily as he gazed upon the distant Sigua Cliff. Friends, today the heavens aid our Dao sect in exterminating demons. Soon, we shall charge forth, for Ning Haoran is out of options, he proclaimed, filled with a sense of vindication, for he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Zi Yang Sect. Once, Yin Nanfeng had slain an elder of the Daotian sect with a single sword strike, and today, revenge was finally at hand. In his heart, he began to scheme on how to deal with Ning Haoran. He envisioned stripping Ning Haoran of his cultivation, flaying his skin, and tormenting him until he wished for death. With this thought, his smile grew increasingly sinister. In truth, this demon-slaying assembly was initiated by the Daotian sect, which now held a prominent position among the 10 sects of the Dao, second only to superpowers like Wudong, naturally commanding great influence. However, at present, the super sects had largely refrained from participation, with only a few disciples dispatched, while the higher echelons seemed to have collectively resolved to retreat into seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs. Even Wudong and Shushan had made their neutral stance abundantly clear. In response, the Daotian sect remained unfazed, having never expected the super sects to mobilize entirely. Furthermore, with the current enhancement of their strength, they were capable of amassing a formidable force even without the involvement of these super sections. After a considerable passage of time, the onslaught ceased, and atop Ziyang Mountain lay a gruesome scene of carnage. The gathered spectators bore witness to a river of blood flowing down the mountain like a small stream. As the malevolent aura of the formation finally dissipated, Ziyang Mountain appeared eerily desolate. Seizing the opportune moment, the sect leader of Dao Tian let out a thunderous call. Brothers, follow me in a battle to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. His rallying cry invigorated the hearts of all Taoists present. Subsequently, tens of thousands of disciples surged forth to invade Ziyang Mountain. Ning Haoran sat cross-legged on the cliff of reflection, attempting to emulate his master. Yet, he found it impossible to embody the unflappable calm of Yin Nanfeng, who remained composed even in the face of calamity. What will my master do if you were still here? Ning Haoran pondered. He understood that his master's unwavering presence in the world was rooted in an unparalleled strength, which had earned him an unassailable position within the Taoist realm, a status defined by invincibility. With renewed determination, he rose and unsheathed his Haoran sword. A century prior, Yin Nanfeng had stood in this very spot, gazing at the boundless clouds, imparting the essence of the Haoran sword energy to him. To slay the heartless and rectify the injustices of the world, he declared, wielding the sword named Haoran sword energy. Kill, Ning Haoran Belovet, leading the charge down the cliff of reflection. Waves of Haoran sword energy cleaved through the air as he fought valiantly, while Yinlinger's peach blossom sword intent left behind fragrant trails and shimmering sword shadows. Elder Tianyang grasped the Zhanlong sword. Despite his advanced age, he had rekindled the fervor of his youth. Even the disciples exerted every ounce of their strength, executing precise strikes and rapid swordsmanship. Today, Ziyang Mountain was destined for greatness. Yet, Ning Haoran, gravely injured, faced insurmountable odds against the Taoist forces. For him, this was a battle devoid of hope for victory. Amidst the pool of blood, with disheveled hair, he strained to maintain his faltering body, laughing maniacally. In this life, I am a disciple of the sword Immortal, and it is worth it. His proclamation sent shockwaves through the hearts of Taoists everywhere, and in the aftermath of his earth-shattering cry, a familiar resonant sword sound echoed from the heavens above. Chapter 144, The Annihilation of the Taoist Sect. The crowd gazed upward at the boundless sky, where a radiant light shone forth. In the ninth heaven, a figure clad in white stood with hands clasped behind his back, glaring down at the world. The unparalleled sword Immortal cast a fierce gaze upon all beings. The Taoist community erupted in fervor. Nanfei, the sword Immortal, he was alive, heaven above, throughout history. No one has survived the treacherous northern lands. He had shattered the curse of doom. Ning Haoran gazed up at Yin Nanfei, momentarily lost in a delusion as he neared death. Perhaps, in his final moments, Yin Nanfei had arrived from the pure land of bliss to escort him to the heavens. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally beheld his revered master once more, a gentle smile gracing his features. It was only at this moment that the tension within him could finally dissipate. "Master, I have come," he murmured, his strength waning, collapsing to the ground. Yunlingya, Elder Tianyang, Mu Jian, and others looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfei descended slowly from Zi Yang Mountain, taking deliberate steps towards the summit. The leader of the Demon Sect was struck with alarm. With Yin Nanfei returning on his sword, were they not all doomed to face retribution? Shuechinga and the god of death, Moon Shadow, remained motionless in the void. This time, Yin Nanfei alone sufficed. Unfortunately, the Dao sect had once again provoked Yin Nanfei's ire. "Quick, stop him!" The sect leader shouted in panic, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to flee. However, Yin Nanfei, wielding the Excalibur, advanced steadily, and soon, streams of sword energy began to swirl around him, echoing with the faint sound of dragon roars. As he progressed, the radius of the sword energy expanded relentlessly. The air crackled with intersecting sword energy, and where it passed, heads fell. Some elders of the Tianqi realm were utterly defenseless, meeting their demise in an instant. And what could those half-step immortals do but become souls beneath the sword? The flying sword spanned 30,000 miles. With Yin Nanfei's return, the situation had become irreversible. He strode forth, one man, one sword, capable of challenging the world. What a trifling Dao sect. Its demise today would change nothing. This marked Yin Nanfei's first large-scale slaughter, merciless and with bloodshot eyes. Thus, he approached the leader of the Demon Sect, his demeanor solemn. The sect leader trembled in fear, inexplicably immobilized, as if bound by unseen restraints. Their gazes locked, but Yin Nanfei's eyes pierced like a sharp blade. "Your folly will exact a toll on the entire Dao sect," he stated calmly, glancing at the blood-soaked Ning Haoran, then back at the sect leader. With a hand forming a sword gesture, he bellowed, and instantly, the long swords behind him surged like a colossal wave, engulfing the entire Zi Yang Sect. Blood spraying into the sky, and screams filling the air. A legendary sword Immortal, in times of joy, brings peace to the world. In times of wrath, blood flows in torrents. At this moment, Zi Yang Mountain lay strewn with corpses, the sword energy retracting entirely, leaving the Zi Yang Sect as a grave for thousands. The gentle breeze swept away the souls lost beneath the swords, yet could not dispel the lingering aura of bloodshed and slaughter. The Dao sect was obliterated. The leader of the Demon Sect stood alone before Yin Nanfei, trembling uncontrollably. Yin Nanfei let out a cold smile, unleashing a sword aura that struck the leg of the Demon Sect's leader. Blood gushed forth as his leg was severed. A scream of anguish echoed, and the once mighty leader now appeared pallid, stripped of his former grandeur. "Sword Immortal, I was wrong. Spare my life, I beg you." Yin Nanfei raised an eyebrow. "Spare your life? Have you ever considered sparing the lives of Qingge and Haoran?" With a furious retort, Yin Nanfei unleashed another sword aura, severing the leader's other leg. The leader cried out again, desperately crawling forward, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind him. Yin Nanfei followed closely, unhurried in his pursuit. "You yearn for life so desperately. Do they not wish to live as well?" He shouted in defense of Shuechinga and Ning Haoran. The leader, on the verge of tears, endured the agonizing pain, hoping to grasp a fleeting chance of survival. Yet, as Yin Nanfei's words fell, he waved his sleeve once more, and the leader's remaining arm was severed. On the summit of Zi Yang Mountain, another heart-rending scream erupted, filled with indignation, regret, and above all, boundless fear. At this moment, the sword Immortal was the true embodiment of evil. "Do you believe I'm being aggressive today? Were you not the same in the past?" As the leader, now with only one arm left, exerted every effort to crawl away, Yin Nanfei swiftly severed his last remaining arm. "You are the true demon," the leader roared, unable to withstand the excruciating pain. Yin Nanfei, indifferent, used the Zhuxian sword to end his life. With a single thrust, a figure of great renown within the Taoist realm, the leader of the Demon Sect, ceased to exist. This world has long since become the domain of demons, Yin Nanfei muttered to himself. He then approached Ning Haoren, extending his hand to heal his wounds. In this battle, the Taoist sects had not anticipated their utter defeat, with no survivors. Now, only 1 or 2 elders and a handful of disciples remained in each sect. Many time-honored sects, with millennia of heritage, have been utterly destroyed in an instant, and it would take centuries to restore their former glory. Once, Yin Nanfei had brought prosperity to the world. Today, he had severed that very thread. Now, only Wudong Mountain and a few other sects remained as the true orthodox Taoism, while the rest had devolved into minor sections. The land of the divine continent no longer recognized the distinction of the 10 sects of Taoism. Furthermore, it is worth noting that afterward, Yin Nanfei single-handedly entered the territory of the Demon Sect, wielding his sword to annihilate the sect entirely, leaving no chance for resurgence. No one had anticipated Yin Nanfei to be so resolute. The 5 great super sects breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate to have abstained from the recent turmoil. Had they engaged with Yin Nanfei's current formidable prowess, they would undoubtedly have been affected. As for those who dispatched a few disciples, aside from the loss of this elite contingent, they suffered no further detriment. Yin Nanfei understood their reluctance to partake in the conflict and did not impose upon them. In contrast, their losses seemed rather trivial. In the days to come, the landscape of the Divine Land would undergo a significant transformation, with the Taoist sects holding dominion over the 5 super sects, while the Buddhist sect was left with only the Tianyin Temple. Surprisingly, the leader of the Zi Yang Sect, the revered Haoren, had succumbed to the allure of demonic thought, completely discarding worldly notions to proclaim himself the leader of the demonic sect. The name of the sword demon resounded far and wide, marking him as a peerless powerhouse of this era. For Yin Nanfei, this revelation elicited little concern, as the distinction between divine and demonic often lies in a mere thought. Chapter 145 concludes. After the storm had settled, Yin Nanfei learned of Feng Qingzi's entry into the oceanic realm and resolved to depart from the Divine Land to explore this new territory. Many past secrets seemed intricately linked to the ocean, leaving him curious about the wonders that awaited him within. In the eastern sea region of the Divine Land, Yin Nanfei stood upon the continent, gazing directly at the vast expanse of the sea. The ocean's immeasurable breadth rendered all beings insignificant, akin to a mere grain of sand in an endless desert. Beyond the surging waves, an unknown world awaited discovery. Since ancient times, the ocean had been shrouded in mystery. Yin Nanfei had perused ancient texts detailing numerous accounts of the sea. Legend has it that a fisherman, while venturing into the ocean, inadvertently drifted to a mysterious island. This island, though surrounded by harsh maritime conditions, was perpetually bathed in clear skies, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, teeming with vitality. It is said that the fisherman, as if on a celestial isle, glimpsed a figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of an immortal. The visage remained obscured, dreamlike, and elusive. The figure cast a fleeting glance at the fisherman before vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving him bewildered. Since that encounter, the oceanic realm has been referred to as the domain of immortals, with speculations arising that on the other side of the vast sea, true immortals exist, weary of worldly strife, choosing to seclude themselves in the ocean, detached from mundane affairs. There are also tales of fishermen from the eastern sea who witnessed immortals soaring into the heavens amidst the tumult of thunder, transcending layers of the void during a magnificent heavenly tribulation. The purple divine lightning was said to be awe-inspiring, evoking thoughts that perhaps an ancestor of the Taoist sect had achieved transcendence while exploring the ocean, leaving behind a mysterious legacy for future generations. These legends have drawn one ancient sage after another into the oceanic realm, seeking wisdom and enlightenment. However, the authenticity of these age-old tales and texts remains to be thoroughly examined. Facing the vast expanse of the ocean, Yin Nanfei felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Shuechinga and Yu Ying stood behind him, stepping into the sea, which could signify a departure from the land of Shenzhou, perhaps never to return. Ning Haoren led all the disciples of Zi Yang Sect to bid farewell. "Master, this journey may harbor dangers. Take care," he said respectfully, bowing deeply. Observing the scene, Yin Nanfei smiled softly, patting Ning Haoren on the shoulder. "Do not worry. Let's not make this seem like a farewell of life and death." Strive diligently in your cultivation, and you shall reach the celestial realm soon. Ning Hao nodded, harboring the same thought. He intended to follow Yin Nanfei step by step. Perhaps before long, he too would enter this sea. Yet for now, there were many matters awaiting his attention as the sect leader. In the future, this land of Shenzhou will belong to you all, Yin Nanfei reflected. Having lived for over a century, he felt far older than even his grandfather. Ning Haoran Tuklet. Once the disciples of Mu Jian mature, the two shall roam freely, just like you. Yin Nanfei nodded, and at that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from afar. To his astonishment, the major sects of the Taoist realm had arrived. Witnessing this, Yin Nanfei chuckled, his expression filled with meaning. I did not expect that there are still those in the Taoist community who remember my kindness. The master of Shushan Sword Sect, Qi He, was the first to bow in greeting. Nanfei, Sword Immortal, take care. Yin Nanfei returned the gesture, yet soon there was a surge of excitement. To his surprise, beings from the demon realm had also come, led by the enchanting Humier, accompanied by a throng of demons, to see him off into the sea. Now a demon deity, Humier had ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, becoming the legendary Fox Immortal. With this elevation, her innate advantages in cultivation had become fully apparent. As her lineage naturally aligned with the heavenly principles destined to ascend to the celestial realm, it was merely a matter of time. Lord Sword Immortal, as you depart, I shall miss you dearly, Humier said in a melodious tone. Yin Nanfei, taken aback by her revealing attire, marveled at her transformation. The Humier who had entered the realm of terrestrial immortals had become even more alluring. Just as he was about to respond, Schwechinga suddenly tugged at Yin Nanfei's ear. What are you gazing at? Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, and the serious atmosphere was instantly lightened. The legendary Sword Immortal is afraid of his wife. Li Sheng, the head of Wudong, exclaimed with a sigh. Nanfei Sword Immortal and his partner truly are a celestial couple, evoking envy. Yuing scoffed. What envy can an old Taoist like you have? Li Daosheng retorted. Am I not allowed to express my feelings? After a moment of playful banter, Yin Nanfei regained his composure. Everyone, if that is the case, I shall take my leave shortly. Yin Nanfei respectfully bowed and bid farewell one by one. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal, and instead of the anticipated flying sword, a grand ship unexpectedly materialized. This vessel, crafted during his leisure time, had been prepared for today's venture into the sea. Its rare materials, combined with the magical seals inscribed upon it, rendered it capable of withstanding fierce storms and even provided a degree of defensive capability. One by one, Yin Nanfei and his companions boarded the ship, which then set sail slowly. As they watched the ship recede into the distance, a sense of reverence filled everyone present. In such a prosperous era, to witness a celestial being and two earth immortals entering the sea domain was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. The elders and masters of the Taoist sect were the first to bow down, offering their respectful farewell to the Sword Immortal. The fervent expressions of disciples like Mu Jian from Zi Yang Sect reflected their admiration for Yin Nanfei's unparalleled grace. When would they, too, be able to embody such nonchalance as their revered ancestor? Mused Mujian. After Yin Nanfei departed, Humier approached Ning Haoran. Now, on the vast expanse of the divine land, only the two of them remained, still at the realm of earth immortals. We must strive diligently in our cultivation to catch up to the footsteps of the Sword Immortal, Humier declared. Ning Haoran nodded in agreement. On this day, Yin Nanfei soared through the air on his sword into the sea realm, destined to become a legendary tale recounted throughout the ages. The ocean, vast and boundless, likely surpassed even the expanse of the divine land itself. Chapter 146. The Sword Immortal rides the dragon. Within the sea domain, the sky above was shrouded in gloom. The air above the ocean shifted unpredictably, at times crackling with lightning and thunder, at others swirling with fierce winds, creating an atmosphere of peril. Yin Nanfei sat at the bow of the ship, observing everything before him. The vastness of the sea rendered direction uncertain. It was unknown how far they would have to sail before reaching land. He pondered the fate of the old man, Feng Qingzi, since his entry into the sea domain. The fringes of the sea domain had already been explored by the world, mostly inhabited by fishermen, with islands scattered throughout. However, only a handful of small cultivation families resided here, with the majority being common folk. As they ventured further, the number of islands dwindled. For the range that could be explored by human effort was ultimately limited. After nearly half a month of sailing, they had seen scarcely any signs of life. Just days prior, They had encountered some fishermen from various cultivation families, who were more adept than ordinary fishermen. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the distance. The ocean appeared unfathomable. The three continued their journey, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed since entering the sea domain. Fortunately, their exceptional cultivation rendered them unconcerned about food and water, and they had stocked ample supplies of delicacies and fine beverages. After all, despite their formidable powers, the allure of gourmet food remained irresistible. However, for an ordinary person, reaching this point would likely be a matter of life and death. The depths of the ocean seemed to conceal something, as if an unseen presence was watching them, profound and terrifying. It has been said that some individuals, upon entering the vastness of the sea, experience an overwhelming sense of dread, trembling uncontrollably even in the absence of any tangible threat. Today, I finally grasped the enigma of the ocean, remarked Yin Nanfei. Snow Chinga, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "We have journeyed thus far without encountering any peril. Why, since ancient times, has no one ventured into the ocean beneath the terrestrial deities?" Moonshadow replied, "The Hall of the Killing God possesses ancient texts. In truth, we have yet to truly penetrate the depths of the sea. Once we do, the situation will likely resemble your ice wasteland, teeming with various primordial beings, fraught with danger." Snow Chinga nodded, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Such entities, unknown and unseen, I hope we do not encounter any beings beyond our comprehension." The necessity to navigate onward became pressing. The deeper we ventured, the darker the waters appeared, revealing the profound depths below. It now seemed prudent to traverse by ship. Had we attempted to fly on swords for such an extended period, we would surely be utterly exhausted. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the sea, there was no place to alight, forcing us to hover until an island could be discovered. Wen Qingzi would not foolishly fly on a sword within the ocean, Moonshadow mused, a peculiar thought rising within her. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfei remained fixated on the waters below, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. Suddenly, with a loud shout, Yin Nanfei alarmed Snow Chinga and Moonshadow, who turned their gazes toward him. Instantly, the sea surged violently, as if something from the depths was about to emerge. Yin Nanfei swiftly channeled his energy, moving the ship several meters backward with great urgency. A tremendous roar followed, as a dragon's silhouette erupted from the sea surface. Had Yin Nanfei reacted even a moment slower, the vessel would surely have been reduced to splinters. Both Snow Chinga and Moonshadow were utterly astonished to think that dragons still existed within these waters. However, as Yin Nanfei scrutinized the creature, he discerned that it was not a celestial dragon, but rather a formidable flood dragon. This dragon, fierce and menacing, confronted them with its gaping maw, roaring as if it had spotted a delectable meal. It was likely that this dragon had attempted to ascend to true dragonhood by leaping through the dragon gate, but had failed during the tribulation, managing to escape yet condemned to a lifetime of being a flood dragon within the ocean. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei remained vigilant. Although this flood dragon could not ascend to celestial status, its cultivation had likely surpassed that of terrestrial deities. This was an ancient flood dragon, having survived here, cultivating for centuries, and its strength had become formidable. Furthermore, the ocean served as its ideal battlefield, amplifying its power immensely. Yin Nanfei locked eyes with the creature, declaring, "Vile beast, retreat." His sword energy surged forth, unyielding in the face of danger. The flood dragon growled lowly, as if probing Yin Nanfei's strength. If it believed that Yin Nanfei was not its match, it would undoubtedly open its gaping maw and swallow everyone whole. As expected, it ultimately chose to attack. Roar! The dragon surged forth with incredible speed, yet Yin Nanfei merely smiled coldly. Originally, out of consideration for its 1,000 years of cultivation and the difficulty of survival, he intended to spare its life, but failed to appreciate this mercy. Yin Nanfei was arrogantly confident. After all, the heavenly dragons were but pets he had raised, now flourishing in the celestial realm with a bright future ahead. What was a mere dragon to him? One that could not even withstand heavenly tribulations dared to act recklessly before Yin Nanfei. Subsequently, wielding the sword of slaying immortals, Yin Nanfei confronted the dragon. With a swift kick, he struck the dragon's jaw. A tremendous force resounded, and a crisp crack echoed as the dragon's head snapped back. The fierce dive it had initiated was abruptly halted, sending it reeling backwards. Shuechinga and Yuan gasped in astonishment. This dragon, capable of rivaling celestial beings, had its jaw dislocated by a single kick. Unbelievable. The dragon let out a pained wail, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent. Initially intending to plunge into the depths of the ocean to escape, it found that Yin Nanfeng was not one to relent easily. Just as it seemed poised to flee, Yin Nanfeng seized the dragon's tail and swung it back out into the open. The dragon was left bereft of tears. This path is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to traverse it, you must let me pass first. Such a simple desire, yet it could not be granted. Brother, can you spare me a chance? However, without a word, Yin Nanfeng mounted the dragon's head. The dragon, terrified, ascended into the air, spiraling in distress, its shrieks drowning out the thunder above. Yin Nanfeng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, seemingly not intending to slay the dragon, but to humiliate it instead. I care not whether you are dragon. I will beat you into submission. After a relentless onslaught, the dragon found itself utterly devoid of strength to resist, at which point Yin Nanfeng lifted it effortlessly. In the depths of the sea, other creatures that had initially aimed to attack Yin Nanfeng now stood frozen in place, and moments later, as if in silent agreement, they scattered in all directions. Each seemed to offer a word of gratitude to the dragon. Thank you, brother, for clearing the way for us. The unfortunate dragon now resembled a helpless little caterpillar. Then it beheld Yin Nanfeng's malicious grin, causing it to tremble in fear. Suddenly, Yin Nanfeng produced a rope from seemingly nowhere. Shuechinga and Yu Ying exchanged puzzled glances. Next, they witnessed Yin Nanfeng atop the dragon's head, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind. A dragon towing a wooden boat raced across the ocean. Was it not much faster this way? Yin Nanfei turned around lightly, asking with a serene demeanor. Indeed, Shuechinga replied joyfully, feeling that Yin Nanfei was truly exceptionally clever. Thus, they need not expend their magical energy to navigate the wooden vessel. Yin Nanfei chuckled as he patted the dragon's head. Let us head wherever there is an island. Go. The dragon, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to itself, who have basked in glory for an eternity, am now being ridden like a horse by a mere human. With this thought, the dragon felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. What has become of the dragon? Has it no boundaries left? Must I continually lower my standards? Truly, human hearts are inscrutable. Yin Nanfei delivered a playful kick to the dragon's head. Why be slowed down? Feeling emotional? Hurry up. Consequently, the dragon's standards were once again unceremoniously lowered as it surged forward at great speed. The unparalleled Yin Nanfei treated the dragon as mere labor. Chapter 147, The Celestial Island. The dragon, pulling the wooden vessel, sped forth, while Yin Nanfei and his companions leisurely sat on the deck, admiring the oceanic scenery. With time and effort saved, the group felt their spirits lifted, albeit the dragon remained sullen. Finally, in the distance, a dark spot emerged, which gradually magnified as they approached. Shuechinga gazed into the distance and exclaimed with delight, Nanfei, look, there is an island ahead. Yin Nanfei and the god of death, Yu Ying, swiftly turned to look, and indeed, an island was drawing nearer. At that moment, the weather at sea was quite agreeable, with the sun shining brightly, illuminating the island's remarkable beauty. Yin Nanfei patted the dragon's head again. Accelerate quickly. Subsequently, a long sword was pressed against the dragon's body, causing the poor creature to react as if startled, swiftly swimming forward and splashing waves. Yin Nanfei smiled knowingly. Having ridden the heavenly dragon, it is an honor for you to be ridden by me. Before long, they arrived at the island. Yin Nanfei and his companions disembarked in succession. Initially, the dragon contemplated making a getaway. Damn it, you lot are ruthless enough. Can't I just slip away? However, just as it was about to flee, Yin Nanfei fixed his gaze upon it, inducing an involuntary shiver down the dragon's spine. Stay put, don't run away. This seemingly casual remark caused the dragon, capable of contending with celestial beings, to tremble violently. Observing Yin Nanfei's ambiguous smile, it sensed an ominous premonition. Soon after, Yin Nanfei delivered a punch to the dragon's head, leaving it no time to emit a cry of despair as it collapsed upon the island's beach. Splendid. Now you cannot escape. Yin Nanfei lightly clapped his hands, gazing contentedly at the dragon lying unconscious on the ground. Shuechinga and Yu Ying exchanged wide-eyed glances, unsure of what to say. Originally, you were perceived as a violent individual. In response, Yin Nanfeng merely wished to express that he too possesses a gentle side. Following this, the three of them ventured deeper into the island. This island, vast in expanse, was nearly equivalent to the entirety of the ice wasteland. If there were many such grand islands within the ocean, one would be astonished to ponder how boundless this sea truly is. The island evidently bore an ancient essence, with trees so robust that several individuals could encircle them with their arms, exuding a primal aura. Yin Nanfei felt as though he had stepped into a primordial forest. Some rare and exotic creatures roamed here, possessing a modicum of intelligence and cultivation, yet they were not formidable. Upon sighting Yin Nanfei and his companions, they fled in fear. Li Qingzi arrived in the ocean realm merely a year before us, and with the Jiao dragon guiding our path, we are far swifter than he. It is quite possible that he is also on this island at this very moment, Yin Nanfei remarked. The island is extensive. Let us soar into the skies on our swords to explore. As Yin Nanfei finished speaking, he formed a sword gesture with his hand and ascended, with Xueqinga and Yuing following closely behind. In the air, they beheld a landscape brimming with dense foliage. Even while soaring above, Yin Nanfei could no longer perceive the surrounding ocean, only the land beneath, illustrating the enormity of the island. It was no longer merely an island, but rather resembled a small continent. As they continued their journey, birds flitted past them. This island was saturated with spiritual energy. Every creature, every blade of grass, and every tree seemed to be enveloped in an ethereal rhythm. Cultivating on this island would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. I wonder if there are cultivators residing on this island, Xueqinga mused curiously. Under the blazing sun, while the trio was gliding through the air, an unexpected, furious voice erupted. Who dares to trespass upon my divine sword domain? As the words fell, a piercing sound shattered the air. A flying sword hurtled toward them, imbued with an astonishing aura. This strike bore no intention of restraint, aiming directly for Yin Nanfei's face, a lethal maneuver from the outset. Upon witnessing this, Yin Nanfei let out a cold snort. He was unfazed, for a seasoned warrior like him could effortlessly turn peril into safety. To play with flying swords in front of a legendary sword immortal was indeed an act of folly. Subsequently, with a casual flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a stream of radiant energy that effortlessly deflected the incoming sword. From within the thicket ahead, a voice of astonishment emerged. Yin Nanfei's expression shifted slightly as he descended slowly. Within the dense forest, a cultivator was indeed present. This individual, appearing youthful, did not seem to hail from the land of Shenzhou. His attire was distinctly unlike the robes of any sect found there. Behind him followed an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, who, despite his advanced age, emanated an aura of valiance, possessing a commanding presence that conveyed authority without the need for anger. It is evident that these two individuals possess a formidable background within the maritime realm, and they exude an air of high status. Clad in ancient-style robes, Yin Nanfei found their appearance vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before, though he could not recall the specifics. "Who are you?" Yin Nanfei inquired coldly. It appeared that they had long resided in these waters, and their immediate resort to violence was indeed disrespectful, leaving Yin Nanfei with no favorable impression of them. "Ah, so you too hail from beyond the borders," the elder remarked solemnly, discerning the origins of Yin Nanfei and his companions. The younger Taoist, evidently of higher standing, scrutinized Yin Nanfei and his companions with a mocking smile after the elder's words. Yin Nanfei understood that the beyond referred to the land of Shenzhou. Yet, for reasons unknown, their disdainful attitude toward Shenzhou was palpable. "Country bumpkins daring to trespass upon my celestial island, and with such audacity, if you're able to reach this place, you must learn the rules, bow your head and admit your faults, and I may spare your life," the young Taoist admonished sharply. Yin Nanfei raised an eyebrow. The individual before him wielded a long sword, his robe exuding a certain elegance and demeanor, his features radiating a distinct valor. Yin Nanfei whispered to Xueqinga and the others, "What a juvenile. He seems rather simple-minded." Xueqinga merely smiled in silence. Unabashed, Yin Nanfei retorted, "You, young man, are grossly impolite from the outset. Is your lord family negligent in your upbringing?" The young Taoist scoffed disdainfully. "A lowly outsider dares to question me? Who gave you the audacity?" With a hint of menace, he added, "Very well, today I shall enlighten you on the customs of the maritime domain." Yin Nanfei's demeanor darkened in response to the young Taoist's insolence. "Should your words continue in such a sharp manner, beware that I may have to discipline you on behalf of your parents," he warned coldly. Within him simmered a tide of frustration, This young Taoist, despite his tender years, spoke with unabashed cruelty. For someone who had lived over a century as a sword immortal, engaging in a verbal spar with a mere youth felt beneath his dignity. Yet, to dismiss it entirely would be unjust, for he felt wronged. After all, he had once danced on the edge of life and death, having slain countless foes, commanding respect across the continent. Never had he been looked down upon by a mere child. The young Taoist, however, erupted into laughter, exuding arrogance. Observing this, Yin Nanfei could only muse that such a juvenile affliction as Chun-Er was indeed a malady in need of remedy. Ignorant outsider, it seems you are utterly oblivious to the might of my sword domain, the young Taoist bellowed, his sword suddenly radiating a formidable celestial energy. Yin Nanfei's brows furrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features at the unexpected prowess displayed by the young Taoist. Chapter 148, The Chosen One. Yin Nanfei regarded the young Taoist with great interest. This individual, barely in his 20s, had already reached the pinnacle of the Guishu realm and even approached the threshold of the Tianqi level. Such prodigious talent was nothing short of astonishing. In the vast land of Shenzhou, a master or elder of a first-rate sect would typically be at the Guishu realm. Even Yin Nanfei, at such a tender age, was merely at the dreaming realm. The gifted heir of the sword domain possessed enough prowess to command respect across the entire realm of Shenzhou. In that moment, curiosity began to stir within Yin Nanfei. What manner of power was the sword domain? And perhaps its foundation surpassed even the mightiest sects of Shenzhou. The elder accompanying the young master had concealed his own cultivation, yet Yin Nanfei sensed that this person was far from ordinary. How many more such formidable beings existed within the seas? An inkling of doubt arose in Yin Nanfei's mind. He was taken aback by the realization that the strength within these waters truly exceeded imagination. The young man, adorned in resplendent attire, radiated a potent aura. He was merely out for training, yet he approached the world with a certain audacity, for in this realm, only strength reigned supreme. He struck without mercy, unencumbered by fear. As the heir of the sword domain, he had the entire domain backing him, safeguarded by a powerful elder, leaving him with no concerns. Humph. Since you have traversed the oceans from the outer realms, you must be land immortals, he scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. Although he was merely at the Guishu realm, he regarded land immortals as inconsequential. What could they possibly achieve? Above the seas, even the mightiest land immortals did not rank among the top-tier experts. I, at the tender age of 20, have already reached the pinnacle of the Guishu realm, destined to ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, you outsiders shall remain land immortals for eternity, perhaps seeing only one rise every few hundred or thousand years. Such ineptitude dares to challenge me. The Taoist derisive remarks left Yueying and Shuechinga exceedingly displeased. However, the elder behind him felt a swell of pride. What of arrogance? The young master of the sword domain was entitled to such confidence. Otherwise, how could one establish themselves in the vast sea? For our young master, becoming a land immortal is merely a matter of time. It won't be long before he achieves it. Moreover, just days prior, he had stealthily eliminated a peak land immortal. Even if it was through assassination, an accomplishment far beyond what his contemporaries could fathom. Yin Nanfei and his companions were left in shock. What? This was too surreal. What sort of extraordinary genius could assassinate a land immortal while still at the Guishu realm? In the heart of the moonlit night, an overwhelming shock coursed through Yueying. He commanded tens of thousands of assassins and was regarded as the god of assassination in his realm. Yet, even he could scarcely fathom how a mere cultivator at the return to void stage could accomplish the assassination of a terrestrial immortal. The mastery of breath and timing required for such an endeavor was exceptionally stringent, rendering the possibility nearly non-existent. It must be said, the young master of the divine sword domain indeed possessed the audacity to boast. A cold smile graced the lips of the young master as he unsheathed his long sword, which suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Within that radiance, purple divine thunder shone with an astonishing intensity, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. This individual was truly remarkable. Yin Nanfei sensed that he had already reached the pinnacle of the return to void stage. However, in terms of genuine combat prowess, he was likely capable of matching experts of the second and third tiers of the celestial awakening stage. If armed with the heritage and means of the divine sword domain, he might indeed succeed in assassinating a terrestrial immortal. Yet, even so, the process would undoubtedly be fraught with peril and difficulty. In this vast world, wonders abound. A Upon entering the oceanic domain, the sights and experiences were already beyond the comprehension of Yin Nanfei and his companions. Outsiders, today you trespass upon my divine sword domain. You are destined to meet a gruesome end, declared the young master, his expression a mix of excitement and pride. Elder Su, leave their remains displayed in our territory, hanging high for all to see, to proclaim the unmatched might of the divine sword domain to the entire ocean. With that, the young master lunged forward. The elder behind him did not act immediately, but instead observed silently, his gaze fixed upon Yin Nanfei. This elder, known as Su, recognized that Yin Nanfei was the true formidable opponent among the three. However, he did not genuinely regard Yin Nanfei as a significant threat. Throughout the expanse of the divine land, no one had ventured into the oceanic realm with the cultivation surpassing that of an earth immortal for over 10 millennia. So he believed everything was well within his control. Yin Nanfei, however, chuckled lightly, initially intending to teach this young man a lesson. To be candid, the youth's bold demeanor was quite to his liking. Though somewhat arrogant, youth without audacity is a missed opportunity. Moreover, he could indeed be considered a prodigy of his generation. With a formidable background supporting him, even if he acted tyrannically, it was still preferable to the so-called righteous individuals of the divine land who spoke of benevolence and morality while scheming behind the scenes. He was merely too proud, lacking the tempering of societal trials. Just as Yin Nanfei prepared to strike, Ewing suddenly made his move. You brazen youth, even if you are immensely talented, in my eyes, you are still merely at the return to void stage, a fledgling yet to take flight. Throughout history, many prodigies have met untimely ends. It is wise to tread carefully in the realm of cultivation. His voice was deep and gravelly, carrying an air of solemn murderous intent. Even Su, with his calm demeanor, began to reveal a hint of disturbance in his otherwise tranquil eyes. A solemn aura of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere, evoking a sense of familiarity within the elder, Su. He murmured to himself, lost in thought. The young master of the divine sword domain sneered disdainfully, entirely dismissing Yueying. Yet, Yueying harbored no true intent to kill. He merely aimed to administer a lesson, as he had not committed any actions that would genuinely enrage the trio. Had it been otherwise, regardless of whether he was the young master of the divine sword domain or the sword god domain, Yueying would have swiftly chosen to sever his throat with a blade of murderous intent. The pride of heaven exists solely to be vanquished. Nevertheless, Yueying effortlessly subdued him. Your murderous aura possesses a certain intrigue, remarked the young master of the divine sword domain, unable to restrain himself. However, in the next moment, his long sword erupted with a spectacular display of lightning. Yueying, intrigued, responded with a nonchalant hum, his palm brushing through the air, suppressing the lightning in a most peculiar manner. The abyss, after all, is still the abyss. Even if one could cunningly assassinate a terrestrial deity, facing a formidable terrestrial immortal was an entirely different matter. Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you, you stubborn little rascal, declared Yueying, preparing to deliver a resounding slap. At that instant, however, the elder Su, positioned behind the young master, finally intervened. Youngster, cease your actions. How dare you attempt to harm the young master of the divine sword domain? Chapter 149, A Lesson to be Learned. As the elder made his move, a tempest surged through the dense forest. Countless leaves cascaded down, each green leaf resembling a sharp blade. Leaf sword intent, Su called out, forming intricate seals with his hands. As an abundance of leaves was swept up and controlled by spiritual energy, they appeared to drift aimlessly, yet each leaf descended with its own discernible path, embodying profound principles and rhythms. Following this, Su extended a finger, his form shifting like a specter, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. As he lunged forward, he caught a descending leaf between two fingers. This leaf was named Return. Su let out a hearty laugh, while Yin Nanfei discerned the nuances of his leaf sword intent and could not help but offer praise. This sword intent was exquisite in its complexity. Each leaf transformed into a long sword wielded by a sword immortal. In truth, many sword immortals choose to nurture several flying swords, each capable of unleashing varying degrees of power. However, this leaf sword intent does not cultivate swords, but rather leaves. More precisely, the sword intent that merges with leaves. A peerless powerhouse nurturing sword intent. A singular leaf sword intent evolves into myriad sword intents, each name representing a form of supreme power. Indeed, Practitioners from the oceanic realm surpassed their counterparts on the land of Shenzhou by leaps and bounds within the same realm. Furthermore, the abundant spiritual energy in the ocean, coupled with the countless rare materials, renders their cultivation efficiency incomparable to that of Shenzhou. A fallen leaf, named Return, was delicately pinched between the fingers of Elder Su, as if it could pierce through anything. A master wielding a sword could transform every blade of grass and every tree into a weapon. And Elder Su had indeed reached such a realm. Moonshadow was taken aback. How could Elder Su's cultivation have ascended to the celestial immortal realm? No wonder the young master of the divine sword domain dared to act so arrogantly. With an elder of the celestial immortal realm guarding him, it was impossible not to be reckless. A sword thrust came forth, accompanied by countless swirling leaves, the energy astonishing. It was poised to strike Moonshadow, and should this blow connect, he would surely be gravely injured. However, at that moment, a figure clad in white arrived with effortless grace. Without drawing his sword, he merely extended a finger. Suddenly, a torrent of magnificent sword energy surged forth. This was the signature move of Yin Nanfei, devoid of extravagant techniques or grandiose names. It was merely a pure blend of sword intent and energy, erupting from a singular point with overwhelming force, akin to a river cascading for miles. What splendid sword intent! Elder Su quickly retreated, staring intently at Yin Nanfei, utterly astonished by his formidable strength. It appeared that he had transcended the realm of earthly sword immortals. Elder Su's expression turned grave. Yin Nanfei, however, remained unfazed, while the young master of the divine sword domain suddenly turned pale. He was still under the influence of Moonshadow, but could no longer ignore the implications. What? Elder Su, are you saying he is a celestial immortal? Upon hearing this, Elder Su not that, the young master of the divine sword domain's complexion changed dramatically. If one were to consider earthly immortals, even a dozen or 20 would struggle against Elder Su's celestial immortal cultivation, which was precisely why he had felt so emboldened. Yet, encountering a celestial immortal was an entirely different matter. He had unwittingly kicked against an iron plate. To think that there existed someone from beyond who could break through to the celestial immortal realm, it was truly extraordinary, Elder Su remarked. Yin Nanfei merely chuckled softly, saying nothing. Elder Su, how formidable is his celestial immortal cultivation? The young master of the divine sword domain inquired again. Elder Su nodded, his gaze towards Yin Nanfei filled with apprehension. Finally, he spoke slowly, very strong, likely at the 5th or 6th level. The young master grew anxious and asked, how does he compare to my father? Elder Su deeply? At the very least, they are on par. The young master's face drained of color. This time, he had truly provoked an adversary he should not have. How could such a powerful cultivator emerge from beyond? A 5th or 6th level celestial immortal. Such cultivation, even within the divine sword domain, would surely be revered as a guest of honor. After all, in the marine realms, only those who reach the celestial immortal level could be considered true top-tier experts. Each celestial immortal was regarded as a significant force within their respective sections, a celestial being of the 5th or 6th rank, whether one wishes to offend them or not, is certainly a figure that no faction would neglect to court. The presence of a celestial can equate to the power of at least 10 earthly immortals. Moreover, a 5th rank celestial is an exceptionally rare asset. I confess my oversight this time and sincerely hope you will show mercy and release my young master. My divine sword domain would be willing to forge a friendship with you. However, to his astonishment, a trace of disdain suddenly appeared on Yin Nanfei's face, mirroring the earlier expression of the young master of the divine sword domain. What benefit do we derive from associating with such a trivial faction as the divine sword domain? Yin Nanfei exchanged glances with the god of killing, Moonshadow, and Snow Light, and they almost simultaneously voiced their agreement. It seems there is no advantage. Yin Nanfei continued. In that case, we shall first teach them a lesson. Moonshadow was the first to step forward in agreement. Very well, let us vent our frustrations first, and then we can deliberate on the matter of friendship. Elder Su was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yet at that moment, the forest echoed with the pitiful cries of the young master of the divine sword domain, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Elder Su intended to intervene, but Yin Nanfei had already set his sights on him, and this old fool must be dealt with as well. For failing to protect his master, let him face punishment from the domain's ruler. As the words fell, sword energy surged through the forest, and Yin Nanfeng quickly subdued Elder Su with just a few blows. Soon, an old man and a young master were seen hanging from a tree, half their trousers removed, as Yin Nanfeng and the god of killing wielded a vine to deliver harsh strikes upon their backsides. Snowlight, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chose to avert her gaze. In the forest, the sounds of Yin Nanfeng and moon shadows scolding intertwined with the lamentations of the two from the divine sword domain. You were arrogant. You deserve this. Overstepping your bounds. You deserve this. Neglecting your duties. You deserve this. And you, for failing to protect your master, you deserve this. As an elder, allowing your young master to be bullied. You deserve this. After Elder Su's cries, he did not forget to angrily retort, Esteemed guest, do you not fear retaliation from the divine sword domain? In response, Yin Nanfeng struck even more vigorously. The louder you yell, the harder I hit. Elder Su was left in tears, lamenting, What have we done to deserve this? Where did this formidable being come from? A gust of wind swept through, leaving Elder Su and the young master of the divine sword domain in a state of bewilderment. Was this scenario not supposed to unfold differently? Why had they inexplicably become the victims of this ordeal? In the ancient forest, the cries of despair were relentless. The two figures hung from the tree, creating a striking visual. One was the young master of the divine sword domain, while the other was an elder with celestial cultivation, presumably of a high-ranking status. Yet, unexpectedly, those who usually held themselves in high esteem now found themselves subjected to such humiliation. The aged elder, appearing frail and weary, now glared with fury. I have underestimated you. I never anticipated that you would possess a fifth-tier celestial, playing the role of a fool while hiding your true strength. But do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Is it right to bully an old comrade like me? No, it is not. Your arrogance will not go unpunished by the divine sword domain. The young lord of the divine sword domain, humiliated and driven to the brink, roared in desperation. However, witnessing his expression and words only fueled the vigor of Yin Nanfeng and his companions. Arrogant, are we? You draw your sword first and unleash lethal strikes. Who, I ask, is truly the arrogant one? Moonshadow retorted unreasonably, while Yin Nanfeng dismissed the Lord's words with disdain. Forgive me, but threats do not frighten me in the least. It is simply the nature of my formidable strength. After a considerable time, Yin Nanfeng, weary, flicked his wrist, discarding the vine, and then lowered the young lord and the elder from the tree. Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter us. Our sword Immortal does not take lives lightly. Depart. Moonshadow stated coldly. Upon hearing his words, the two felt as though 1,000 wild horses galloped through their minds. Fortunate? Are we to thank you? Is this the conduct of a human being? The young lord of the divine sword domain seethed with indignation, tears brimming in his eyes as he adjusted his trousers. He then pointed an accusing finger at Yin Nanfeng, cursing, You will pay for this. With those words, his earlier bravado dissipated, and he vanished like smoke, fleeing alongside the elder. Subsequently, a peculiar thought blossomed in Yin Nanfeng's mind. He mused from their words. It seems that the divine sword domain is quite formidable in these waters. A sinister smile crept across his face. This place must lie within the jurisdiction of the divine sword domain. If I were to sign in here, perhaps I could comprehend some of their unrivaled divine techniques, particularly something akin to that elder-esque leaf-like sword intent. Should I wield such a prestigious sword intent, it could only be described in 2 words. Invincible. Even if not, one can only surmise that their techniques are not ordinary. Why not seize the opportunity? As this thought crossed his mind, Yin Nanfeng declared inwardly, System, register me at the divine sword domain. Soon after, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Reward obtained, Xin Guang's sword technique. A surge of information flooded Yin Nanfeng's consciousness, allowing him to grasp it thoroughly and wield a power far superior to the original sword technique. Thereafter, he proceeded onward with the god of death, Moonshadow, and Shuechinga. Yin Nanfeng continuously checked in within this realm, which appeared to be merely the primordial forest surrounding the divine sword domain, now encompassed within its jurisdiction. Although he had yet to behold the edifices of this divine sword domain, the martial arts and sword techniques he acquired through his check-ins were anything but ordinary. Despite the multitude of cultivation methods Yin Nanfeng was mastering, he could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the divine sword domain. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in at the divine sword domain successful. Gained understanding of the technique, purple thunder divine art. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Gain comprehension of ghostly, blood-drinking sword intent. Ding. Check-in successful. Gain insight into transforming sword demon attack. With each successive check-in, Nanfei rapidly integrated these techniques, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation level had ascended to the 6th rank of Celestial Immortal. Though he had merely advanced by 1 rank, his strength had surged remarkably compared to before. Several days later, as the trio continued their journey, they found themselves at the edge of the primordial forest, where a narrow path began to emerge. Eventually, a grand city came into view. From a distance, it appeared exceedingly prosperous, with towering structures exuding an imposing aura. What a magnificent city, sighed Shui Chinga softly. Let us go and explore, Nanfei replied with enthusiasm. Within the ancient city, there was a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating that this city differed from those on the mainland of Shenzhou. The cities there were predominantly inhabited by mortals, while cultivators were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Furthermore, due to regulations of the Dao sects, cultivators were prohibited from openly displaying their prowess before mortals or disrupting the order of mortal life. Thus, when cultivators entered the world, they concealed their abilities, remaining inconspicuous, revealing their identities only in dire circumstances. Conversely, this city was teeming with the aura of cultivators, signifying that it was indeed a sanctuary for them. No wonder so many ancient sages yearned for the seas. In a realm like this, one's cultivation would not go to waste. On the mainland of Shenzhou, even high-ranking immortals faced the chill of solitude at great heights, experiencing the regret of invincibility, yet enduring a century of loneliness. Here, it was the domain of celestial immortals, where terrestrial immortals were not considered top-tier experts, representing yet another glorious era from many ancestors. With such thoughts, the trio eagerly made their way towards the city, wondering if they were indeed following in the footsteps of the ancient sages. At the same time, Nanfei's heart brimmed with curiosity. What kind of tempest had those revered as saints in later generations stirred upon their arrival in the sea? Meanwhile, within the ancient city, in the shadow of the deep mountains, this city served as the main city under the jurisdiction of the divine sword domain, inhabited by countless cultivators, many of whom had journeyed from other islands to experience the might of the divine sword domain. Here, the realms of ruins and celestial awakening were abundant. However, within the city, few could discern the precise location of the divine sword domain itself. Who could have imagined that the renowned headquarters of the divine sword domain will be nestled within a deep mountain, a realm that has been carved out as an independent dimension connected to this world? When practitioners reach a certain level of cultivation, they can tear through the void and even create a new world. The ancestors of the divine sword domain were supreme beings endowed with such celestial capabilities. It is rumored that when this ancestor established this world, their power was already infinitely close to that of an immortal, achieving such a feat with strength rivaling that of celestial beings. Since then, the divine sword domain has stood proudly amidst the vast ocean for thousands of years. To this day, it is regarded as a top-tier force within the maritime realms. In this ethereal dimension, powerful cultivators wielding exceptional swords are ubiquitous, each practicing formidable techniques. Within this independent realm, every elite disciple of the divine sword domain has the opportunity to cultivate, drawing upon the concentrated spiritual essence of the surroundings. Only inner disciples are privileged to enter this space for cultivation, vying for the chance to obtain a sword that belongs to them. The divine sword domain bears some resemblance to Mount Shu, housing thousands of swords, each possessing unique powers. From the depths of the divine sword domain, a voice resonated, laced with urgency and a hint of grievance. Father, this time I have endured such humiliation. You must stand up for me. The young master of the divine sword domain cried out, his usual arrogance dissipating, revealing a childlike vulnerability. The incident with Nanfei had left an indelible scar on his tender psyche. As his words faded, an ancient voice echoed in response. My lord, this time the fault lies with me for underestimating the enemy. I did not anticipate that among them there would be a powerful being of the celestial realm, to whom even my leaf sword intent could not make an impression, and that individual has already reached the 5th tier of the celestial realm. What? Following the elder's exclamation, a voice of great authority emerged. It was the lord of the divine sword domain, the one he referred to as my lord. A celestial being within the maritime realms already boasts considerable renown, and a 5th tier celestial can ascend to the ranks of the most formidable. In the first-rate sects, such a being is treated as an esteemed guest. When did our domain acquire such a formidable presence? Where did this individual come from? The Lord of the Divine Sword Domain pondered. The news of a fifth-tier celestial entering the world would likely send shockwaves through the maritime realms. Even he, as the Lord, is merely a half-step away from the sixth tier and is already a renowned figure in these waters. This individual must be extraordinary, he mused. The elder suddenly recollected something and added, "Indeed, my lord, this group appears to be from beyond our domain." The Lord emitted a chilling laugh. To think that there are those from beyond who can cultivate to such heights is indeed remarkable. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, this person has humiliated our divine sword domain and shall not be easily spared. What a fifth-tier celestial! I stand but a step away from the sixth tier, and among fifth-tier celestials, I am virtually invincible. Moreover, the God Sword domain possesses profound strength. What is there to fear? I shall meet with him forthwith. Should he choose to submit to the God Sword domain, I may grant him leniency, bestowing upon him the title of elder, allowing him to revel in the envy of others in wealth and glory. If he declines, then even if it requires the full might of the God Sword domain, he shall meet his demise. Otherwise, what becomes of our domain's dignity? The Lord, clad in a blue robe, stands with an air of pride. He is the true pinnacle of power in this realm, renowned far and wide, and his authority brooks no challenge. Chapter 151, The Main City. In the God Sword domain, the principal city, God Sword City, bustling with life, witnesses the arrival of three figures from beyond its borders, Yin Nanfei, Shuechinga, and Yuing. Observing the formidable cultivators that fill the city, Yin Nanfei cannot help but express his admiration. The strength of this mere city could sweep across the entire land of Shenzhou. It is no wonder that the young master of the God Sword domain referred to us as lesser beings from the outer realms. Indeed, their overall power is on a different echelon. Yet, if they're so powerful, why do they not invade Shenzhou? For millennia, few have dared to stir the winds and clouds above Shenzhou. Yuing inquired, perplexed. This question resonates in the hearts of all. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly, speculating, "We have crossed vast oceans and traversed layer upon layer of constraints. Between the ocean and Shenzhou, there are boundaries, albeit weak. The realms of Guishu and Tianqi seem insurmountable." Pausing briefly, Yin Nanfei continued, "Moreover, the cultivation resources on the land of Shenzhou are far inferior to those in the ocean. The spiritual energy here is far more abundant, and various rare beasts can be harnessed for energy. Such a sacred ground for cultivation might render Shenzhou inconsequential in their eyes, and the cultivators of Shenzhou may seem like mere rustic peasants to them." Upon hearing this, Yuing scoffed slightly. No matter how superior their realm, celestial beings remain a rarity. Although land deities may not be the apex, they're still formidable. Most cultivators ultimately languish in the realms of Guishu and Tianqi. What is there to be boastful about? Shuechinga nodded in agreement, recognizing that with Yin Nanfei's prowess, he too could dominate the ocean. Yin Nanfei smiled, "Not necessarily. In this vast world, there are always those more powerful, mountains beyond mountains, and the ocean is boundless. There are likely countless such celestial islands, perhaps even hiding unparalleled masters." The three proceeded with measured steps, absorbing the exchanges of the townsfolk, gradually piecing together additional information. Indeed, within the ocean, this celestial island was unknown. The expanse of the sea is too immense, with islands innumerable. Powerful first-rate forces, like the God Sword domain, typically occupy their own celestial island, governing all beings and order upon it. Besides the main city, there are numerous other cities of varying scales, each governed by a city lord who must possess at least the cultivation of Tianqi. Even bustling metropolises like the main city require a land deity to assume the role of city lord. Although terrestrial immortals may not be as rare as those found in the vast expanse of the Central Plains, their numbers within the oceanic domains are still rather limited. Recently, news has spread regarding several cultivators who have arrived from foreign realms, stirring considerable interest among the populace. It is common knowledge that these three outsiders have provoked the young master of the sword domain. Consequently, many are eager to witness the ensuing commotion. However, they remain blissfully unaware that among them, Yin Nanfei is a formidable fifth-grade celestial being. Otherwise, they might have chosen to remain silent, for no one wishes to antagonize such a terrifying entity. In the oceanic realms, solitary superpowers are not uncommon. In the past, a disciple from second-tier force faced dire consequences for speaking ill of a reclusive third-grade celestial. In a fit of rage, obliterated that individual. In these waters, logic holds little sway. The one with true power wields absolute authority. Have you heard? The master of the sword domain has resolved to enter the world and seek out those outsiders. Anyone who can traverse from the foreign realms must be at least a terrestrial immortal. What a pity they have provoked someone they should not have, a voice remarked. Not long ago, there was also an earthly immortal from a foreign realm who entered the ocean and offended numerous powers. I hear he is now being hunted by a coalition of influential figures. Goodness, are foreign cultivators truly so audacious these days? Chapter 152, News of Feng Qingzi. Believe it or not, I recently heard that the young master of the sword domain was stripped of his trousers and hung from a tree, receiving a thorough spanking. Those three outsiders seem utterly disdainful of the sword domain, someone commented. Is that truly the case? Such brutality? Another replied, incredulous, as the sword domain is regarded as a formidable force in the oceanic realms. Indeed, it is not merely his behind that is being struck. It is the very dignity of the sword domain that is at stake. This time, the master of the sword domain, the Xian Guang sword saint, will surely not let this transgression go unpunished. While this group fervently debated, Yin Nanfei and his companions brazenly passed by them. Although some noticed Yin Nanfei, they merely remarked upon his extraordinary demeanor, failing to connect him to the outsiders they had been discussing. After all, in this place, it is not uncommon for three individuals to travel together, and few would believe that these three foreigners would be so audacious. Upon arriving at the main city, Yin Nanfei finally caught wind of news regarding Feng Qingzi. Although no one explicitly mentioned the individual's name, Yin Nanfei had already deduced with considerable accuracy that it must be Feng Qingzi. Yet, even he had not anticipated the level of trouble Feng Qingzi had stirred within the oceanic realm in such a short time. Rumors suggested that his actions were even more audacious than those of Yin Nanfei himself. In that moment, all three of them could not help but express their astonishment. Indeed, the wisdom of experience prevails. Notably, the divine sword domain seems to have been previously provoked by the irreverent Feng Qingzi. Although Feng Qingzi hails from Mount Shu and, despite not being the most formidable in the oceanic realm, his mastery of sword control is truly remarkable. Without delving into other matters, his swiftness while wielding the sword is extraordinary. Even the numerous formidable beings summoned by the divine sword domain could not catch him. The exact nature of the offense against the divine sword domain remains unclear to Yin Nanfei. It appears that a conflict arose in another city within the divine sword domain, leading him to assault the city lord. Thus began his life on the run within the oceanic territories, with his adversaries steadily multiplying. Consequently, Yin Nanfei contemplated engaging with the divine sword domain, hoping to glean some intelligence regarding Feng Qingzi. After all, in an unfamiliar land, there is a certain camaraderie among fellow countrymen, often leading to emotional encounters. In the ensuing days, the divine sword domain swiftly exhibited the might befitting a premier power. With a sweeping bounty placed upon Yin Nanfei and his companions, effectively blanketing the entire main city. Those who had previously encountered Yin Nanfei and his associates were considerably agitated, as the reward offered by the divine sword domain was exceedingly generous. The trio, clad in white, red, and black, traversed together, and upon the issuance of the bounty, nearly every cultivator in the city hastily changed their attire to avoid any misidentification with the wanted individuals. The divine sword domain indeed mobilized significant resources. Misfortune loomed for the trio. They deserved it, for their reckless audacity knew no bounds, daring to provoke anyone. Historically, those who venture from foreign domains into the oceanic realm enjoy fleeting glory, only to be swiftly subdued by more powerful cultivators. Few have managed to etch their names into history, and the old man who faced a similar fate not long ago serves as a reminder of this truth. Now, being relentlessly pursued, it is essential to recognize that, while they originated from foreign lands, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of figures like the legendary Sanfeng Zhenren from millennia past. Only such individuals are deemed worthy to navigate the intricate power dynamics among the great factions. The vast majority quickly fade into oblivion. A spectacle is anticipated in the coming events. The divine sword domain dispatched numerous potent cultivators, even calling upon terrestrial immortals to seek out Yin Nanfei. Although these formidable beings do not rank among the elders, they hold significant status within the divine sword domain. However, after several days of relentless searching, no one has been able to catch sight of Yin Nanfei and his companions, leading many to speculate whether they have fled in fear of the divine sword domain's might. Just then, astonishing news emerged. The young master of the divine sword domain had been publicly humiliated. Indeed, history often tends to repeat itself. Chapter 153, Confrontation. In recent days, the entire divine sword city appeared to be in turmoil, as all manner of powerful beings from the divine sword domain surged forth to hunt for Yin Nanfei. This individual had repeatedly challenged the authority of the divine sword domain, and the sword saint Zhuangguang could no longer contain his indignation. Within the realm of the divine sword city, a tumultuous uproar ensued. Have you heard? The illustrious sword saint, Guang, has indeed taken matters into his own hands. It seems the trio from beyond are not to be underestimated. For decades, the divine sword domain has not stirred such commotion. Alas, they may be akin to grasshoppers in autumn, with little time left to leap, as none can withstand the wrath of the divine sword domain. Even many top-tier forces hesitate to confront the domain directly, let alone these three outsiders. It is said that just days ago, the young master encountered them once again and was subjected to humiliation, a situation that has now spiraled beyond reconciliation. The arrival of Yin Nanfei and his companions has stirred a storm throughout the city. Many believe that there was no escape for Yin and his associates. Yet they were astonished once more by the trio's blatant disregard for the gravity of their predicament. At the heart of the bustling Divine Sword City, in the densely populated Divine Sword Square, a fierce whirlwind suddenly descended. Many powerful cultivators found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, while the weaker ones, caught off guard, were hurled away by the tempest. Surrounding the square, numerous cultivators looked on in shock and curiosity, but few dared to approach. An unmistakable sense of foreboding hung in the air, as everyone could sense that something monumental was about to unfold. The relentless winds stirred up clouds of dust, shrouding the square and obscuring the view for the gathered cultivators. Amidst the swirling ash, a light chuckle echoed. This laughter, seemingly carefree, resonated with an undeniable authority in the ears of all present. The ensuing spectacle was destined to be etched into the memory of every onlooker. Ha ha! The divine sword domain is truly nothing of note. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who possessed such audacity? The Sacred Sword Square, situated at the very center of the divine sword city, was not only opulent but also heavily guarded by the domain's forces, which held it in high regard. Presently, several elders had descended upon this location, searching for the three outsiders. Whispers of speculation began to circulate. Likely, it was indeed those three intruders. What audacity these three displayed! As if they were not aware of the peril they courted, akin to willingly stepping into a snare. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, clad in flowing white garments, appearing as ethereal as a celestial being, exuding an extraordinary presence. Could this be the terrestrial immortal from another realm? Indeed, there was an air of unparalleled mastery about him. Yet, this was not the realm beyond. Outside the oceans, he may well have been the unrivaled champion, but within these waters, he could at best be considered a second-rate expert. It was true that such a demeanor could easily draw the ire of formidable beings at the celestial realm. In the context of the foreign realm's spiritual energy, those who ascended to the Earth Immortal stage were primarily prodigious talents. Yet today, their journey would regrettably come to an end. The entire central square had now been encircled by the formidable forces of the divine sword domain. The multitude of armored warriors, formidable in their own right, were not to be underestimated, especially in their proficiency against unparalleled masters. The army of the divine sword domain was aflame with martial fervor, regarding Yin Nanfei and his two companions as doomed. Yet, what truly astonished onlookers was the unexpected arrival of several high-ranking elders. These individuals were indeed titans of their realm. Amidst the crowd, a cold smile flickered across a spectator's face. The consensus was that the trio was destined for demise. All awaited the moment when the elders would strike, anticipating the spectacle of Yin Nanfei's tragic end. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold immediately. The elders merely focused their gaze on Yin Nanfei, betraying an evident wariness towards him. In an instant, the crowd was left in bewilderment. The elders of the divine sword domain, renowned celestial beings, were at least of the Earth Immortal pinnacle, verging on the threshold of true celestial status. Why would they harbor fear toward an outsider? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the assembly. Under normal circumstances, a single elder of celestial rank could effortlessly subdue the three. What was it that instilled such trepidation in them? At that moment, One elder spoke slowly, his eyes shadowed, revealing a profound apprehension. We need only to stall him for a brief moment. The Lord Master shall soon arrive. This revelation sent a wave of astonishment through the gathered cultivators. A cadre of hundreds in armor, along with several elders, were merely tasked with delaying this earth immortal in white robes. Could he truly be a force of such strength? Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfei let out a soft chuckle. A brief moment? That shall suffice. Both Xue Qingge and Yu Ying readied themselves, though they were merely at the earth immortal level. Their true prowess far surpassed that of ordinary earth immortals. Before your Lord Master arrives, allow me to impart some lessons, Yin Nanfei murmured. Such audacious words sparked a collective thought of disbelief among the onlookers. Yet, what transpired next nearly rendered them speechless, as the source of the elders' fear became clear. This was no mere earth immortal. He was unmistakably a celestial being. Moreover, he was one capable of dominating even among celestial ranks. The onlookers, lacking the depth of cultivation to discern Yin Nanfei's true strength, could only surmise that he was indeed mightier than the elders. Shall you all come forth to receive punishment? Or shall I take on a lot of you? Yin Nanfei taunted with a cold smile. The elders, unaccustomed to such humiliation, found the current circumstances ill-suited for confrontation. According to Elder Su, Yin Nanfei was at least of the 5th-tier celestial realm, a level only the Lord Master Xingong, the Sword Saint, could rival. Let us preserve our lives and delay until the Lord Master descends, commanded the leading elder, his countenance darkened by the weight of the moment. As the events unfolded, powerful figures from all directions converged upon the domain of the divine sword. With a gentle smile, Yin Nanfei ascended gracefully into the air. Xue Qingge and Yu Ying took charge of confronting the hundreds of armored foes below. Today, Yin Nanfei aimed to subdue several unparalleled celestial beings with his singular might. The spectators were left in awe. Such battles of this caliber were seldom witnessed in the oceanic realms, making it a rare privilege to observe firsthand. The Clash of Titans offered profound insights to all present. On this day, within the main city of the Divine Sword Domain, Yin Nanfei radiated brilliance, his presence commanding the void around him as his sleeves billowed. The valor of yesteryears was rekindled. With a resounding voice proclaiming sword comes, he ignited a tempest of overwhelming force across the seas. Chapter 154. The emergence of the sovereign in the air, a figure clad in white, floated ethereally, stirring a tempest within the very heart of the main city of the divine sword domain. Clad in flowing white garments that rustled in the wind, with hair dancing in the breeze, he wielded no sword, yet emanated an aura of sword energy that was palpable. Waves of surging sword chi seemed to declare to all present that at this moment, Yin Nanfei reigned supreme in the skies above. Sword comes, Yin Nanfei bellowed, his hand weaving intricate seals. As a 6th-grade celestial being, he required no further words to deal with the hundreds of armored adversaries and numerous elders below. With a mere gesture, countless brilliant flashes erupted, each a manifestation of sword shadows coupled with fierce sword energy cascading downward, a spectacle of immense grandeur. This scene can only be encapsulated in a singular phrase. Like a waterfall plunging 3,000 feet, it seems the Milky Way descends from the heavens. A tempest of wind and rain surged forth, compelling all spectators to retreat. Failure to do so would leave many innocent souls unable to withstand Yin Nanfei's formidable power. His strength was simply beyond their wildest imaginations. In the oceanic realms, many cultivators' techniques appeared grandiose, yet lacked substantial potency, often falling short of expectations. In stark contrast, Yin Nanfei's strike embodied a violent aesthetic, graceful, magnificent, and astonishingly powerful, a flawless assault. The entire square was engulfed in sword energy and light. Remarkable, an onlooker exclaimed in astonishment. Among the crowd, those positioned closer hastily summoned their spiritual energy to shield themselves from the onslaught of sword chi. Meanwhile, those observing from a distance could only be left in a state of shock. At this moment, Yin Nanfei was wholly unrestrained. The overwhelming spectacle had undoubtedly drawn the attention of all armored figures throughout the main city of the Divine Sword Domain. Even numerous formidable elders were intimidated by the might of Yin Nanfei's sword, rushing from all corners. Within the central square, though the powerful sword intent was palpable, the sword shadows had vanished from sight. Nevertheless, all present understood that this did not imply that Yin Nanfei's strike was merely for show. Rather, it was the sheer density of the sword energy that overwhelmed, with thousands of sharp sword shadows converging like flowing water, resembling a torrential waterfall cascading from the heavens. At the precipice of this waterfall, it appeared as though the firmament had been cleaved open, inviting forth the vastness from the night sky. Despite the formidable prowess of the elders of the divine sword domain, they found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding Yin Nanfang's onslaught, their expressions shifting from shock to despair. Countless armors were shattered by the deluge of sword energy, obliterating even the remnants of their wearers, leaving only crimson blood mingling with the sword currents. The square was suffused with the stench of blood. A few elders, possessing slightly greater strength, managed to endure for a fleeting moment. Yet they too were destined to succumb swiftly. The blood-red vortex swept across the main city, enveloping it in a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. How formidable! Someone gasped in awe. This strike, if unleashed with full force, could indeed annihilate a city without doubt. Is this the chasm that lies between us and the unparalleled powerhouses? Compared to them, we truly seem like mere ants. The Divine Sword domain has encountered a formidable foe this time. This sword Immortal is a rare talent, appearing once in millennia. When the Lord of the Divine Sword domain does not emerge, who can contend with him? All onlookers displayed fervent anticipation. Such clashes between titans are not opportunities that arise casually. Now, everyone began to eagerly await the moment when the Lord of the Divine Sword domain would descend, and the cataclysmic battle that would ensue. Yin Nanfang hovered in the void like an arrogant deity, surveying the masses with nothing but divine disdain. A few elders, fortunate enough to survive under Yin Nanfang's blade, were mostly grievously wounded, some with arms and thighs severed, others barely avoiding becoming mere pulp. Looking at them, Yin Nanfang scoffed disdainfully, and soon, more powerful figures from the divine sword domain rushed forth. Thief, prepare to meet your demise. It must be said that the divine sword domain truly boasts a plethora of formidable figures. Even a single elder possesses the strength to dominate the vast expanse of the divine land. Moreover, many of the esteemed elders whom the divine sword domain truly valued had yet to reveal themselves. These individuals were merely pawns testing Yin Nanfang's mettle. Yin Nanfang chuckled softly. Come fort. He then waved his long sleeves, unleashing a sword shadow that carried a tempest, resonating like a thunderous dragon's roar. The spectators felt a flush of embarrassment. This strike, though seemingly less imposing than the previous one, was unmistakably a terrifying killing move. Those latecomers from the divine sword domain were likely also marching towards their demise. Yin Nanfang stood proudly amidst heaven and earth. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of sword energy cleaving the powerful into two did not materialize. At the moment when the sword energy surged forth, a sudden beam of golden light, pure and noble, descended from the heavens, evoking an instinctive feeling of reverence among all living beings. Subsequently, a colossal golden sword plummeted from the sky, unleashing a tremendous force that neutralized Yin Nanfang's sword energy. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as the sword struck, sending vibrations through the ground. As the dust settled and the shadow of the giant's sword dissipated, it transformed into a divine golden weapon, radiating astonishing energy and profound brilliance. The dark clouds above seemed to be pierced by this divine sword, creating a void that connected to another realm, a display of spatial power. Yin Nanfang chuckled with intrigue, having sensed that the most formidable presence within the domain of the divine sword had been secretly observing him all along. At this moment, could they no longer restrain themselves? Chapter 155. I possess a sword, named Extermination of Immortals. A dazzling golden light shone from a void as a figure gradually descended, leaving everyone in awe. No one had anticipated the sudden appearance of the Lord of the Divine Sword domain at such a critical juncture. The radiance spread, rendering the entire main city of the Divine Sword domain even more sacred. This elusive figure, known for their unparalleled prowess, had finally made their entrance. Some felt their blood surging with excitement. This was undoubtedly a significant individual, one of great renown across the seas. The Lord's strength was undeniable. Their mere emergence commanded such an impressive display. Did you see that? When the Lord's mystical golden sword appeared, it effortlessly countered the formidable sword energy of the white-clad sword Immortal. I sensed that, even in terms of aura, the mystical golden sword saint undoubtedly holds the upper hand. It appears that the white-clad sword Immortal may very well meet their demise today. Yet, one cannot say for certain. Perhaps the white-clad Immortal might be swayed by the mystical golden sword saint, and become an elder within the divine sword domain. After all, they too are a rare, celestial cultivator. Regardless, it seems there will soon be a grand confrontation, and we are indeed fortunate to witness it. The onlookers murmured among themselves, but it was evident that they leaned towards favoring the lord of the divine sword domain, for this individual is a seasoned warrior with a legendary reputation, having faced numerous battles and holding an extraordinary status. In contrast, no matter how powerful Nanfei may be, he remains an outsider, unlikely to surpass the mystical Golden Sword Saint. Most importantly, who can contend with the mystical Golden Sword Saint's half-step 6th rank cultivation? Only Nanfei found himself at a loss for words. What kind of lord radiates light, akin to his sun, seeking to show off? If there is to be a battle, let it be a battle. Why the grandiose descent from the heavens, creating an air of pretense? Thus, a peculiar thought formed in Nanfei's mind. Descending from a sky, does he think he is a thunderstorm? Nanfei, lacking the demeanor of a sword immortal, bluntly stunned the crowd with his words. Brother, we are in the midst of a fight. This is a serious situation. Must one say it this way? Even the esteemed sword saint of illumination has had his dignified countenance altered. Is it truly impossible for me to complete this competition in peace? Do you not realize how unethical your actions are? Yet, no one anticipated that Nanfei would continuously unleash his astonishing remarks. Do you prefer to spy or fear death? Hiding in the shadows to observe the situation when you could have emerged? Are you scouting the terrain? Must you wait until your comrades have all perished before making your appearance? Such pretentiousness! I suggest you abandon the title of Sword Saint of Illumination and simply be called the Saint of Illusion instead. Everyone was left agape. Even Shui Qingge and the God of Death, Yue Ying, appeared utterly bewildered. How had Nanfei suddenly become so loquacious? The Sword Saint of Illumination maintained his regal demeanor, letting out a cold snort as if he were entirely indifferent to Nanfei's provocations. You emerge from the sea and conduct yourself with such arrogance. Do you truly intend to leave no avenue of retreat for yourself? The Sword Saint's gaze was frigid, yet he had no intention of striking directly. Nanfei chuckled softly, his laughter bright and clear, finally shedding the earlier nonchalance. It must be said, when Nanfei takes things seriously, he indeed possesses the bearing of a sword immortal. The notion of a retreat is typically something one offers to others. Unruly. This is the impression Nanfei has left in the hearts of all. It is essential to remember that Nanfei stands before the Sword Saint of Illumination, the master of the divine sword domain, a true peerless powerhouse. Even the leaders of various factions in the sea treat the Sword Saint with deference. Yet, Nanfei remains so unyielding and composed. This incident will surely echo throughout the seas. The Sword Saint's expression gradually turned icy. Should you choose to beg for mercy, I might spare your life. Acknowledging the difficulty of your journey to this point, I could even grant you a chance to atone by becoming one of the divine sword domain, enjoying the privileges of an elder and serving me, allowing your previous actions to be forgiven. The Sword Saint struggled to suppress the fury within. In truth, if Nanfei could be swayed, it would be preferable to engaging in battle here. The Sword Saint's achievements were not solely due to brute strength. Rather, his profound cunning allowed him to ascend to this lofty position through a combination of strength and intellect. Just then, the young master of the divine sword domain rushed in with fury, and upon seeing Nanfei and his companions, he reacted as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, his father was nearby. To him, his father was his eternal pillar of support. Nanfei smiled, a somewhat sinister grin. What? Do you still wish for spanking? The young master's face turned beet red. Father, that is him. Do not spare him. Upon witnessing this, Nanfei burst in a hearty laughter. Rest assured, shortly, I shall strike your father as well. After all, brothers in arms fight side by side, don't they? The moonlit shadows and the gentle snow song both erupted into laughter. The young master clenched his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless, placing his hopes upon his father. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint of Radiance seemed unable to contain the fury within, were it not for Nanfei's considerable prowess. He would have been a lifeless corpse by now. He smiled coldly. If you remain obstinate, I shall have no choice but to send you to your demise. A murderous intent flickered in the Sword Saint's eyes, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. Nanfei was excessively arrogant, and those familiar with the divine sword domain understood that the Sword Saint had already extended an extraordinary favor to him, treating him like an elder something many desired yet could not attain. Only those whose strength was acknowledged by the Sword Saint could ever hope to become an elder of the divine sword domain. Yet, Yin Nanfeng showed such ingratitude. Did he not fear that his celestial cultivation could be utterly destroyed? Or did he harbor the arrogance to believe he could rival the Sword Saint of Radiance, who was of a 6th rank in celestial realms? Yin Nanfeng declared, Sword Saint of Illusions, I propose that you relinquish all the resources of your divine sword domain and become my servant. In return, I might spare your life. Should I establish a sect in the future, you could very well become an elder. This arrangement is undeniably advantageous for you. Such brazen words. The Sword Saint of Radiance rebuked him fiercely. Since you are so stubborn, I shall send you to the afterlife. Then, with a sudden movement of his hand, a golden divine sword flew forth autonomously, radiating a brilliant golden light as it settled into his grasp. The entire Holy Sword Square was engulfed in tumultuous winds and swirling clouds. Yin Nanfeng remained unperturbed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He discerned the extraordinary nature of the sword in the Sword Saint's hand. This man would likely prove to be the most formidable adversary he had encountered since ascending to the celestial realm. As a thought crossed Yin Nanfeng's mind, the execution sword emerged, yet he did not grasp it. As a sword immortal, he understood that grandiosity was essential. The execution sword slithered around him like a mystical serpent, embodying the essence of a true sword immortal. Above the square, one side was awash in resplendent brilliance, while Yin Nanfeng's side appeared somewhat tranquil, akin to a still pond, with only the execution sword in motion. Nevertheless, the Sword Saint's expression grew solemn, for despite the calmness, Yin Nanfeng's aura remained undiminished. After a moment of tense standoff, it was the Sword Saint of Radiance who first shattered the impasse, initiating the attack. The onlookers felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed a rare privilege to witness such a breathtaking clash between titans. Battles among celestial beings are eternally etched in history, and to witness one firsthand is immensely beneficial to one's martial pursuits. Yin Nanfeng laughed heartily, and the execution sword burst forth, exuding boundless celestial energy. I wield a sword, known as the Execution of Immortals. Chapter 156, Battle Against the Sword Saint of Radiance. His voice reverberated across the sky, resonating within the hearts of all who heard it. The Sword Saint of Xuanguang scoffed repeatedly, his eyes dark and brooding. Regardless of your strength, if you cannot become a part of my divine sword domain, then death is your only fate. There are no friends here, only foes. No matter how resounding your name may be, when faced with true power, submission is your sole option. Although the Xuanguang Sword Saint exuded an air of immense nobility, his voice was chillingly cold. He then gazed at Yin Nanfeng with an expression akin to that reserved for a corpse, and continued, However, you have no chance of yielding. Instead, you shall descend directly into the depths of hell to lament. With a thunderous shout, the Xuanguang sword in the hands of the Lord of the Divine Sword Domain surged with sword intent, radiating like golden light in all directions. This was a unique skill of the Divine Sword Domain, transforming light into sword intent, where light embodies various significances. It represents unparalleled speed, indomitable majesty, an indestructible will, and a power that can illuminate and permeate the surroundings. Yin Nanfeng raised an eyebrow as the brilliance enveloped the sky. The sword intent swept through the air, and this vast expanse of Xuanguang, formed from pure sword energy, appeared tranquil yet concealed profound mysteries, harboring astonishing lethality. Retreat from the Xuanguang sword aura. Someone shouted in alarm. For them, being tainted by this aura would likely result in severe injury. Should one's body be extensively engulfed by the Xuanguang, they would be mercilessly shredded by the surging sword energy within. The structures within the Xuanguang crumbled instantaneously, dust and debris billowing forth, transforming the area into a desolate ruin imbued with a sense of sacred nobility. Yin Nanfeng smiled, his palm outstretched, summoning a tempest from seemingly nowhere. At this moment, who dared to question Yin Nanfeng's cultivation at the celestial immortal level? Amidst the Xuanguang, he exhibited no signs of distress. What else could withstand the Xuanguang's assault, if not a celestial immortal? Most importantly, Yin Nanfeng appeared remarkably at ease, seemingly untouched by the Xuanguang's effects. As he spread his palm, his white robes billowed in the wind, exuding an unparalleled grace, and suddenly his sword, Zhu Xian, seemed to possess a will of its own. lunging forth with a flying sword that spiraled toward the Xuanguang sword saint, emitting a resonant hum. What a magnificent sword control technique. Someone marveled. Though they all practiced martial arts, it must be acknowledged that the sword path is indeed the most captivating branch. However, becoming a sword immortal is not a feat attainable by all. Merely possessing a long sword does not equate to mastery of the sword path. The essence of the sword path lies in its principle, emphasizing sword intent, sword energy, and sword techniques, rather than mere acts of striking with the sword. Thus, while terrestrial immortals can be achieved with relative ease, sword immortals are exceedingly rare. This rarity fuels the aspirations of all cultivators, for within the hierarchy of cultivation, the sword immortal stands as the epitome of admiration. The flying sword wielded by Yin Nanfei undoubtedly stemmed from the art of sword control, representing an exquisite level of swordsmanship. In the realm of the Sword of Radiance, the Sword Saint wielded his blade with a horizontal stance, unleashing a surge of radiant energy that echoed through the earth, producing a series of explosive sounds that resonated with formidable intensity. The clash of the Sword of Radiance against the Sword of Extermination illuminated the skies, accompanied by thunderous roars, as both combatants' auras ascended dramatically, plunging the scene into chaos. A whirlwind swept mercilessly through the area, forcing the onlooking cultivators to retreat, quickly finding themselves several dozen miles away. It seemed that the Lord of the Divine Sword Domain was resolute in his intent to claim the life of Yin Nanfei here. In their initial confrontation, Yin Nanfei had held his ground, which had ignited a sense of caution within him. He resolved to exert every ounce of his strength, sparing no effort. The spectators could only watch in astonishment, while outside, Schwechinga murmured somberly. Should these two engage in a full-scale battle, it was likely that the city would be reduced to ruins. Within the main city of the Divine Sword Domain, the architecture had become unrecognizable. Overtaken by a forming cyclone that howled skyward. In the void, two figures stood opposed, while residents of the city fled in a state of panic. The battle at the level of celestial beings left them with no choice but to evacuate, lest they become mere collateral damage. Ewing reassured Schwechinga, "Fear not. Nanfei will emerge unscathed." He then gazed into the distance. Such a level of combat was beyond the reach of even their terrestrial prowess, leaving them as mere observers. In that moment, both felt the weight of their insignificance and yearned to elevate their own cultivation, determined not to hinder Yin Nanfei any further. Within the main city of the Divine Sword Domain, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Yin Nanfei and the Sword Saint. The Sword of Extermination struck relentlessly, its resonance echoing with deadly intent, each swing capable of delivering catastrophic damage. Energy ripples swept through the land, causing the earth and structures to crumble in succession. The wrath of a celestial being could only be described as apocalyptic. I, the Sword Saint of Radiance, at the brink of the sixth tier, shall ensure your demise today. The Sword Saint's defiant roar ignited a genuine murderous intent within him. He unleashed his ultimate techniques, the hallmark skills of the Divine Sword Domain. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was met with an uncanny smile on Yin Nanfei's face. Upon witnessing that smile, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his assault. This technique is one of the most formidable sword arts of my Divine Sword Domain. Let us see if you can withstand it. The Sword Saint bellowed. Sword Art of Radiance, Light Rain. Suddenly, the Sword Saint's aura radiated with mystical brilliance, transforming into countless luminous points, each capable of illuminating vast expanses, each embodying a devastating sword energy. "It's this technique," someone in the distance exclaimed. The Sword Saint seldom employed this skill, and once he unleashed the Light Rain, it signified a battle to the death with his opponent. Even a fifth-tier celestial being might struggle to withstand its power. Everyone was engulfed in extreme tension. Could it be that a sword immortal would today meet a tragic end? It was indeed a pity. However, upon witnessing this scene, Yin Nanfei remained unfazed and smiled leisurely. He then formed a sword seal with his hand, summoning the Zhu Xian sword back to his grasp. Suddenly, the pupils of the Xianguang sword saint widened in astonishment, as if he had beheld an unbelievable sight. The Zhu Xian sword in Yin Nanfei's hand erupted with a pure and radiant light, emanating a divine aura. Subsequently, it dispersed, mirroring the Xianguang sword saint himself, as countless white light points converged in the air behind him, exuding an imposing presence. The entire assembly was taken aback. How could he possibly wield the ultimate technique of the Divine Sword Domain? Yin Nanfei, however, regarded the Xianguang sword saint with disdain, casually remarking, "Apologies, but this technique is one I can also employ." A cold smirk played upon Yin Nanfei's lips. Today, he would use your divine sword domain's secret art to defeat you. The Xian Su Saint Master, without feeling any shame. Chapter 157. Encountering a stumbling block. Everyone displayed expressions of shock, glancing at one another in disbelief. The Xian Guang sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the divine sword domain, and it was perplexing how an outsider like Yin Nanfei could have mastered it. Even more astonishing was the fact that this mystical art required one to possess the purest Xian Guang bloodline for cultivation. No outsider, regardless of effort, could hope to learn even a fraction of it. Yet, Yin Nanfei's version of the Xian Guang sword technique appeared somewhat different, lacking the dazzling golden light. Instead, radiating a white orb that shimmered with a hint of divine essence. Nevertheless, without a doubt, what Yin Nanfei wielded was indeed the Xian Guang sword technique. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively. A bold onlooker exclaimed, "Wow, Yin Nanfei can actually use the Xian Guang sword technique. Could he possibly be the Sword Saint's brother?" However, another countered, "No way, they don't even resemble each other." Even the Xian Guang sword saint himself was taken aback. He could hardly fathom Yin Nanfei's sudden display of skill. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice laden with unmasked killing intent. He could not ascertain Yin Nanfei's true identity. Nor did he know if his forebears had left a descendant in the outer realms to vie with him for the position of Saint Master of the Divine Sword Domain. Nevertheless, even if Yin Nanfei were indeed connected to the Divine Sword Domain, he must die today. Moreover, if that were the case, he could not be allowed to live any longer. Having gained fame over hundreds of years, the Xian Guang Sword Saint had carved a bloody path through countless life and death situations. Throughout his journey, he had engaged in fierce struggles with his own brothers for the position of Saint Master, becoming blinded by rage and devoid of any brotherly affection. To him, all who obstructed his path ultimately became souls claimed by his blade. This was a path forged in blood, one that would not tolerate any potential threats. Yin Nanfei cast a disdainful glance at the Sword Saint of Xiangong, naturally perceiving the intense murderous intent radiating from him. Observing Yin Nanfei's smile, the Sword Saint of Xiangong scoffed repeatedly. "Regardless of your true identity, it matters not. For me, you simply need to perish, and that will suffice." With a furious roar, the Sword Saint of Xiangong launched an assault. Witnessing this, some gasped in shock. They had not anticipated the Sword Saint to be so ruthless, seemingly uninterested in uncovering Yin Nanfei's true nature. In contrast, Yin Nanfei remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, as he waved his long sleeves. "Go!" Yin Nanfei pointed his sword, unleashing countless ethereal white orbs filled with celestial energy, akin to a torrent of sword chi. However, as their sword intents clashed, the brilliance enveloped the heavens, rendering all else dim in the face of their might. The collision of their sword intents caused the surrounding environment to erupt violently. Thus ensued a series of relentless confrontations, with the Sword Saint of Xiangong evidently no longer holding back. Yet, to his astonishment, the Divine Sword Domain's ultimate skills he wielded were effortlessly matched by Yin Nanfei. Furthermore, their potency appeared to surpass even that of his own cultivated techniques. At this moment, a sense of dread began to creep into his heart as he pondered the true identity of Yin Nanfei. Not only him, but the gazes of all present had shifted, transforming Yin Nanfei's identity into an enigma. "Regardless of how mysterious your identity may be, today, I shall ensure that your head remains here, avenging past humiliations. No matter the number of ultimate skills at your disposal, you cannot possibly be my equal, a half step into the 6th rank of celestial immortals." With a thunderous shout, the Sword Saint of Xiangong surged forward at an astonishing speed, his aura overwhelming, shedding any hesitation. Even if it meant obliterating the entire main city of the Divine Sword Domain, Yin Nanfei must die. The mightiest strike among celestial beings was about to be unleashed, a blow that could very well determine the victor. Speculation arose among the onlookers. Excitement permeated the crowd. This battle would undoubtedly resonate throughout the seas. Yet, many remained skeptical of Yin Nanfei, for the Sword Saint had one foot firmly planted in the 6th rank of celestial immortals, his cultivation overwhelmingly superior. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei suddenly chuckled softly. Though his laughter was unassuming, it echoed in the hearts of all present. This moment would be etched in many memories forever. In the void, Yin Nanfei spoke, deliberate and unhurried. "I have played enough. It is time to get serious." His smile turned contemptuous, devoid of any other emotion, emanating a genuine disdain. His gaze, no longer casual, transformed into an icy glare. Some found themselves compelled to describe this look with 4 words: the contempt of kings. Suddenly, Yin Nanfei's aura surged dramatically, a powerful energy causing the very air of this realm to swirl rapidly, a violent wave of energy rippling across the ground. The sword saint of Xiangong was rendered utterly dumbfounded. You have remarkably transcended the 5th rank, ascending to the 6th rank of celestial being. The astonishment of all is palpable. What does it mean to be a 6th rank celestial being? What level of strength does that entail? Even the esteemed sword saint, upon attaining the 5th rank, spent nearly a century before barely reaching the threshold of the 6th. The realm of celestial beings is notoriously arduous to navigate. Many formidable individuals find their fates sealed at a certain tier. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, the absence of favorable fortune and the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance often renders further advancement exceedingly difficult. Thus, any celestial being can traverse the seas with impunity, and for the great powers within these waters. Even a 1st-rank celestial being is not to be trifled with. Rather, they will seek every means to cultivate an alliance. The realm of celestial beings represents the zenith of the cultivation hierarchy across the land, and any greater mastery likely resides only within the fabled celestial realms. Therefore, for all sects, the strength of their influence is primarily gauged by the number of celestial beings they possess, followed by the count of earthly beings. The Sword Saint, as a 5th-rank celestial being, is already a formidable figure, a top-tier expert in the seas. Beyond the 5th rank lies the realm of superlative masters, representing the pinnacle of existence in this world. In the entire oceanic expanse, the highest known cultivation level is merely that of an 8th-rank celestial being. Thus, a 6th-rank celestial being can indeed operate without restraint. The Sword Saint's formerly haughty demeanor evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of despair. At this moment, he was besieged by a torrent of turmoil within. The enigma of this outsider was overwhelming. Never before had such a remarkable powerhouse emerged from the outer realms in millennia. Although he himself stood at the precipice of the 6th rank, the Sword Saint understood that this seemingly minor step was, in reality, a chasm of disparity. A true 6th-rank celestial being could easily take his life with but a thought, their movements as effortless as a mere gesture. He found himself harboring resentment towards his son for his blindness in provoking such a deity. Now, not only was he unable to chastise Yin Nanfei, but he could only pray that in a fit of rage, Yin Nanfei would not unleash havoc upon him, perhaps even obliterating the divine sword domain in the process. Should Yin Nanfei truly seek retribution, even sacrificing his own life would not afford him the capacity to endure, leading the divine sword domain into an abyss of nightmares. The Sword Saint firmly believed that for a 6th-rank celestial being, such actions were not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 158, A Lifetime of Stain. The Sword Saint's heart was gripped by dread, leaving him at a loss for words or actions. Yet within, his thoughts ran deep. Alas, dear child, why must you be such a source of trouble? Of all the individuals to provoke, you chose a 6th-rank celestial being? Let us set aside the trivialities. I am unfamiliar with this 6th-tier celestial elder and, alas, cannot expand my network. Even seeking assistance proves futile. Who would dare to involve themselves with such a formidable figure? It is prudent merely to keep a safe distance. How ironic it is that I intended to impress him, only to realize he was merely indulging me in play. The true fool is I. Across from him, with an aura surging dramatically, Yin Nanfei appeared in his flowing robe, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He let out a hearty laugh. These trifling relics from your divine sword domain, I had thought them to be unparalleled divine abilities, yet they are nothing of the sort. The Sword Saint of Xianguang felt a wave of indignation. Nothing of the sort? Our divine sword domain boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years, rich in foundation. How is it that your perception reduces it to mere trifles? You are unaware of the many who fervently seek even a fraction of our mastery. How dare you belittle it? Yet, despite the multitude of grievances brewing within, the Sword Saint dared not voice them further. This esteemed figure from the divine sword domain was not one to provoke. A show of force would yield no results, and one must tread carefully. Your strength is undeniable. Your words reign supreme. Then, with a cold demeanor, Yin Nanfei declared, Today, I shall unveil my own divine prowess. As the words fell from his lips, he called forth a command, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. With a resonant cry of sword, "Come forth!" the air was filled with the sound of countless swords being drawn from their sheaths. In an instant, the sound of clashing blades echoed from all directions, and 1,000 long swords surged toward Yin Nanfei, only to eerily halt in midair, coalescing into a canopy that obscured the entire sky. Yin Nanfei stood tranquil, hands clasped behind his back, while the multitude of swords, as if endowed with sentience, began to whirl around him, slicing through the air with a symphony of shattering sounds. In a heartbeat, the swords flowed like a river, leaving all in awe. With a resounding shout, Yin Nanfei commanded the swords to launch forth, leaving his onlookers in a state of bewilderment, paralyzed in place, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, his mastery of sword control was a feast for their eyes. This was the essence of a sword immortal. Yin Nanfei required no physical intervention. The myriad swords danced in perfect harmony with his will, transforming into dragons and scattering to create a tempest of sword rain. The sword saint of Xianguang could only brace himself, increasingly overwhelmed by the spectacle. In a state of panic, he activated the protective formation of the divine sword domain. This formation, having been refined over millennia, was indeed formidable. A great luminous shield resembling an inverted porcelain bowl enveloped the entire domain. Countless beams of profound light shot forth, clashing against Yin Nanfei's 1,000 swords. The intricacies of this formation were profound, having been tempered by the passage of time, and even Yin Nanfei's sword control could not breach it immediately. The strength of this formation lay in its ability to withstand the ferocious assaults of 6th-tier and even 7th-tier celestial beings for a brief period, buying precious time for the divine sword domain to seek a glimmer of survival in dire straits. However, the sword saint of the radiant light, despite his intricate calculations, could not foresee that Yin Nanfei was not merely a sword immortal, but also a master of formations. Yin Nanfei unleashed a celestial seal, and enigmatic runes emerged, floating in the heavens above. To the onlookers, these runes appeared profoundly inscrutable, utterly incomprehensible. Gradually, the arcane symbols descended, their power shattering the protective barrier of the radiant light sword array, causing it to crumble progressively. The sword saint was struck with astonishment. Yin Nanfei's might was overwhelming, and he never anticipated that even the protective domain array would falter before him in an instant. With a gesture of indifference, Yin Nanfei waved his hand, and amidst the swirling multitude of swords in the air, the exterminating immortal sword resonated with a hum, darting forth. Grasping the exterminating immortal sword firmly, Yin Nanfei declared, "It is time to conclude this." He raised the sword high above his head, reciting incantations. 9 heavens profound abyss, transform into divine thunder, resplendent celestial might. Be summoned by this sword. A thunderous roar erupted as dark clouds spiraled in the sky. A tempest arose, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Energy surged forth amidst the thunderous patterns. The expanse of the clouds was vast, nearly enveloping the entire island governed by the divine sword domain. The true technique of divine sword controlling thunder. The power of the divine thunder, summoned by this technique, was intrinsically linked to the practitioner's cultivation level. Now, as Yin Nanfei had attained the 6th rank of celestial immortality, the might of the true technique of divine sword controlling thunder was likely to be utterly devastating. He bore no pity for the divine sword domain. Though formidable, it had always been overbearing. From a moment their young master had mocked him, Yin Nanfei had lost all fondness for this faction. Moreover, the aggressive demeanor of the sword saint, ruthless and unrestrained, had made their murderous intent evident from the outset. Had Yin Nanfei been merely a 5th rank or lower, he might have already faced a dire fate. As the divine thunder descended, amidst the brilliant flashes of lightning, the entirety of the divine sword domain seemed on the brink of ruin. How terrifying! Was this the power of a 6th rank celestial immortal? Indeed, astonishing. This unparalleled divine ability surpassed even that of the divine sword domain. The spectators were left in awe, shaken by Yin Nanfei's display. The lightning illuminated the entire island. Then, to their astonishment, they witnessed Yin Nanfei darting forward, plunging directly into the radiant light. As the brilliance faded, an intriguing scene unfolded. Yin Nanfei's exterminating immortal sword had hoisted the sword saint of radiant light into the air, and unbeknownst to them, a resinous substance appeared in Yin Nanfei's hand, followed by a mischievous expression on his face. "You are despicable," yet I shall spare your life. I want you to remember this day forever. This day will become your lifelong torment. It shall be an indelible stain upon your existence." In a sudden shift of demeanor, Yin Nanfeng seized the sword saint's trousers, tearing them apart. "A gentleman may be slain, but must not be insulted. Just kill me directly." "What are you doing?" "No, please don't." As he struggled, Yin Nanfeng wielded a forked branch and unhesitatingly struck it against his backside. Yin Nanfeng felt a lingering discontent and, in a flash, seized both the young master of the divine sword domain and elder Su once more. Shuechinga and the god of death, Yue, were left speechless. Indeed, history often presents itself in astonishingly similar patterns. Chapter 159, The Pillaging of the Divine Sword Domain. Yue and Shuechinga were utterly dumbfounded. The other onlookers among the cultivators were equally at a loss for words. Yin Nanfeng was undeniably ferocious. In broad daylight, he dared to commit such acts against 3 men. This was the holy master of the divine sword domain. Meanwhile, the Xianguang sword sage wore a face of utter humiliation. "For heaven's sake, I am a peerless powerhouse of the 6th rank celestial realm. Do I not deserve some dignity?" He lamented inwardly. However, he was entirely at Yin Nanfeng's mercy and could not move an inch. Although Yin Nanfeng's strikes bore no spiritual energy, as a 6th rank celestial, he felt no pain. Yet, each time the branch struck his backside, it felt as if it were slapping his face. The once great reputation of the divine sword domain was now irrevocably tarnished by his own hands. "Let it be. I am weary." After tiring from his exertions, Yin Nanfeng casually discarded the branch and turned to return to Shuechinga and Yue. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, driven by lingering satisfaction, and kicked the Xianguang sword sage's backside. "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious," Yin Nanfeng muttered. The Xianguang sword sage was on the verge of tears. "Please, I implore you to show mercy. The divine sword domain acknowledges its mistakes." His voice was tinged with desperation. He dared not provoke this formidable figure any further. Yin Nanfeng chuckled and said, "Oh, weren't you the one who wanted me to bow down in submission?" Hearing the malicious undertone in Yin Nanfeng's words, the Xianguang sword sage was startled and hastily replied, "No, no, no, I dare not. I submit, I submit." Yin Nanfeng maintained his playful demeanor and then kicked the young master of the divine sword domain. "And you, weren't you going to teach me a lesson?" The young master, though no longer bold enough to boast, showed a glimmer of defiance. "Do not revel too much. When I ascend to the celestial realm one day, I will personally defeat you." Yin Nanfeng was somewhat taken aback by the young master's tenacity, yet he felt no anger. It must be said that the character of the young master of the divine sword domain was commendable, in terms of both cultivation and temperament. He was indeed a genuine young genius. However, such a brash personality often invites hostility from all sides. Were it not for his status, he might not have survived to this day. Yin Nanfeng smiled and waved his hand. Yet, he was not so magnanimous. After a light cough, he stated, "If you wish for me to spare the divine sword domain, that may be possible, but having come this far, how could I leave empty-handed? Otherwise, in my future endeavors through the martial world, would I not be left utterly humiliated?" The sword saint of Xuanguang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing he could curse the ancestors of Yin Nanfei for generations. Was it merely a matter of seeking some advantages? Why complicate things with such illogical reasoning? Though he harbored these thoughts, he dared not voice them and could only manage a forced smile, saying, "Please, take whatever you desire, just spare my divine sword domain." Simultaneously, he contemplated hastily offering Yin Nanfei a trivial item to appease him. Yin Nanfei sheepishly scratched his head, but to the discerning eyes of the sword saint, he appeared exceedingly disingenuous. "In that case, I shall not be polite. Rest assured, I shall not take much, just a token to signify our encounter." Yin Nanfei's face bore a smile, yet for reasons unknown, the sword saint felt a growing sense of foreboding upon witnessing it. "Moments latte." The sword saint nearly spat blood in disbelief. What Yin Nanfei intended as a mere token was, in fact, a brazen plunder. He summoned Yue and Zi and the trio, resembling robbers in the midst of a heist, stormed into the space of the divine sword domain, hastily rummaging through an array of secret techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. The sword saint's eyelids twitched incessantly as the foundation of the divine sword domain, built over millennia, was systematically dismantled before his very eyes. Following this, it would be exceedingly difficult for the divine sword domain to shine as it once did. With a resigned sigh, the sword saint thought, "No matter, As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of firewood running out. Regardless, the essence of the divine sword domain had been preserved. What was taken was not its true, untransmittable secrets. He glanced at his son, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he delivered a swift kick. You wretched wastrel, you pitiful creature. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Yue and Zi were overjoyed. With such a vast trove of treasures from the divine sword domain, their cultivation and strength would surely surge to new heights. If these items were to be placed upon the land of Shenzhou, the entire continent would likely erupt in chaos. Afterward, Nanfei exhaled deeply, surveying the spoils of this venture with immense satisfaction. It was the first time he had plundered such a formidable force. Indeed, it was somewhat addictive. Subsequently, Nanfei and his companions stored these magical artifacts within their personal spatial devices, and Nanfei graciously extended his thanks to the Sword Saint. Thank you, Brother Xuanqiu. I shall take these and leave the rest. It feels rather inappropriate to take more. The Sword Saint's mind raced with a torrent of expletives. What do you mean just these? Haven't you cleared us out entirely, and yet you feel embarrassed? It seems you are still hungry for more. What else do you wish to take? Do you intend to snatch the plaque of my divine sword domain as well? Just as Nanfei was about to depart, he suddenly remembered something and returned to remove the plaque of the divine sword domain. Ah, I almost forgot. This plaque is indeed a remarkable treasure. Xianguang, the Sword Saint, was taken aback. Subsequently, amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude, Nanfei and his companions prepared to depart from this place. As they were leaving, Nanfei waved his hand in farewell, for this was undoubtedly a memorable journey. Farewell, Brother Xuanqiu. I shall return next time. Xianguang's expression darkened instantly. Dear brother, must you truly return? Please spare me the torment, and direct your mischief towards others. Nanfei chuckled lightly, soaring on his sword to the island's shore, where he discovered the still, slumbering dragon. Yue and Xuanqiu exchanged glances. Goodness, how heavy-handed was Nanfei to have knocked it out for such a long duration. Nanfei approached, impatiently striking the dragon's head once more, with a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. All the cultivators on the island beheld the sight of a figure standing nonchalantly atop the dragon's head, exuding an air of grace. Behind the dragon, a boat was tethered. Indeed, there's quite a spectacle here, some cultivators remarked in awe. Chapter 160. A Rising Reputation. Not long after the tumult in the divine sword domain, the long-silent seas began to stir. A sixth-grade celestial from the outer realms had audaciously invaded the lair of the divine sword domain. Such news was indeed sensational, for the divine sword domain held a significant position within the maritime realm. While it could not be deemed a true superpower, it certainly qualified as a first-rate force. Numerous opposing factions watched with glee, some reveling in the chaos. However, the sheer might of this white-clad sword immortal inevitably instilled a sense of trepidation among certain powers. After all, no one wished to attract the attention of such an extraordinary adversary. The strength of a sixth-grade celestial was overwhelmingly formidable. In the celestial realm, the fifth grade represented a crucial threshold. Originally, Xianguang, the Sword Saint of the Divine Sword Domain, was on the verge of ascending to the sixth grade. Should he succeed, according to the unspoken rules of the Maritime Domain, the Divine Sword Domain would soar to new heights, qualifying as a superpower, truly surpassing all within the seas. However, with Nanfei's interference, while a retreat was afforded to the Divine Sword Domain, the aftermath of the battle left their mindset damaged, and their future cultivation might stagnate or even regress significantly. It was as if the decline of the Divine Sword Domain was palpable to all. Their potential resurgence depended upon the young master. Yet, as the wall crumbles, those who once supported it may turn against it, if the Divine Sword Domain were to fall. Their young master, having made countless enemies, would find his survival uncertain. Many lamented the fate of Xianguang, a once great hero, now facing such misfortune, which indeed felt like a tragedy. Yet, there was little to be done. Throughout history, countless unparalleled strongmen have met their end in despair, and Xianguang was but one among them. In contrast, Nanfei remained unperturbed by the fame he had garnered within the maritime realm, leisurely resting upon the deck. In the boundless expanse of the ocean, various spirit fish thrive, while Nanfei, with a decisive punch, prepares a meal. It seems that Nanfei and his companions are not here to explore the uncharted seas, but rather to indulge in leisure. Yu and Xuanqiu, on the other hand, are harnessing treasures gleaned from the divine sword domain to enhance their prowess. They have come to realize just how vital strength is in this maritime realm. Despite being formidable Earth immortals, they can only be regarded as third- or fourth-rate experts here. Nevertheless, upon entering the ocean, they distinctly sense an increase in the aura of the heavens and earth, and their cultivation speed has markedly accelerated. While breaking through on the mainland of Shenzhou is akin to scaling the heavens here, it may not be an impossible endeavor. Suddenly, a violent storm erupts ahead, nearly capsizing the wooden vessel carrying Yin Nanfei and his companions. Fortunately, Yin Nanfei deftly channels his spiritual energy to stabilize the boat. Even the dragon, equivalent to an Earth immortal, perceives the impending threat. What is happening? Shuechinga inquires, perplexed. She cannot fathom what kind of being could emanate such an overwhelming presence. The grim-faced killer, Yu Ying, sniffs the air twice and solemnly declares, there is a scent of blood. A fierce battle lies ahead, likely with heavy casualties. Yin Nanfei, unfazed, nods leisurely and takes a bite of the roasted fish in his hand. No worries. Let us proceed. We shall not engage in any conflict. Yu Ying and Shuechinga nod in agreement. As they continue their journey, a cacophony of sounds begins to emerge faintly. It is an island, though considerably smaller than those in the divine sword domain, populated by numerous individuals who appear to be a well-trained militia. They stand tensely upon the island, gazing at the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea, and it seems they have noticed the arrival of Yin Nanfei and his party. People on the ship, where do you come from? Leave this place at once. It is perilous. Someone shouts. Yu Ying, observing the sea, senses something amiss. Suddenly, a dragon roars, and the water erupts with fierce columns, as colossal creatures surge forth from the depths. These are the titans of the deep, each possessing strength akin to that of land-based immortals. Yu Ying is taken aback, glancing at Yin Nanfei, only to find him gazing intently into the distance, lost in thought. Yin Nanfei's eyes seem to penetrate the void, and at the edge of his sight, no one knows what he truly perceives. Chapter 161. Taking Action. Splash. The sea's surface becomes tumultuous as immense beasts from the deep emerge, releasing astonishing roars. The inhabitants of the dilapidated island across appear frantic. Yin Nanfei discerns that their cultivation is rather rudimentary, rendering them insignificant in this vast ocean. These colossal beasts possess strength equivalent to that of Earth immortals, which poses an utterly catastrophic threat to this island. The vastness of the sea stretches endlessly, and in its boundless depths, their power is relentless. The sects on each island rarely venture into the ocean unless accompanied by formidable guardians from their ranks. Even then, countless disciples from significant sects have met their demise while training in these treacherous waters. After all, encountering a powerful aberrant creature at random is perilously dangerous for the majority of cultivators. However, the deep-sea aberrations seldom launch attacks on any particular island. They merely maintain a sense of territorial awareness. Yet today, this somewhat desolate island is besieged by a dozen such creatures, an occurrence most unusual. The roars of these aberrations herald an unprecedented crisis and oppression, and what Yin Nanfei perceives are the despairing gazes of the island's inhabitants. He then gazes forward, his expression solemn. At the edge of the void, two figures hover in midair. One of them speaks slowly. It seems outsiders have arrived. Will they disrupt our plans? The other figure snorts coldly, replying, with a dozen aberrations of Earth immortal caliber, who possesses the strength to thwart us. They are overestimating their capabilities. Given this, how shall we deal with them? We are to act in secrecy as instructed by the sect leader, without revealing ourselves easily. Yet this group has appeared quite unexpectedly. Although they are innocent and unrelated to our affairs, their ill fate has led them to witness what they should not have. In that case, silence must be ensured. Indeed, it is best to eliminate potential threats. However, the girl on that ship may be kept. It has been ages since I have enjoyed myself while traversing these waters. One of them concludes, their laughter dripping with malice. The others can be killed without hesitation. Another boasts, displaying utter disregard for the unfolding events. Yet unbeknownst to them, from afar, a pair of eyes aboard a wooden vessel peers through the void, watching them intently, oblivious to the fury and murderous intent emanating from Yin Nanfei's gaze. Yu Ying approaches Yin Nanfei, who casts a glance at him before lazily yawning. Initially, he had no intention of meddling, yet the world often operates in such a manner. Sometimes trouble finds you even when you seek to avoid it. Yu Ying smiles, possessing neither Yin Nanfei's profound perception nor insight, but as an earth immortal of considerable strength. He senses an underlying anomaly. All of this is not as simple as it appears. Subsequently, Yin Nanfei remarks, although these 13 aberrations possess the strength of earth immortals, individually, they are weaker than you and Qingge. Their numbers, however, present a commendable opportunity for your cultivation. Qingge and Yu Ying exchanged a knowing glance, and then Yin Nanfei turned his gaze towards the horizon. As for me, I merely need to await the arrival of a few individuals from that direction. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the monstrous beasts launched an unexpected assault. In an instant, the sea became tumultuous, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, thunder rumbled, and a palpable sense of tension enveloped the air. The inhabitants of the island scrambled to respond, yet the power and sheer numbers of the beasts were overwhelming. There were more than a dozen monstrous creatures, each possessing strength equivalent to that of earth immortals, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Hurry! Inform all the cultivators on the island. This calamity is too great. Our entire island may face annihilation. We can only fight with all our might. Heavens, how terrifying! This is the royal lineage of the deep sea. It is said that in the depths of the ocean, their power rivals that of the human celestial beings. And many of the beastly monarchs have reached the pinnacle of strength, perilously close to the path of immortality. Indeed, the deep sea poses a tremendous threat to the entire maritime realm. To the 3 individuals across the way, they urged, quickly leave this place. It is far too perilous here. We are suffering this calamity. Do not let it implicate you. You are innocent. Amidst the chaos, some island residents still urged Yin Nanfei and his companions to depart, revealing their kind-hearted nature. Yu Ying and Qingge exchanged glances, but rather than retreating, they leaped forth, their auras surging dramatically. The island's cultivators were astounded. This is indeed the aura of earth immortals. These 2 young individuals, appearing merely youthful, possessed such profound cultivation. For most of them, it was their first opportunity to witness the majesty of earth immortal prowess. After all, their island ranked among the weakest in the maritime domain, and its remote location meant that powerful cultivators seldom graced it with their presence. Yet, they still harbored concerns for Yu Ying and Qingge. What could the prowess of earth immortals achieve against overwhelming odds? After all, the deep-sea beasts were all of earth immortal caliber. Then, Yin Nanfei chuckled as he patted the head of the little dragon. Hey, little mudfish, why are you just staring? Get to work. The dragon murmured, seemingly reluctant. It was understandable. Even though it itself possessed earth immortal strength, it dared not openly offend so many beasts. Typically, they harbored animosity towards humanity in the deep sea. Even if its power was formidable, any action against them would be seen as a betrayal of its kin, leading to relentless pursuit by its own kind should it ever escape. The deep sea might even dispatch royal beasts to hunt it down. And those are the absolute rulers of the ocean. A mere earth immortal dragon could not afford to provoke such beings. Yin Nanfei shot a glare, then extended a finger to lightly touch the dragon's head. Remarkably, such a seemingly trivial gesture made the dragon shudder involuntarily. He sensed the sharp sword energy emanating from Yin Nanfei's finger, acutely aware of the looming threat to his life. Yin Nanfei chuckled and reassured him, do not worry. No one dares to trouble you. Should any misfortune arise, I shall shield you. But if you do not stand firm, who among your kin would protect you? The Jiaolong appeared to confront a demon, and thus began yet another reluctant day of forced labor. It harbored a sense of unwillingness, grumbling internally, damn it. This dragon has no dignity in its toil. It is a profound disrespect to dragons. Alas, off to work I go. Working dragon, laboring spirit. Chapter 162, The Battle. Upon the island, cultivators soared into the sky at breakneck speed, joining the fray. The majority of the practitioners on this island were merely at the awakening or ruins level, capable of standing out as formidable figures in the vast land of Shenzhou. However, in the oceanic realm, they resembled ants atop a lofty mountain, insignificant. Yet, Yin Nanfei discerned that they seemed to possess their own arcane methods, akin to formations, through which a few could collaborate to unleash even greater power. For reasons unknown, he felt that this seemingly desolate island was far from the simplicity it appeared to embody. The most powerful being on the island was an elderly man, well into his 60s, with hair as white as snow and murky eyes that seemed on the verge of defeat. He gazed at the combatants, Yu Ying and Qingge, with a dazed expression. Subsequently, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards them. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, but this beast is overwhelmingly strong. This battle is fraught with peril, and we cannot bear the thought of dragging others down with us. Please, I implore you to leave this place swiftly. Yue and Shuechinga offered no response. Yet both recognized the resolve in the elder's eyes. Despite facing such dire circumstances, he showed not a shred of despair. A roar erupted from the beast as it suddenly fixated its attention on Shuechinga and Yue. It seems even if we wish to retreat today, there are those who would not allow it, Yue remarked, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as her aura surged dramatically. The island's cultivators were left in awe. They had never encountered such a solemn and chilling presence. A murderous intent that felt as though it had emerged from the depths of hell. Shuechinga also revealed her true prowess, exuding an overwhelming demonic energy. These two were not to be underestimated, standing as paragons among the Earth Immortals. The deep-sea beasts were momentarily taken aback, momentarily dazed by the sudden intensity of their combined might. Even the two enigmatic figures in the distance were caught off guard, surprised to find such formidable Earth Immortal strength in such a location. Indeed, it was an unexpected revelation. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly complicated. No worries, one of them remarked. For this time, we have harnessed the power of our sect leader to summon a dozen beasts equivalent to terrestrial deities. We shall see if we cannot contend with them. However, amidst the astonishment of all, a sudden roar reverberated through the heavens, startling everyone. A dragon-like creature burst forth from the sea, abruptly entering the battlefield. A group of deep-sea beasts exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Where did this fellow emerge from? And which side are you on? The dragon opened its massive maw and let out a fearsome bellow. Initially, the deep-sea beasts presumed the dragon to be an ally. However, to their shock, it suddenly lunged at one beast's neck. All the creatures were left in a state of confusion. What on earth is happening? Did you make a mistake in your target? Are you prepared to oppose the entire deep sea? We are engaged in battle with humans. Why are you creating further chaos? Thus, the conflict descended into utter disarray. Though the number of beasts was overwhelming, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. When pitted against the cultivators on the island, their absolute strength could easily overshadow all else. Unfortunately for them, they faced Shuechinga and Yue, both of whom were akin to Yin Nanfei, defying conventional logic. Although they were both Earth Immortals, each possessed their unique fortunes. Furthermore, in battles of equal realms, the beasts' shortcomings became apparent. Their limbs were not as developed as those of humans, significantly limiting their offensive capabilities. Their only advantage lay in their comparatively easier path to cultivation. Yu Ying's murderous intent was razor-sharp, crimson bloodlight flashing as if the very air were saturated with the scent of blood. I have slain many, yet this is my first time killing a beast. Yu Ying laughed heartily. As the Lord of the Hall of Killing, I shall once again become a legendary figure in these waters. With a cold voice, Yu Ying commanded the blade of death to coalesce in the air before it surged forth, aiming to rend the atmosphere asunder. Shuechinga's overwhelming demonic energy was equally formidable. In these waters, unlike the vast expanse of the central continent, there was no real contention between immortals and demons. Yet even so, demonic cultivators remain a minority. Moreover, he possessed the legacy of the ice god, endowing him with notable combat prowess. In the distant sky, the two decided it was time to take action. They had not anticipated such formidable opponents appearing in this location. Could it be that they had uncovered the island's secret? Uncertain, they resolved that they needed to intervene. The man in white had not made a move throughout, leaving his abilities unclear. He appeared frail, surely not a master, and likely aware of his own limitations. Charging into the fray would only complicate matters, causing no concern. So it is indeed you, Brother Tyance, he mused. Let us act. With a proud smile, Tyance replied coldly. The two made their decision and immediately commenced their actions. On the island, everyone turned their attention to a single direction, sensing two powerful forces approaching. Another pair of Earth Immortals. The elder's face was etched with despair. What has transpired today? When did the terrestrial immortals become so undervalued in the sea? Even in the oceanic realm, Earth Immortals should still maintain their exalted status. Merely a dozen aberrant beasts pose a formidable challenge, and they can only rely on the esoteric techniques passed down from their ancestors to barely hold their ground for a fleeting moment. Were it not for the presence of Yu Ying, Shuechinga, and that dragon, they would not withstand the onslaught. Even Shuechinga's countenance has shifted slightly. She is not overly concerned, but she did not anticipate the involvement of others behind this turmoil. Most critically, these two individuals also possess the cultivation of Earth Immortals. Yet their aura suggests they are equal to, or perhaps even superior to herself and Yuing. The two auras swiftly approach, exuding an unprecedented sense of oppression. The heavens seem intent on eradicating my ancient clan. The elder cried out to the sky, filled with indignation and resentment. Their clan has lived on this island, detached from worldly affairs and untainted by secular concerns. Yet they are inexplicably beset by such calamities, oblivious to why they have drawn the attention of outsiders. The two newcomers laugh with abandon. Who could have imagined that you two would be so formidable? Alas, your misfortune lies in offending us. Today, your lives are destined to end here. However, just as the two of them charged forward with maniacal laughter, Nanfei, who had been quietly dozing at the bow of the boat, suddenly opened his eyes. As the two approached, they no longer concealed their murderous intent, each wielding their magical artifacts, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. This time, they dared not delay or underestimate their adversaries, for their futures within the sect were at stake, as were their very lives. Should there be even the slightest hint of failure, their sect master's wrath would be swift and lethal. Thus, they wore expressions of malevolence, casting furtive glances at Shuechinga. Once the task was accomplished, they intended to spare the beauty's life, allowing themselves a moment of indulgence, a reward for their efforts. With this thought, a hint of lewdness crept onto their sinister faces, and they began to fantasize about inappropriate scenarios. Yet, abruptly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura manifested before them. Their forms halted, trembling uncontrollably. What sensation is this? It is akin to an ant encountering an elephant, or a wildfowl meeting a fierce tiger. As if a primal suppression coursed through their veins, sensing the oppressive might of an authority figure. It is an impulse that compels one to bow in submission, causing the hair on their bodies to stand on end. They gazed ahead, where on the wooden vessel, a figure sat cross-legged, indifferent, his expression neutral, devoid of both sorrow and joy. Yet within those unremarkable eyes seemed to lie an unfathomable depth, a crystalline clarity that could instantaneously engulf everything. This is a powerhouse, a formidable being that neither of them could afford to offend. This thought emerged in their minds with alarming clarity. Instinctively, they sensed that this man in white was not to be trifled with. Run, tiens se soudain chuted. In but a fleeting moment, their backs had become thoroughly drenched in sweat. At the sound that rang out, both men instinctively turned and fled in a state of panic. For a being of such formidable strength, to extinguish their lives would be as effortless as crushing an ant. They needed to escape before his wrath fully ignited. Yet, alas, it was too late. Nanfei was enraged, and his fury was not easily quelled. Ever since he had sensed the malice from these two and their lecherous intentions towards Qinggu, his anger had been kindled. Though Nanfei typically exuded a gentle demeanor, when truly provoked, he could unleash devastation upon those who were blissfully ignorant of their own insignificance. Otherwise, he would not have taken an interest in the affairs of this island. A dragon possesses its reverse scale, and to touch it is to court death. For Nanfei, his reverse scale was Qinggu. She had once perished due to his negligence, and in the depths of his remorse after resurrecting her, he vowed never to allow her to suffer harm again. Such a wish was non-negotiable. The other practitioners on the island also sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Nanfei, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. This formidable presence transcended their wildest imaginings. Who could have anticipated that such an unassuming man, quietly seated at the bow of the boat, was a concealed, unparalleled powerhouse, surpassing even the terrestrial immortals? With an impassive expression, Nanfei's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, a flying sword was summoned. With a resounding clang, the sword's melody reverberated, spiraling around him. The sight was extraordinarily mystical, igniting a yearning among the island's young practitioners. What youth does not aspire to become a renowned sword immortal? Shortly thereafter, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the flying sword lunged forward with ferocity. The sword's aura intensified, creating a rift in the atmosphere, followed by a tempestuous whirlwind that churned the sea into tumult. The two men, sensing the lethal energy behind them, turned pale, gripped by terror. The intent to kill was unmistakable, yet Nanfei showed no mercy. For his strike was aimed to end lives. One man, overwhelmed, could only cry out in desperation, "Senior, we acknowledge our wrongs. Please spare us." The other shouted, "Senior, we are deeply grateful for your mercy. Should you insist on our demise, it would surely bring calamity upon yourself. Do you not know who we are?" Before the second could finish, all present witnessed a flash of cold light, and these two celebrated terrestrial immortals met their end with astonishing ease. Blood gushed forth, splattering into the sky, as two severed heads fell upon the surface of the sea, accompanied by the sound of two resounding splashes. Consequently, the waters transformed into a deep crimson hue, while the bodies of the unfortunate souls, propelled by their forward momentum, did not immediately submerge but instead plunged headlong into the depths as headless corpses. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the aura of slaughter. Yet, Yin Nanfei remained seated at the bow of the ship, his countenance impassive, as if oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The flying sword returned, swirling around him, and Yin Nanfei cast his gaze towards the group of deep-sea monstrosities. Feeling the sharpness of Yin Nanfei's gaze, the creatures trembled in fear. Acutely aware of their inadequacy in facing him, regret washed over them as they pondered their ill-fated alliance with that so-called sect leader, which had led them to trouble this island. It seemed unlikely they would escape death this time. Nevertheless, Yin Nanfei refrained from striking them directly, instead turning his attention back to the sky ahead, where the remnants of blood mist lingered after the demise of the two Earth immortal experts. Peering through the crimson haze, Yin Nanfei addressed the heavens. "Since you have arrived here, I implore you to reveal yourself." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Yin Nanfei's sudden utterance. However, an overwhelming sense of pressure soon enveloped the space. Out of nowhere, a figure emerged from the void before them, clad in a long robe fashioned from the pelts of exotic beasts, his visage resolute and his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Yin Nanfei. Beneath him, he rode a formidable beast, a colossal tiger adorned with wings, which was clearly not of deep-sea origin. Both the man and his steed were evidently formidable entities. "I never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary figure as yourself in this remote locale," the man in black remarked, his voice low and laced with wariness, as his tiger emitted a series of ferocious roars. Yin Nanfei smiled softly, his demeanor unruffled as he replied, "I find it perplexing that with your celestial cultivation, you could effortlessly obliterate this island to achieve your objectives, yet you choose to go through such elaborate means, even sacrificing two capable subordinates in the process." Chapter 164, The Plan. Upon hearing Yin Nanfei's inquiry, the man in black chuckled darkly, the sound tinged with malice. "I had believed the plan would reach fruition without a hitch, but your emergence as an unparalleled sword immortal has taken me by surprise. I am indeed curious as to why you find yourself here. Have you perhaps uncovered the secrets of this island?" Yin Nanfei's expression remained unchanged, and he offered no response to the man in black's question. "Is it to frame the deep-sea beasts?" The man's visage tightened before settling into a calmer demeanor. "No matter. Today, you are fated to perish here. Even if you have discerned my intentions, it matters not." Upon hearing this, the others could not help but roll their eyes. For although the situation did not permit such reactions, the scheme at hand was glaringly obvious. Anyone of sound mind could discern that they intended to frame others while securing their own safety. It must be said, though the exact faction behind this plot remained unclear, all present noted one thing. The intellect of the cultivators within this faction appeared rather lacking. Even the deep-sea beasts roared in outrage at such actions. Yin Nanfei, upon hearing this, displayed an air of intrigue. "So, do you believe you can end my life here?" he murmured softly. The man in black chuckled. "Though I know not from whence you hail, my second-grade celestial status, coupled with the first-grade celestial Tiger King, surely suffices to detain you." All the cultivators gasped in astonishment. A second-grade celestial was undoubtedly a formidable elder within a great power. Furthermore, even his steed was equivalent to a first-grade celestial, indicating his extraordinary status within his faction. The elder present, likely the leader of this island, pondered deeply, "Our clan has long secluded itself in this remote locale, having offended none of the current powers in the seas. Why then must we contend with a petty wretch like you?" The man in black laughed heartily. "You feeble clan have laid claim to that which does not belong to you. Such treasures are only fit for a mighty force like my Beastmaster clan." At these words, the cultivators on the island were struck with alarm. What? A powerful member of the Beastmaster clan? This clan was among the elite in the seas. Even the equally prestigious sword domain could not rival their overall strength. Most crucially, It was rumored that this clan possessed a secret method to control exotic beasts, and their might was further augmented by contracts with these creatures. Their chieftain had even bound himself to a dragon of the 6th grade celestial realm. Though not a true superpower, they ranked among the foremost in the maritime expanse, and even the superpowers dared not provoke the Beastmaster clan. Having gleaned some insight into the situation from other cultivators, Yin Nanfei remained unperturbed. He had little regard for the Beastmaster clan. A 6th grade celestial posed no threat to him, as he himself was a 6th grade celestial. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle, he possessed the strength to contend with a 7th grade celestial, albeit the battle would be fierce. Furthermore, Yin Nanfei's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. It would not be long before he could claim dominion over the entire sea. The man in black laughed with arrogance, clearly proud of his lineage. Wherever he went, countless gazes of respect followed him, solely due to his affiliation with the Beastmaster clan. Even the Lord of the Sword Domain, a 5th grade celestial known as the Sword Saint of Xiangui, would have to temper his demeanor in the presence of such a figure. Although both the Beastmaster clan and the Divine Sword Domain are esteemed powers, they no longer reside on the same echelon. If you were to submit to me now and eliminate everyone present to demonstrate your sincerity, I could indeed recommend you as an elder of my Beastmaster clan. In that case, you would bask in endless wealth and glory, and we would not have to cross swords. What a splendid arrangement that would be, the man in black stated. Yet as he spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, hinting at ulterior motives. However, Yin Nanfei quickly saw through this facade. Submit to you? Slay everyone here, only for you to silently kill me afterwards? Then I would be branded as the true villain responsible for the destruction of this island, while you would emerge as a hero. With such formidable strength, why does your Beastmaster clan resort to such convoluted schemes? Why concern yourselves with the potential backlash from annihilating an island? Yin Nanfei retorted. The man in black scoffed. The Divine Sword Domain naturally disregards such slander. Should anyone dare to defy us, we would simply subdue them. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfei chuckled. I surmise it is because you harbor trepidations, fearing that the secrets here might be unveiled to the world, drawing the attention of even more powerful beings. After all, if we adhere to your law of the jungle, your Beastmaster clan does not truly stand at the apex of the maritime forces. I have heard that the most formidable known entity in these waters is currently a rank 8 celestial, seemingly on the verge of breaking into rank 9. Yin Nanfei stroked his chin, presenting a plausible deduction. However, it must be said that he perceived everything with clarity, each word striking deep into the heart of the man in black. Fundamentally, the Beastmaster clan seeks to secure their own interests while casting blame onto others, ensuring that no monumental troubles befall them. Based on Yin Nanfei's century-long experiences, he surmised that what the Beastmaster clan values may soon fall under their control or be assimilated, after which they might truly become an unstoppable force in these waters, a power no one dares to provoke. Yin Nanfei smiled enigmatically, not at anything else but the ignorance and folly of the Beastmaster clan. I must say, your plan is riddled with flaws from beginning to end, quite foolish indeed. The elder of the Beastmaster clan suddenly erupted in fury, exuding an astonishing aura, while his mount, the Tiger King, let out a thunderous roar, the atmosphere charged with electricity. You know too much, and thus today you must die, he declared coldly, charging relentlessly toward Yin Nanfei. This man in white possessed a terrifying intellect. Their meticulous plan was so easily unraveled. The elder of the Beastmaster clan had resolved that, under any circumstances, no survivors would be permitted. Yet, Yin Nanfei remained unfazed, seated cross-legged on the wooden boat, his smile deepening into an inscrutable expression. Chapter 165, Slaying the Beastmaster Elder. How amusing, to face death yet remain so confident. The elder of the Beastmaster clan sneered. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure, yet he has never encountered someone as arrogant as Yin Nanfei. The elder, who commands this island, is consumed by anxiety. He cannot discern Yin Nanfei's cultivation level, yet he is undeniably powerful, which heightens his concern. He is at a loss as to how today's events have escalated to this point. The deep-sea aberrations alone were sufficient to bring about their ruin, and the emergence of so many Earth immortals, culminating in the appearance of a second-tier celestial immortal, is beyond comprehension. Young brothers, you must leave swiftly. Their target is us. Do not let yourselves be dragged into this. It has not been easy for you to reach your current level of cultivation, the elder implored urgently. Yin Nanfei merely smiled indifferently at him, his demeanor suggesting he had no intention of departing. The elder of the Beastmaster clan burst into hearty laughter. Leave? No one shall escape today. I shall cleanse this realm in blood. Every creature shall become a specter under my command. With a booming voice, the elder unleashed a surge of energy, his formidable spiritual power radiating with an untamed ferocity, resembling a savage beast. The Tiger King he rode let out a ferocious roar that echoed across the heavens, stirring a tempest. The sea surged violently, causing the very island to tremble, sending birds and beasts into a frenzy, while the overwhelming force obliterated vast stretches of forest. On the island, countless cultivators found themselves unable to withstand the elder's overwhelming aura, spitting blood as their spiritual energies faltered, nearly leading to their demise. Shuechinga and Yu Ying, aware of their inability to partake in such a high-stakes conflict, ascended to the island to safeguard the weaker cultivators. Those at the Earth Immortal level fared somewhat better, but those at the returning ruins and celestial awakening stages were surely incapable of withstanding the overwhelming presence of a celestial immortal. Even the deep-sea aberrations trembled in fear. The aura of a celestial immortal was to them akin to a rabbit in the gaze of a soaring eagle, instilling dread. Strangely, the elder's formidable aura failed to affect Yin Nanfei. Waves of energy halted just 3 feet before him, unable to encroach upon his space. The elder of the Beastmaster clan finally launched his attack, drawing forth a long spear, his countenance stern. The Tiger King charged forward, each stride accompanied by a shift in the surrounding energy as the sea surged skyward and ominous clouds loomed ever lower. Explosions echoed as he approached Yin Nanfei. The spear raised high, ready to strike with devastating force. A fierce wind swept through, nearly blinding everyone present as they struggled to breathe. Is this the power of a celestial immortal? Even a casual strike renders us, the onlookers, utterly powerless, someone remarked in awe. Shuechinga and Yu Ying channeled their spiritual energy, striving with all their might to resist the ferocious gale. Yet it was evident that they too were suffering under the strain. Indeed, most individuals remain skeptical about Yin Nanfei, as he has yet to establish a significant reputation. However, his adversary hails from the Beastmaster clan. I hope this young brother endures, the elderly man murmured with concern. Yet, soon they found themselves unable to perceive the unfolding events in the void ahead, for the power at play surpassed their cultivation levels by an insurmountable margin, erecting a barrier that obscured their vision and understanding. They could only sense the overwhelming surge of energy erupting forth. On the battlefield, as the spear descended, it failed to inflict any harm upon Yin Nanfei. Channeling his sword aura, he deftly parried the weapon and cast a cold glance at the elder of the Beastmaster clan. No matter who you are, I have no interest in playing games with you. Have your clan leader come to see me directly. You are not worthy, he declared in a frosty tone, shedding any pretense of profundity. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, a gust of air surged forth, as if summoned from the depths of the cosmos. The elder of the Beastmaster clan's countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld what appeared to be an immense wave rising behind Yin Nanfei. Even outsiders would mistake it for a tsunami. Yet, all could sense the formidable sword aura contained within this tempest. The elder's heart raced with trepidation. What exquisite sword intent! What magnificent sword energy could coalesce into such a forceful tide? He envisioned myriad sword shadows, radiant and ethereal, entwined within the tumultuous waves, crashing forward with a mournful resonance from heaven and earth. Even if you are a celestial being, you shall still taste defeat, the elder of the Beastmaster clan bellowed. Just as the colossal wave surged forth from behind Yin Nanfei, its sword shadows gleaming with cold light, leaving the onlookers astounded. They could only witness the relentless sword energies surging towards the elder, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, over a dozen deep-sea aberrations suddenly launched their assault, their bodies adorned with peculiar patterns. Yin Nanfei chuckled softly. The elder of the Beastmaster clan had managed to summon reinforcements through his clan's secret techniques amidst the chaos. However, these reinforcements were far from sufficient to contend with Yin Nanfei. With another flourish of his sleeve, a long sword materialized in his grasp, and with a casual wave, an overwhelming sword energy surged forth. It was as though a voice from beyond echoed, proclaiming the severance of worldly injustices and the annihilation of heartless beings. With a resounding thud, a mist of blood erupted upon the ocean's surface, as those dozen or so aberrations, equivalent to the Earth Immortal realm, were simultaneously cleaved in two by Yin Nanfei's single strike, their bodies disjoined before they even comprehended the nature of their demise. Subsequently, the crowd witnessed the myriad sword shadows in the distant sky gradually dissipating, revealing the elder of the Beastmaster clan and the Tiger King, both battered and bruised. A torrent of rage surged within the elder's heart. He had never suffered such a complete defeat. His desperate roar, filled with resentment, echoed through the air. "Today, I shall ensure your destruction." He bore a resolute expression, and despite his severe injuries, he persistently held himself upright, brandishing his spear as he charged once more towards Yin Nanfei. It was evident that he was already exhausted, his strength waning. Had he seized the fleeting opportunity to escape and heal while Yin Nanfei harbored no intention to kill him, he might have had a chance at survival. However, at this moment, he had thoroughly provoked Yin Nanfei's ire. With a resigned tone, Yin Nanfei declared, "I told you, you are unworthy now." He then pointed his sword, and suddenly, a phantom blade erupted with brilliance, piercing through the elder of the Beastmaster clan's skull. A once peerless celestial being had fallen so easily. It is worth noting that this transpired in the mere span of a few breaths. No one anticipated Yin Nanfei's overwhelming strength and audacity. He had slain an elder of the Beastmaster clan, irrevocably forging a bitter enmity that would likely prompt the clan to pursue him relentlessly across the seas. In Chapter 166, Conspiracy, Yin Nanfei withdrew his spiritual energy, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. With a flourish of his sleeve, he resembled an otherworldly being. While all were captivated by his extraordinary presence, he unexpectedly exhaled and uttered a rather deflating remark. "Phew, the job's done." The crowd was left in stunned silence. The majestic aura he had carefully cultivated dissipated in an instant. Indeed, do unparalleled powerhouses lack dignity? Although the elder of the Beastmaster clan lay dead, his mount had not been slain by Yin Nanfei. It now mournfully gazed upon its fallen master, weeping. The onlookers on the island lamented the deep bond between the ferocious Tiger King and its master, a poignant sight indeed. Yet, just as they were moved, Yin Nanfei thrust his sword once more, reducing the elder to mere dust, leaving no trace behind. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Wow, how ruthless. The impact was profound, and the insult was palpable. Yin Nanfei sheathed his sword and dusted off his clothing, remarking, "With a man dead, leaving the body here serves no purpose, and without anyone to collect it, it wouldn't be environmentally sound, would it?" The Tiger King was left in stunned disbelief. "I can't believe this. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. No, wait, it seems you've already done that." With a mournful howl, the Tiger King lamented. But Yin Nanfei swiftly unleashed a celestial imprint. His actions stemmed from the insight he gained upon the elder's demise. When a celestial being perishes, a remnant of their consciousness lingers, and through this fragment, Yin Nanfei uncovered the many heinous acts committed by the Beastmaster clan, which had terrorized the region. Thus, with a stern expression, Yin Nanfei ensured that the elder was utterly obliterated, feeling that even this was insufficient to quell his wrath. As the celestial seal affixed itself to the Tiger King, his immense form trembled, and the memories that had been sealed away surged forth into his consciousness. He recalled many events, particularly that fateful day when the beast-taming clan unexpectedly descended upon their homeland, hunting indiscriminately. Numerous companions were slain, and the more formidable among them were abducted to be cultivated into powerful beasts, destined to forge contracts with their captors. At that time, he had stepped forward as the leader. However, he was merely at the level of an Earth Immortal, easily suppressed by an elder of the beast-taming clan, who subsequently sealed his memories and bound him in servitude. Thereafter, he was manipulated by that elder, leading to the massacre of all his kin. The Tiger King let out a mournful roar, with lightning flickering in his eyes. Although he had since attained the strength of a first-grade celestial, he could never return to his former life. The thought of so many of his kind perishing at his hands filled him with regret, and a burgeoning fury toward the beast-taming clan began to swell within him. With a thunderous roar, he gazed skyward, directing his attention to Yin Nanfei. The latter spoke softly, "Follow me, and soon you shall have your vengeance." The Tiger King, understanding human speech, nodded in agreement. He subsequently followed Yin Nanfei to this island. After the great battle, Yin Nanfei was rightfully hailed as a hero by the cultivators inhabiting the island. Amidst the cheers, the elder leader approached Yin Nanfei, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for alleviating our clan's peril." Yin Nanfei smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing, just a small effort." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded. though his expression soon shifted back to concern. Young brother, having slain the elder of the beast-taming clan, they will not let this go lightly. You should leave quickly to avoid their wrath. They can summon dragons equivalent to 6 great celestials, and even you might not stand a chance against them. Yin Nanfang, however, remained unfazed. If we leave, they will surely come again, and you will lack the power to confront them. The elder sighed helplessly. Alas, our clan's cultivators are weak, akin to ants in a vast sea. We could be wiped out without consequence. Yet you, a group of earth immortals, with you having surpassed that realm to become a celestial, if you were to perish here, would we not be deemed sinners? Yin Nanfang reassured him, Fear not, elder. Should they dare approach, I shall ensure that they leave their lives here. The elder spoke bitterly, but they're the beast-taming clan. Which power in the world would dare to offend them? Yin Nanfang merely smiled in silence. At that moment, Shueqing stepped forward and asked, Elder, why does the beast-taming clan target you? The elder shook his head, indicating his ignorance on the matter. He only knew that the ancestors had once declared the need to protect this island, for it harbored something of utmost significance. However, the nature of that object had been lost to time, leaving no one aware of its essence. This tribe exists in a state of confusion, struggling for survival. Yin Nanfang ponders deeply, sensing that the Beastmaster clan has uncovered a certain secret, one that appears to be known solely to them. Even if they do not seek me out, I shall one day create a stir within their ranks. With his chin resting on his hand, Yin Nanfang contemplates the opportune moment to disrupt the Beastmaster clan. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the ocean, there exists an extraordinarily powerful lineage, where formidable beasts roam freely and their astonishing roars echo throughout the air. Some cultivators traverse the void atop these beasts, the atmosphere thick with a palpable sense of bloodshed. Occasionally, 2 cultivators engage in fierce combat, fighting for their lives. This is the Beastmaster clan, a realm devoid of rules and boundaries, where only the strong prevail over the weak. Deep within the clan, several shadowy figures stand aloof, their faces obscured, revealing only their dark silhouettes and the imposing forms of the beasts behind them. A low, resonant voice breaks the silence. The aura of the fourth has vanished. He must have perished. What sort of power could accomplish such a feat? Could it be that another faction has also discovered this secret? The eldest brother inquires, as the 4 shadows deliberate. At that moment, the leader of the group seems to abruptly turn, gazing upwards as if observing something unseen. Our plan must be executed. Those who interfere must perish. Once we achieve our objective, with the aid of the predecessors from the upper realm, we shall sweep across the ocean and step into the ethereal path of immortality. At that time, I shall wield the power of the immortals to dominate the mortal realm, and the Beastmaster clan shall reign supreme over the entire ocean. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness ahead, a pair of eyes opens, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The 4 shadows bow in unison. We pay homage to the immortal sovereign. In chapter 167, titled The Deep Well, Yin Nanfang does not hastily depart from the island, for he has aided in averting a significant crisis there, and is thus met with warm hospitality. Moreover, Yin Nanfang is genuinely curious about the secrets that lie within this seemingly inconspicuous isle. From the elder's words, he learns that this is an unnamed island, unremarkable in nature. However, when he hears the surname of the elder's clan, he is taken aback. They could never have anticipated that this elder bears the surname Xianyuan. It is well known that in the land of Shenzhou, the name Xianyuan carries profound significance. Yet, as time has passed, the Xianyuan lineage has gradually faded from the annals of history. Although the descendants of this name are now elusive, its legacy endures, leaving behind an immortal legend in the land of Shenzhou. Yin Nanfang is astonished to have encountered a descendant of the Xianyuan amidst this boundless ocean. However, he found it perplexing that such a legendary clan had fallen to such a state, and that this elder, despite possessing the bloodline of Xianyuan, had only attained the realm of Tianqi. In the vast land of Shenzhou, ancient legends spoke of the profound cultivation of Xianyuan, the progenitor, although no explicit records exist. Yet, Yin Nanfang speculated that during that era, his cultivation must have transcended the boundaries of Earth immortals, and in the later stages, he might have even surpassed the heavenly immortals, truly acquiring the power of celestial beings and forging an immortal legend. A flicker of thought crossed Yin Nanfang's mind, revealing that this descendant of Xianyuan seemed woefully unaware of the exploits of his forebears, to the extent that one could say he was entirely ignorant. The current situation left Yin Nanfeng somewhat bewildered. Xian Yuan, being a figure from antiquity, had existed an exceedingly long time ago. What could have transpired during that span to lead the Xian Yuan clan to this island? What, then, were their ancestors guarding upon this land? In private, Shuechinga inquired, "Do you think the beast-taming clan is aware that the descendants of Xian Yuan reside on this island? If they are, isn't their audacity rather excessive?" Yin Nanfeng pondered. "Initially, I believed that due to the passage of time, the Xian Yuan clan had completely vanished. It is indeed astonishing that they have managed to endure. However, judging by the present circumstances, the clan's strength has dwindled to a point where they can hardly stir up any tumult in the sea. Thus, even if the beast-taming clan recognizes their identity, it would not deter them from taking action. In the maritime realm, when one possesses a rich heritage yet lacks sufficient power for protection, they inevitably attract trouble." Killing God, Yue Ying nodded, still struggling to comprehend the enormity of the revelation. "Heavens, I never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant island held such profound significance," Yue Ying murmured. "We must seek out that elder and ascertain whether he possesses any further insights. This island is undoubtedly extraordinary and may present us with an immense opportunity," Yin Nanfeng declared. Meanwhile, Yin Nanfeng and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that their actions had already stirred a considerable uproar throughout the maritime domain. The beast-taming clan was preparing to exert their full force to retaliate against this sudden emergence of a formidable adversary. Yet, had they known that the celestial being residing on this island was none other than Yin Nanfeng, the unparalleled sword Immortal who had recently plundered the divine sword domain, they would not have dared to provoke him, even if they possessed 1,000-fold courage. On the island, within a grand hall imbued with an ancient aura, Yin Nanfeng marveled at the unique architecture. It was evident that any structure on this island was utterly incongruous with the present era, evoking in him a sense of timelessness, as if he were traversing through the ages. Perhaps, in ancient times, Xian Yuan, the progenitor, had also gazed upon his surroundings in the same manner. The same location, yet inhabited by different souls. The current head of the Xian Yuan clan, known as Xian Yuan Changyu, was indeed the elder encountered earlier. Yin Nanfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and then inquired, "Elder, did your ancestors truly leave behind no teachings?" Xian Yuan Changyu pondered for a moment, shaking his head. The passage of time had rendered the memories too distant. Countless generations had come and gone, and the ancestral teachings had likely faded into obscurity. "Is there anything unusual about this island? Or perhaps any legends?" Xian Yuan Changyu appeared lost in thought. As if suddenly recalling something, he spoke. "If we are to speak of the unusual, there is indeed one matter of interest." Upon hearing this, Yin Nanfei and the others immediately perked up. The elder continued to reflect. "I remember, in my youth, my parents often spoke of a well on the island, pitch black and bottomless, its depth unknown. My forebears once cast a massive stone down its mouth, and for several years, they sent members of the clan to guard it, yet there was never a sound. This will seem akin to an abyss." Yin Nanfei inquired, "Have there been attempts to send someone inside to investigate?" Xian Yuan Changyu replied, "According to my father, many formidable practitioners of the returning ruins realm were dispatched, and at that time, my grandfather had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial awakening realm. However, none who entered the well ever returned. Now, over a century has passed, and that well has become a forbidden area for our clan, as we fear a member might inadvertently fall in. My father mentioned that there seems to be a strange force within the well. Once one enters, escape is impossible. He even heard my grandfather calling out from within, as if some power was pulling him, but after that he vanished without a trace. Given the passage of time, it is assumed he perished within." Yin Nanfei and his companions exchanged glances, feeling the extraordinary nature of this location. An instinct told Yin Nanfei that the secret the Beastmaster clan cherished was indeed connected to this well. Xian Yuan Changyu, observing the expressions of Yin Nanfei and his companions, seemed to discern something and cautioned, "You three must not venture forth recklessly. That well is far too mysterious. Even with celestial cultivation, entering it carelessly could spell danger." Yin Nanfei nodded, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, Xian Yuan Changyu spoke again. "You three have saved my clan from peril, yet I have yet to learn the names of my benefactors." Yin Nanfei smiled slightly. "I am Yin Nanfei. The three of us hail from beyond this realm." Shuechinga and Ying also briefly introduced themselves. Xian Yuan Changyu's expression shifted dramatically. Although the Xian Yuan clan resided in relative seclusion, they occasionally received news from clan members who ventured out into the world. Moreover, the deeds of Yin Nanfei and his two companions had already astonished the entire sea region. So, you're the three powerful beings from beyond. Xianyuan Changyu exclaimed in shock, and even the other clan members nearby began to stir with excitement. Xianyuan Changyu was acutely aware that these three individuals from the Outer Realm were once the most formidable figures in their original world. In the Outer Realms, even those at the Celestial Awakening stage were exceedingly rare, let alone those akin to land immortals. Throughout millennia, numerous land immortals from the Outer Realms had ventured deep into the oceanic expanses, yet most had failed to stir significant upheaval. Their martial prowess, though exceptional, was merely regarded as mediocre or even inferior within the vast oceanic domain. Nevertheless, Xianyuan Changyu held an immense respect for them, for they possessed the courage to relinquish their illustrious status in pursuit of greater worlds. They were not only powerful, but also valiant warriors. The arrival of Yin Nanfei and his companions marked a profound shift in the prevailing notion that individuals from the Outer Realms were of lesser cultivation. Xianyuan Changyu could discern that even the land immortals, Xueqing'e and Yueying, completely overshadowed the earthly immortals of the ocean. Yin Nanfei's strength was even more terrifying. Xianyuan Changyu could scarcely fathom how Yin Nanfei had ascended to the celestial immortal realm with such scant resources in the Outer Realms. The hardships endured in this journey must surely constitute a tale of blood and tears. However, had he known that Yin Nanfei's so-called saga of struggle in the Outer Realm merely involved lurking in a dilapidated cave, occasionally venturing out to engage in battles and boast, he would likely have been utterly astonished. Suddenly, Xianyuan Changyu seemed to recall something. Ah, Yin, my young brother, some time ago, there was a sword immortal from the Outer Realm who passed through here on his sword. I wonder if you are acquainted? What? Yin Nanfei and his companions sprang to their feet. That must be our ancestor, Feng Qingzi, from the Shushan Sword Sect. When did he pass this way? Yin Nanfei inquired. In truth, he was quite concerned about Feng Qingzi's well-being in these waters, having heard that Feng Qingzi had caused quite a stir and was being pursued by numerous formidable beings. Given Feng Qingzi's innate talent, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of the ocean, a breakthrough to the celestial immortal realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, if he were to meet an untimely demise in these waters, it would be a tragic waste. If one day, Feng Qingzi and his companions could establish themselves within the ocean, Yin Nanfei could then find solace and seek to ascend to even greater heights. He yearned for unparalleled cultivation within the ocean, striving to pursue the fabled path of immortality. For now, he had no desire to experience the loneliness that accompanied supreme heights. For a powerful being, encountering formidable adversaries and engaging in relentless combat was far preferable to reigning invincible and living in solitude. In the aftermath, whether Feng Qingzi and his companions wished to return to Shushan or continue their adventures within the ocean would ultimately depend on their own aspirations. Xianyuan Changyu heard Yin Nanfei's inquiry and replied, "It has been quite some time. During that period, I was captivated by the old sword immortal's sword control technique, which was indeed profound. While being pursued by celestial beings, he managed to maintain an astonishing speed, showing no signs of faltering." Xueqing'e and Yu Ying exchanged silent glances. It is true that among terrestrial immortals, if one speaks of killing, Yu Ying is undoubtedly the most adept. However, in terms of strength, Xueqing's offensive capability is slightly superior. Yet, when it comes to sword control, Feng Qingzi is undoubtedly the elder brother. The speed of his sword flight has reached its zenith. Back then, when Yin Nanfei had just entered the celestial realm, he found himself outpaced by the sword flight. However, now that Yin Nanfei has ascended to the 6th rank of celestial immortals, his power has increased significantly. Nevertheless, he can confidently assert that for those below the 3rd rank of celestial immortals, catching up to Feng Qingzi's sword flight speed poses quite a challenge. Of course, nothing is absolute. Speed is one thing, but the spiritual energy of terrestrial immortals pales in comparison to that of celestial beings. In a prolonged escape, Feng Qingzi would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. What was Feng Qingzi's condition at that time? Yin Nanfei inquired. Xianyuan Changyu responded, "At that time, the old sword immortal was already covered in blood and not in good condition. A month later, I heard news that it seemed he had been caught up by his enemies. Yet after such a long time, no updates have emerged, only that he appears to be trapped and has gone into hiding." Yin Nanfei grew anxious. He did not wish for Feng Qingzi to perish in the sea, as the old man was quite agreeable company for him. "Do you know where he's currently trapped?" Nanfei asked hastily. Xian Yuanchang replied. He should be in the desolate land at the center of the sea, which is now surrounded by many sections. Some sects have even dispatched first-rank celestial beings, including elders and leaders. Desolate land? What sort of place is that? Nanfei inquired. Xian Yuanchang explained. It is an ancient battlefield where countless sects once engaged in fierce battles. Due to the brutal nature of the conflicts, countless souls wander there. Moreover, the terrain has become exceedingly complex, making it a small forbidden zone within the sea, fraught with danger and unpredictability. Only the most formidable beings dare to venture too deeply. Feng Qingzi must have been left with no choice but to hide there. However, having ventured into its depths, even if those sects cannot handle him, he is likely facing a perilous situation, Yu Ying remarked. Nevertheless, Nanfei was undeterred, declaring, regardless, I shall go investigate. If he is alive, I will see him. If he is dead, I will see his body. We will accompany you, Xueqing stated. Upon hearing this, Nanfei shook his head, asserting that the presence of Xueqing and Yu Ying would not be of significant benefit. There is no need. Those sects comprise merely first and second rank celestial beings, along with terrestrial immortals. I can manage them alone. If you accompany me, you would also find yourselves in danger, Nanfei explained. Understanding his intent, Yu Ying and Xueqing refrained from further discussion. Hence, Nanfei sought a specific location from Xian Yuanchang and prepared to set off immediately to rescue Feng Qingzi. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Nanfeng, without uttering a word, formed a sword gesture with his hand. The Zuzhen sword emitted a resonant sound as it pierced the air, spiraling twice before he leaped into the sky. Be cautious, Nanfeng, Xueqing said with concern. Nanfeng smiled and nodded. Protect the descendants of the Xianyuan clan on the island. With those words, he soared on his sword, ascending into the heavens, breaking through the clouds like a fish leaping from the water. Below, Xianyuan Chongkong stood in a daze, awestruck. To witness such an extraordinary sword immortal is indeed a rare blessing for me. Chapter 169. The desolate land lies at the heart of the sea, said to be the very origin of the entire maritime realm. In ancient times, the first practitioners emerged in this domain, legendary figures of unparalleled strength. Ancient texts record that they possessed celestial powers. Although mortal, their strength rivaled that of immortals, with many having attained true immortal realms. During that era, when formidable beings were abundant, a cataclysmic war erupted, shaping the current landscape of the mortal realm. However, the passage of time has obscured the details of that battle, and though the ancient battleground remains, it is evident that the conflict was extremely brutal. Countless extraordinary beings perished in that war. Millennia later, the ancient battleground continues to be haunted by innumerable restless spirits, coupled with the monumental upheaval of that conflict. The fate and aura of the desolate land have been irrevocably altered, rendering its depths perilous and uncharted. Few dare to venture into its interior. Various theories abound regarding what lies within the depths of the desolate land. Some claim it is a realm of eternal flames, ignited by the boundless true fire descending from the celestial realm, an inferno that cannot be extinguished. Any living being that comes into contact with it risks being incinerated along with their very soul. Others assert that the land is riddled with innumerable ghostly tombs, housing vengeful spirits of powerful beings. There are also whispers of fierce entities that do not belong to either the path of righteousness or the demonic realm. Despite the differing accounts, no practitioner who has ventured inside has returned, leading all to remember a singular truth. The desolate land is a genuine forbidden zone for mortals. Even the supreme beings of many formidable powers refrain from delving too deeply. At this moment, the outskirts of the desolate land are teeming with individuals from various factions, including several first-rate sects and a few celestial realm experts. They stand with fury etched upon their faces, exuding an icy demeanor and an aura of murderous intent. However, they halt at the periphery of the desolate land, their hearts ablaze with rage, yet none daring to take a single step further. They can only stand vigil, waiting. For about a month prior, that accursed elder from the outer realms had plunged into this desolate expanse, and now his fate remains uncertain. Although entering this place is akin to courting death, they are certain that Feng Qingzi remains among them. Several cultivators here hail from sects skilled in tracking, having left their marks on Feng Qingzi. Thus, despite the stark contrast between the aura of this desolate land and the outside world, they can still perceive a faint trace of energy emanating from deep within the wasteland, a trace that unmistakably belongs to Feng Qingzi. However, it appears that Feng Qingzi is now merely clinging to life. They cannot help but grit their teeth in frustration. This old man from the outer realms possesses an extraordinary fortune, having survived in this barren land for so long, indeed a pioneer of the seas. The esteemed celestial beings present feel a deep sense of indignation. One elder, his hair and beard entirely white, finds his emotions tangled and cannot refrain from exclaiming, "Damn it, I am a second-tier celestial, one of the few elite powerhouses in this world, yet I find myself outpaced by this mere terrestrial immortal." Indeed, though his cultivation is not high, he certainly runs surprisingly fast, others remark. In truth, everyone present shares this sense of humiliation. This old man has proven to be utterly outrageous. It is said that he has offended nearly every major sect shortly after arriving in the seas, engaging in all sorts of underhanded deeds, from petty theft to outright robbery. Moreover, this audacious fellow targets disciples of various sects while they are out exploring. After all, he is a terrestrial immortal. How could those junior disciples of the returning ruins and enlightenment realms contend with him? Many prodigies of the younger generation have suffered setbacks after being taught a lesson by this old man, hindering their paths to breakthroughs. Most infuriatingly, he brazenly claims to borrow their treasures and techniques for further study. He insists, having lived for over 2 centuries, "I can set aside all pride and come to your humble abode. What more face do I need? I shall take your techniques back to strengthen my Shushandao sect." Thus, a frenzied chase ensues. Even Yin Nanfei, who has journeyed a long way, hears whispers of Feng Qingzi's exploits. Not to mention others, even Yin Nanfei is left bewildered. This does not seem like the kind of mischief Feng Qingzi would engage in. How has that ethereal old man gone astray?